Shaoyang courageously traverses the metropolis, battling against humanity, dark forces, and enchanting fox spirits. As an immortal deity, he confronts fiends from all corners of the underworld. Chapter 1. The Strange Illness. On the 15th day of the 7th lunar month in 1998, the traditional Ghost Festival, also known as the Spirit Festival, fell on a night of a full moon. The almanac noted, "The greedy wolf enters the abode, the energy is at its peak. All endeavors are ill-advised, particularly those involving the disturbance of the earth." In a remote mountain village named Yi Family Village, located in Province Y, the customs were observed with reverence. As dusk descended, every household burned 2 ample bundles of joss paper in front of their doors, one for ancestral veneration and the other for the wandering souls of the departed. Upon completing the ritual, families secured their doors and windows, retiring early. Those who practiced Buddhism or Taoism offered prayers, beseeching a peaceful night, hoping to avoid any unwitting transgressions. As midnight approached, rain began to fall, pattering against the leaves, reminiscent of solitary spirits traversing the night. The wind howled mournfully, weaving a haunting atmosphere befitting such an extraordinary evening. On the narrow path at the village's edge, a shadowy figure materialized intermittently amidst the storm, departing the village and ascending the rear mountain, ultimately entering a graveyard. This graveyard served as the ancestral resting place of the Yi family, housing the remains of their forebears over centuries. In the moonlight, the graves stood ominously, some marked with stones, others half collapsed, resembling small mounds that instilled a sense of dread. The figure finally halted before a grave devoid of a marker. A spirit-calling banner fluttered in the breeze, its presence a spectral invitation. The freshly turned earth and the upright banner indicated that this was a recent burial. Second sister-in-law, today marks your 7th day, coinciding with the Spirit Festival. "I see you have arrived," came a raspy male voice, sounding no older than 40. In silence before the grave. The man unfastened a red silk umbrella from his back, raising it to shield against the nocturnal rain. With great care, he extracted 3 incense sticks, igniting them before placing them into the damp earth beneath the umbrella. Undeterred by the muck, he knelt and bowed 3 times, rising to retrieve a collapsible spade from behind him and commenced the excavation of the grave. The earth was freshly turned and, after being soaked by the rain, was exceedingly loosed in less than 20 minutes. He had unearthed a long opening, brushing aside a layer of soil to reveal a bright red coffin board, as if it were bleeding. According to superstitious beliefs, coffins are typically painted a dark red, those adorned in vivid crimson signify an untimely death. Heavy with resentment, and the deeper the hue, the greater the warding power against evil. Furthermore, the coffin was entwined with 33 thick red threads, interlaced like a net, securely binding it. As if to prevent the occupant from emerging, the man bowed deeply to the coffin, uttering, "Sister-in-law, I have come to assist you." He drew forth a dagger, severing the red threads one by one, then forcefully struck open 7 coffin nails with the spade's blade. Taking a deep breath, he lifted the coffin lid. Inside lay a female corpse, dressed in a white shroud, lying straight at the bottom of the coffin. Beneath the faint glow of the incense, her face appeared ghastly pale, her murky eyes wide. "Sister-in-law, you perished on the birthing bed, a tragic loss of 2 lives. Yet the villagers, clinging to ancestral customs, disregarded all humanity, cruelly separating you and your child, burying you in disparate locations. Tonight, as your spirit returns, I, Yidabeo, have risked everything to exhume your poor infant, returning him to your embrace." So saying, he produced a cloth bundle from within his garments, revealing the corpse of a babe. Gently placing the infant's remains upon the deceased woman, Yidabeo retreated, kneeling upon the earth, awaiting with trepidation. Suddenly, a woman's wail pierced the tempestuous night. With a start, the female corpse arose from the coffin, embracing the child with rigid arms, her desiccated fingers digging into the infant's back, a ghastly smile spreading across her face as she beheld Yidabeo, prostrate upon his knees, bowed once more, stating, "Sister-in-law, I have fulfilled your desire." I shall also ensure your entombment is seamless, leaving no trace of disturbance. In return for my efforts, I implore you to grant my wish." Having spoken, he retrieved the 3 incense sticks from the ground, and procuring 3 broadleaf plantain leaves, he shaped them into a makeshift vessel, chanting rapidly in a tongue unfamiliar to these lands. The female corpse inclined her neck, unmoving, as if in cooperation with Yi de Bao, a viscous fluid dripping from the burning incense onto the plantain leaves. After a span of 10 minutes, the woman's brow furrowed, her countenance twisting into a visage of horror. Yi de Bao swiftly extinguished the incense, folding the plantain leaves into a shape reminiscent of a dumpling, securing it with care. Observing the female corpse reclining into the coffin, cradling the infant with an expression of serene contentment, he exhaled a sigh of relief. "Second sister-in-law, you have born a child after 14 days. You shall inevitably become a mother to a corpse, seeking vengeance for grievances. The Bao shall prepare your coffin, so you may rest and cultivate in peace." 10 minutes later, Yi de Bao gazed upon the freshly covered grave he had restored. To the untrained eye, it revealed no signs of disturbance. He offered a respectful bow before hastily descending the mountain. A month later, at the residence of the Yi clan leader, Yi de Gong, in Yijia village, in the sweltering heat of August, when others opened their doors for ventilation and turned on fans, Yi de Gong's back room remained tightly shut, with 3 coal stoves burning. Within, on the bed, lay a child of 5 or 6 years, swathed in a thick quilt, yet still his lips turned purple from the cold, trembling uncontrollably and repeatedly lamenting his chill. Yi de Gong stood in the room for a moment, drenched in sweat, before stepping outside to wipe away the beads of perspiration mingled with tears from his face. "Father," Shaoyang, a young woman in her 20s, approached, her eyes swollen from weeping as she looked at Yi de Gong. She was his daughter-in-law, the mother of the child in the room, named Shaoyang. "Let us wait until Xiao Bing returns," Yi de Gong replied, shaking his head in resignation. After decades of serving as a barefoot doctor, he found himself at a loss regarding his grandson's ailment. For half a month, he had carried the boy to numerous hospitals in the county and city, even to the provincial hospital. Yet no diagnosis had been made. Yi de Gong began to suspect that perhaps his grandson was not ill at all, but rather had attracted some malevolent force. With no results, he had dispatched his son to the city early that morning in search of a skilled practitioner. Just as he was speaking, his son Yi Bing returned, accompanied by an elderly man. "This gentleman he is someone I invited from a city." Upon hearing about our Shaoyang's condition, he kindly offered to take a look. "Thank you for your trouble." As Yi Dapeng performed a polite bow, his discerning gaze scrutinized the newcomer from head to toe. The man appeared to be in his 60s, gaunt and with a pointed face, narrow eyes, and a pair of bushy eyebrows. His Taoist robe was tattered and worn, and he carried a canvas bag. Upon entering the room, his eyes darted around restlessly, revealing a shifty demeanor that lacked any semblance of celestial grace. Yi Dapeng furrowed his brow in concern. In these times, there were far too many charlatans in the world, and even priests and monks could be impostors. He could not shake the feeling that this elderly man seemed devoid of any genuine skill. Nevertheless, desperate times called for desperate measures. Since the man had been invited, he felt it prudent to give him a chance. Thus, he courteously led the old man to the back room to examine his grandson. Chapter 2. The strange illness. Upon hearing Yi Dagu's words, the old Taoist waved his hand dismissively, pulled over a long bench, and seated himself in the courtyard, declaring, "Blessed be the infinite celestial sovereign, I have yet to dine this evening. Please provide me with some sustenance." Yi Dagu was momentarily taken aback and instructed his daughter-in-law to hastily prepare a meal, while he excused himself to assist her, summoning his son to the kitchen to inquire about the old Taoist's origins. "I was initially sent to the county to seek out Zhang Daxian," the son explained, "and while enjoying buns in the city, I happened to share a table with this old Taoist. He immediately discerned the presence of corpse energy surrounding me. After I recounted my circumstances, he readily offered his assistance, and thus I brought him home." Lowering his voice, he added, "Father, do you think this old Taoist, could he be a fraud?" Yi Dagu did not respond directly, but inquired, "Does he require payment?" "Of course," the son replied. He expects 5,000 after the matter is resolved. Considering the urgency of their situation, the son agreed without hesitation. 5,000, in that era, especially for a rural family, was no trifling sum. However, if it meant saving his grandson, Yi Daegu would part with even his own life without a second thought. The crux of the matter was the fear that if he were indeed a charlatan, they would not only squander money, but also precious time. The condition of his grandson was deteriorating by the day. With a heart full of conflicting emotions, Yi Daegu returned to the courtyard, brewed 2 cups of tea, and sat opposite the old Taoist, hoping to engage him in conversation to uncover more about his true intentions. Yet, the old man seemed disinclined to share, merely stating that his Taoist name was Qinjianzi and that he hailed from Xianqing Mountain, offering little else of substance. Yi Dagon was filled with skepticism. However, at this juncture, he could only treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Once the meal was prepared, Qinjianzi, unreserved, instructed Yi Bing to procure a bottle of fine wine from the village store. The best available was a bottle of Yuzhou Daku, priced at 2 yuan and 2 jiao, which was a rarity in the village. Accompanying the meal, he leisurely indulged in his repast for nearly an hour before wiping his mouth, stretching with languor, and, slightly intoxicated, meandered toward the back room. Observing his unsteady gait, Yi Dagon could not suppress a sigh, as his hopes dimmed further. Upon entering the back room, Qinjianzi cast a distant glance at the child lying on the bed. Noticing the child's crimson eyes and ashen complexion, and recalling Yi Bing's earlier account, he felt a surge of resolution. He approached and placed a large hand upon the child's crown, using his vital energy to assess the internal organs. Suddenly, the child trembled, revealing himself to be a rare, innate spiritual body. Upon closer inspection, the child exhibited a well-rounded celestial dome, a square and stable foundation, symmetrical features, a robust fate, and elongated Tao patterns, marking him as an exceptional talent for cultivation. Overwhelmed with joy, Qinjianzi reflected on his spontaneous descent from the mountains, devoid of purpose, fortuitously arriving in this small county and coincidentally encountering this child's father. It seemed preordained that he was destined to find this child, infinite, celestial, venerable. I express my gratitude for the blessings of the 3 purities. Mao Shan shall have a successor. What great fortune! Delighted, Qinjianzi gazed skyward with a foolish grin for a while, before managing to quell his exuberance and proceeded to examine the child thoroughly. Discovering his limbs were icy and chilling while the rest of his body burned like molten iron, truly peculiar. With the child's hands spread open, it was evident that the palms were a deep shade of black, the skin having become calloused, rough to the touch, and the dark hue seemed to creep ominously towards the wrists. What a formidable poison! Qinjianzi silently lamented, extracting a handful of glutinous rice from his bag and pressing it against the child's hand. With a hissing sound, a wisp of green smoke rose as the rice transformed entirely into a dark hue. Taoist, what is this? Yi Dagong and his son asked, astonished and trembling. The previous scene had dissipated some of their doubts, instilling a flicker of hope within them, as they began to believe in the old priest's mystical powers. Qinjianzi remained silent, instructing Yi Bing to fetch a sea bowl and take out his homemade talisman water, which he then administered to the child. The previously unconscious child stirred, letting out a groan before awakening and crying out in cold distress. Qinjianzi directed Yi Bing to cover the child with a warm quilt, soothing him back to sleep. He then retrieved a compass and began to chant. 7 parts of life's journey long, 8 gates determine direction. Old Master, manifest your spirit. Assist me in dispelling this evil. Swiftly, as the law commands, with his left hand, he formed a peculiar gesture, tapping the compass's star dial with his index finger. The needle spun wildly until it finally pointed towards the head of the bed. Qinjianzi advanced swiftly, feeling beneath the bedding but finding nothing. He disregarded the dust and crawled under the bed, continuing his search. At last, he pried loose an object from the floorboard, inhaling deeply to confirm its authenticity. Emerging from beneath the bed, Qinjianzi's expression was grave. Holding the object in his hand, he unfastened the cloth bag from his shoulder and produced a red pill, handing it to Yi Bing. This scarlet elixir, when dissolved in 2 pounds of warm water, should be administered to the child in 2 taels every half hour to counteract the poison. Master Yi expressed his gratitude and hurriedly set about his task. Returning to the courtyard, Qin Yunzi resumed his place on the long bench, lifting the unfinished cup of white wine, sipping leisurely while his brow furrowed, as though burdened by heavy thoughts. Master Yi approached, bowing deeply, only to find that the dazzling array of arrangements within the room had completely dispelled his doubts, confirming that Qin Yunzi was indeed a man of profound wisdom. "Master, is there hope for my grandson?" Qin Yunzi set down his wine bowl, lifted his gaze, and narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized him. "Do you have any enemies?" "Enemies?" Master Yi was taken aback, shaking his head. "I am the village chief of Yi family village, having served for several decades. While I may have offended some, to speak of enemies, I truly cannot recall." Upon further contemplation, he realized this was no ordinary grudge, but a deep-seated enmity that sought to annihilate his entire family. Master Yi was greatly astonished, a rush of names flashing through his mind, each one dismissed in turn, as he shook his head and replied, "There truly are none. Master, please see for yourself. My family descends from scholars. It is said that our ancestors even included a Taoist priest." "Ah, yes, his name was Yi Fashion. Are you familiar with him, Master? Our family has always valued knowledge and propriety and has never committed any wrongdoing, nor have we harbored any deep-seated hatred towards others. Please elucidate the matter further. Is Yi Fashion your ancestor?" Startled, Qin Yunzi realized that Yi Fashion, once the preeminent national teacher of the Great Tang Dynasty, the patriarch of the Xianxing school, and a figure revered as an ancestor, was among the most formidable individuals in the annals of the Dharma realm. A sudden realization dawned upon him. If Yi Fashion was the ancestor of this elder, then he was also the ancestor of that child. No wonder the child possessed a congenital spiritual constitution. There was more to this than met the eye. Qin Yunzi nodded slightly, remarking that the elder possessed an aura of righteousness. He extended his left hand, revealing a crimson, moist sphere the size of a ping-pong ball, resembling a blood-soaked orb. "This," he explained, "extracted from the bedboard. It is the cause of your grandson's affliction." Qin Yunzi shook his head, identifying it as a SHDDN, a cursed poison pill that emanates toxic miasma within a 5-foot radius, gradually poisoning those nearby. Within a month, the victim would transform into a mindless ghoul, driven to attack others, and those bitten or scratched would suffer the same fate. He noted that the poison had already reached the core of the grandson's being, manifesting in the keratinization of his hands, a telltale sign of transformation. Yi Dagong, unable to maintain his composure, collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. He prostrated himself before Qin Yunzi, imploring, "Daozhong, I beseech you, save my grandson. He is the sole heir of 3 generations." "Rise," Qin Yunzi instructed. "Though this matter is complex, since fate has brought it to my attention, I shall not stand idly by." API call failed with status code 429. Error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, chapter 3. The strange illness at this point, Qin Yunzi, shedding his serious demeanor, flashed a grin at old Yi. "Let me put it this way, in this world, there are no more than 5 individuals capable of saving your grandson. Fortunately, fate has brought you to me, and this is the bond between your grandson and myself." Ah, fate indeed. Old Yi, perplexed by his words, was deep in thought when Qin Yunzi shifted the conversation. "The malevolent poison afflicting your grandson has been temporarily subdued. The most pressing matter now is to identify the owner of the poison. Such profound resentment must originate from a vengeful spirit, and it cannot be left unaddressed. Reflect carefully. Have there been any untimely deaths in this vicinity over the past 6 months? Yi village comprises only a few dozen households, and the village head would certainly be aware of any significant events." Old Yi promptly replied, "Indeed, a month ago, a woman in our village died during childbirth due to complications, which could be deemed an untimely death." "Of course, on what day did she pass?" Old Yi pondered for a moment. "I can't recall precisely, but it seems... Oh yes. I remember that her 7th day coincided with the ghost festival on the 15th day of the 7th month. A chill ran down Qin Jianzi's spine, and he exclaimed urgently, quickly, "Take me to her grave." Old Yi, not daring to delay, led Qin Jianzi up the mountain. After a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the grave of the widow Zhang. Qin Jianzi employed his own vital energy to assess the site and murmured, "Something is amiss here. There are two malevolent energies emanating from this grave, one belonging to a child. This is dire. Hurry, we must excavate the grave and open the coffin to uncover the truth." With a troubled countenance, Elder Yi demurred this. Widow Zhang's husband passed away half a year ago, and she bore a posthumous child. Bereft of relatives, no one has come to cause a disturbance. Yet to presumptuously exhume a grave. Should the villagers discover this, explanations would be difficult. Incensed, Qing Yunzi retorted, "If the coffin remains unopened, and this malevolent entity takes form, the entire village shall perish." Startled, Elder Yi realized the gravity of the matter. Entreating Qing Yunzi to tarry, he hastened down the mountain, summoning several young men, each bearing a shovel, to proceed to the burial ground. En route, the young men gleaned the gist of the situation from Elder Yi, who, with promises of reward and assurances of assuming full responsibility, spurred them to action without hesitation. In the interim, Qing Yunzi produced 5 pennants, hued in gold, verdant, russet white, and crimson, corresponding to the 5 elements, and arrayed them around Widow Zhang's grave. He then ignited a stick of soul-seizing incense at both the Qian and Kuan positions. By this time, the grave had been excavated, and the lads, beholding the scarlet coffin lid, evinced a degree of trepidation. "Stand aside, retreat beyond the 5 elements flags, and under no circumstances are you to enter." Qing Yunzi approached the grave, sensing waves of energy assaulting him. He was taken aback, even through the coffin lid. Such potent, baleful energy permeated. The occupant of the coffin was indeed malevolent. Qing Yunzi discerned at a glance that the coffin lid was unnailed. Thus he roused his spirits, inscribed a decree character on his right palm with cinnabar, intoned incantations, and slammed his palm onto the coffin lid, bellowing, "Arise." The coffin lid, weighing several dozen pounds, was lifted by his single hand and cast aside. With a sense of morbid curiosity, Yi Dagong and several youths craned their necks to peer into the depths, only to be petrified by what they beheld. After a stunned silence that stretched for what seemed like an eternity, one of the young men finally broke the spell, exclaiming in a hushed, horrified tone, "Good heavens, the deceased has sprouted fangs." Within the cadaver's mouth, 2 rows of canines, not merely 2 individual teeth, but entire rows of them, were intertwined, their surfaces gleaming with an ominous, frigid light under the sun's rays. Qin Jianzi, his gaze sharp and piercing, scrutinized the corpse, his attention ultimately settling upon her distended abdomen. His expression underwent a dramatic shift as he whirled around to confront Yi Dagong, demanding, "Was this a complicated childbirth?" "Indeed, it was," Yi Dagong responded, visibly shaken. "Given the violent nature of her demise, we consulted a diviner, who advised that the mother and child must be interred separately, lest they stir up a haunting. Consequently, we laid the child to rest in the desolate burial grounds to the west." Qin Jianzi nodded, sighing deeply. The individual spoke true. In cases of death during childbirth, the mother and child must not be reunited, lest their spirits become inextricably bound, trapped within the confines of the corpse. Over time, they absorb negative energies, transforming into malevolent entities, a maternal and infantile scourge. Furthermore, the convergence of the ghost festival with the 7th day memorial amplifies their baleful aura. Yi Dagong, his voice trembling, fixated on the corpse's menacing rows of fangs, stammered, "Then this body." 49 days have elapsed, and the malevolent entities have fully manifested, transcending the realm of ordinary evil. The infantile scourge resides within her womb, Qin Jianzi declared, pointing towards the woman's abdomen. A collective gasp of horror erupted from Yi Dagong and his companions. "How could this be?" Qin Jianzi sighed, lamenting evidently. Someone exhumed the child and reunited it with the mother in burial, the only means by which to successfully extract the corpse oil. Such practices are rooted in the sinister arts of Miao witchcraft, a dark sorcery I had not expected to witness in this day and age. "Old man, The one who has incurred your displeasure is no ordinary adversary. Abruptly gazing skyward, he observed that it was already 5 or 6 in the afternoon, with the sun nearing the horizon and the day drawing to a close. The disturbance of the corpse fiend caused by opening the coffin today must be resolved before nightfall, or the consequences would be dire. Quickly, prepare some gasoline and firewood, as well as cinnabar, the sooner the better, under the command of Yi Dagong. Several young men dashed down the mountain, each in search of the required items. Yi Dagong, trembling, inquired of Qin Jianzi, Taoist, you mentioned that this mother and child have become. What kind of corpse fiend? Why are they completely still? Even the most formidable corpse fiend fears sunlight. Once night falls, it will be a grave matter. Although I can subdue it, I fear the corpse fiend may run amok and harm innocent people. Qin Jianzi ushered Yi Dagong aside, unslung his backpack, and retrieved a set of demon-subduing implements, commencing the arrangement of a spirit altar. Scarcely had he finished when several youths returned, bearing a large basket of firewood and several barrels of gasoline, followed by a throng of villagers who had come to witness the spectacle. Yi Bing and his wife were among them. Upon seeing his father, Yi Bing reported, Shaoyang is much better after taking the potion you prescribed, Taoist. My mother is back attending to him. We've come to see if there's anything we can do to help. Upon hearing that Shaoyang was improving, Yi Dagong felt somewhat relieved and rebuked the youths, who told you to publicize this so grandly and summon everyone here. It matters not. The more people, the better. A hint of cunning flickered in Qin Jianzi's eyes as he scanned the crowd. Without delay, he commanded several bold individuals to approach and stack firewood around the coffin, dousing it with 2 buckets of gasoline before laying a layer of vermilion atop. He ignited a talisman, reciting an incantation quietly as he cast it into the flames. The fire erupted dramatically. Qin Jianzi, seated cross-legged before the spirit altar, intoned loudly. As the 38th successor of Su Engqing Mountain, Qin Jianzi obeys the decree of the ancestral master. I beseech the 3 pure ones above and communicate with the netherworld below, from the azure skies to the yellow springs. Bear witness to my resolve. Purge the malevolent forces, and restore clarity to heaven and earth. 6 Ding and 6 Jia, he my command at the forefront. Shintan Black Tiger, I summon you, as we commence the ritual today. Let's eradicate the demons thoroughly. While performing the rite, he infused the roaring flames with a pure yang energy to aid in the purification of the corpse's malevolence. 10 minutes elapsed, and the coffin had been reduced to a pile of charcoal. Yet the female corpse remained unscathed, her appearance unchanged, her garments untouched by the flames, while wisps of icy, white energy continuously emanated from her, creating a barrier against the fire. Chapter 4. The strange illness the villagers stood agape, their disbelief palpable. Who could fathom that such bizarre occurrences could transpire under the broad daylight? Abomination! Qin Jianzi exclaimed, rising abruptly, his voice a thunderous reprimand directed at the female corpse. I, with good intentions, sought to deliver you and your child, yet you shown no remorse. Like an ant attempting to shake a tree, you dare to resist the might of the celestial beings. I shall annihilate your very souls. In a swift motion, he bit his finger, hastily inscribing symbols upon a talisman. With a flick of his wrist, the paper soared into the flames, not igniting, but instead affixing itself to the forehead of the corpse. Qin Jianzi then formed intricate hand seals, commencing his incantation. No longer did the corpse emit any ghostly aura. The flames approached steadily, first igniting her garments, then her skin, which began to sizzle and crackle, releasing a foul odor. Soon, her flesh was laid bare, a grotesque sight of intertwining veins shrinking as if writhing like worms amidst the inferno. The corpse quivered violently, seeming to struggle, her expression contorting in agony. Her eyes, now devoid of eyelids, bulged ominously, presenting a visage far more terrifying than any specter portrayed in horror films. Oh my! A timid villager collapsed in fright, nearly losing control. The crowd instinctively recoiled, many huddling together, trembling uncontrollably. Just as the corpse seemed on the brink of incineration, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A dark cloud drifted from the horizon, obscuring the sun, plunging the sky into rapid darkness. The mountain winds howled ominously, heralding the imminent arrival of a torrential downpour. Qinjianzi silently cursed his misfortune as he gazed upward at the sky. In the sweltering heat of September, sudden downpours were commonplace. However, it was inconceivable that the female corpse was responsible, for her powers were not yet formidable enough. Yet, the tempest arrived at an inopportune moment. Without the sun's radiance to instill fear, mere flames could not suppress the malevolent aura of the corpse. Indeed, the female corpse let out an ear-piercing wail, rising abruptly from the pit of flames. At that very moment, the 5 elements flags, previously inserted around the grave by Qinjianzi, began to sway violently, emitting beams of golden light that intertwined and formed a net suspended above the grave. The corpse collided with the net, plummeting down, but soon leapt back up, relentlessly attacking while emitting terrifying roars akin to that of a wild beast, each sound sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. This time, no one retreated. All were frozen in shock, transfixed by the corpse's frenzied display. Qinjianzi, however, remained unwavering, his hands weaving intricate seals as he chanted incantations to reinforce the divine power of the 5 elements flags. He could discern that although the corpse was in a frenzy, she was nearing her limits. Soon, the flames would reduce her to ashes. Yet, the malevolent spirit of the infant within her remained dormant. With another eerie shriek, the female corpse ceased her assault on the golden net. Instead, with a thunderous shout, Qinjianzi drew forth his jujube wood sword. The peachwood sword was employed to capture spirits, while the jujube wood sword was designated for vanquishing demons, particularly effective against the likes of corpse evils. This particular jujube wood sword, crafted from a century-old jujube tree struck by lightning, brimmed with boundless spiritual energy. Qinjianzi bit into his middle finger, allowing his blood to swiftly inscribe a spell upon the jujube wood sword. He leaped into the air, thrusting the sword into the left eye of the female corpse. The eyeball burst, and a cascade of green liquid erupted forth, splattering upon the foliage, akin to a potent acid that instantly darkened and withered the nearby plants. The blade of the jujube wood sword protruded from the back of the corpse's skull, producing a sound reminiscent of oil splattering on a hot surface. As black liquid bubbled forth from the wound, the corpse trembled violently, emitting a more anguished wail, and seized the sword's hilt with both hands, preventing its extraction. At that moment, her swollen abdomen began to writhe, and with a sudden pop, a pale little hand emerged from within, followed by another, tearing through flesh with a gruesome sound. A large-headed infant with blood-red eyes and sharp fangs emerged from the maternal body, quickly crawling through the gap in the golden net. The infant demon had finally made its appearance. The previous inferno, shielded by the mother's body, had left it unscathed. However, it regarded Qinjianzi with palpable fear, casting a fierce glare before swiftly scuttling away into the mountain's embrace. Unable to dislodge the jujube wood sword, Qinjianzi hesitated to release his grip, lest the female corpse, not yet deceased, would jeopardize the safety of the villagers present. He withdrew his right hand, procuring a handful of copper beans from his sleeve, and hurled them forcefully at the infant fiend. Most struck their mark, eliciting a hiss as black vapor emanated from the creature. With a ghastly shriek, the infant fiend plunged into the undergrowth. Qinjianzi, with a hand gesture, struck the female corpse, sending her reeling. He then extracted the jujube wood sword and plunged it into her throat, chanting incantations ceaselessly. A mournful wail escaped the female corpse's lips, and after a brief moment, her body stiffened. The jujube wood sword could no longer support her weight, and she toppled backward, landing amidst the smoldering pyre. Qinjianzi hastened in pursuit of the fleeing infant fiend, parting the thicket, only to find himself at the crest of a slope. The infant fiend had already descended to the base of the mountain. Realizing he could not overtake it, he bit his left thumb, pressed it against the jujube wood sword, and intoned, "As the sun sets, the sands gleam, heaven and earth invert. The universe is boundless. The Tao's power is infinite." He cast the jujube wood sword with great force. Like a launched arrow, it struck the infant fiend squarely in the back. The infant fiend shuddered, emitting a piercing scream. yet retaliated by extracting the sword and fleeing, wounded, into a grove of trees at the mountain's base. Qing Yunzi descended the mountain without pause, tracking the residual fiendish aura clinging to the vegetation. However, as fate would have it, a torrential downpour commenced, swiftly washing away all traces of the aura. Heaven thwarts me. Qin Yunzi sighed deeply, halting his steps as the sky darkened. Although the corpse demon bore injuries, it still managed to absorb the surrounding malevolent energy, possessing sufficient strength to facilitate its escape. Pursuing it further would prove futile. Disheartened, Qin Yunzi returned to the mountain and approached the grave, where he found a female corpse reduced to a pile of charred ashes. A flicker of solace crossed his heart as he directed his companions to bury the remains on the spot, lest the toxic remnants spread and incite a plague. Master, what about that ghostly child? Ye Dangong inwidit timidly. Qin Yunzi sighed and lamented. I too was careless. The female corpse had resolved to embrace her demise from the very beginning, transferring most of her malevolent energy to the infant demon. Thus, the Jujube sword failed to vanquish it, permitting its escape. A collective gasp of horror echoed among the group as they exchanged glances. Will it return to harm others? Ye Dangong tutterit. Having been struck by my sword, it is gravely wounded and will likely seek a place to recuperate and cultivate its strength. It will not emerge to wreak havoc for 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years for healing? Qin Yunzi rolled his eyes. It is not human. One cannot measure its circumstances by human standards. The corpse demon is devoid of a lifespan. 3 to 5 years is but a fleeting moment to it. And what are those years hence? When it reappears, you may contact me then. Qin Yunzi sighed again, recognizing the limitations of his options. He then approached the villagers, who, despite the torrential downpour, remained steadfast on the mountainside, awaiting his command. Qin Yunzi strode past an individual and ultimately halted before a man in his 30s. His gaze, sharp as lightning, scrutinized the man from head to toe. Suddenly, he seized the man's right hand, spreading his palm open, revealing a faint reddish hue on the tips of his thumb and index finger. Chapter 5. Disciple with a serene smile. Qing Yunzi remarked, a Miao Jiang sorcerer perhaps? The middle-aged man's countenance shifted, yet he feigned ignorance, attempting to conceal his surprise. With a swift motion, he propelled something from his palm, transforming into a cloud of fine powder, which settled upon Qing Yunzi's hand. Qing Yunzi maintained his grip, refusing to release the man's hand. The middle-aged man stared intently for a few moments, astonishment etched upon his face. What? Your hand hasn't turned black. Does that surprise you? Qing Yunzi chuckled softly. That would be the crimson corrosive poison, wouldn't it? Effective against common folk, perhaps, but I am the headmaster of Xianqing Mountain. You, an insignificant heretical mage, dare to swagger before me like a Cohen? Despair began to creep into the middle-aged man's eyes. Spare your pretense. You are the one who placed the stillborn infant in the arms of the female corpse, aiding in the formation of the corpse demon. What? A collective gasp arose from the crowd as they scattered, staring at the middle-aged man in disbelief. The middle-aged man stammered, his face ashen, unable to utter a single word. Qing Yunzi turned to Yi Dagong and inquired, does this man bear any animosity towards your family? Yi Dagong's mouth gaped open, his brow furrowed in thought. His name is Yi Dabeo, the village carpenter. He crafted our furniture. Oh, that's right. 2 months ago, our bed leg broke, and we had him come and repair it. Qing Yunzi nodded. In that case, the matter becomes unequivocally clear. He gazed at Yi Daba, speaking softly. There is no need for you to feign ignorance. I can detect the scent of corpse oil emanating from you, and I will not be mistaken. Furthermore, the crimson stains upon your hands are unmistakable remnants of prolonged handling of vermilion. What enmity could that child possibly harbor against you for you to act in such a manner? Despite Yi Daba's attempts to maintain his charade, Yi Bing's wife suddenly rushed forward, crying out and clawing at Yi Daba, exclaiming, It must be you! It must be you! How cruel of you! With great effort, the Yi family men managed to pull her away and began to question her closely. Yi Bing's wife, Shaoyang, could not conceal the truth any longer, and through her tears, she revealed a hidden story. Her family resided several dozen miles away, and in his youth, Yi Daba had worked as a traveling merchant, often peddling trinkets he had brought from the south in the vicinity of her home. Shaoyang had purchased items from him, thus they were acquainted. On one occasion, while foraging for wild vegetables in the mountains, Shaoyang heard moans emanating from the woods. Upon investigating, she found Yi Daba bitten by a venomous snake, frothing at the mouth and unable to move. In a rush, she descended the mountain to fetch a doctor and managed to save him. In gratitude, Yi Daba visited her home to express his thanks, insisting on acknowledging her as his sworn sister. Unable to refuse his earnestness, Shaoyang acquiesced. From that moment on, whenever Yi Daba visited to sell his wares, he would bring gifts for Shaoyang. As time passed, their familiarity deepened, and she began to regard him as an elder brother, drawing closer in their relationship. Years later, as Shaoyang blossomed into a young woman of 16 or 17, she gradually became aware of the distinctions between the sexes and, wishing to avoid gossip, began to distance herself from Yi Daba. After a year or two, through an introduction, she became engaged to Yi Bing. Upon learning of this, Yi Daba unexpectedly sought her out one day, presenting her with a gold ring and urging her to break off her engagement with Yi Bing and marry him instead. Startlet, Shaoyang vehemently resisted Yi Daba's advance, but he persisted in his dishonorable intentions. In her struggle, she bit his shoulder with considerable force, managing to tear away a piece of flesh, thereby narrowly escaping his grasp. Being a woman of the mountains and possessing traditional values, Shaoyang feared that revealing the incident would lead to misunderstandings. Moreover, since Yi Dabao's attempt had been unsuccessful, she confided only in her mother. Thereafter, Yi Dabao made further attempts to approach her, but, being wary, she ensured that she never found herself alone with him. Eventually, Yi Dabao transitioned to carpentry and ceased his pursuit. I had presumed the matter concluded. I never imagined such malevolence, that you would seek retribution against my child, despite my having saved your life in the past. Fie! Shaoyang exclaimed, spitting at Yi Dabao's face in uncontrollable anger. Her husband, Yi Bing, abruptly surged forward and tore open Yi Dabao's shirt, revealing a missing piece of flesh on his left shoulder, encircled by what appeared to be teeth marks. With the evidence irrefutable, Yi Dabao could no longer deny the accusation, and his face turned ashen. I surmise that you acquired your dark arts from the Miao region during your time as a traveling peddler? Qin Jianzi remarked casually. After she rejected you, you harbored resentment. But why wait until now to exact revenge? A gentleman takes vengeance, even if it is a decade delayed, Yi Dabao uttered, his gaze filled with hatred fixed upon Yi Bing, as he spoke each word with deliberate emphasis. For daring to steal my woman, I shall ensure your lineage is extinguished. I will watch your child transform into a walking corpse, and I will slaughter each of you. Although the plan was not entirely successful, the corpse demon has escaped, and your son, now infected with corpse poison, is beyond salvation. Grant me a burial. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he shoved something into his mouth, chewing vigorously. His body convulsed violently, collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth, and shortly thereafter, blood streamed from all 7 orifices as he breathed his last. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with shock as they stared at the lifeless form of Yi Dabao. No one dared utter a word. Ye Dangong Sikhit, murmuring. I never anticipated his malevolence to such an extent. That wretched Fuxing, a disciple of the infinite celestial, has long dabbed in dark sorcery, corrupted by the venom of his own craft, leading him to forsake his true nature. His viciousness is further exacerbated by his use of sorcery to commit murder, a cowardly attempt to evade the law. For who would suspect him? Had it not been for me, your entire family would eventually have succumbed to his evil, becoming a scourge upon the village. Yi Dagong and his family fell to their knees, repeatedly bowing their heads. We implore you, Taoist, for your life-saving grace. Please, have mercy and save our child. Qin Jianzi bade the 3 to rise and accompany him back to the village. Yi Dabao's corpse was carried away. Given the circumstances of his demise, the arrangements were much simpler. Qin Jianzi inscribed a soul-summoning talisman, directing his spirit to the underworld to prevent any further disturbances in the mortal realm. Qin Jianzi then assessed Yi Shaoyang's condition and addressed Yi Dagong's family. The malevolent energy of that corpse runs deep, as you have no doubt observed. Its corpse oil is infused with its own resentment, which will be difficult to eradicate in the short term. It requires a year of continuous nurturing. Some herbs essential for this process can only be found atop Shaoyang mountain, rare elsewhere. This young lad possesses a talent for cultivation, and I am inclined to take him back to Shaoyang mountain as my disciple, to teach him the profound arts of the Shintian. What say you? The Yi family exchanged glances, acutely aware that Yi Shaoyang was their only child, and it would be difficult to part with him. However, the paramount concern remained the preservation of the child's life. Master, does becoming a Taoist priest mean one cannot marry and have children? Shaoyang timidly inquired, as a mother. Her heart was heavily invested in this matter. The Xianqing sect, being part of the Jingyi lineage rather than the Chuanjian school, certainly permitted marriage. As long as he possessed the capability, he could wed as many as 10 or 8 wives if he so desired. Observing that the parents were in agreement, Qin Jianzi felt a surge of joy and returned to his usual mischievous demeanor. But the child cannot yet read. Do you presume that all Taoist priests are illiterate? There is a school at the foot of my mountain. He will attend classes during the day and return to learn the ways of the Tao in the evening. Both pursuits can coexist harmoniously. By the grace of the infinite Lord, I ask for not a single coin from you. I will care for your child and impart skills. Such an opportunity is rare indeed. Should you wish to see him, you may visit at any time. It takes but half a day by train to reach here. With this assurance, the Yi family found themselves unable to object. They expressed their profound gratitude to Qin Jianzi and hosted a lavish banquet in his honor. The following morning, as Qin Jianzi prepared to depart, he left a phone number with Yi Daegu, urging him to remain vigilant in the vicinity. Should any news of a malevolent spirit arise, he was to notify Qin Jianzi immediately. With Yi Shaoyang on his back and the family bidding him a heartfelt farewell, Qin Jianzi cheerfully departed from Yi family village. Chapter 6. The rise of Yicheng. 15 years have swiftly elapsed, and atop Xianqing Mountain in Kuaiji County, a young man in his 20s strides energetically along the path. This is none other than Yi Shaoyang, who has blossomed into a handsome young man of striking features, exuding an air of elegance and poise. His bright eyes sparkle with intelligence. Over the past 15 years, he has diligently accompanied his master, Qin Jianzi, in the pursuit of Taoist teachings. 3 years prior, he successfully passed the inner sect examination, thus becoming an inner disciple of Xianqing sect, the youngest in the sect's storied history, a prodigy indeed. Not far from the foot of Xianqing Mountain lies a county town, which boasts primary and secondary schools. For many years, Yi Shaoyang attended classes during the day and returned to the mountain at night to study under his master. Occasionally, he indulged in youthful frivolities, spending all night gaming in the town. In many respects, he is akin to any other young man, embodying the spirit of youthful exuberance. Due to the mountain's remoteness and lack of contemporary influences, he is, in many ways, a true rustic. However, having often accompanied Qin Jianzi on expeditions to vanquish demons and capture ghosts, he has witnessed the cycles of life and death more than most. Beneath his youthful exterior beats a heart of remarkable resilience. "Master, I have returned," Yi Shaoyang called out as he traversed the grand hall of the 9 heavens and 10,000 blessings palace, heading straight into the side chamber where Qin Jianzi resided. A peculiar amalgamation of scents assaulted his senses, an intriguing blend of stale socks, white liquor, tobacco, and instant noodle seasoning. The medley of aromas was quite pungent. Yi Shaoyang harbored doubts regarding whether his master, Qin Jianzi, had lost his sense of smell. Otherwise, how could he endure such an environment? He appeared utterly at ease, clad only in a pair of loose shorts, reclined against the headboard, engrossed in a book while a platter of fried peanuts lay beside him. Occasionally, he would pop one into his mouth, savoring its delightful crunch with a look of bliss, completely at leisure. Yi Shaoyang bent down to sneak a glance at the cover, grimacing slightly. Indeed, it was yet another work of fantasy fiction. The writing was subpar, the portrayal of Taoist principles was flawed. And where could one find the so-called Hong Jun Laozu? How could Lao Jun possibly be the godfather of the Queen Mother? And what absurdity was it to suggest that Yang Erlang had an affair with Chang'e? Pure nonsense. Why not write your own? I shall indeed write. and it will surely surpass their works, he chuckled. I'll adopt the pen name Kinjiunzi. It sounds rather impressive, does it not? Using my real name would only invite unwanted scrutiny. Then let us omit the character for Cloud and simply call it Qingzi. He envisioned crafting a novel of deities and demons, chronicling his experiences over the years, certain it would achieve resounding success. Yi Shaoyang remarked, those authors update thousands of words daily, whereas you can manage only a mere finger gesture. Furthermore, considering your education, you can hardly write a couplet for the new year without making grave errors. Yuan for $1 is misspelled as $1 develops. Is that all that occupies your mind? Money? Not even a single dollar escapes your attention. How dare you speak to your master in such a manner? Kinjiunzi's face flushed crimson as he slammed the table. Casting aside his book, he straightened up, casting a stern gaze upon Yi Shaoyang. Have you completed your task? Child's play, Yi Shaoyang replied, pulling several talisman papers from his pocket and waving them triumphantly. Kinjiunzi took the talisman paper, sensing it with his true energy. There were a total of 10 sheets, each sealing 3 spirits that had existed for over a century. Given Yi Shaoyang's age, subduing such a multitude of spirits within 10 days could be deemed a remarkable talent in the Taoist community, albeit a task accomplished with some difficulty. On your descent from the mountain, what have you gained? Gained? Yi Shaoyang scratched his head and chuckled. I've met a few lovely ladies, collected their phone numbers, and plan to invite them to the mountain for a visit. Such aspirations. Kinjiunzi shot him a disapproving glance. After a brief silence, he continued, though your abilities may be lacking, you are no longer a child. It is customary for us in the Shaoyang sect to traverse the world, exorcising demons and aiding the suffering. For your own sake, you must also accumulate virtue to elevate your status among the immortals. Now off you go. Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoyang was filled with excitement. He had long desired to explore the vibrant world outside. Yet, he feigned reluctance, exclaiming, Master, please don't send me away. I cannot bear to part from you. Kinjiunzi rolled his eyes. If that is the case, we shall reconsider in 3 years. No, master. Though my heart aches at the thought of leaving you, you have said that traversing the mortal realm and aiding others is our tradition. I cannot disrupt the rules. I take the world as my responsibility and must endure the pain of departure. Kinjiunzi regarded him with a sidelong glance, perplexed as to how he had raised such an audacious disciple. Was it perhaps a reflection of his own influence? Ahem, once you descend, focus on accumulating virtue to hasten your ascension to immortality. However, exercise caution. Remember that with greater height comes greater peril. Those spirits and demons are not easily subdued. I once saved a man, the president of a university in Shaoyang. I sought him out and prepared all the necessary materials for you to attend as an exchange student. Although you are a Taoist, it would not be amiss to possess a university diploma. At the very least, it serves as a disguise. Furthermore, there is a senior brother of yours from the outer sect over there, a man of great integrity, whom you can approach should you require assistance. Upon hearing about attending university, Yi Shaoyang felt overwhelmed. Master, I am already in my 20s. Is it appropriate for me to enroll in college? Kinjiunzi shot him a glance. You will be an exchange student, entering directly into your 4th year. You will enjoy considerable freedom. If you find it unsuitable, you may abandon it. However, I must mention, there are many beautiful young women at the university. Yi Shaoyang suddenly recalled this aspect and burst into a broad smile. I will go. Thank you, Master, for your support. I shall make the most of my time there to court young ladies and strive to bring back a daughter-in-law to serve you. Such nonsense. Kinjiunzi shook his head, exasperated with his disciple. With a sigh, he continued, Daofeng's first stop upon leaving the mountain was also Shaoyang. After you descend, be sure to investigate his whereabouts. Once you locate him, find a way to bring him back to me. I intend to confine him for a lifetime. Yi Shaoyang was taken aback. Daofeng was his senior brother, 20 years his elder. Kinjiunzi was strict in his selection of disciples, having only accepted the 2 of them as inner disciples throughout his life. During Yi Shaoyang's initial years on the mountain, Daofeng was still present, showering affection upon his sole junior brother. Years later, Daofeng was dispatched to exorcise demons, never to return. taking with him one of the 3 sacred artifacts of the Shaoyang sect, the Tai Whisk. Driven by a volatile temperament and failing to locate him, Qing Yunzi, in a fit of pique, declared his expulsion from the sect, which is how Yi Shaoyang acquired the boastful title of the sole successor of the Shaoyang sect. Master, perhaps you should undertake this task yourself. Seeing your brother possesses formidable Taoist skills, far surpassing my own. Moreover, he wields the Tai dust brush, while I am without any comparable artifact, Yi Shaoyang muttered, scratching the back of his head. Qing Yunzi, predictably ensnared, glared at him and retorted, "What is so remarkable about the Tai dust brush? I shall bestow upon you the 7 Stars Dragon Spring Sword. Within 5 years, you shall apprehend him and bring him back. Otherwise, I will expel you as well." Yi Shaoyang was inwardly ecstatic. The 7 Stars Dragon Spring Sword was the paramount treasure of the Shaoyang sect, indeed, of the entire Taoist community. Equipped with it, he would be like a fish in water, able to flaunt his abilities wherever he went. As for the 5-year deadline, he would worry about that later. Very well, I have imparted all that is necessary. Henceforth, you shall represent me in your travels throughout the world. Do not seek me out unless absolutely necessary. And even then, refrain from doing so. It is time I indulged in some well-deserved leisure. Qing Yunzi narrowed his eyes, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Ahem. One final matter. Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoyang's heart quickened. He surmised that what was being saved for last must be of utmost importance. Considering his master's earlier declaration of retirement from the pugilistic world, could it be that he intended to pass the mantle of sect leadership to him? He adopted a solemn demeanor, listening intently. Ah, yes, provide me with the contact information of those young ladies. The hell with you gone. I shall take on the responsibility of reading their fortunes. Yi Shaoyang wiped beads of perspiration from his brow. Master, are you certain this is appropriate? Chapter 7. The Eminent One. In the evening at Shaoyang University of Science and Technology, a young man clad in a long robe, wearing old cloth shoes, and carrying a bundle over his shoulder, stood outside the school gate. He gazed for a moment at the gilded calligraphy of the school's name engraved above the entrance, shook his head and stepped inside. It was mealtime, and the campus was bustling with activity, thronged with beautiful women. Yi Shaoyang's heart soared. After a decade of arduous waiting on the mountain, he had finally arrived at this day. He deliberately intercepted the most stunning girl he could find to inquire about the location of the principal's office. Along the way, he admired the lovely sights, eventually reaching the academic affairs building and locating the principal's office. Are you Yi, the Taoist? Behind the desk sat a balding, slightly plump middle-aged man, his face beaming with a welcoming smile as he extended his hand. Welcome, welcome. It must have been a long journey. Hello, Principal Zhu. You may simply call me Yi Shaoyang, he replied courteously, shaking the man's hand. Principal Zhu chuckled heartily, gesturing for him to take a seat and calling for tea from his secretary, engaging him in amiable conversation. It's truly remarkable that a young Taoist like you has become a disciple of the inner sect of Shaoyang Mountain. Ha, don't be surprised, Yi Taoist. While others may doubt such matters, I hold a firm belief. Years ago, I was tormented by malevolent spirits, and it was your esteemed master who rescued me. Following that, he gifted me a wealth-attracting talisman, and my business has flourished ever since. Look, I have carried this talisman with me for many years. Principal Zhu produced his wallet, reverently displaying the wealth-attracting talisman given to him by Qing Yunzi. Yi Shaoyang cast a glance and nearly burst into laughter. The so-called wealth-attracting talisman was merely a product printed at a copy shop by Qing Yunzi, who had been performing this task himself for nearly a decade. He informed the patrons that it had been consecrated, selling each piece for several hundred yuan. If anyone was to prosper, it would be Qing Yunzi alone. Everything I possess today is a gift from my revered master. Therefore, it is truly an honor for you, Taoist Yi, to study at our institution. I have already reported to my master that all your expenses here will be waived, the principal stated. All expenses waived? A sharp pang of pain surged through Yi Shaoyang's heart. Before descending the mountain, Qing Yunzi had emotionally reasoned with him, asserting that he would cover all educational costs, leaving no spare change, and then handed him 1,000 yuan as a stipend for future living expenses, insisting that he would need to earn more once that sum was exhausted. After all these years of serving as his caretaker, assistant, and errand boy, was he truly worth merely 1,000 yuan? The more he pondered, the more incensed he became. You old fox, Kinjianzi, you're reaping benefits from both sides. Damoistye, I have prepared your file. Kindly fill out the enrollment form, and we shall be done, the principal continued. Once the formalities were completed, Principal Zhu wished to treat him to a meal, but Yi Shaoyang declined. He had come to study and believed it inappropriate to accept such hospitality. Zhu did not insist, instead leading Yi Shaoyang downstairs to personally escort him to the dormitory. Upon exiting the building, Principal Zhu suddenly pointed to a newly constructed edifice across the street. Daoistye, what do you think of that building over there? Are you testing me? Yi Shaoyang retorted. Yi Shaoyang smiled, contemplating the 4 primary branches of Xinqing Mountain's arts: divination, geomancy, medicine, and Taoist techniques. The latter, a domain reserved solely for inner disciples, contrasted with the other 3, which fell under external skills. Though Yi Shaoyang had dabbled in geomancy, his interest was minimal, and his proficiency surpassed that of the average wandering practitioner. Surveying his surroundings, he remarked, "The individual who previously assessed your premises possesses some skill. However, due to the building's curved design, it excessively absorbs solar energy without any outlet or mitigation, posing a potential fire hazard over time." Principal Zhu was taken aback and respectfully responded, "Your insights are remarkable, Daoist Yi. This building has experienced 2 inexplicable fires since its completion, which prompted my curiosity regarding its safety. However, with the structure already erected, we cannot simply dismantle it. Might there be a remedy?" Yi Shaoyang smiled gently. "It is quite simple. Construct 2 rectangular water basins in front of the building. If their appearance seems jarring, they could serve as fish ponds. The sunlight will warm the water, causing evaporation that disperses throughout the area, thus revitalizing the surroundings." Upon hearing this, Principal Zhu expressed his admiration, committing the suggestion to memory, and resolved to consult the adjacent developer for further collaboration. He then summoned the academic affairs director to arrange accommodations and classes for Yi Shaoyang, demonstrating the institution's esteem. Together, they escorted him to his residence. "Daoist Yi, would you prefer a single room?" Principal Zhu inquired as they reached the dormitory. "That won't be necessary," Yi Shaoyang replied. "I have yet to experience living in a communal dormitory. I would like to give it a try." Yi Shaoyang smiled, requested the key from Principal Zhu, expressed his gratitude, and insisted on ascending the stairs alone. "By the way, Principal Zhu, who inscribed the characters on the school gate." Principal Zhu paused. "Are you referring to the school name? I specifically invited the renowned calligrapher, Mr. Liu Deming, to inscribe it. Do you, Mr. Yi, also have an appreciation for calligraphy? The characters are quite commendable, aren't they?" Yi Shaoyang smiled again, noting Principal Zhu's high regard for the calligrapher, and deemed further discussion unnecessary. The academic director casually inquired, "Mr. Yi, do you understand calligraphy as well?" Yi Shaoyang replied, "I have a modest understanding. I have used a brush to draw talismans for over a decade, so I am quite familiar with the technique. I also occasionally practice copying certain works." "I must seize the opportunity to observe your skills," the academic director said politely, though inwardly he dismissed the comparison between drawing talismans and calligraphy. Yi Shaoyang perceived the disdain in his expression, but chose not to elaborate. After exchanging farewells, he proceeded upstairs. "Principal Zhu, it seems this young man harbors some doubt regarding Mr. Liu's calligraphy," remarked the academic director. "When we invited Liu Ming to inscribe the characters, I facilitated the arrangements, and I myself have a considerable understanding of calligraphy, holding Mr. Liu's work in high esteem." Principal Zhu chuckled. He is a Taoist, an expert in feng shui and related arts. How much can one expect a young person to know about calligraphy? The academic director nodded in agreement. Taking the file bag from Principal Zhu, he murmured to himself, "The form he just filled out must be in here. I wonder how someone so young has become a Taoist." As they strolled along, reviewing the form filled out by the young Taoist Yi Shaoyang, the director of academic affairs suddenly halted, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at the enrollment form adorned with elegant penmanship. "What is it?" Principal Zhu had yet to discern the issue. The director inhaled deeply, pointing at the form with one hand. "Principal, we have made a mistake." Upon reviewing the contents, Principal Zhu furrowed his brow and remarked, There is nothing amiss. What is the error? It is not the content, but the handwriting, he exclaimed. His script is exceptional, with a distinctive style that stands alone. Perhaps it truly rivals that of the venerable Liu. Principal Zhu was momentarily taken aback, snatching the form back to examine it once more. Indeed, the strokes danced with vitality, exuding an infinite artistry. If his regular script were so remarkable, one could scarcely imagine the prowess he might display with a brush. This young Taoist, he is truly remarkable, Principal Zhu mused with a wry smile. Chapter 8. The invisible wall lauded by Principal Zhu as a person of great distinction. Shaoyang pushed open the door to dormitory 408. A gust of wind swept in, carrying with it a potent aroma. As Shaoyang stepped inside, one foot paused at the threshold, his brow furrowing in confusion. This dormitory. Within, two individuals raised their gazes toward him. One, a portly fellow seated on the bed, trimming his toenails, chuckled. The dorm supervisor just called. You must be the new arrival, right? With all these stinky socks and dirty clothes, the place is quite the odor, but you'll get used to it in no time. Beside him, a bespectacled man clad only in his undershirt turned to look, stifling a laugh. What else with your attire, my friend? Just finished playing a temporary role? Shaoyang glanced down at his own garb. Long robe, coarse trousers, and worn shoes. Typically, he donned such attire while on the mountain, where it felt perfectly acceptable. However, in the urban setting, it indeed appeared somewhat peculiar. I hurried down the mountain and forgot to change, he admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. After entering, Shaoyang surveyed the dormitory. The accommodations were decent, featuring 4 beds, one of which was unoccupied, topped with bundle bedding. The supervisor just delivered that. I'll help you set it up, the portly man enthusiastically offered, arranging the bedding for Shaoyang. He introduced himself as Ma Mingyang, nicknamed Xiaoma, and then gestured toward the fair-skinned young man engrossed in his computer. That's Chinyu. There's also a Li Duo, who has already found a job and doesn't return much. Shaoyang scrutinized Xiaoma, noting the pallor of his complexion and the aura that enveloped him. However, as they had only just met, Shaoyang hesitated to pose a direct inquiry, deeming it somewhat abrupt. Instead, he settled onto the bed and engaged in casual conversation with Xiaoma to foster their acquaintance. Xiaoma hailed from Steel City, located 100 kilometers away, and was in his 4th year of university. His family background was relatively stable, which led him to lack diligence in job hunting. He often spent his time idling in the dormitory, engrossed in video games. His bed was adorned with posters of beautiful women, and Shaoyang pointed to the one he deemed the most stunning and innocent-looking, inquiring, "Who is this beauty?" "Teacher C, you don't know her?" Xiaoma responded, astonished. Little did he realize that although Shaoyang had studied in the county town beneath Xinqing Mountain, his breadth of knowledge was akin to that of an average individual. Nevertheless, the small county was indeed rather backward, especially regarding such matters. She appears quite innocent. Is she a teacher? What subject does she teach? Shaoyang asked, to which Xiaoma chuckled heartily. Affable by nature, Xiaoma welcomed Shaoyang's presence by ordering a takeout of spicy crabs and several side dishes. Accompanied by a case of beer, the 3 new friends gathered around, sharing drinks. As the atmosphere became more familiar, Shaoyang cautiously broached the topic. Have you encountered any unusual events recently? Xiaoma widened his eyes in surprise. How did you know? Indeed, what happened? Xiaoma scratched his head. Well, don't be frightened when I tell you. Shaoyang raised an eyebrow, unfazed, as he had no reason to be scared since becoming a disciple at Xinqing Mountain. I have been plagued by nightmares frequently since that day. Little Pony took a hearty swig of beer and began recounting the events. You might find it hard to believe, but on that day, I attended a younger classmate's birthday party at a restaurant near Nanda. The gathering dispersed around 9 o'clock, and after waiting for a taxi for an eternity, I decided to walk back, which also served to sober me up. I took a shortcut that led me through a cemetery, a place many had claimed was haunted. They said that at night, one could see flames flickering from the dormitory. I never put stock in such tales, but as I approached a low-lying area, I suddenly heard laughter behind me. Female laughter, hauntingly strange. Little Pony rubbed his temples. Lost in thought, when I turned around, there was no one there, and I was paralyzed with fear. I bolted, yet no matter how I twisted and turned, I found myself in the same spot. How can I describe it? Yi Shaoyang interjected, urging him to continue. Indeed, I struggled to articulate that feeling. Though I was terrified and desperate to escape, my mind felt muddled, perhaps due to the alcohol. Just as I reached the slope, dizziness overcame me, and to my astonishment, I found myself back in the hollow, with a grave nearby. In a moment of determination, I bit my finger, and the sharp pain jolted me into clarity. I even forgot to nod with my bloodied head and sprinted back in one breath. At this point, little Pony sighed deeply. They say it's a deficiency of some vitamin or another, but I refuse to believe it. Before the incident, I heard a woman laughing, and lately, I've been plagued by nightmares featuring a ghostly woman. Chun Yu chuckled. Are you infatuated to this extent? What nonsense. Hey, little leaf, I assure you. Every word I speak is true, so don't dismiss it. Having only known each other for a mere few hours, he disregarded Yi Shaoyang's objections and bestowed upon him a rather feminine nickname. Seizing the opportunity to accumulate merit, Yi Shaoyang promptly addressed Xiao Ma, proposing, how about this evening? You take me to your place for a visit? That place? You must be out of your mind. It's not about being reckless. At this juncture, honesty is paramount. Otherwise, it will be challenging to persuade him to guide me. Xiao Ma's eyes widened, regarding him as if he were an extraterrestrial. Do you think you are? Yi Shaoyang took a bite of pig's head meat, wiped his mouth, and nodded, affirming, indeed I am. Qin Yu erupted in laughter, beer spewing forth. Classmate, have you been watching too many movies featuring Lin Jingying? Xiao Ma joined in the mirth. I say, Xiao Yezi, it's acceptable to boast in front of the ladies, but don't try to pull a fast one on us brothers. What? I'm not exaggerating, Yi Shaoyang insisted. Just take me there, and I assure you, nothing will happen to you. Absolutely not. I've barely managed to escape with my life. I wouldn't dare go back there, even if it meant death. Truly, one does not shed tears until faced with a coffin. Yi Shaoyang contemplated waiting until midnight to catch them off guard and see what further excuses they might conjure. After finishing their meal and drinks, Xiao Ma lay back on the bed, letting out a long yawn. Oh dear, I can't take it anymore. I've been feeling utterly drained these past few days. As soon as night falls, I just want to sleep. I'm off to bed now. This fellow clearly suffered from an internal imbalance, resulting in his weakness. His robust physique and inherently strong disposition had allowed him to endure several days of such strain without immediate consequence. However, if this continued, he would surely pay a grave price for it. Yi Shaoyang gazed at him, a sinister thought crossing his mind. When the time truly arrives, let us see whether you can still act so arrogantly. Xiao Ma, frail in body, lay down and soon drifted into slumber. Yi Shaoyang, however, remained awake, convinced that something would indeed come tonight. He lay quietly on the bed, and in less than an hour, a chill breeze swept in through the window, carrying with it a dense, suffocating atmosphere. Yi Shaoyang opened his eyes and beheld a slender figure climbing through the windowsill, her attire signifying that she belonged to the contemporary era, indicating that her time of death was not far removed. Chapter 9. The Truth, the Entity before him, though shrouded in an aura of malevolence, bore an uncanny resemblance to a living person. Yi Shaoyang squinted as he observed her ethereal form glide towards the small bed where a youth lay in a deep slumber, akin to that of a lifeless pig. With her 10 elongated and exaggerated fingers poised to strike, Yi Shaoyang suddenly sprang into action, scattering a handful of copper beans towards her. Some of these struck the female spirit, causing a plume of white smoke to erupt from the impact site, where her pallid skin rapidly began to decay, revealing a constellation of dark scars. A piercing scream escaped her lips as she turned, glaring fiercely at Yi Shaoyang. Her skin disintegrated at an alarming rate, her form swelling grotesquely as she bared her teeth in a terrifying grimace. It was not her intention to repulse Yi Shaoyang. Her cultivation was merely insufficient, and the copper beans had disrupted her ethereal form, forcing her to manifest in the guise she wore at the moment of her demise. It was revealed that she had drowned. Yi Shaoyang nodded, unperturbed. Having traversed the world alongside his master for many years, he had encountered countless horrors, far more terrifying than this. The sight no longer fazed him. The female spirit, noticing his utter lack of fear, let out a ferocious roar and lunged towards him, her exaggerated fingers outstretched. Yi Shaoyang recited a simple incantation, remaining steadfast as he deftly evaded her grasp. With a swift motion, he struck her face with his palm, admonishing, "Stay put." The spirit, of course, was unwilling to comply, yet her body was ensnared by the control of a vermilion talisman, rendering her immobile. In that moment, she grasped the gravity of her predicament, recognizing that she had encountered a formidable opponent. She then feigned a look of pitiful despair, pleading, "Spare my life. I have grievances. Do not be hasty." Yi Shaoyang approached Xiao Ma's bed. This fellow had his vital energy absorbed and was in a deep slumber, remaining oblivious to the world around him. Yi Shaoyang unceremoniously delivered a kick to his ample rear, exclaiming, "Get up, you fatso!" Xiao Ma turned over, blinking awake, ready to unleash a tirade, when his gaze fell upon a woman standing at the foot of his bed. With her back turned to him and the dim light obscuring his view, he was startled and hastily pulled the covers over his lower half, clad only in floral shorts. Where did this beauty come from? "Xiao Yi, this is the boys' dormitory. You can't just bring anyone in." Yi Shaoyang remained silent, turning the female spirit's shoulder to face Xiao Ma. At the moment he beheld her visage, Xiao Ma was rendered utterly speechless. A few seconds later, his mouth slowly opened, and a scream of sheer terror erupted from him. "Ah?" Yi Shaoyang quickly covered his mouth, not wishing to attract the attention of everyone on the floor. "Weren't you going to greet her properly? Now that she's here, you mustn't cower," he said, pushing him forward. Xiao Ma, however, dared not move, clutching the bed's railing with all his might, his face ashen and on the verge of tears. No, Xiao Ye. You have to save me. I believe in your abilities now. Please deal with her. I am scared." It was common for first-time encounters with spirits to elicit such reactions, and Yi Shaoyang had no desire to traumatize him. With a sense of relief at having vented his frustration, he ceased to tease him. He reached out and wiped the vermilion from the spirit's face, gesturing for her to revert to her usual form. The spirit turned and transformed into a youthful and beautiful maiden. This sight left Xiao Ma utterly dumbfounded. The female spirit prostrated herself on the ground, expressing her gratitude with a sorrowful voice. "Thank you, great Dharma Master. I shall grant you an opportunity to reveal the truth. Should you utter any falsehoods, I will immediately condemn your soul to oblivion. Do you understand?" The female spirit covered her face and wept, recounting her story in broken sobs. "My name is Fong Dai, and I was a student at the Foreign Languages Institute. Several years ago, while walking along a path at night, I passed by those desolate graves in the hollow and was harmed by a centuries-old female spirit. Woe is me. She saw that I was obedient and threatened to make me assist her in her cultivation, or else she would harm my family. Seeing that this portly gentleman possessed abundant yang energy, I truly did not wish for this. I beg you to save me." "So that is the situation," Yi Shaoyang mused, surmising that the centuries-old female spirit she spoke of was the one who had trapped Xiao Ma. Not killing him outright was to slowly drain him. Yi Shaoyang gazed at the female spirit, a hint of compassion appearing in his eyes. "Very well. Considering that you were coerced, I shall not make things difficult for you. I will send you to the netherworld and ask the judge to pardon your crime of lingering in the mortal realm." The female spirit kowtowed, expressing her gratitude profusely. Yi Shaoyang opened his bundle, briefly wrote down the circumstances, and then, upon raising his head, a wind arose from nowhere, drifting towards the window. "Go quickly, and do not delay." The female spirit bowed her thanks, rose transformed into a wisp of smoke, adhered to the spirit talisman, flew out of the window, and vanished in the blink of an eye. Yi Shaoyang exhaled and walked to the desk. He opened a can of unfinished beer, took a sip, and, looking at the dazed Xiao Ma, motioned with his mouth. "Is there anything you wish to say?" "Who exactly are you?" Xiao Ma asked blankly. "Didn't I tell you? I'm here to attend school." What transpired moments ago was neither a dream nor an illusion, which left Xiao Ma incredulous. He shook his head and sighed. "All right, you are quite impressive." Yi Shaoyang approached and patted him on the shoulder, chuckling. "Come, lead me to that hollow. We must confront that spirit." Xiao Ma abruptly lifted his head to meet his gaze. "Now, indeed, I have subdued that female spirit. If she does not return before dawn, the vengeful spirit will surely grow suspicious and may flee. We must bind her tonight." Xiao Ma hesitantly inquired, Isn't it dangerous? A trifling matter. If you do not go, she may seek vengeance upon you. I shall not intervene. The intimidation proved effective, though Xiaoma was reluctant to return to that place. He feared even more the prospect of the fierce spirit seeking him out. Recalling Shaoyang's resolute demeanor and the impressive tactics he employed earlier, he reluctantly acquiesced. As they traversed the night road, Xiaoma gradually regained his composure and asked Shaoyang, "Did you eliminate that female spirit?" "No, I sent her to the underworld." "What does that mean? What if she refuses to go?" Shaoyang elaborated that she had been coerced by the vengeful spirit, which warranted some leniency. Hence, he had penned a petition, and the judge would not trouble her. Xiaoma gazed at him in astonishment. "You mean the judge simply listens to your words?" "What I say, the judge shall not doubt." Xiaoma was utterly convinced. "By the way, you directly subdued that female spirit without inquiring about the fierce spirit's background. What if we are unable to defeat it? If you cannot win, then flee, for she cannot split herself. At most, she can capture one of us." Shaoyang chuckled mischievously. Xiaoma suddenly halted, glancing down at his elephantine legs, realizing with dismay that he was undoubtedly no match in the art of escape. With a face full of astonishment, he stared at Shaoyang and asked, "Are you serious?" Shaoyang erupted into hearty laughter. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at a small hill. Xiaoma pointed downward, saying, "This is the place. I was enchanted here for an entire night." Shaoyang peered down, observing a hollow area approximately the size of 2 football fields, littered with numerous grave mounds, far more than he had anticipated. Most of the mounds had collapsed and were overgrown with wild grass, clearly having existed for quite some time. Chapter 10. The truth too, it is indeed that grave. I encountered it that day. Following the direction indicated by Xiaoma's finger, Shaoyang's gaze fell upon a solitary grave situated in the midst of a depression. What captured his attention was not merely the grave itself, but rather a towering locust tree standing behind it. This tree was colossal, its trunk appearing nearly as thick as a water vat, and at the point where it branched out, it leaned at an odd angle. The vast canopy resembled an outstretched head, its foliage concealing the grave before it. Not far in front of the grave lay a stagnant pool, shimmering with an eerie light under the moon's glow. Shaoyang sighed, remarking, "It is difficult not to stir up trouble in such a place." "Where?" Xiaoma inquired, a hint of anxiety in his voice. "Spray this into your eyes," Shaoyang instructed, handing a small palm-sized vial to Xiaoma. "Once applied, you will be able to see within the hour." "What is this, cow tears?" "It is the juice of the 7-star grass. Cow tears are far too foul. I never use them." Xiaoma accepted the vial and sprayed a mist into each eye, rubbing them gently. His nervousness heightened as he scanned the surroundings, and suddenly he shivered, grasping Shaoyang's arm, stammering that. "Is it?" Following his gaze, Shaoyang discerned a hazy figure, seemingly tethered by an unseen force, advancing steadily from the distance, its long hair cascading over its shoulders with an air of elegance. Hey, it's coming closer. Be quiet." Shaoyang stationed, drawing 2 talismans for concealment, affixing one to himself and the other to Xiaoma. "Now, the spirit cannot perceive your breath, but it can see you, so remain still. Let us not rush. We shall observe its intentions." The female specter strode into the depression, merely a few dozen meters from the concealment of the 2 men. Under the moonlight, her attire was discernible and quite pleasing to the eye. "Goodness!" Xiaoma exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. "This is a person." Taken aback, he continued, "So, it turns out to be a young woman. But what would compel her to venture into such a place alone at this hour? Enough chatter. She has been lured by a spirit. Do not act rashly. We shall soon understand," Shaoyang cautioned. The girl appeared to be in a trance, walking straight ahead, unperturbed by the puddles she encountered, splashing mud all over herself. As she approached the locust tree, she shifted from the front to the side, allowing Shaoyang and Xiaoma to perceive the eerie sight behind her. "My heavens!" Shaoyang exclaimed, swiftly covering Xiaoma's mouth to stifle his voice. Feeling the tremors coursing through Xiaoma's body beneath his grip, he fully comprehended the horror of witnessing such a ghastly scene for the first time. It was a miracle he had not fainted. Behind the girl, There trailed a woman clad in a crimson qipao and white stilettos, her short hair framing her face. The skin exposed beyond her garments was a ghastly pale, sending chills down the spine. Most terrifying of all, she was not merely following the girl. Instead, she was wrapping her arms around the girl's waist, her head nestled under the girl's armpit, her body rigidly dragged along behind. "Stay here quietly. I have matters to attend to," Yi Shaoyang instructed as he released Xiao Ma and stealthily descended. At that moment, the young woman had reached the locust tree, and the ghostly figure behind her suddenly rose, bending forward and slithering into the girl's body like a serpent. The young girl straightened her body, unfastened the belt of her denim shorts, and looped it over a nearby branch, creating a noose into which she boldly thrust her head. Just as the female specter was on the verge of succeeding, a hand suddenly emerged from behind, deftly placing a purple talisman upon the girl's forehead. With a swift motion, the thumb pressed against her brow and pulled back, accompanied by an eerie cry as the red-clad ghost was forcibly extracted from the girl's body, collapsing to the ground. The ghost, however, was quick to react. She floated up, extending her long fingers to strike at the man before her. Still wishing to struggle, Yi Shaoyang chuckled, gracefully evading the ghost's assault. He raised his hand, and 8 coins flew into the air, arranging themselves into the formation of the bagua. "Break!" Yi Shaoyang formed a seal with his hands and thrust forward, the 8 coins striking the ghost squarely in the chest. The ghost let out a wail, collapsing to the ground, a bloodied hole appearing in her left side, from which blood flowed profusely. Of course, ghosts do not possess blood. This was merely a manifestation of her shattered cultivation, revealing her appearance at the moment of death. It turned out she had been shot. Such a beautiful girl. What a pity. Yi Shaoyang had always relished in toying with malevolent spirits, devoid of any seriousness. "Spare me. I shall not dare again." The ghost trembled, repeatedly bowing in supplication. Ghosts are not foolish. The brief encounter had made her realize that this young man was no ordinary individual. Yi Shaoyang placed his hands behind his back, scrutinizing the ghost. "By your attire, you must be from the Republican era. Have you been dead for several decades? Why not reincarnate? And why do you seek to harm others?" The young woman was victimized by treacherous individuals, and in a moment of confusion, she lingered at the brink of death. "Oh, please have mercy upon me and spare me from this tragic demise." Yi Shaoyang straightened his demeanor and replied, "Before the throne of Yama, justice prevails, and those who have wronged you shall not escape the consequences of their actions. Hence, this is not a justification for your lingering in the mortal realm. Moreover, you have spent decades on this earth, causing the demise of countless souls. The recent incident is but one example. Depart swiftly to the underworld and settle your debts. Please, if only you would show leniency, I would willingly serve as a humble servant. What need have I for cattle and horses when I neither plow the fields nor transport goods? Why utter such meaningless words?" Yi Shaoyang ceased his lengthy discourse, applying a soul-retrieving talisman to the forehead of the female specter, silently reciting incantations. The ghostly figure gradually faded until it completely vanished. Is this truly the end? Yi Shaoyang sensed something amiss. Although he wielded considerable power, the specter, with nearly a century of ghostly existence, ought to possess greater strength. He lowered his gaze to the slightly rippling stagnant water before the grave and suddenly grasped the situation. A faint smile gracing his lips. The girl, who had nearly succumbed to hanging, lay motionless beneath the locust tree in a sprawling position. She appeared to be in her 20s, breathtakingly beautiful. Yi Shaoyang approached, intending to rouse her from her slumber. Chapter 11. The people in the water. Is it over? Have you taken her? A nervous voice from behind came from Xiao Ma. Wasn't he, I suppose, to tell you not to come down? Hee. I'm here to rescue this girl. Xiao Ma approached, intending to assist the young woman, only to have Yi Shaoyang take the lead. Observing from his side, Xiao Ma remarked, "This girl is rather lovely. Hey, Xiao Yi, you're still single, aren't you? Look how wonderful she is. You saved her. Perhaps when she regains consciousness, she will repay your kindness with her affection. What are you thinking? Really? Isn't that how it's portrayed on television? Hee. Or should you tell her it was I who rescued her?" Yi Shaoyang dismissed him, adjusting the girl's clothing and helping her sit up. He then drew a focus charm and affixed it to her. Let me help, let me help. Xiao, uma eagerly volunteered, cheerfully supporting the young woman to a tree where she could sit, fantasizing about being adored by her gratitude upon awakening. Under the charm's influence, the girl soon regained consciousness, only to find herself in the embrace of a strange man, one whose appearance was rather disconcerting, prompting her to scream in terror and bite down on Xiaoma's arm. Ouch! Release me, my dear. You've misunderstood. We are here to save you. Fortunately, the girl retained some memories from just before her fainting spell, realizing she was not abducted, and thus released her grip. After Xiaoma's lengthy explanation, she began to comprehend the situation, her expression somewhat dazed, casting a skeptical glance at Yi Shaoyang, who stood nearby. Is what you said true? Did you save me? Yi Shaoyang remained silent, crouching by the stagnant water, gazing into its depths. The still water, seemingly lifeless, now exhibited a gentle undulation, with ripples continuously rising to the surface. What purpose does this pool serve? The young horse, having received a bite, hesitated to remain with the maiden and, driven by curiosity, approached, mimicking Yi Shaoyang's actions by stretching his neck to peer into the water. Yi Shaoyang dipped his hand into the water, tasted it, and furrowed his brow. Are you parched to madness? The young horse exclaimed. If you're thirsty, just say so. I could fetch you some water. No need to drink this. Ignoring him, Yi Shaoyang remarked, this water has absorbed the essence of over a century's worth of cultivation, rendering it so feeble. What is it? The young horse inquired with curiosity, only to receive a visceral response. A large hand suddenly emerged from the depths, seizing his hair and yanking him downward. With a splash, the young horse plunged into the water, flailing like a frog, perilously close to sinking to the bottom. Yi Shaoyang, quick-witted and swift, accurately thrust his sword into the water, prompting the entity to release its grip. He then exerted all his strength to pull the young horse back to safety. Overwhelmed by shock, the young horse appeared dazed, trembling uncontrollably. After a considerable pause, he scrambled to a spot farther from the puddle, his voice quaking. What in the world was that? Yi Shaoyang elucidated. It was merely a corpse, drowned and decomposed in the water, emitting a foul stench due to prolonged submersion. I think I touched something down there, something soft. Could have been that. As Xiaoma reflected on the incident, a shiver of fear coursed through him. He wiped the foul water from his face, nearly retching from stench. Noticing something in his hand, he glanced down to find a grotesque mass. At first glance, it resembled mud and withered branches, but upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a clump of hair. Amidst the foul odor lingered an unsettling hint of feminine fragrance, sending him into a panic. And he hastily discarded the ghastly thing, vigorously rubbing his hands against the grass. In a moment of desperation, he cried out, I can't take this. I must hurry back to wash up. Yi Shaoyang retrieved a handful of dried mugwort from his belt and approached, intending to assist with the wound. Yet, upon catching a whiff of Xiao Ma's foul scent, he instinctively pinched his nose, tossing the dried mugwort to him while he applied some to his own neck to avoid contamination. While glutinous rice was the most effective antidote, in its absence, mugwort would suffice. Xiao Ma, momentarily taken aback, neglected to clean his hands and began to rub the dried mugwort on the area where he had been grasped, producing a sizzling sound as white smoke billowed forth, causing him to howl in pain. What wretched misfortune! I told you not to come, yet you insisted, claiming it would be a trivial matter. He lamented, tears streaming down his face. Yi Shaoyang observed his disheveled and filthy appearance, shaking his head in sympathy. At that moment, the girl they had rescued descended from the earthen mound, her expression vacant as she gazed at Yi Shaoyang. The events that had transpired still weighed heavily on her, and with a nervous tremor in her voice, she inquired, This place is truly chaotic. What shall we do now? Just eliminate what has been brought here, Yi Shaoyang replied casually, as if it were merely a trivial task to accomplish. The young girl paused momentarily and inquired, ISNT it in the water? What do you intend to do? Jump in and catch it. Yi Shaoyang rolled his eyes. The water was foul, and only a fool would leap into it. Turning his gaze towards Xiao Ma with a sly grin, he declared, This honorable task is entrusted to you. Descend and lure it out. Me? Xiao Ma's eyes widened in disbelief, and he frantically waved his hands. No, no, I can't perform any spells. I would merely become its meal. I refuse to go. Yi Shaoyang responded, I have a way. It cannot harm you as long as you allow it to catch you. I won't do it. The water is repugnant. I would rather perish than jump in. Do you not understand? This is an opportunity to accumulate virtue. The more virtue you amass, the greater the chance you might be reborn as a slender person in your next life. I would rather endure 8 lifetimes as a plump individual than jump in. Xiao Ma retorted vehemently, unmoved by the allure of virtue. You speak so eloquently. Why don't you descend yourself? Yi Shaoyang, rendered speechless, realized that though this overweight fellow lacked intelligence, he was not foolish enough to leap into a pit of fire, or in this case, a pit of water. With no other option, he resigned himself to sacrificing a bit of his resources, sighed deeply, opened his backpack, and poured an entire packet of realgar into the puddle with great reluctance. What is that? Xiao Ma inquired, his eyes wide with curiosity. Realgar, a type of medicinal material, Yi Shaoyang explained. Xiao Ma suddenly recalled. ISNT that the realgar used in the wine that Fa Hai fed to Bai Suzhen, which turned her into a snake. That was Su Xian, not Fa Hai. The girl interjected, casting a glance at Yi Shaoyang. What should we do now? Yi Shaoyang placed his hands on his hips, standing at the edge of the puddle. We wait. Soon enough, it will have no choice but to surface. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29 message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 12. The Water Dweller 2 in less than 10 minutes. The still water seemed to boil, splashing high into the air, over a meter tall. It was about to emerge, retreat. Yi Shaoyang stepped back a couple of paces, drawing his jujube wood sword. Xiao Ma and the girl anxiously retreated to 20 meters away. They wished to distance themselves even further, yet feared that other lurking spirits might be present. Remaining closer to Yi Shaoyang felt safer. Their previous encounters had utterly reshaped their worldview, rendering every corner seemingly haunted. With a resounding thud, something sprang forth from the water, landing on the shore in a prone position. The three gazed intently and beheld a body. The visage was too ghastly to behold. Upon seeing such a countenance, the girl rolled her eyes back and fainted, omitting even a scream. Xiao Ma had encountered a female ghost in the dormitory before, though it was not as terrifying. It had prepared him somewhat, preventing him from fainting outright. He pinched the girl's acupoint to rouse her, and they huddled together, filled with overwhelming dread as they watched the water corpse crawl closer to Yi Shaoyang. The water corpse did not walk, but crawled, lacking legs. It propelled itself with its arms toward Yi Shaoyang. He remained motionless. Xiao Yezi, had you been petrified with fear? Make a move. Yi Shaoyang was, of course, unfazed by the water corpse. To him, even the most grotesque of phantoms bore little distinction. He scrutinized the iron chain bound around the waist of the water corpse, faintly sensing a trace of spiritual energy emanating from it. If, indeed, the same individual had severed the legs of the water corpse and bound it with the iron chain, why had they not simply destroyed it? Suddenly, a tingling sensation coursed through his leg. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a strand of hair ensnaring his ankle, tightening its grip with ferocity. In a swift motion, Yi Shaoyang drew his sword and severed the hair, releasing a plume of white smoke. The water corpse emitted a shrill cry, its movements accelerating dramatically. Seizing the opportunity, while Yi Shaoyang was momentarily distracted, it lunged forward, clamping its jaws around his left foot. Yi Shaoyang hastily retracted his foot, but his shoe remained captive in its maw. Quite a gruesome affair, he mused, shaking his head as he advanced with his sword drawn. The water corpse relinquished the shoe, its bony hands grasping the jujube wood sword, and immediately its hands sizzled as if scorched, producing a crackling sound. The water corpse howled, revealing a set of pincers for teeth. Yi Shaoyang furrowed his brow. Though he was not frightened, he was certainly repulsed. Undeterred by the pain, the water corpse drew the jujube wood sword closer to itself. Yi Shaoyang was taken aback by its remarkable resistance against the magical artifact, suggesting at least a century's worth of cultivation. Just as he prepared to strike its face, he suddenly slipped, as if something had yanked him backward, causing him to fall onto his back. Upon leaning down to inspect, he was horrified. A strand of the water corpse's hair had entwined itself around his leg, slithering like a serpent and twisting its way toward his torso. More strands of hair began to reach out, and within mere seconds, he found himself ensconced, the hair pulling him tightly toward the corpse. Thus, man and creature were pressed together, with the female above and the male below, their bodies entwined in a cocoon of hair that expanded like a silken chrysalis, obscuring all visibility within. Could this truly be happening? Xiao Ma, wide-eyed, shouted at Yi Shaoyang, urging him to hold on and defeat it. The young girl furrowed her brow and cast him a glance, exclaiming, "What a mess! Could you be a little quieter?" Feeling the presence of the water corpse, Yi Shaoyang was equally displeased. Yet, the water corpse leaned closer, opening its mouth, and Yi Shaoyang felt an overwhelming wave of nausea. He understood that the creature did not desire to kiss him. It was not his face that intrigued it, but rather his very life. Should he fall victim to the corpse insect within its maw, he would not withstand the consequences. However, his entire body was immobilized. Even if he possessed extraordinary abilities, he could not employ them unless. Never mind, it was a matter of survival. With a resolute heart, he bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of blood into its gaping mouth. With a muffled groan, the water corpse shuddered violently. In an explosive moment, its long hair burst apart, severed into fragments, and the water corpse was violently propelled upward. Yi Shaoyang wiped his mouth and sprang to his feet with utmost urgency. Given Yi Shaoyang's cultivation level, he typically would not require such potent spells to vanquish a mere water corpse. Yet, having previously suffered significant losses at its hands, he was filled with a mix of humiliation and rage, leading him to strike with unrestrained force. A flash of azure light flickered from the jujube sword as it pierced the water corpse's throat. Yi Shaoyang bellowed, "Break!" With a resounding explosion, the water corpse's form disintegrated. Yi Shaoyang wiped his mouth, satisfied, for the destruction he sought had been achieved. After a considerable time, Xiao Ma and the young girl regained their composure, realizing that the water corpse had been defeated and descended from a mound. Xiao Ma gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Little Leaf, you're amazing. You just took down a formidable ghost. Just moments ago, when I found myself ensnared by it, I truly believed you had succumbed. By the way, what did you do to it that caused such a sudden upheaval?" No questions allowed. Yi Shaoyang shot him a sidelong glance. The events that had transpired amidst the tangle of hair were the most excruciatingly humiliating memories of his life. Xiao Ma noticed a faint blush on his face and felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Could it be that little Yi had truly been compromised by the water corpse? Having expended considerable magical energy in performing the sky spell, Yi Shaoyang settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and utilized the Xianqing Mountain's qi nourishing technique to circulate his energy for a complete cycle. Only after feeling significantly rejuvenated did he rise to his feet. Lowering his gaze, Yi Shaoyang picked up the iron chain and pulled with all his might. There were merely a few more meters to go before reaching the end. He held it before him, scrutinizing it intently, and murmured, "This is a magical artifact forged from Xian iron. It truly is formidable." Xiao Ma was momentarily taken aback. If that were the case, then why did it merely confine the water corpse without vanquishing it? Yi Shaoyang shook his head. His intention was not to destroy it, but rather to nurture it. Chapter 13. Saving Lives. Yi Shaoyang elucidated. It is utterly irrational to leave half a spirit trapped, allowing it to continue wreaking havoc. I suspect that the formation of this water corpse may have been a deliberate act, perhaps to ensnare another female ghost to nurture this water corpse, which, once sufficiently cultivated, could be exploited for malevolent purposes. This locust tree was intentionally planted by the same individual. Xiao Ma exclaimed, "So wicked?" Yi Shaoyang cast him a sidelong glance, saying, "Every individual possesses both light and darkness. Such people often embody a greater terror than the very demons themselves." Approaching the locust tree, Yi Shaoyang gazed upward at its expansive canopy and remarked, "This tree has long been tainted by malevolent energy. I estimate it will only take a few more years for it to become a source of calamity. With that, he pressed his palm against the trunk, retreated a few steps, and began to chant an incantation. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. The sound of rolling thunder resonated, yet no lightning was visible. A ball of thunderous fire ignited the spiritual talisman, and the flames erupted, engulfing the entire tree. The canopy began to sway violently, as if a soul were writhing in agony amid the flames. The young woman instinctively recoiled, murmuring, "How terrifying." Moments later, the once mighty locust tree was reduced to charred remains. Xiao Ma and the young woman exhaled in relief, only for an even stranger phenomenon to unfold. From the scorched trunk of the tree, swirling orbs of green fire emerged, flickering in and out of visibility, soaring into the surroundings. "What is that?" the young woman inquired, gazing in awe. "It looks beautiful." "Spiritual essence," Yi Shaoyang replied. 3 exceptionally indistinct figures materialized beneath the locust tree, kneeling before Yi Shaoyang. "We thank you for vanquishing the demons and rescuing us." Yi Shaoyang furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have you all been harmed by that female ghost?" One of the specters replied, in response to the great sorcerer, "That female ghost claims a life every 3 years. We have all perished at the hands of the tree demon and that ghost." Yi Shaoyang gazed at the flickering fireflies, sighed, and addressed the 3 souls. "You should proceed to the underworld to settle your accounts. I shall inscribe a talisman for you, detailing the truth, ensuring that the judge will not pursue you for your lingering in the realm of the living. The suffering you have endured in this life will be compensated in the next." He produced a vermilion brush, raised his hand, and the talisman drifted northward. The 3 spirits expressed their gratitude and transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, merging with the talisman, soaring farther and fading gradually from sight. This scene left Xiao Ma and the young girl in astonishment, their gazes fixed on the direction of the talisman's disappearance, rendered speechless. "Let us depart," Yi Shaoyang stated. Xiao Ma queried, "Will you not seek out the malevolent sorcerer responsible? The female ghost and the water corpse have lingered here for nearly a century." "That sorcerer must have perished long ago," Yi Shaoyang replied. "Although he orchestrated this scheme, for reasons unknown, he ultimately did not execute it. Otherwise, the water corpse would not still remain here." Xiao Ma exclaimed with indignation, "Doesn't that mean he has escaped justice? He has summoned these malevolent spirits, causing harm to countless individuals, and I nearly met my demise at his hands. Yet in the end, nothing happens to him. The ledger in the Hall of Yama must be reconciled, unless one avoids the underworld entirely. Otherwise, one will surely face accountability. Where else could one go if not the underworld?" Xiao Ma asked, intrigued. "You, an ordinary person, have no need to concern yourself with such matters." Yi Shaoyang cast a sidelong glance at him before turning his attention to the young girl standing beside him, speaking gently, "It's all right. Let us go, sister. I am grateful for Master Xie's life-saving grace." The girl appeared somewhat dazed. Having witnessed the specters kneeling before Yi Shaoyang, she instinctively mimicked their actions. Yi Shaoyang chuckled, "Do not address me as Taoist. Simply call me Yi Shaoyang, or just Shaoyang Gij." Xiao Ma was momentarily taken aback, pondering the abrupt shift in demeanor. Just moments ago, Yi Shaoyang had exuded an air of aloofness and wisdom, but upon conversing with the young lady, he transformed entirely. This was hardly the conduct of a sage. Xiao Ma silently scolded, "Shaoyang Gij, I am Zhou Jingru." The girl introduced herself, extending her hand. "Jingru, yes. A lovely name indeed. Let us depart from here first," he replied. After a few steps, Xiao Ma suddenly recalled something, smacking his forehead as he gazed at the girl. "You are Zhou Jingru? From the Foreign Language Institute?" Zhou Jingru shot him a sidelong glance, tacitly confirming his assumption. Xiao Ma's excitement surged. "You are one of the 4 beauties of the Foreign Language Institute, aren't you? Your father is Zhou Ming, the biggest real estate tycoon in Jiangnan province, correct? What is your waist size?" Zhou Jingru gasped. No, that is merely a rumor. Your figure," he smirked, "is far better than what has been said." Zhou Jingru immediately turned away. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, "Boring." Once they reached the main road, Zhou Jingru made a phone call, issuing a few instructions and informing them that a car was on its way. The trio waited by the roadside for a brief moment until a vehicle approached from a distance, and halted beside Zhou Jingru. It was a striking red SUV, exuding an aura of coolness. Yi Shaoyang, who had little knowledge of automobiles, could discern that this vehicle must possess a considerable price tag. "A Lamborghini," Xiaoma exclaimed, his excitement surpassing even that of encountering a beautiful woman. "Was it Gini?" Yi Shaoyang inquired with curiosity, wondering if it was superior to a Mercedes or a BMW. Zhu Jingru chuckled softly. Xiaoma cast a disdainful glance at Yi Shaoyang and retorted, "Country bumpkin." The driver was a young woman in her 20s, pleasing to the eye. She regarded Zhu Jingru, who was accompanied by two seemingly unsophisticated individuals in a remote area, with intrigue, but refrained from asking further questions. Once the trio boarded the vehicle, she turned the car around to head back. Xiaoma leaned closer to Yi Shaoyang, whispering, "I won't compete with you for the lovely Zhu anymore. Just ensure you win her over and have her introduce me to the driver." Yi Shaoyang nudged him playfully with his elbow. "What are you two discussing?" Zhu Jingru glanced back at them. "Shall you want to treat you to a late-night snack?" Xiaoma remarked. Zhu Jingru smiled. "I'll treat you both instead. But I need to shower first. I'm covered in mud." Suddenly, Xiaoma remembered his own condition. Through the rearview mirror, he noticed the female driver managing the vehicle with one hand while the other was clamped over her nose, her expression one of distress. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. He realized that on their first encounter, he had left her with the unpleasant impression of being a source of foul odor. Chapter 14. Amulet. The automobile conveyed them back to the city center, halting beneath what appeared to be an upscale bathhouse. Zhou Jingru escorted them inside, procuring payment at the reception desk before inquiring of Yi Shaoyang and Xiaoma. "Shall we indulge in a massage?" "A massage?" Yi Shaoyang paused, a thought crossing his mind. Zhou Jingru's countenance flushed slightly as she clarified, "A professional massage, of course. After such exertion, it might do you good." "No matter. I'm not accustomed to being waited upon," Yi Shaoyang demurred. Zhou Jingru smiled, desisting from further persuasion. The bathhouse was expansive, and Yi Shaoyang and Xiaoma, akin to entering a wondrous garden, meandered through the men's quarters for quite some time. Guided by their keys, they eventually arrived at the VIP suite. Yi Shaoyang, unfamiliar with the bathing protocol, queried Xiaoma, "Do we disrobe here or within?" "I am uncertain," Xiaoma confessed, scratching his head. Fortunately, a staff member provided guidance, and they successfully reached the bathing area. Upon beholding the array of pools and the diverse accoutrements for ablution, Yi Shaoyang was utterly astonished. "Are these all for bathing?" he wondered. After a swift cleansing, Yi Shaoyang luxuriated in the pool for a spell before emerging. He reclined in the room for some time before Xiaoma finally appeared, his countenance radiant with animation. "I sampled the massage chair, the sauna, and that contraption that sprays water, each and every one. It was truly delightful. I never knew bathing could be such a pleasurable experience." Yi Shaoyang remained unimpressed. "What's so delightful about it? It is merely a tad cleaner than the bathhouse in Xianqing Mountain Village. It is just a bath, a matter of rinsing and washing off. Why make such a fuss?" Xiaoma cast a sidelong glance at him, retorting, "Philistin." Zhou Jingru telephoned, summoning them to a rendezvous at the tea room on the second floor. Upon arrival, it was evident that Zhou Jingru had already settled in, clad in a delicate nightgown, her hair elegantly swept up, freshly bathed, and her complexion, a rosy hue, rendered her even more enchanting. "Why are you the only guest?" Yi Shaoyang inquired with curiosity as he took a seat. Zhou Jingru smiled gently. "At this hour, the tea house is closed to the public, except for VIP patrons." Yi Shaoyang scratched his head, perplexed. "VIP? What exactly is that?" Zhou Jingru proceeded to order a pot of tea and a few pastries. When they arrived at the table, Yi Shaoyang was taken aback. The pastries were merely peculiar-looking cookies, and the quantity was woefully inadequate. Even a serving of pig's head or salted duck would have sufficed. Was this truly fit for consumption? "I'm in my 4th year as well. I'm usually not on campus, but I returned to the dorm today to fetch some items." Zhou Jingru recounted her ghostly encounter, coincidentally running into her ex-boyfriend. "Well, we broke up a long time ago. We were only together for a fortnight, and there was hardly any sentiment then. Now, there's even less." Xiaoma gave a thumbs up. "Well said. As the saying goes, out with the old, in with the new. There are plenty of good men out there, but few with taste like me and Xiao Yi." Yi Shaoyang promptly kicked him in the rear, exclaiming, "Don't interrupt." Zhou Jingru continued. After I sent him away, he messaged me on WeChat, saying he was waiting for me outside the main entrance, hoping to treat me to a meal as an apology. I had no desire to meet him again, so I took the side exit. The path was difficult. I initially intended to walk a bit further and call for a ride, when unexpectedly, I spotted a close friend waving at me from ahead. My mind was in a haze, and I followed her. The further I went, the more muddled I became, and I can't recall anything after that. Zhou Jingru shook her head, gazing at Yi Shaoyang with a bittersweet smile. I never anticipated encountering such an event. Today has truly opened my eyes. Not only did I see a ghost, but I also met a Taoist priest who captures them. However, you are much younger and far more handsome than the priest depicted on television. Yi Shaoyang, feeling buoyant, excitedly retrieved a bloodstone pendant from his backpack and handed it to her. "Here, a talisman I have consecrated for you. It will deter ordinary spirits from approaching you." "Thank you so much, Shaoyang," Zhou Jingru exclaimed, taking it with enthusiasm. Suddenly recalling something, she grabbed her wallet and asked, "This talisman must be quite valuable, right? It sells for 2,000 to the pilgrims on the mountain. I feel a connection with you, so consider it a gift," he replied with a chuckle. Xiaomar rolled his eyes nearby, remarking on the lengths one would go for romance. "Then thank you, Shaoyang," Zhou Jingru said with a sweet smile, making Yi Shaoyang's heart flutter as if he had tasted honey. Upon inquiry, Yi Shaoyang elucidated his origins, which stirred Zhou Jingru's heart with admiration and reverence. Despite her status as a scion of a wealthy family, she had never before encountered a genuine Taoist, especially one so youthful and possessing a certain charm. "Shaoyang, may we exchange telephone numbers?" "Indeed," he replied. "What is your number?" Yi Shaoyang retrieved his mobile phone, poised to save the contact. Zhou Jingru recited her number and, upon observing him input it into his phone, was taken aback. He was using a rather antiquated device, devoid of even a color screen, marred by a fissure, and seemingly from a bygone era. Xiao Ma, equally observant, seized the phone, scrutinizing it from all angles. "Little Yi, did you pilfer this relic from a museum?" Yi Shaoyang blushed, retorting, "Is it truly so antiquated? At least it boasts a blue screen. My master still uses one with a yellow screen." "Well, it surpasses a brick phone," Xiao Ma conceded, finding himself at a loss for words. Zhou Jingru, struck by a sudden thought, lowered her gaze demurely, concealing her face behind her wine glass. "I overheard you mentioning that I attempted suicide by removing my belt, resulting in my trousers falling down. I wish to inquire, who was it that assisted me in redressing?" Finally, the matter was broached. Yi Shaoyang coughed twice, poised to clarify, but was preempted by Xiao Ma. "It was you, Shaoyang Ge. I feel rather embarrassed to mention this, but at that moment, your trousers slipped down to your ankles." "Ah, please don't look at me like that. I was quite far away, and it was dark. I saw nothing at all. It was Shaoyang Ge who kindly helped you put your trousers back on and fasten your belt." Yi Shaoyang nearly spat blood in shock and hurriedly interjected, "Do not listen to his nonsense. Your trousers did not fall that much, just a little bit, merely a tad." Naturally, such matters only served to exacerbate the situation. Zhou Jingru lowered her head, her face flushed, but after a moment, she lifted her gaze and offered Yi Shaoyang a faint smile. "It's all right. Shaoyang Ge was only trying to save me. Even if you truly saw something, it wouldn't matter." Yi Shaoyang's heart raced at her words. "It wouldn't matter if you really saw something?" How many implications did that statement hold? By the way, Shaoyang Ge, those essence souls that flew out from the locust tree, what exactly are they? Zhou Jingru suddenly recalled and inquired. Yi Shaoyang elucidated. When a person dies, they become a ghost. When a ghost perishes, they transform into an essence soul. It takes 200 years for an essence soul to reconstitute into a ghost, yet it is the most rudimentary form of ghost. They must endure 10 lifetimes in the realm of beasts within the 6 paths, suffering countless tortures before they can reincarnate as a human. Zhou Jingru was taken aback. Then, those souls are truly unfortunate, are they not? They committed no wrongdoing, yet they were slain by malevolent spirits, turning into essence souls. How unlucky. Isn't it the same for those killed by robbers? Yet, when they reassemble into ghosts and are reborn as humans, They receive certain privileges, just like you, being beautiful and born into a prestigious family. Zhou Jingru smiled sweetly and asked, Shaoyang, do you possess the ability to divine? Could you perhaps unveil who I was in my past life? No, I won tea, Yi Shaoyang chuckled. It would be acceptable if I were to discover that you were a talented scholar or a beautiful lady. However, if I were to unveil that you were a bumbling giant or a courtesan, well, that would be quite disheartening for you. Zhou Jingru's cheeks flushed as she pondered this possibility, realizing that perhaps it was better to remain shrouded in mystery. After a brief conversation, Zhou Jingru arranged for 3 separate rooms, one for each person, allowing them to rest. Lying on the plush bed, Yi Shaoyang reflected on the day's events, feeling that it was somehow fated that on his first day, descending the mountain, he would confront a supernatural incident, rescuing both his roommate and his stunning heiress. He retrieved his old mobile phone, intending to indulge in a game of Snake before drifting off to sleep. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room, causing his heart to skip a beat. Could it be Zhou Jingru? With excitement coursing through him, he approached the door, but upon opening it, his spirits plummeted as he cast a sideways glance at Xiaoma. What are you doing knocking on my door at this hour? Xiaoma, visibly anxious, replied. It's not that, Shaoyang. My room is haunted. Yi Shaoyang was taken aback. Not again, is it? Chapter 15. Please enter my dream. I lay on the bed. An unsettling sensation enveloping me as if someone were watching, even feeling a breath against the nape of my neck. Xiaoma, with a hand on his neck, opened his eyes only to find nothing amiss. Yi Shaoyang shot him a glance. Surely, you haven't seen too many ghosts tonight and become overly anxious? Not at all. Xiaoma protested, shaking his hands fervently. The feeling was quite tangible. If you don't believe me, come sleep in my room for a while. Without waiting for a response, he pulled Yi Shaoyang into his adjacent room. Yi Shaoyang surveyed the surroundings thoroughly, finding no issues, and informed Xiaoma of his observations. Yet, Xiaoma remained unconvinced, insisting that Yi Shaoyang should rest for a bit. After all, it's a spacious room. We can each take a side. What's there to fear? With no choice and weariness settling in, Yi Shaoyang reluctantly climbed into bed. Xiaoma remarked, seeing you so unwilling, I reckon if Zhou Jingru were to seek you out, you wouldn't hesitate to visit her even in a mortuary. Must you speak nonsense? Yi Shaoyang thought to himself, suddenly considering the implications. If Zhou Jingru were to come tomorrow and found him absent from his room, only to squeeze into bed with Xiaoma, what conclusions might she draw? The two settled onto their respective sides of the bed, and soon enough, Xiaoma's loud snoring filled the air. Yi Shaoyang felt frustrated if there were indeed ghosts. Xiaoma seemed blissfully unaffected by them. After tossing and turning through the night, Yi Shaoyang, exhausted and weary, pulled the blanket over his head to muffle the sound and eventually drifted into slumber. In the pitch-black room, silence reigned. Above the headboard hangs an oil painting, depicting a picturesque landscape of lakes and mountains, adorned with enchanting scenery. Suddenly, a flash of white light appears, and an additional figure emerges within the painting. A young man clad in a bathrobe, strolling along a path by the lake, glancing around, moving forward and halting intermittently. Where on earth am I? Yi Shaoyang turns to gaze. To his left lies an endless expanse of fields, lush with verdant wheat, while to his right sprawls a lake. Its waters so pristine that they are transparent, teeming with fish and shrimp swimming gracefully. He has never encountered such breathtaking beauty before. Yet, Yi Shaoyang senses that something is amiss. Not far ahead, a vague silhouette mimics his movements, walking and pausing. As he approaches swiftly, he discovers it is Xiaoma, similarly attired in a white bathrobe. Upon seeing him, Xiaoma greets him joyfully. Little Leaf, you're here too. The water is splendid. Let's go for a swim. Yi Shaoyang retorts with a sardonic smile. Swim? Do you even know where we are? This is a dream. A dream? Xiaoma pauses, surveying the surroundings, murmuring, it feels so real. How can it be a dream? Dreams are indeed tangible. Yi Shaoyang counters. If you don't believe me, answer a few questions. First, where exactly is this place? Second, how did you arrive here? Those who dream often fail to ponder such inquiries without prompting, believing themselves to be in the realm of reality. Yet, no matter how authentic a dream may seem, its inherent flaws cannot be concealed. Xiao Ma's eyes widen as he stutters. Yes, what is this place? I feel as though I have never been here before. How did I come? I truly cannot recall. Try to remember. What have you been doing lately? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ma suddenly slapped his forehead. Ah, I remember. After we bathed, we fell asleep together in the room. He glanced around, fear gripping him. How do we end up here? Could it truly be a dream? Is it possible that you are merely a figment of my imagination? Do not be absurd. Illusions do not pose such inquiries, Yi Shaoyang replied, exhaling deeply. He presented an unsettling truth. We have both entered the same dream. Xiao Ma was momentarily speechless. How could this be possible? This is my first experience too. Perhaps it is because we shared a bed. You are correct. There is something amiss with that room. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Ma inquired, how did you ascertain that we are dreaming? Yi Shaoyang shot him a disapproving glance. Must you pose such a foolish question? I am a Taoist. If I were unaware of this, I would have perished at the hands of malevolent spirits long ago. Then, what is happening to our bodies right now? Xiao Ma asked. Naturally, they are still asleep, Yi Shaoyang responded. Xiao Ma swallowed hard. The sensation was exceedingly strange. His mind was present, yet his body resided elsewhere. He scratched his head, then suddenly threw a punch at Yi Shaoyang's jaw, striking him with considerable force. Yi Shaoyang straightened his jaw, anger flaring. What on earth are you doing? They say one cannot feel pain in dreams. Let me test that theory. Yi Shaoyang was at a loss for words. Xiao Yezi, what should we do now? I am uncertain. Generally speaking, once a person becomes aware that they are dreaming, they immediately awaken. Yet we remain in this dream, and, curiously, we find ourselves together within it. Let us not dwell on this. Someone will surely rouse us. Xiao Ma approached the lake, glancing around with excitement, exclaiming, the water is so clear. I must take a dip. It will be like visiting the Maldives. If only there were beautiful women here. Suddenly, a predatory glint shone in his eyes. Hey, Xiao Yezi, if there were a beautiful woman here, would it be all right if I, did something to her? After all, it's just a dream, but it feels so real. Why on earth are there no women? With that, Xiao Ma shed his clothing, revealing his pale, plump physique, and leapt into the lake. After swimming for a short while, a fierce wind arose, causing the tranquil surface of the water to churn violently. Xiao Ma, feeling a twinge of fear, called out to Yi Shaoyang, this is a dream. If I were to drown, it wouldn't matter, right? Perhaps I would just wake up? Such fortune is unlikely. You should come back. Xiao Ma swam toward the shore, but just as he was about to climb out, a massive wave crashed down upon him, pulling him beneath the water. After a few surges, he vanished from sight. Yi Shaoyang silently lamented the dire situation he found himself in. Faced with such circumstances, he felt utterly powerless and was consumed by anxiety. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Perhaps he and Xiao Ma were ensnared in a dream by some malevolent sorcery. Confronting such dark magic, he had his methods. He instinctively reached for his waist, only to find the talisman belt absent. In a moment of desperation, he bit his tongue until it bled. Instantly, a wave of clarity surged through him as the surrounding scene began to distort and fade into darkness. Moments later, he sensed his physical form and opened his eyes, discovering he was still lying on his bed. Glancing to the side, he saw Xiao Ma, his limbs convulsing, his face ashen, drenched in sweat, appearing as if he were suffocating. Xiao Ma! Xiao Ma! He exclaimed, slapping his face with urgency, but there was no response. Yi Shaoyang, resolute, drew his thumb across his middle finger, drawing blood, and pressed it upon Xiao Ma's forehead while reciting the soul retrieval incantation. With a sudden gasp, Xiao Ma bolted upright, inhaling deeply, exclaiming, damn, I thought I was going to suffocate. After several labored breaths, he turned to Yi Shaoyang and remarked, I told you, didn't I? I drowned in the dream and woke up. Yi Shaoyang smirked, you know nothing. If I hadn't saved you, you would have suffocated long ago. He recounted the events, and upon hearing them, Xiao Ma's face turned pale. So, if one dies in a dream, one dies in reality as well? How can that be? I don't know, but it is undoubtedly some form of dark sorcery. Yi Shaoyang switched on the light and rose from the bed, searching the room. He was convinced that since their dreams had been manipulated by sorcery, the perpetrator must be nearby, most likely within this very room. Xiao Yi, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29 message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 16. Please enter the dream. Little Ma fell to the ground in disbelief, muttering, "What in the world is happening? I've lived this long and never encountered such bizarre occurrences." Shaoyang stood atop the bed, tilting his head as he meticulously examined the oil painting, eventually locating the spot where he and Little Ma had found themselves within a dream. There was a faint trace of blood upon it, and as he reached out to touch it, he discovered it was still wet. Could it possibly be the blood from the tip of his tongue he had just spat? Bringing his nose closer to the painting, he inhaled deeply and detected a subtle malevolence that was gradually dissipating. A thought struck Shaoyang. This malevolence was characteristic of an evil spirit. He never anticipated that an evil spirit was involved. This could pose a significant problem, he mused. What exactly is an evil spirit? Shaoyang felt compelled to elucidate. The entities commonly referred to as ghosts can be categorized into 4 classes: ghosts, demons, corpses, and evil spirits. Evil spirits are beings born from non-living matter, representing a 4th category beyond the realms of viviparous, oviparous, and amphibious life. There are numerous origins for their formation. They are inherently lifeless entities that, through certain circumstances, gradually acquire life. For instance, a scarecrow left in a place heavy with negative energy for an extended period may evolve into an evil spirit. Similarly, jade artifacts on deceased bodies that absorb deathly energies over time can also give rise to evil spirits. The painting itself was harmless. It was the evil spirit that had ensnared their souls within it. Now that they had emerged, the spirit had departed as well. Little Ma's mouth hung agape in astonishment. So, our souls were what entered the dream just now? Shaoyang nodded in affirmation, explaining that should one perish within the painting, their soul would be irrevocably lost. Remember, you owe me a life. A life is worth 10,000. When you have the money, make sure to pay me back promptly. 10,000. Would 5,000 suffice? Shaoyang cast a sidelong glance at him, stating, "If you believe your life is only worth 5,000, then so be it." Xiao Ma chuckled, "I know you're jesting. We're roommates. Money isn't an issue between us. To show my gratitude, I'll relinquish Zhou Jingru to you." How does that sound? Shaoyang nearly fainted upon hearing this. Are you implying that you could win her over? Just you? Even if you can't, you can at least create some challenges for me, right? Hey, why are we discussing this? Xiao Ma's gaze fixated on the oil painting, his expression growing tense. Do you think this was the work of a malevolent spirit? Why would it wish to harm us? Who knows? Shaoyang replied. However, this entity possesses formidable abilities if it can kill within dreams. Indeed, if it managed to ensnare you, it must be quite powerful, Xiao Ma remarked provocatively. Shaoyang scoffed. That was merely a coincidence. I left all my belongings next door. I had nothing on me. Even a tiger takes a nap at times. If a soul alarm bell had been nearby, it would have stood no chance. Xiao Ma scratched his head. So what should we do now? Do you have a way to track it down? The malevolent spirit is elusive, making it hard to locate unless it is specifically targeting us. In that case, it will inevitably come knocking. Once I return, I shall inquire at the Earth God Temple. Xiao Ma, puzzled, asked, "Why consult the Earth God Temple? What relevance does it have?" Shaoyang remarked. "What concerns me the most is whether this fellow can only enter this particular painting, or if he can traverse all paintings. If it is the latter, then we might be in quite a predicament." Xiao Ma, inspired by his words, broke into a smile, saying, "In my dormitory, there is a poster that suggests if one could enter dreams, wouldn't it mean I could?" Shaoyang was at a loss for words, pondering whether such a matter was truly worth so much consideration. After a night filled with turmoil, he stifled a yawn and retreated to his room for some much-needed rest, while Xiao Ma pitifully followed him. With the presence of the soul peace bell and an assortment of talismans, Shaoyang felt no apprehension regarding the return of any malevolent spirits, and he quickly fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he found that dawn had arrived, and he noticed Xiao Ma sporting dark circles under his eyes, glued to the television. "What on earth are you doing awake?" Shaoyang exclaimed. "I'm afraid of falling into a dream again. I dare not sleep," Xiao Ma replied. gesturing toward the oil painting on the bedside. The painting in your room only depicts a river, and the current is so fierce that I'd surely drown if I entered. Yi Shaoyang chuckled softly, amused by his friend's overreaction. While getting ready, he received a phone call from Zhou Jingru, who informed him of a matter at the company that required her immediate attention, promising to get in touch later. Zhou Jingru had already settled the hotel bill, and the two indulged in a hearty meal at the buffet before returning the room, key to the front desk, and hailing a taxi back to school. Xiaoma, utterly exhausted, pleaded with Yi Shaoyang for a protective talisman before heading back to the dormitory to sleep. Following the address provided by Principal Zhu the previous day, Yi Shaoyang set off to visit the counselor. The counselor was a woman, appearing to be nearly 40, with an imposing demeanor. She delivered a lengthy lecture to the new students, eloquently articulating her thoughts. Yi Shaoyang kept his head lowered, seemingly respectful, yet his mind wandered to his new book, failing to absorb a single word of the teacher's discourse. Upon concluding her address, the female instructor noticed Yi Shaoyang's expression, which hinted at a lingering curiosity, and she silently praised him, for such attentive students were rare, indicating he was moldable. After receiving the note from the instructor, he went to collect his books. Upon returning to the dormitory, he entered to find a man and a woman seated on the outer beds, engaged in conversation. The woman had a slender figure and was quite pleasant to behold, prompting Yi Shaoyang to steal a few glances, which startled him. Something about her felt amiss. "Let me introduce you. This guy is new, named Yi Shaoyang." Chunyu rose from his desk to speak. "Yi Shaoyang," he corrected with a sigh. "This is Li Duo, also from our dorm, who has already secured a job and is rarely around. This is his girlfriend, Lily." Yi Shaoyang exchanged a few simple words with Li Duo, finding him to be a straightforward individual, not particularly talkative but decent-looking and muscular. It seemed evident that his girlfriend was attracted to his physique. Yi Shaoyang decided to offer a subtle warning to Lily. "Have you recently visited any unusual places?" Lily was taken aback. "I don't quite understand what you mean." Yi Shaoyang clarified. "I mean places rumored to be peculiar." With a look of surprise, Lily replied, "Yes, I went there the day before yesterday." "How did you know?" "Where?" "Such a famous destination. And you are unaware?" Lily recalled something and exclaimed, "Oh, you are new here. You haven't mentioned how you knew I had been there?" Yi Shaoyang replied, "It's quite simple. Your aura is overshadowed by dark clouds, your brows are furrowed, and you are enveloped in a heavy gloom. Hence, I deduce that you must have recently visited a place steeped in negative energy." His words elicited laughter from everyone present. Lily teased, "Your explanation sounds remarkably similar to the tricks used by charlatans on television. Are you going to read my fortune as well?" "Fortune-telling is unnecessary. Just be cautious and avoid such places in the future," Yi Shaoyang advised. After a moment's contemplation, realizing protective talismans were costly, he retrieved a peachwood charm from his backpack and handed it to her. "Keep this on you and frequent crowded areas. In 3 to 5 days, the negative energy will dissipate." Lily smirked dismissively. "How much is this?" "It sells for 500 on the mountain, but since we are acquaintances, I want to charge you," he replied. Li Duo, unable to maintain his composure, stood up and said to Lily, "Let's go. It's time to eat." As Li Duo left, Lily stood and flashed a smile at Yi Shaoyang. "If you want to pursue me, just say so. But I already have a boyfriend. I'm not your type. Perhaps I can introduce you to someone another day." "Me? Pursue you?" Yi Shaoyang was taken aback. "When did I ever express such an intention?" Lily chuckled and walked away. "What an egotistical person." Yi Shaoyang turned to Chunyu to vent his frustrations. Chunyu chuckled, "That shabby item of yours. If you truly intend to charge for it, then so be it. At worst, it's merely a sales tactic, a form of fortune-telling, or a gift-giving scheme. It is transparently an attempt to woo someone, and here stands their partner. How brazenly shameless you must be." Yi Shaoyang was left speechless. Having offered his assistance out of goodwill, he found himself labeled a rogue. Dealing with city folk was indeed exhausting. Chapter 17. The demon Yi Shaoyang climbed into bed for a much-needed slumber, sleeping until noon. Upon waking, he discovered that Chun Yu had already departed, while Xiao Ma remained sprawled on the bed, sound asleep. After some contemplation, Yi Shaoyang resolved to seek out that senior disciple from the outer sect, hoping to secure some business and earn a bit of money. The journey, along with meals, had nearly depleted the 1,000 yuan given to him by his master. Each time he reflected on this matter, he felt a surge of indignation, once again cursing Qinjianzi for being violated by a female ghost. Get up! Get up! Yi Shaoyang exclaimed, delivering a swift kick to Xiao Ma's rear. Given that Xiao Ma owed him a debt of 2 lives, he felt no need to be courteous. Xiao Ma rolled over, mumbling, "Thunder gods do not strike those who are asleep. Let me sleep a little longer." Who says the thunder god, 1T, strike the slumbering? Shall I summon him to give you a demonstration? Yi Shaoyang brandished a lightning talisman, feigning the incantation. Instantly, Xiao Ma bolted upright. Last night, Yi Shaoyang had utilized this very tactic against an ancient locust tree, which had been instantly incinerated, leaving a profound impression that verged on psychological trauma. Rubbing his eyes, Xiao Ma nervously admitted, "I just entered a dream again." "What?" Yi Shaoyang gasped, having been so close in the adjacent bed, and the spirit bell had not sounded. Could this malevolent spirit be so powerful as to evade the alarm? "Quickly, tell me, what did you dream about?" Xiao Ma pointed to a star poster on the wall. "I truly dreamed of her. We were sunbathing on the beach, and she even fed me seafood." Yi Shaoyang was at a loss for words. What kind of dream was this? Help me identify where this place is, and if the taxi driver can find it. Yi Shaoyang extracted a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to him. Having perused the missive, I have undertaken the task of expunging superfluous punctuation, promotional entreaties for commendations, and archiving, as well as any surreptitious web addresses irrelevant to the narrative's progression. The revised rendition, rendered in the Queen's English, is thus. After a cursory examination, Xiao Ma remarked, "This locale is situated within the antiquated residential sector of the southern periphery, a labyrinth of alleyways, rendering it exceedingly difficult to navigate. What is the purpose of your visit to this obscure precinct? An alumnus of my fraternity resides here. I seek his whereabouts. Devoid of telephonic communication, he absented himself from the hallowed halls 2 decades past, in an era bereft of such contrivances, leaving only this address as a guidepost." Xiao Ma, perspiring profusely, conceded, "Very well. One can only beseech the fates that he is not relocated, nor that the locale has succumbed to demolition." Given Yi Shaoyang's unfamiliarity with the terrain and his apprehension of becoming disoriented, he enlisted Xiao Ma as a guide. An hour hence, the duo arrived in the southern periphery, a veritable relic of bygone eras, replete with meandering alleyways. After a half-hour of inquiries, they finally located their destination, Old Guo's funeral parlor, nestled within an aged alley. Given the nature of the establishment and the proprietor's surname, Yi Shaoyang was reassured. "What manner of trade does your mentor engage in?" "Such an occupation seems rather D-class," Xiao Ma exclaimed, taken aback. "You perceive but a fraction of the reality. It is merely a fade. At the core of the establishment lay a casket, flanked by wreaths and firecrackers. Against the wall stood an array of paper effigies. A man, engrossed in a meticulous delineation of facial features upon the effigies with a cinnabar stylus, remained oblivious to the duo's entrance. Yi Shaoyang observed him for an extended duration before opining. Within an establishment such as this, redolent with the miasma of mortality, the hyper-realistic depiction of these effigies invites the genesis of malevolent entities. The man, with a sardonic chuckle, retorted without turning, "What is the purpose of your intrusion?" Xiao Ma inquired bluntly. "Are you the proprietor of this establishment? Do you seek to procure a coffin?" He scoffed, "I would sooner gift you one. We are from Xinshan." Little Ma appeared quite dejected. The man turned to cast a glance at him, smirking disdainfully, and continued with his tasks. Yi Shaoyang urged Little Ma to cease, cleared his throat, and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Once one steps beyond the mountain gate, the world is as deep as the sea. Navigating the rivers and lakes relies on the support of others. Having just descended from the mountains, I wish to mingle in society, and I shall rely on your assistance." The man turned back, surveying him with surprise, and inquired, "What is your surname?" "Zhang," he replied. "From where do you hail?" "From a mountain to the south." The man pressed further. "What lies upon that mountain?" Yi Shaoyang responded, "Xianshao flourishes on the clear terrace." "Xianshan." The man's face brightened with joy as he asked, Is it homegrown or wild? Outer sect or inner sect? Yi Shaoyang smiled and replied, a solitary seedling nurtured for 16 years. Inner sect, and I am the sole disciple, having been apprenticed for 16 years. The man's eyes sparkled. Little junior brother? Yi Shaoyang clasped his fist respectfully and said, Senior brother Gua. The man took a deep breath, excitement evident in his voice. It has been 20 years since I returned to the mountain. How is our master? Still the same, ever so irreverent, Yi Shaoyang answered. The man laughed heartily, entirely at ease, for who but his direct disciple would dare to speak of Qinji Yunzi's irreverence? Come, let's converse inside. He opened the inner door of the small establishment, inviting Yi Shaoyang in. Little Ma stood there, bewildered, thinking to himself, what is this? A secret meeting with all these coded exchanges, so perplexing. Yi Shaoyang chuckled. There are too many swindlers in the world. One must remain vigilant. Beyond the inner door lay a small parlor where old Gua brewed a pot of tea, reminiscing with Yi Shaoyang about the old days of Xianshan, filled with nostalgia. At the age of 22, my family fell victim to a gruesome massacre, and I too was afflicted by the poison of the dead. Fortunately, my master came to my rescue, and I became his disciple. Alas, my talents were rather dull, rendering me unable to gain entry into the inner circle. I spent 5 years under my master's tutelage, acquiring some skills, and eventually returned to my hometown to open this establishment. As I spoke, old Gua sighed. Over the years, I have deeply missed my master. However, as you know, there are strict rules at Xianshan Mountain. Once an outer disciple departs, they are forbidden from returning for life. You, my junior brother, are truly remarkable. In your early 20s, you have received your master's true teachings and are the sole inner disciple. I feel quite ashamed, he said. Yi Shaoyang scratched the back of his head. I am currently attending university here and will be staying for quite some time. Is there anything I can assist you with, senior brother? Upon hearing this, old Gua understood immediately. You arrived at an opportune moment. I have a task that I cannot handle alone and was just seeking a partner. You should be more than capable. Yi Shaoyang was taken aback. Although old Gua was an outer disciple who had learned some techniques from Xianshan Mountain, if he couldn't manage it, it must be no ordinary spirit or demon. He hurriedly inquired, what kind of entity are we dealing with? Corpse demon. Corpse demon? Yi Shaoyang was quite astonished. Is there really a corpse demon in the city? Xiao Ma interjected. What exactly is a corpse demon? Old Gua shot him a glance. And who might you be? I am his classmate, Yi Shaoyang replied. Brother Gua, please continue. What is the nature of this ghostly corpse? Lao Gua lit a cigarette and remarked. There exists a place known as Gushun, beneath which lie numerous air raid shelters, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, as well as protection from the wind and rain. Many homeless individuals and scavengers take refuge within. However, since last month, there have been continuous reports of vagrants meeting gruesome fates inside. Each victim's head has been mangled beyond recognition, their brains seemingly drained. The police have been unable to identify the perpetrator and have resorted to sealing off the shelters, forbidding any entry or exit. Yi Shaoyang gasped by meow. It has truly become a corpse demon. You cannot contend with it. Indeed, I knew immediately it was not a foe I could face. I fled at the first sight. Fortunately, I had brought ample xionghuang and glutinous rice that day, which bought me some time against it. Otherwise, I would have surely lost my life. Chapter 18. The maid old Gua remarked, Young junior brother, if you are interested, shall we embark on a venture together? Yi Shaoyang replied, Is there profit to be gained? One does not rise early without the promise of gain. Why should I risk my life against a corpse demon for no reward? Old Gua, wearing the quintessential grin of a cunning merchant, extended 5 fingers, 50,000, the official remuneration for the task. 50,000 for slaying a corpse demon? Is that not a trivial sum? Yi Shaoyang questioned it. Not trivial at all. Little Ma interjected excitedly. Count me in. I want to join. Yi Shaoyang shot him a disapproving glance. What purpose do you serve? What can you possibly contribute? I'll assist you, of course. I'll carry your bag, serve tea, fetch water. Just give me a share of the earnings later. Ha! Little Ma grinned sheepishly. Old Gua, with a sly smile, said, Let him come along. He might prove useful. The trio then set out. As they passed a row of paper figures, Yi Shaoyang suddenly halted, pointing at one of the figures. In no more than half a month, This one will undoubtedly become a malevolent spirit. Old Gua chuckled mischievously. That's precisely what I desire, to see it transform into a malevolent spirit. Yi Shaoyang frowned. What do you mean by that? Let us discuss this upon our return. Kulme, let's proceed. Upon exiting the alley, Old Gua instructed them to wait as he approached the roadside and summoned a dilapidated Volkswagen. Yi Shaoyang, unfamiliar with the car's emblem, observed its worn exterior, concluding it was anything but a fine vehicle. After entering, he inquired, "Brother, you have certainly earned a considerable sum over the years. Why then do you drive such a battered car?" "Ah, this is what we call wealth concealed," Old Gua explained. "This neighborhood is full of old acquaintances. If I flaunt my wealth, they will surely come seeking loans." Yi Shaoyang and Xiao Ma exchanged a glance filled with frustration. The constant worry over lending money reflected an astonishing degree of stinginess. While driving, Xiao Ma inquired about the term corpse demon. Yi Shaoyang, growing weary of the persistent questioning, reluctantly explained, "Ghosts, demons, corpses, and spirits are categorized into different ranks. The hierarchy of zombies includes zombies, spiritual corpses, corpse demons, and corpse kings, each with distinct characteristics. The corpse demon, covered in white fur and also known as the white-furred zombie, possesses a cultivation level exceeding 500 years, making it quite formidable." Upon hearing of the corpse demon's prowess, Xiao Ma appeared somewhat uneasy and asked, "Is it more powerful than the water corpse we encountered last night?" The water corpse, merely grotesque in appearance, has only a century of cultivation and pales in comparison to the corpse demon. They are simply not in the same league. Xiao Ma took a deep breath and said, "Well then, you must ensure my protection." "Rest assured," Old Gu replied with a sly smile as he glanced at him. The car left the urban area and traveled along a rural road for several minutes before stopping in a small town. Old Gu pointed towards a mountain behind the town, saying, "That is Lonely Mountain. The air raid shelter lies at its base. We cannot drive any further, so let us walk." As they strolled towards the mountain, Yi Shaoyang received a text from Zhou Jingru inviting him to dinner. Suddenly reminded of this, he felt a pang of regret. While hunting ghosts for profit was undeniably important, it paled in comparison to the prospect of meeting a beautiful woman. However, since they had already arrived, turning back was not an option. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Xiao Ma is distressed over a breakup and is contemplating self-harm. I must accompany and comfort him. I shall take you out for dinner tomorrow instead." Outside the air raid shelter, a temporary iron fence had been erected, guarded by 4 individuals. Upon noticing the arrival of Old Gua and his companions, one of them approached and greeted Master Gua. "Greetings. There was a call from above. You may enter now," Old Gua affirmed, prompting the guard to unlock the iron gate. Observing the trio as they entered, hesitating for a moment, he inquired, "Master Gua, would you like us to accompany you?" "No need. We can manage," Old Gua replied. The guard sighed in relief, nodding, "That's good, that's good. Please be cautious." Upon entering the shelter, the temperature dropped several degrees, providing a refreshing coolness. Old Gua led the way with a flashlight, while Yi Shaoyang lit a long-lasting candle for Xiao Ma to hold. "Isn't their flashlight? Why light a candle?" Xiao Ma questioned, perplexed. "This is a long-lasting candle, infused with 7 stars herb powder. It could detect negative energies," Yi Shaoyang explained, glancing at the candle's flame, which flickered with a blackish-green hue. He then remarked to Old Gua, "There are not only zombies here, but also malevolent spirits." Xiao Ma inquired, "How can you tell?" "The black flame signifies corpse energy, while the green flame indicates ghostly energy." Yi Shaoyang, somewhat irritated, replied, "Could you please refrain from asking so many questions?" On either side of the air raid shelter, numerous small rooms have been excavated by individuals, each measuring a few square meters. Old Gua elucidated, these serve as temporary refuges. Should an air raid persist, those seeking shelter may reside here for a time. He continued, the vagrants previously stayed here, but since the zombie outbreak, not a single soul remains. As Old Gua shone the flashlight around, it revealed that nearly every room was cluttered with various items, some even furnished with straw mats or old clothing. Yi Shaoyang sighed, acknowledging the hardships of existence. After traversing several dozen meters, the cave ahead divided into 3 paths. Shining his flashlight, He found that each route seemed to stretch into infinity. Puzzled, he inquired, "Why such a vast expanse?" Lao Guo replied, "You're only now realizing?" In the 1930s, this was a primary target for air raids, resulting in the construction of numerous air raid shelters. This is one of the largest, capable of accommodating thousands. If the space were too confined and a crowd gathered above, a few flamethrowers would be enough to overpower the undead. The crucial issue is the sheer size. Many areas are interconnected, making it nearly impossible to search without a few hundred people. I was merely fortunate last time to stumble upon a zombie. Lao Guo first led the two to the spot where he had previously encountered a zombie, within a shelter illuminated by a reflection of light on a pile of white fur. "What is this, mold?" Xiaoma remarked, reaching out to touch it. Shaoyang swiftly slapped his hand away, warning, "Do not touch that. It harbors corpse poison." Rubbing a layer of cinnabar on his hand, he cautiously picked up a handful of the white fur, holding it to the everlasting candle-s flame, which promptly solidified into a pool of black blood. Indeed, it is the fur of a white-haired zombie. Just then, the everlasting candle extinguished unexpectedly. Alarmed, Shaoyang realized that something malevolent must be approaching, prompting him to rush outside and instruct Lao Guo, "Light the lamps." Lao Guo hastily ignited the three-colored lotus lantern, standard equipment for ghost hunting in dark places like caves or ancient tombs. The lamp, fueled by cinnabar, contained 3 types of incense, providing illumination while also ensnaring the malevolent spirit's earthly soul, preventing it from transforming. Under the warm, orange glow, a wraith-like figure could be discerned, drifting from the depths of a cave. "Is it a zombie?" The young man's voice trembled. "It's a vengeful spirit," Lao Guo remarked. Shaoyang drew forth his peachwood sword, remaining calm as he peered into the dim light. The vengeful spirit was tall, with 2 long braids. A female ghost clad in a pink traditional gown, adorned with embroidered shoes. Was this a maid from ancient times? Lao Guo Yinan deeply heavens. This was a ghost from centuries past, at least a spirit of vengeful caliber. What is a vengeful spirit? Xiaoma, hiding behind the two, felt a semblance of safety, yet activated his insatiable curiosity. "Don't ask about the hierarchy of ghosts," Lao Guo replied dismissively, unwilling to elaborate. Before the female ghost could close the distance, Shaoyang swiftly scattered a handful of copper coins. The ghost deftly evaded, flipping her hand and producing a damp wooden board from seemingly nowhere, with crimson liquid incessantly dripping from it. "A coffin lid," Lao Guo silently exclaimed. Her weapon was a coffin lid. Ghosts of vengeful caliber and above would select objects imbued with malevolent attributes, infusing them with their own spiritual energy to cultivate them into their weapons. The stronger the ghost's cultivation, the more formidable the weapon's offensive capability. The ghost swung the coffin lid toward Shaoyang, dark mist swirling around it. Even from several meters away, Shaoyang felt an icy chill enveloping him. This female ghost cultivation was formidable indeed. Chapter 19. The ancient tomb brandishing his peachwood sword, Shaoyang thrust it forward, intercepting the coffin lid. A dark miasma spiraled up the blade, spreading ominously. Unperturbed, Shaoyang exerted his strength, shattering the coffin lid and splattering ichor. With her vital artifact destroyed, the female ghost opened her mouth in a silent scream. She reached out with her fingers, aiming for Shaoyang's throat, a move that played right into his hands. He formed a hand seal with his left hand and struck the ghost's brow. The ghost gate, the most vulnerable point of a spirit. A wave of azure light rippled across the female ghost, further blurring her already ethereal form. She flailed wildly, attempting to seize Shaoyang, but to no avail. "Cease your struggles, or I shall obliterate your very essence," Shaoyang declared with a touch of bravado. Unlike mindless zombies, ghosts typically heeded such threats, preferring consignment to the underworld over annihilation. Strangely, however, this handmaiden ghost did not relent. Instead, she resisted even more fiercely, catching Shaoyang's face in the process. "Damn it!" Shaoyang set aside his peachwood sword and swiftly inscribed a stasis charm, affixing it to the female ghost and finally subduing her. Retrieving a bronze mirror from his satchel, Shaoyang examined his reflection in the lamplight. Several lacerations marked his cheek, oozing a verdant fluid. He hastily extracted a handful of black bean powder from his bag and applied it to the wounds. "I shall ask you questions, and you shall answer them truthfully," he asserted. "Otherwise, I will extinguish you." The young man, emboldened by the immobility of the female specter before him, approached her and feigned bravado. The ghost stared blankly at him, remaining silent. "What is your name? Speak up." The specter remained mute. "Which dynasty did you belong to?" Still, she offered no response. "Stop trying," Shaoyang interjected. Before her demise, someone sealed her mouth and ears with mercury. Mercury possesses malevolent properties that can suppress the celestial soul. Thus, she cannot hear or speak. The young man was taken aback. "Is that truly the case? How do you know this?" Shaoyang pointed to a peculiar pattern embroidered on the ghost's garment, saying, "That is a soul lock, designed to imprison spirits and prevent them from entering the afterlife. It is typically used on those interred alongside the deceased, and her inability to articulate serves as further evidence. In certain ancient dynasties, it was customary to fill the ears and mouths of sacrificial boys and maidens with mercury to prevent their spirits from speaking ill of their masters in the underworld. Of course, this notion is absurd. Before the celestial laws of the afterlife, any restrictions are rendered ineffective." The young man lamented, "You could have mentioned that sooner. I wasted half a day making faces, hoping to indulge in the thrill of interrogating a ghost." Shaoyang thought to himself, "While you wasted expressions, I have suffered disfigurement. Had I known she could not hear, I would not have attempted to interrogate her. As a disciple of Shan, being injured by a female ghost is a disgrace." The young man circled the ghost twice, exclaiming, "Truly, as a burial maid, she is quite striking. Her figure is remarkable. Yet, considering her tragic fate, it is best not to jest at her expense." Shaoyang inscribed a petitionary charm and presented it to the female specter, who seemed to comprehend its meaning, her eyes welling with gratitude. "Now, I shall remove the immobilization charm. Please refrain from causing any further disturbance," Shaoyang entreated, apprehensive of another facial assault. As the immobilization charm was peeled away, the female specter remained perfectly still, gazing at Shaoyang with a pitiable expression. "Forgive me for this intrusion," Shaoyang uttered, as he reached out to divest her of her upper garment. "Heavens, Xiaoyi, what are you about to do? This is far too macabre. Not even female ghosts are spared your advances." Xiao Ma exclaimed in utter shock. "What depraved thoughts you harbor!" Her attire is affixed with a soul-anchoring lock, preventing her escape. Shaoyang retorted. With swiftness and efficiency, he relieved the female specter of her upper garment, revealing a bodice beneath. Save for her complexion, which was paler than that of the living, she appeared no different from any other woman. Her figure voluptuous enough to render her a veritable femme fatale in this day and age. From behind, Xiao Ma emitted a guttural gulp. Shaoyang cast a sidelong glance at him, retorting, "Have some decorum," before surreptitiously swallowing his own saliva. The female specter offered Shaoyang a graceful curtsy, transforming into a wisp of ethereal smoke that adhered to the petitionary charm, which then soared towards the cavern's mouth. As he watched the paper talisman flutter away, Laogwa turned back, inquiring, "Junior brother, is there truly an ancient tomb beneath us? I have never heard tell of an ancient tomb within an air raid shelter." "In all likelihood, there is. Otherwise, a corpse demon would not have spontaneously materialized," Shaoyang responded. "Cease your idle speculations. Once we locate the albino cadaver, all will be revealed." Shaoyang produced a paper talisman, folding it into the shape of a crane. After exhaling upon it, he released his grip, and the paper crane unfurled its wings, soaring forward. Xiao Ma stared in utter bewilderment. What manner of thing is that? A yin-yang avian, capable of tracking all spectral energy. "Let us follow it," Shaoyang replied. 3 individuals followed the paper crane for nearly half an hour, traversing several paths only to find themselves back at the starting point. The magic of the paper crane had dissipated, and it fell to the ground. "Cursed be this undead creature. It has wandered everywhere, leaving behind a trail of malevolence, causing even the yin-yang birds to lose their way." Shaoyang, feeling disheartened, scratched his head, realizing he needed to devise an alternative strategy. Old Gua, with a mysterious smile, remarked, "Junior brother, I have an idea. That bloodthirsty, white-haired zombie thrives on carnage. This place is poorly ventilated, but if we can procure enough human blood, it will surely be lured here." Shaoyang smacked his forehead, recognizing the brilliance of the suggestion. "We can set a trap in advance and capture it when it arrives." However, it was easier said than done. Where could they find human blood in such a desolate area? Xiaoma glanced around, only to notice the gleaming eyes of the two men fixated on him. What are you two staring at? No way, you aren't planning to take my blood, are you? I'm merely a weakling. The undead would flee at the scent of my blood. Shaoyang quickly excluded himself from the proposition. I faint at the sight of blood. Besides, I'm an old man. Losing even a little blood could be fatal for me. You, young man, are strong and robust. A little blood loss wouldn't be too detrimental." Old Gua patted Xiao Ma's shoulder, adopting the demeanor of a sage imparting wisdom. Xiao Ma exclaimed, "Wait a minute. I just remembered you were the one who initially urged me to come here. Be honest, were you plotting against me from the very beginning?" "Not at all. How could that be?" Old Gua replied. "I merely believe young people should exhibit a spirit of self-sacrifice." Xiao Ma rolled his eyes. "I'm merely a puffed-up figure with little blood. You should be the one to make the sacrifice." Old Gua countered, 2,000 yuan. Xiao Ma's eyes lit up. 5,000. 3,000. Deal. Speak up. How much blood will you shed? Little Ma rolled up his sleeves, facing danger with unwavering resolve. "Just a small bowl will suffice." Old Gua unfastened his backpack and retrieved a sturdy porcelain bowl. Upon seeing the bowl, Little Ma cursed. Damn it, this was clearly premeditated. Ignoring Little Ma's cries of protest, Old Gua used a small dagger to pierce Little Ma's middle finger, squeezing out blood. To his credit, he only extracted about half a bowl. Once this was accomplished, the blood in the bowl had nearly evaporated, and Shaoyang smeared the remaining blood onto Little Ma's clothing. "Hey, what are you doing?" "This is Valentino, a replica that's worth at least 200. Although the corpse demon lacked intellect, it was not entirely foolish. It recognized that no one was present to approach. Stand at the center of the bloodline, and when the corpse demon approaches, I have a plan." Little Ma felt a bead of sweat forming. "Little Yi, is there really no danger?" "Of course not. Hurry up. Do you still want that 3,000? Resolutely, Little Ma stepped toward the center of the bloodline. Shaoyang turned away, a troubled smile playing on his lips. This kid truly valued money over life. Before long, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from the cave entrance, accompanied by a few beast-like growls. The white-haired zombie had arrived. Little Ma's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. "Little Yi, silence. Wait until it's in front of you, and I have a plan." Shaoyang beckoned to Old Gua, and the two discreetly retreated to a nearby refuge. The cadence of approaching footsteps grew more pronounced, and with mounting anticipation, Xiao Ma fixed his gaze upon the distant expanse. At long last, a towering silhouette emerged into the auric luminescence cast by the tricolored lotus, lumbering forward with the gait of a polar bear. Chapter 20. The Four-Blood Pill. Shaoyang, not one to remain idle, enlisted the assistance of Old Gua and retrieved a black porcelain bowl. He opened 3 packets of blood plasma and poured them into the bowl, stirring the mixture with an elm stick. After taking a whiff, he inquired, "Is the blood plasma satisfactory?" "Of course, it is impeccable. The blood from the 4-eyed dog, the fury chicken, and the black donkey. I've personally verified each. However, I fear the 3-blood corpse exterminating pill may prove ineffective against the white-haired zombie," Old Gua replied. "Indeed, it would be of little use, which is why I am concocting the 4-blood corpse exterminating pill," Shaoyang responded. Old Gua was taken aback. He had only ever heard of the 3-blood corpse exterminating pill. What, he wondered, was the 4-blood corpse exterminating pill? Was it a secret technique of Xuanqingshan? Just as he was about to ask, Shaoyang suddenly gestured for silence and glanced outside. A tall, imposing figure was approaching. The white-haired zombie. Old Gua's heart raced. Turning to Shaoyang, he saw him making a slashing motion with his middle finger, allowing drops of blood to fall into the prepared bowl. Suddenly enlightened, Old Gua realized that the so-called 4-blood corpse exterminating pill was merely an enhancement of the 3-blood pill, with the addition of a new ingredient, the blood of the celestial master. Initially, he had hoped to glean some inner sect secrets, but upon seeing this, Old Guo resigned himself to the reality that the inner sect of Xuanqingshan produced at most 3 celestial masters per generation, and at least one. To obtain the celestial master blood, one would have to eliminate Yi Shaoyang. Shaking his head in resignation, Old Guo leaned forward to observe. The white-haired zombie had already crossed the first of the 10 red lines. Xiao Ma stood at the 5th line, and the distance between the two, a mere 10 meters. The albino cadaver's hair was disheveled, its dark skin sparsely covered with white hair. Devoid of any flesh, its countenance featured a pair of sharp fangs protruding beyond its lips. A large flap of skin hung loosely from the left side of its face, revealing a dark zygomatic bone, as vermin incessantly crawled from beneath, only to swiftly retreat. Nausea overwhelmed Xiao Ma, yet it was the dread that truly gripped him. His complexion paled, surpassing that of the spectral maid he had previously encountered. Perspiration drenched him as his legs trembled uncontrollably. He had witnessed numerous terrifying scenes in recent days. The visage of the aquatic corpse was hardly more appealing than the albino cadaver. However, Yi Shaoyang had been there to shield him, allowing him to observe, as if watching a horror film, a mere 3D experience. Now, without Yi Shaoyang, he had become the protagonist, the albino cadaver's prey. The sensation was profoundly different. As fear intensified, Xiao Ma recalled Lao Guo's tale of how the undead demon devoured its victims, cracking open their skulls to consume their brains. Disregarding Yi Shaoyang's instructions, his terror coalesced into a plaintive cry. "Xiao Yezi, save me." His utterance betrayed his presence, aiding the albino cadaver in pinpointing its quarry. With a guttural roar, the cadaver surged forward, its speed amplified manifold. Xiao Ma noticed that the cadaver wielded a guillotined broadsword in its right hand, dragging along the ground, generating sparks. A single blow from such a massive blade would overwhelm even Schwarzenegger's physique. Xiao Ma gulped, feeling his strength failing, his body limp, unable to move. Turning to Yi Shaoyang, Lao Guo remarked, "Your comrade is at his limit." "That simpleton, I told him not to make a sound." Yi Shaoyang continued his work, transmuting a talisman into sacred water and placing it into a bowl, while Lao Guo watched, understanding the need for patience. The 3-blood corpse eradication pill, once prepared, retained its efficacy for only 10 minutes before dissipating, precluding any advanced preparation. Yi Shaoyang was concocting the 4-blood corpse eradication pill, a process demanding even more time. A thunderous sound erupted outside, followed by a burst of flames. Lao Guo peered out to see the white-haired zombie had trod upon a mixture of realgar and glutinous rice, triggering the array's restrictions and igniting subterranean fire. The raging flames charred the corpse demon, its skin splitting and oozing black blood, which evaporated with a pungent, putrid stench that stung the eyes. Unable to endure the fiery torment, a swarm of white worms frantically poured from the white-haired zombie's orifices, writhing in the flames before bursting with a soft poof, splattering a pool of vernues. The scene was utterly repulsive, and Xiao Ma, suppressing the urge to vomit, bellowed, "Yi Shaoyang, you charlatan, get out here. If you don't come out, I'm abandoning you." Xiao Ma's threat of desertion failed to summon Yi Shaoyang, but seemed to provoke the white-haired zombie. Heedless of the flames engulfing it, emitted a monstrous roar and pounced. It seized Xiao Ma by the neck, hoisting him up as if he were a mere chick, and snarled ferociously. Xiao Ma realized that the creature likely perceived him as the architect of its suffering, and he wished to explain that Yi Shaoyang was the true culprit, concealed within the wall's recess, and should be the target of its wrath. A foul stench erupted from the mouth of the white-haired zombie, causing him to retch and spew forth, splattering the creature's face. "Ack!" The white-haired zombie roared in fury, raising his right arm and swinging the ghostly blade down upon the little horse's head. At that moment, a sudden crimson light illuminated the surroundings, as 10 bloodlines surged forth from the ground, striking the white-haired zombie and rapidly constricting to form a net. As the zombie struggled, he instinctively released the little horse, sitting on the ground, bewildered by the extraordinary scene before him. "What are you waiting for? Run!" Yi Shaoyang shouted at him. My legs have gone numb. I can't move," the little horse stammered. Yi Shaoyang disregarded him, forming hand seals and silently chanting incantations, manipulating the blood net to twist and tighten, cutting into the zombie's skin. Black blood and the stench of decay began to seep out. The white-haired zombie relinquished his ghostly blade, fiercely tearing at the bloodlines. With a series of cracking sounds, several bloodlines snapped, and the zombie thrust his head forward, unleashing a frenzied roar. His lower jaw grotesquely split in two, resembling a pair of pincers as it lunged towards the little horse. The little horse tumbled away in panic, trembling as he cursed, "What do you want? You big black brute? It's not my fault. Why are you targeting me? Even if I die, I'll be an unjustly wronged spirit." Upon glancing up, he was horrified to see the zombie's gaping maw filled with black, oozing blood, crawling with a multitude of white worms, sending chills down his spine. He collapsed to the ground once more, retching violently. As more bloodlines were torn apart, the upper half of the white-haired zombie had already emerged from the blood net, displaying an imminent escape. Yi Shaoyang's brow furrowed, taken aback by his adversary's formidable strength, rendering the cinnabar-infused net ineffective. Ceasing his incantations, he dashed forward, retrieving his ink fountain, and proclaimed, "I possess a chamber, half of which I lease to King Yama. At times, a ray of light emanates forth, deterring all demons under the heavens." He unfurled a vermilion thread, lashing it vehemently across the pallid zombie's countenance. With a hiss, a plume of vapor arose as a profound, ebony welt marred the zombie's face, its skin contorting, continuously exuding cadaverous miasma. Deterring all demons under the heavens, Yi Shaoyang chanted, each utterance punctuated by a strike. The incessant hissing crescendoed until the zombie's face was a tapestry of overlapping ebony welts, its features utterly disfigured. Good heavens, a genuine disfigurement is akin to a cosmetic procedure, far more aesthetically pleasing than before, Lil Ma exclaimed, dumbfounded. Sensing the abatement of the cadaverous miasma, Yi Shaoyang raised his jujube with sword, pressing his middle finger, imbued with blood, against the hilt. He intoned the corpse-severing incantation, aiming the blade at the white-haired zombie's chest. With his other hand, he produced a four-blood corpse extinction pill, intending to force-feed it to the zombie amidst its death throes upon being impaled. Alas, while the conception was felicitous, reality proved unyielding. As Yi Shaoyang thrust his sword, a grating sound echoed as if striking an obstruction, preventing penetration. With widened eyes, he beheld, to his dismay, that beneath its funerary shroud, the zombie was clad in a layer of iron armor. Chapter 21. Valiant Fight Against the Demon. The jujube would sword against iron armor. The outcome was predictable. When the white-haired zombie delivered a slap, Yi Shaoyang parried with his jujube sword, only to be sent flying backward, landing with a stumble. Fortunately, the jujube sword had provided some defense, preventing injury. The corpse demon's gaze swept around, once again locking on a Xiaoma, and lunged towards him. Zombies possess little intelligence. Once they go berserk, they will relentlessly attack any living thing in front of them, not even sparing a pig. Whoever is closest suffers the consequences. Little Ma, unaware of this, cried out, "Damn it, coming for me again. You big dark thing, will you ever quit?" He turned and sprinted away, but the white-haired zombie was surprisingly fast, catching up in a few strides. It seized Xiao Ma by the neck, lifting him up, and reached with its other hand, poised to tear him apart. Just then, a jujube sword pierced its neck from behind, penetrating the unprotected area. Heaven and earth are boundless. Borrow the power of Qianquan. Break! With Yi Shaoyang's shout, the jujube sword in his hand glowed red, as if transformed into a pair of fiery tongs, searing the flesh around the wound, causing it to sizzle and smoke. This strike inflicted significant damage on the white-haired zombie. It released Xiao Ma, its head fixed in place by the jujube sword. While its body twisted a full 180 degrees, its 10 fingers joined together to form a hand blade, thrusting towards Yi Shaoyang. Yi Shaoyang ducked down, evading the attack. The zombie's 2 hands plunged into the stone wall, sinking at least 2 feet deep. "Damn, innate divine strength," Xiao Ma exclaimed, keeping his distance. Yi Shaoyang did not wait for the zombie to withdraw its arm. With a flick of the ink line, The vermilion thread swiftly ignited upon the white-haired zombie's arms, binding its hands. Resorting to familiar tactics, the zombie thrust its head forward, its jaws suddenly unhinging like a pair of pincers, attempting to bite Yi Shaoyang. Just in time, I shall offer you a sweet treat. Yi Shaoyang retrieved a blood-extinguishing pill and tossed it into the gaping maw of the white-haired zombie. The creature trembled, instinctively snapping its jaw shut. Yi Shaoyang affixed a talisman inscribed with the character stitched upon its mouth, intoning, "Supreme three purities, adaptable and unconfused, all manner of malevolent spirits. Be utterly vanquished." Swiftly, as commanded, a muffled thud resonated from within the white-haired zombie's body. The zombie opened its mouth wide, emitting a roar that shook the ground, its body convulsing violently as it broke free from the constraints of the vermilion thread. However, it refrained from attacking Yi Shaoyang again, and instead performed a series of bizarre actions. It tore apart its shroud, gripped the seams of its armor, and forcefully ripped it open. Then it plunged its fingers into its own abdomen, exerting pressure that caused its belly to rupture, spewing forth a torrent of black blood along with a myriad of vividly colored entrails, accompanied by countless white worms that, after writhing momentarily, fell still. The white-haired zombie turned and clutched its belly with both hands, staggering back in the direction it had come, resembling a drunken man unsteady on his feet. Old Gua drew a jujube with sword and pursued, declaring, "It still has a breath left. We must finish it off." "No need," Yi Shaoyang interjected, blocking him. "It seeks to return to the ancient tomb to replenish itself with the corpse energy there. If we follow it, we shall surely uncover the tomb." Approaching the putrid effluence expelled from the bellies of the albino cadavers, Yi Shaoyang produced a packet of sulfur powder. He sprinkled it upon the mass and ignited it with a talismanic flame. Some of the undead vermin writhed and convulsed in the conflagration, their bodies ultimately exploding, discharging verdant ichor that evaporated in the intense heat. Xiaoma exclaimed with awe, "The corpse demon is truly extraordinary. Even the maggots in its gut are so colossal." "Those are corpse worms, not maggots," Yi Shaoyang retorted, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Utterly ignorant, all you do is prattle on. Corpse worms are manifestations of the cadaverous miasma emanating from the undead. They are a form of malevolent spirit, albeit of the basest order. Their ichor possesses corrosive properties, and without the nourishment of cadaverous energy, they cannot long endure. Nevertheless, caution is advisable." Having dealt with the corpse worms, Yi Shaoyang and his companions hastened to pursue the albino cadaver, which had vanished from sight. Fortunately, a trail of cadaverous blood marked its passage, enabling them to follow in relentless pursuit. "My neck is somewhat itchy. Little Yi, would you examine it?" Yi Shaoyang illuminated the area with a flashlight, revealing a ring of lacerations upon Xiaoma's neck. The exuded blood possessed a tinge of black, indicative of cadaveric contagion. However, the situation was not dire. He procured some glutinous rice and applied it to the wound. "I am truly beset by misfortune. Yesterday I was seized by a water cadaver, and today I am lacerated by a corpse demon. Truly," Xiaoma lamented, but his train of thought was abruptly diverted. He extended his hand toward Laogua. 3,000. Produce the funds immediately." Laogua rolled his eyes. "The matter is not yet concluded. I shall remunerate you upon our exit." "Not yet concluded? By heavens! You would not contemplate employing me as bait once more, would you? Ah, apropos, what is the purpose of our venture into the catacombs?" The prospect of untold treasures within the ancient sepulchre galvanized Xiaoma, transforming him from a state of despondency to one of exuberant alacrity. Yi Shaoyang stated, "This albino Jiangshi, clad in iron armor, is likely the tomb's occupant. Given the presence of accompanying maids, there must be more than one. Typically, there would be a pair of maids and a pair of child attendants as burial offerings. We must eliminate them all to prevent future harm." Xiao, Meixkund, were these child attendants? Child attendants differ from maids. They are ghost corpses, possessing both the offensive capabilities of Jiangshi and the intellect of specters, making them exceedingly difficult to handle. Yi Shaoyang grimaced at the mention of ghost corpses. This tomb occupant is utterly detestable, deserving of annihilation, Xiaoma declared indignantly. Suddenly, he recalled something. "Little Yi, Are these ghost corpses as formidable as the albino Jiangshi? Certainly not. They are merely more cunning and swift. However, dealing with two simultaneously could prove troublesome. As they spoke, the trio descended the main path, following the trail of blood into a seemingly inconspicuous tunnel. After a few steps, their flashlight illuminated a body sprawled on the ground, the albino Jiangshi. The flames on its body had been extinguished, and it lay motionless. Shaoyang cautiously crouched down, examined it, and cursed. The corpse's aura has dissipated. It's dead. This disappointing wretch couldn't even make it to the ancient tomb. Xiaoma nudged the corpse demon with his foot, chuckling. Regardless, this Xiaoma once splattered a corpse demon's face. I'll have bragging rights in the future. The three abandoned the albino Jiangshi, continuing forward with their flashlights. After less than 50 meters, the path ended, revealing a massive pit. Shaoyang instructed the two to remain still, cautiously treading along the edges to avoid the potential collapse. Upon reaching the forefront, he illuminated the cavity with his flashlight, revealing a depth of approximately 2 meters, leading into a burial chamber. Within, 3 coffins were arranged, 1 large and 2 small. The lid of the large coffin lay ajar, pushed aside, revealing its emptiness. Save for a layer of exquisite gold and jewels that shimmered enticingly under the beam of light. It was evident that this was the abode of the towering figure behind him. Shaoyang cast a glance at the perimeter of the pit, noting that the ground was roughly several dozen centimeters thick. A realization dawned upon him, and he addressed the two behind him. Just as I surmised, the bomb shelter is positioned directly atop the ancient tomb. Originally, that corpse demon could not escape. However, recent geological shifts or other factors may have caused the ground to collapse, inadvertently creating an exit for it. Consequently, those residing in the bomb shelter have found themselves in dire straits. Xiaoma clapped a hand on Shaoyang's shoulder and remarked, I don't quite follow. So, he was essentially confined in a secret chamber for centuries without food and did not perish. Why then, is he now inclined to feast on humans? Zombies consume flesh due to an insatiable thirst for blood. The essence and intellect derived from it can accelerate their cultivation. If no one is available for him to consume, he remains in the tomb, diligently practicing, Shaoyang explained. Casting a sidelong glance at Xiaoma, he smirked to illustrate, a man cannot be devoid of women. Yet if he were never permitted to engage with them throughout his life, he would not simply wither away. Would he? Certainly, he would go mad, Xiaoma retorted, rolling his eyes. Shaoyang playfully patted his shoulder, chiding, young lad, you remain a novice in matters of romance. Do not attempt to feign the wisdom of a seasoned lover. The young man's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. How did you know? Observing the multitude of pimples adorning his face, it was evident there could be no pretense. Shaoyang chuckled mischievously, using his feet to hook onto the edge of the pit, allowing his entire body to dangle as he surveyed the entire tomb chamber. In a dim corner, he discovered another ghostly maidservant. In the 22nd chapter, the maiden ghost's attire mirrored that of the previous servant, as she stood motionlessly in the corner. Shaoyang unslung his backpack, handing it to Lao Gua. First, procure a pristine ink fountain, steeped in black dog's blood, and await my instructions, Shaoyang directed, before vaulting into the ancient tomb. Sensing the presence of a living being, the female specter lunged forth with a swiftness. Her purpose as a burial object was to eliminate grave robbers and safeguard the tomb owner's remains. Anxious to avoid disturbing the leader's page, Shaoyang resolved to act with dispatch. He produced a handful of 5 emperor's coins, casting them into the air, where they arranged themselves into an octagonal array. The universe is boundless, and the realms are borrowed. Break. The 5 emperor's coins struck the female ghost's chest, eliciting a mournful cry as she recoiled. Why does he always chant that phrase? Xiaoma inquired of Lao Gua, perplexed. He utters it whether wielding a sword or employing copper coins. It's the Xinqing Mountain's universal incantation. I, too, am familiar with it. Xiaoma cast a sidelong glance, retorting, spare me the tale. I've never witnessed you in action, only lurking behind, spouting empty words. Shaoyang subdued the female ghost with utmost haste, employing the same tactic, divesting her of her upper garment. After the deliverance, he instructed Lao Guo to toss down the ink fountain steeped in black dog's blood, commencing with the small coffin on the left. He was to snap lines of blood from top to bottom and left to right, each line spaced no more than 3 inches apart. As the ritual reached its midpoint, the coffin lid unexpectedly cracked open, revealing a pale hand that reached out towards Yi Shaoyang. Anticipating this, Yi Shaoyang swiftly maneuvered ensnaring the little hand's middle finger with a crimson thread. With a deft twist, he wound it tightly, forming a binding knot that pushed the hand back into the coffin. The middle finger, also known as is the vessel of one's soul, whether living or deceased, once bound by the red thread. The soul is effectively restrained and cannot escape. With the soul trapped, the power of the spirit was halved, yet it still retained the ability to attack as a zombie, violently banging against the coffin, threatening to splinter it apart. Yi Shaoyang let out a cold chuckle and retrieved a jade seal from his belt, pressing it firmly onto the coffin lid. The upper half of the seal depicted a fearsome beast, a striking resemblance to the legendary Pishio. Old Guo, astonished, was rendered speechless. The Pishio seal was one of the treasures of Zwanking Mountain, of which he had only heard tales during his time there, never having laid eyes on it. Though small, the Pishio seal bore the weight of a mountain to all spirits. Once placed, the creature within the coffin, though still restless, could not stir the coffin, which remained steadfast. Yi Shaoyang continued to flick the red thread onto the coffin, soon covering its entirety, before taking a deep breath and approaching another small coffin. Meanwhile, Old Guo's flashlight beam gradually illuminated the scene, and as Yi Shaoyang drew near, he found himself momentarily frozen. The coffin lid had been pushed aside, revealing it to be completely empty. The guardian spirit had emerged. When had this happened? Suddenly, Xiao Ma shouted, "Behind you!" Yi Shaoyang suddenly turned around, and a small face, blood red in hue, was pressed toward him, the mouth wide open in a gesture of exhalation. Yi Shaoyang quickly stepped back, sprinting a dozen paces, taking a deep breath as he remarked, "That was close. I nearly kissed you." The ghostly entity, unable to transcend, harbored immense resentment within, and should it spray a mere ordinary person, it would likely spell doom for them. Although Yi Shaoyang, as a celestial master, would remain relatively unscathed, the experience was far from pleasant. With a peculiar sound escaping its lips, the spirit lunged at him with astonishing speed. This time, Yi Shaoyang was prepared. With his left hand, he formed a spell and struck with a palm, landing a direct hit on the spirit's face. The entity shrieked and swiftly retreated, vanishing into the darkness. After a moment of silence, Yi Shaoyang, feeling somewhat vexed, muttered, "This little rascal is quite cunning. Aware of my prowess, he dares not approach. Brother, light the lamp." Old Guo ignited a tricolor lotus lamp, suspending it with a red thread into the tomb chamber. Xiao Ma, puzzled, inquired, "Why didn't you keep it lit the whole time, lighting it only now?" Old Guo snorted, "Do you know how expensive the 7-star brass powder is? 300 coins for a single ounce. Do you think I can just burn candles?" The orange glow illuminated the tomb chamber, and Yi Shaoyang cast a sweeping glance, spotting the vigilant spirit in a corner. Standing about a meter tall, it was plump and bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary child of its age, save for its entirely crimson, somewhat translucent skin, through which the veins and even internal organs were faintly discernible. Yi Shaoyang Sikit, recognizing that this condition arose from a peculiar transformation before the individual's demise, resulting in the skin's blood-red coloration. The kind of agony that Yi Shaoyang had never experienced was vividly described in the classic texts of Zwanking Mountain. Pain that penetrates to the marrow, teeth ground to dust. With a sigh, Yi Shaoyang gazed at the young spirit and declared, "I have come to guide you towards liberation." Ever since the boy had transformed into a ghostly corpse, he had lost the ability to communicate with the living, rendering Yi Shaoyang's words incomprehensible to him. The only thoughts that occupied the spirit's mind were those of slaughter, projecting all the suffering he endured in life onto anyone he encountered. Yi Shaoyang did not expect the spirit to understand him. In order to liberate him, he first needed to subdue him. He glanced upward and instructed, "Quickly, ring the soul-soothing bell." Lao Guo held the lantern in one hand while retrieving the backpack Yi Shaoyang had tossed aside. He extracted the soul-soothing bell and handed it to Xiaoma. You possess greater strength. You shall ring it without pause. Unaware of any deception, Xiaoma accepted the bell and began to shake it, casually inquiring, "What is the purpose of this?" The sound of the soul-soothing bell exerts a powerful stimulus on spirits, rendering them incapable of transformation, thus diminishing the ghostly corpse's offensive capabilities by half. If you see anything, remember not to lose focus. Do not cease ringing the bell, Lao cautioned. Xiaoma replied, "We are up here, and they are down there. Nothing can frighten us. It's just like watching a horror film. The more thrilling, the better." Lao Guo chuckled wryly, thinking to himself that the young man was being overly confident. He hoped that his perspective would shift soon. As the bell rang, the ghostly corpse's movements were indeed severely impaired, grimacing in evident agony. Yi Shaoyang effortlessly seized it and affixed a binding talisman to the back of its head. With the task accomplished, young Master Yi took a breather, dipped his finger in cinnabar, and touched it to the ghost gate on the space between its eyebrows. He removed the soul-stabilizing needle, and the cherub quivered all over, a look of resentment flashing in its eyes. It only knew pain and was oblivious to what Yi Shaoyang was doing. "I'm doing this for your own good," Yi Shaoyang said, patting its head. "Now, I will perform a requiem mass for you." During the cherub's refinement, its 3 immortal souls and 7 mortal spirits were scattered throughout its body. So it was necessary to first gather the souls before performing the requiem Massachusetts. Yi Shaoyang placed one hand on the cherub's crown chakra, closed his eyes, and began to chant the soul-searching incantation, a divine thought entering the cherub's body, searching for the 3 immortal souls and 7 mortal spirits. From Little Ma's perspective, Yi Shaoyang stood motionless, muttering ceaselessly, which was really boring, so he stopped ringing the bell and lit a cigarette. "Keep ringing the bell. Don't stop," Old Gua hurriedly reminded him. Little Ma frowned at him. "Why do I still need to ring it now?" Ringing the bell now can eliminate the resentment of the soul and make it willing to be delivered. Otherwise, if the resentment is too deep, it will be difficult to deliver. Hurry up, and remember that the bell cannot stop. Little Ma had just started ringing the soul-stirring bell again when suddenly a red figure floated out of the ancient tomb and stood in front of him. It was the face of that cherub, its expression twisted, extremely terrifying, with a large amount of yellow, red, and green liquid flowing down its chin from its grinning mouth. The cherub wiped a handful of the viscous liquid and stretched it toward Little Ma, with a scalp-tingling giggle. Little Ma's face instantly turned green. Chapter 23. The measure the pony staggered backward, evading the boy's grasp, its heart consumed by fear, leaving no room for the thought of ringing the bell, which it did sporadically. This was merely a fragment of its soul, a mere shadow. Pay it no heed. "Ring the bell," Old was shouted. "How easy it is for you to say. My instinctive reactions are beyond my control." The pony resolutely closed its eyes, yet that wisp of a ghost lingered before it, while darkness enveloped everything else, accentuating its presence. Reluctantly, it reopened its eyes, only to behold the boy's distorted face contorted in a myriad of terrifying expressions. Suddenly, the pony recalled Yi Shaoyang's words, "Blood from the tip of the tongue can dispel ghosts." Resolutely, it bit down on its tongue, the sharp sting jolting it back to awareness. Confronting the boy's horrifying visage, it found the terror somewhat diminished. The boy's ghost, witnessing this, quivered and transformed into a plump child of 5 or 6. His tender neck constricted by a red string, his expression one of agony. With large, pleading eyes, he gazed at the pony, weeping softly, his delicate hands reaching out, seemingly begging for salvation. "It is an illusion, a mere figment of my imagination," the pony incessantly reminded itself. Its mind remained helplessly ensnared by the scene before it. Forgetting its responsibilities, it abandoned the soul-reviving bell and extended its hands, attempting to untie the noose apologies. "Old Gua, but I must call upon your assistance once more." Shama felt a bit awkward. "Nevertheless, it is only natural for you to be affected, as it reflects your benevolent heart." Old Gua was surprised that he had not suffered any harm. He opened his right palm, which was swollen considerably, revealing a vermilion inscription that was gradually fading. Xiao Ma exclaimed, "Did you not say that was merely a wisp of a soul? How can it cause such injury?" Old Gua shot him a glance, It is, after all, a ghostly corpse. Even a wisp of wandering spirit is enough to trouble me, a mere Taoist apprentice. I am not as formidable as my junior brother. The two turned their gaze towards the ancient tomb, where Shaoyang had successfully captured the fleeing spirit. The 3 souls and 7 corporeal essences were finally united. Once the rite of passage was complete, he sat on the ground, panting heavily. In a single day, he had vanquished a corpse demon, exorcised 2 malevolent spirits, and dealt with 2 young spirits, not to mention yesterday's endeavors. Yi Shaoyang felt as though he were a model of diligence within the realm of magical arts. And certainly, he had accrued considerable merit. Seeing that the area below posed no danger, Xiao Ma and Old Gua descended as well. Old Gua approached the coffin that contained another young spirit, from which occasional sounds of impact could be heard. "What shall we do about this?" Old Gua inquired. Yi Shaoyang requested a bottle of purified water from Xiao Ma, drank half of it in quick succession, took a few breaths, and said, "We shall incinerate it, obliterate its remains, and I shall perform the rite for it." After finishing the water and resting for a moment, Yi Shaoyang took matters into his own hands. He retrieved a bottle of fish oil from his backpack, applied it to the coffin lid, and ignited it, resulting in a sudden blaze. Xiao Ma exclaimed, "What sort of oil is this? It is even more potent than gasoline." The oil of the East Sea merfolk is remarkably enduring. A mere small lamp can burn for centuries without extinguishing, frequently utilized as an everlasting light in ancient tombs. Upon concluding his thoughts, Yi Shaoyang suddenly realized that this place resembled an ancient grave. His gaze swept across the surroundings until he spotted a small door in the corner. Approaching it, he discovered a small chamber within, where a bronze lampstand shaped like a fishman resided. The fishman's hands cradled a long-lasting lamp, its glow dimming perilously close to extinguishment. Yi Shaoyang extinguished the lamp and poured the merfolk oil into his small vial, recognizing its value, having recently used a bit. This would perfectly replenish his supply. Scattered across the floor of the chamber were various burial artifacts, predominantly antique vases. Against the opposite wall stood a weapon rack, brimming with swords, spears, and staves, evidently a collection belonging to the towering figure in life. Considering that he had been clad in iron armor at the time of his death, Yi Shaoyang surmised that the tomb's occupant was likely a general. As he bent down, he noticed Xiao Ma, hunched over and probing each jar and large vase with his arms. Anger surged within Yi Shaoyang as he exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "Hif, just checking for hidden treasures," came the mischievous reply. "For goodness sake, you're quicker at stealing than working." Yi Shaoyang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Upon returning to the main chamber, he found that the coffin had been completely consumed by flames. The Pichio seal had fallen from the coffin lid, landing atop the ghostly corpse and rendering it immobile. Its flesh nearly reduced to char. Yi Shaoyang stepped forward and removed the soul-fixing needle from the child's body, pressing his middle finger against the ghost's gate, initiating the process of guiding the departed spirit. Thanks to the suppression of the Pichio seal, the child's 3 souls and 7 spirits were unable to leave the body, thus preventing further disturbances and allowing for a smooth resolution. Little Horse emerged from the ear chamber and sauntered over to the main coffin. Upon catching sight of the gold and jewels within, his eyes gleamed with a wolfish light. "Goodness, so the treasures are all here," he exclaimed, reaching in to grab a handful and stuffing it into his pockets. "I shall forfeit my 3,000 reward. I want only these. The rest you may divide among yourselves." "Divide? No, they must be surrendered to the state," Old Gu retorted. "On what grounds? I am not naively innocent," Little Horse countered, snatching another handful. Yi Shaoyang observed the scene with amusement. "There are police stationed outside. Do you truly believe we can escape with such a bounty?" Little Horse paused, then chuckled. "It matters not. They have no knowledge of this ancient tomb." Yi Shaoyang scolded. "Do you possess any semblance of intelligence? Having vanquished the white-haired zombie, they will undoubtedly conduct a thorough search. Unless you have a means to conceal this tomb from their sight, all these treasures will be forfeit." Little Horse fell silent, gazing mournfully at the riches in his hands. "How about we each select a small trinket and surrender the rest?" Yi Shaoyang suggested, approaching the coffin. After rummaging through, He came across a beautiful jade bracelet that seemed fitting to gift to Zhou Jingru, and he tucked it away in his bag. Old Gu chose a jade finger ring. Little Horse deliberated for an eternity, picking up one item after another, unable to make a decision. Hey, help me out here. Which one do you think is most valuable? I don't know, just make a choice. All right then. I'll take the most straightforward approach, he chuckled, seizing a large gold ingot and stowing it away in his pocket. Yi Shaoyang and Old Gua exchanged a helpless glance, both feeling like country bumpkins. Even a single antique jade piece here surpassed the value of gold ingots. Yi Shaoyang's eyes brightened as he discovered a phoenix-shaped jade pendant. Upon closer inspection, he noted its immaculate jade quality, graceful lines, and exquisite craftsmanship. It was indeed a treasure, and he decided to keep it. Xiao Ma, upon witnessing this, protested vehemently. I have already stated that you can only choose one item. How can you select two? Yi Shaoyang retorted angrily. I have exerted so much effort to the point of exhaustion. Why should I not take two? You nearly caused a disaster just by shaking that alarm bell, and yet you're fortunate to receive even one. Aware of his own shortcomings, Xiao Ma fell silent in indignation. Yi Shaoyang then produced the yin-yang compass, meticulously tracing the walls of the tomb and the adjacent chamber, yet he found no further sinister artifacts. In front of the chamber lay a tomb passage, and Xiao Ma expressed a desire to explore it. Yi Shaoyang shot him a sidelong glance, admonishing, Ancient tombs are fraught with traps. We fortuitously dropped straight into the burial chamber without encountering any dangers. Now you wish to retrace our steps and trigger traps? How many lives do you possess? After laboriously climbing back from the pit, the three were utterly exhausted and sat on the ground to rest for a considerable time. Eventually, they retraced their steps, emerging from the air raid shelter, inhaling deeply the fresh air and inevitably feeling a profound sense of gratitude for surviving their ordeal. Chapter 24. A second descent into dreams. A police officer approached, greeting the elderly Guo warmly, and invited the three into the police vehicle. He took the wheel himself while arranging for another officer to drive Guo's car back to the city. Along the way, Guo embellished his experiences in the cave with tales of ghosts and zombies, causing the officer to be on edge, nearly losing control of the vehicle. Zhang, here are the zombie teeth, proving I'm not spinning tales, Guo exclaimed, tossing a pair of ghastly teeth onto the officer's lap. Zhang jumped slightly, utterly unable to look at the gruesome evidence. Take it away, take it away. No need for proof. I certainly trust you. Rest assured, once the labor fees are approved, I will be the first to deliver them to you. 50,000 is hardly sufficient. Guo glanced at Yi Shaoyang with a smirk. That amount is merely the price for a white-haired zombie. We've dispatched 2 child spirits and 2 fierce ghosts. Considering our long-standing friendship, would you kindly add another 20,000? Zhang hesitated. That is not quite appropriate, Guo. You know that we can only pay you according to the standards for technical experts. 50,000 is already generous. Any more would be not a problem. Just don't seek my help next time. By the way, I still have a corpse bug. Would you like to take a look? Guo feigned reaching into his pocket. But be cautious, if it bites you, you'll become a zombie. No, no, no. I don't want to see it. Zhang nearly leaped from his seat. I believe in your remarkable efforts. 70,000. Within a week, I will deliver it to you. Ha ha. Zhang, you truly are agreeable, Guo chuckled amiably. Team Zhang, feeling quite dejected, thought to himself, it's no good to remain silent. If that thing were to take a bite out of me, the next time the police station funds your efforts against the zombies, I would undoubtedly be the one facing them. I cannot afford to engage with you sorcerers. He drove them to a luxurious hotel, carelessly dropping a 10,000 yuan note before hastily excusing himself due to pressing work obligations. The three of them checked into their rooms, took a shower, and made their way to the dining hall. Old Guo treated them and ordered a lavish feast, uncorking a bottle of Wulianye to celebrate their successful first collaboration. After several rounds of drinks, Old Guo produced the 10,000 yuan given by Team Zhang and tossed it directly to Yi Shaoyang. Junior brother, take this 10,000 for now. Once the remaining 60,000 arrives, I shall transfer it to you. Yi Shaoyang's eyes widened in disbelief. What does this mean? You don't want to share? Haha. Considering this is our first collaboration, how could I possibly take your money? Besides, you did all the work. I merely ran errands. That cannot be said. You provided all the resources. You at least deserve 20,000. Xiaoma, observing the exchange with irritation, tapped the table with his fingers. Hey, are you two so engrossed in your back and forth that you've forgotten about me? What about my share? Yi Shaoyang cast him an indifferent glance and replied languidly, hand over your gold ingot, and I shall give you your due. Xiaoma quickly calculated in his mind. His gold ingot weighed at least 2 taels, which equates to 100 grams. Although the price of gold had been fluctuating due to market speculation, it still fetched 2 to 300 per gram. With a sly grin, he declared, continue your conversation. Please go on, completely disregard me. Yi Shaoyang suddenly recalled the advice given to him by Qin Jianzi before descending the mountain, urging him to seek out Daofeng. He inquired of Old Gua. Master mentioned that my senior brother Daofeng's first stop after leaving the mountain was also Shicheng. I wonder if he has ever sought you out? Old Gua nodded and replied, indeed, he did come looking for me. I assisted him in several significant matters during that time. It was the reputation earned from those undertakings that enabled me to establish this shop. To speak frankly, my current success owes much to the influence of junior brother Daofeng. Yi Shaoyang then asked, where did he go afterward? Old Gua pondered for a moment before saying, he traveled to SC to attend to a rather perilous affair, and he did not take me along. I recall that just before he left, he returned to Shuqing Mountain to borrow the Tai dust whisk from Master. After that, I lost all contact with him. Yi Shaoyang felt a sense of dismay and forced a smile. The Tai dust whisk was not merely borrowed, it was essentially stolen. He remembered that upon returning to the mountain, Daofeng had bought several skewers of candied hawthorn for him, and had asked him to keep watch outside a forbidden area. For this, he had been punished and confined for half a month. Ultimately, it was only due to the lack of someone to cook and wash clothes that Master decided to release him. Reflecting on this incident filled Yi Shaoyang with embarrassment. He had allowed Daofeng to swindle a treasured Taoist artifact from him for a few skewers of candied hawthorn, which otherwise would have rightfully belonged to him, even if obtained through theft. By the way, junior brother, Old Gua continued, when Daofeng reached SC, it coincided with the Dragon Boat Festival. He sent me a package of rice dumplings, and upon opening it, I found that the bamboo leaves were inscribed with what appeared to be a map drawn in vermilion, complete with numbered markers. I copied it down, and it's here in the shop. I shall show it to you later. Yi Shaoyang furrowed his brow and asked, a map? Whose map is it? Uncertain. I have no idea. I cannot even comprehend it. Yi Shaoyang pondered deeply, drawing a map with bamboo leaves. The intention was unmistakable. Glutinous rice is believed to ward off evil spirits, and this was done to prevent the map from falling into the hands of malevolent beings. Such meticulous caution, what purpose did it serve? Was there nothing beyond the map? Yi Shaoyang inquired. Old Gua shook his head, affirming there was nothing else. After much contemplation, Yi Shaoyang deduced the most probable scenario. Daofeng had discovered a mysterious and perilous location, perhaps the lair of a vengeful ghost or the forbidden grounds of a corpse king. Without hesitation, he ventured forth into danger, fearing he could not manage the situation alone. Hence he sent back a map to Old Gua, enabling future generations to follow it and fulfill his unfinished business. What puzzled Yi Shaoyang was why he hadn't sent the map directly to his master, opting instead to send it to a junior brother from the outer sect. Surely, matters that Old Gua could resolve were hardly worth concern. Although Yuan Fong was absent, this matter remained curious. With no clues at hand, idle speculation would be futile. Yi Shaoyang resolved to study the map thoroughly once it was in his possession. By the way, senior brother, I have come down the mountain lightly packed, with very few belongings. Please select the essentials and send them to me. You may deduct the cost from my remuneration, he stated. Before Old Gua could respond, Yi Shaoyang noticed him staring blankly behind him. He quickly turned around, finding nothing amiss, and sighed in relief, saying, do not frighten me, senior brother. Old Gua furrowed his brow and replied, no, I was observing that painting. The figure in it seems to be moving. Perhaps it was merely a fly. You must have misjudged, Yi Shaoyang retorted. Yi Shaoyang lifted his wine glass and took a sip, only to suddenly spit it out. He turned to gaze at the wall, where a traditional ink wash painting depicted a sheer cliff, a winding path ascending the mountain, and at its summit, a small pavilion. The figure that Old Gua had mentioned was wandering within that pavilion, appearing as a mere speck, resembling a fly resting upon the canvas from a distance. Below the cliff, fissures began to emerge, gradually widening, causing stones to tumble down. If this continued, the small pavilion along with the figure inside would soon plummet from the precipice. Could this be a painting, or perhaps some sort of LCD screen displaying an animation? Old Wu pondered in shock. Yi Shaoyang stepped forward to confront Xiaoma, who had been toying with a gold ingot, but had since curled up on the sofa and fallen asleep. Yi Shaoyang, engrossed in conversation with Old Gua, had not noticed him. Turning his face towards him, he was alarmed to see that Xiaoma's complexion was ashen, his brows knitted tightly, drenched in sweat, and his entire body trembling incessantly, revealing profound anxiety. He had slipped into a dream once more, right beneath their very eyes. The shadow of the figure wandering in the pavilion was indeed his soul. Upon closer inspection, Yi Shaoyang realized that Xiaoma was even more deeply engrossed this time, making ordinary soul-summoning methods insufficient. He promptly pricked his middle finger, applied a drop of blood to Xiaoma's philtrum, and then patted each of his shoulders to ignite his celestial lamps. Reciting a soul-guiding incantation, he thrust his middle finger and forcefully pressed down on Xiaoma's dantian. Xiaoma abruptly opened his eyes, seized Yi Shaoyang's hand, and cried out, "Xiao Yezi, save me. Stop shouting. You're awake now?" Yi Shaoyang responded. Xiaoma glanced around, exhaled deeply, wiped away sweat, and murmured, "That was terrifying. I almost fell off the cliff." Yi Shaoyang turned to look at the painting on the wall, which had returned to its original state, depicting a precipice of broken rocks and a solitary pavilion, possessing a certain artistic charm. After calming down, Xiaoma recounted his dream experience, which was similar to the last time. Somehow, he found himself on that mountain again, without Yi Shaoyang's reminder. He didn't realize he was in a dream. He vaguely climbed to the summit and entered the small pavilion. A gentle breeze and auspicious clouds surrounded him, initially making him feel quite pleasant. Suddenly, the ground began to tilt towards the cliff. Even though I was dreaming, my survival instincts kicked in. However, the damned pavilion seemed to be sealed off by an invisible barrier, preventing me from escaping. Then, the mountaintop collapsed. Fortunately, you woke me up at the crucial moment. Shao Yiji, I'm immensely grateful. In the next life, may you transform into a beauty for me to serve. Yi Shaoyang cast a sidelong glance at him. You're incorrigible. You've just returned from a trip to the brink of death, and you're still in the mood for jokes. With a mischievous smile, Xiaoma remarked, "With you by my side, what do I have to fear? You will surely save me." Yi Shaoyang felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. The very first friend he made after descending the mountain turned out to be such a scoundrel. Through their accounts, Lao Kuo began to glean some understanding. Furrowing his brow as he said, "Little junior brother, this matter is quite troublesome." Yi Shaoyang nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was a significant issue. The individual could lure souls into the painting and alter its scenes for murderous intent, indicating a formidable level of cultivation. The most concerning aspect was that when Xiaoma had entered his dream, Yi Shaoyang was right beside him, yet remained oblivious to its arrival. This being was certainly no ordinary spirit or demon. Shifting his gaze to Xiaoma's face, he stated, "The first occurrence may be a coincidence. But now that the same event has transpired again, it is evident that you are being specifically targeted. Reflect carefully. Have you engaged in any unusual activities recently?" Xiaoma furrowed his brow in contemplation, hesitantly murmuring, "Does using a telescope to spy on the girls' dormitory count as unusual?" "Please be serious," Yi Shaoyang snapped. "They are no longer afraid of me. As long as you sleep, they can take your life at any moment. If you are unafraid of death, then I certainly won't concern myself with you." Upon hearing this, Xiaoma panicked, pondering for a long time before raising his head with a look of grievance. "I truly haven't done anything, perhaps. I might have done something, but I can't recall. Please give me a hint." Yi Shaoyang rolled his eyes. "If I knew the reason, would I still be asking you?" However, upon reflection, it is often the case that many who attract spirits and demons do so inadvertently or by chance. Without any hint, it is indeed challenging to find a clue. After some contemplation, Yi Shaoyang turned to Old Gua and inquired, "Is there a ghost reporter?" "Of course there is. If you wish to summon one, I can find a reliable one for you." Having settled the bill, The three of them returned to Yi Shaoyang's room. In the elevator, Xiao Ma, with a hint of ambiguity, asked, "What is a ghost reporter?" They are ghostly agents arranged by the underworld, wandering in specific regions to guide new souls. Due to their prolonged presence in one place, they possess extensive knowledge of local supernatural occurrences, much like entertainment journalists in the human realm. In the realm of magic, we jokingly refer to them as ghost reporters. Xiao Ma wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "So they're ghost journalists? You startle me. I thought you were looking for a female ghost for services." Yi Shaoyang playfully kicked him in the rear. Upon returning to the room, Yi Shaoyang cleared the items from the bedside table, retrieved a bagua mirror from his backpack, and placed it upon the surface. He then used a cinnabar pen to inscribe 3 vertical lines on the mirror surface, lighting 2 yellow candles which he positioned on either side of the bronze mirror. He produced a blank talisman paper and instructed Olgua to write the name of the ghost reporter with the cinnabar pen, incinerating it over the candle flames, allowing the smoke to waft into the bronze mirror. A shadowy figure began to materialize from the mirror's surface, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a stylish suit. How fashionable! Yi Shaoyang mused silently. Even ghosts must keep up with the times. The ghost reporter chuckled, surveying Yi Shaoyang from head to toe. "A new mage, I presume? Which sect do you belong to?" Old Gua stepped forward respectfully, stating, "This is my junior apprentice, a disciple of the inner sect of Xianqing Mountain, holding the title of Heavenly Master. He has just descended the mountain to consult Mr. Zhang regarding certain matters." Mr. Zhang feigned surprise, clasping his hands together, and remarked, "So youthful, yet already bearing the title of master. I am humbled. You appear several years younger than Dao Feng when he descended the mountain back in the day. Do you happen to know my senior apprentice brother?" He then retrieved a small notebook from his pocket and precisely flipped to a particular page, stating, "On the 2nd day of the 10th month in 1996, he sought me out to inquire about the whereabouts of a green-haired zombie in the southern city. He owes me 20 incense sticks and 10 pieces of paper money, which he has yet to repay. Should you encounter him, please remind him to settle his debts." Yi Shaoyang chuckled. "Once I have concluded my inquiries, I shall ensure it is paid." Mr. Zhang responded with a smile, "A deal is a deal. That is the rule. However, since you are his junior, I can accept your assistance in settling his account. What would you like to ask?" Yi Shaoyang organized his thoughts and said, "There is a certain entity of which I am uncertain, suspected to be an evil spirit, capable of ensnaring a person's soul within a painting and altering the scenes therein, thereby extinguishing one's essence. Might you have any insight regarding its origins, Mr. Zhang?" Mr. Zhang produced an abacus from behind him and began to click the beads rhythmically, before lifting his gaze and stating, 30 incense sticks and 15 pieces of paper money. "That sounds agreeable." Yi Shaoyang snapped his fingers, feeling elated. He had approached this with a mere sense of curiosity, yet it seemed this spirit indeed possessed knowledge. Mr. Zhang, with a satisfied smile, remarked, "This is an evil spirit. Its date of birth is unknown, its origins are shrouded in mystery, and its purpose for coming here remains unclear." Yi Shaoyang nearly choked on his frustration. What was this? A scam for money? Mr. Zhang, unfazed, chuckled. "I was a ghostly messenger during the 3rd year of Tongji. At that time, it had already been here, always solitary, never reporting to me, nor engaging with any other spirits. Who knows how long it has taken shape? It has never harmed a soul, and therefore, I cannot take any action against it." Yi Shaoyang furrowed his brow. "It has never harmed anyone?" "Indeed, your senior brother, Dao Feng, once interacted with it, and chose not to extinguish its existence. The only thing I can tell you is that it is a being from within a painting. A being from within a painting." Yi Shaoyang suddenly comprehended, realizing why it could traverse into every artwork. It was an innate attribute. Such beings possess the ability to communicate with the spiritual realm, and this phenomenon has been recorded throughout history. Due to certain circumstances or the guidance of wise individuals, the figures within paintings gradually awaken to a form of sentience, enabling them to step out from the canvas. For instance, Yin Ruyu from Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio is one such being. Essentially, beings from paintings are malevolent spirits, yet they do not harbor resentment and rarely instigate trouble. Their existence is primarily devoted to cultivation, aspiring towards transcendence. Thus, Yi Shaoyang found it perplexing why a spirit that poses no threat would repeatedly disturb Xiaoma, nearly leading to his demise. Or perhaps its target is itself? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Shaoyang inquired, "How can we locate it?" Mr. Zhang replied, "It has a cave dwelling on Donghua Mountain, yet it never returns there. To my knowledge, it wanders daily, seeking out paintings with appealing sceneries to inhabit for a while." Yi Shaoyang was at a loss for words. This malevolent spirit seemed to lead a more carefree life than himself, a practitioner of the mystical arts. There's another clue, offered to you free of charge. 3 years ago, it was quite close to a female student from the university town. Subsequently, that female student met her demise, and it vanished for a considerable time, only to recently resurface. Yi Shaoyang was taken aback. University town? Which institution? The University of Science and Technology. Xiaoma was astonished and exclaimed, "Is the deceased girl named Chenlin?" Mr. Zhang began to calculate with his fingers. "That is irrelevant. If you wish to know, it will cost you an additional 10 bills. Yi Shaoyang forced a smile. "No problem." Mr. Zhang grinned with satisfaction. "Yes, her name is indeed Chenlin." Xiaoma slowly widened his mouth, reached into his pocket, and pulled out his wallet. Extracting a photograph, he held it up to Yi Shaoyang and murmured, "It's her." Chapter 26, Dormitory Building 4. The backdrop of the photograph is beneath the educational edifice of the school, where a girl clad in a pink gown strides through the crowd, her gaze directed toward the lens, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. "This was a candid shot I took." Xiaoma, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head. "At that time, I held a fondness for her, and after developing the photo, I kept it tucked away in my wallet, often intending to discard it, but perpetually forgetting." Yi Shaoyang did not expose his embarrassment, instead inquiring, "Is she your girlfriend?" "No," Xiaoma replied. "She's merely a classmate from my freshman year, someone I secretly admire. How could someone like her ever notice me?" A trace of melancholy colored his words. Yi Shaoyang offered a respectful nod to Mr. Zhang in the mirror, expressing gratitude for his counsel and promising to seek him out again in the future, while reminding him of the need to settle the payment. "Should you delay for 3 days, the interest will double," he cautioned, as Mr. Zhang's figure gradually faded away. After bidding farewell to Mr. Zhang, Yi Shaoyang settled onto his bed, organizing his thoughts before asking Xiaoma, "Did this girl have a boyfriend in her lifetime?" Xiaoma shook his head, then nodded. "She was quite reclusive, rarely engaging with others. During the period of my secret admiration, I often followed her." Seeing the astonished expressions on their faces, Xiaoma hastily clarified, "Please, do not misunderstand. I was merely observing her actions. She frequently took solitary walks, and, at times, it appeared as though she were conversing with someone beside her, yet there was no one there. I even began to suspect she might be mentally unwell. However, when she was in the company of others, she behaved quite normally. I inquired with her roommates, and they all suggested that given her movements, she must have a boyfriend. Yet, no one has ever seen him, nor has she ever mentioned him to anyone." Xiaoma's narrative further corroborated Yi Shaoyang's judgment as he nodded and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, her boyfriend is indeed the figure depicted in this painting." "No way," Xiaoma exclaimed in astonishment. "Isn't a ghost?" "No, rather an evil spirit. How could Chenlin possibly be in a romantic relationship with an evil entity?" Yi Shaoyang replied, "I too find it perplexing why she would choose to engage with such a malevolent spirit instead of you. However, based on what you just mentioned, it seems she was not merely talking to herself. Rather, she was in the company of that spirit. Under normal circumstances, if the spirit does not wish for you to see it, you would be utterly unaware of its presence." Xiaoma stared blankly at Yi Shaoyang, and after a moment said, "Are you implying that this evil spirit is coming after me?" "But Chenlin committed suicide. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, she has been dead for quite some time. What does it want with me now?" "Perhaps," Yi Shaoyang suggested, "it merely desires to reunite with an old flame." He pointed at the photograph. "Do not forget, it possesses the ability to enter images, and a photograph is, after all, a form of imagery." Xiaoma was taken aback. "But why would it want to harm me?" At that moment, Xiaoma's phone rang. It was Li Duo. "What would he be calling me at this hour for?" murmured Xiaoma as he answered the phone, listening intently without speaking. His expression grew increasingly grave until he finally said, "Rest assured, This matter is well within Xiao Ye's capabilities. Just hang in there for a bit longer. We are on our way. After hanging up, Xiao Ma shouted at Yi Shaoyang. Xiao Yi, we must hurry. A serious situation has arisen. What kind of situation? Yi Shaoyang inquired. Li Duo, his girlfriend, and a few others are playing with a Ouija board in dormitory building number 4 and have encountered ghosts. They need you to intervene. Yi Shaoyang was taken aback. Looking for me? How does he know my identity? I told him, came the reply. During the day, you were mistakenly thought to be a pervert, right? I secretly called him to explain your situation. He initially didn't believe it, but now that he has encountered a ghost, he thought of you. Don't say anything more. If we delay any longer, it could lead to a tragedy. Xiao Ma pulled Yi Shaoyang and sprinted down the stairs, while Old Guo followed closely behind, starting the car to act as their driver. Isn't it just a game of Ouija? Why the exaggeration? Yi Shaoyang questioned, perplexed. While Ouija boards are indeed a form of spirit summoning, and if played correctly, could attract supernatural entities, it was not as if one would immediately perish from possession. Xiao Ma responded, you don't know. That dormitory building number 4 has a notorious history. Every 2 or 3 years, someone dies, all by jumping from the window of room 404. Chun Lin met her in that way. Yi Shaoyang suddenly recalled this detail, murmuring, what a coincidence. This is no coincidence. Old Guo interjected, casting a glance at Yi Shaoyang. Building number 4 is the most famous haunted location in Shaoyang, with at least a century of history. The number of deaths within its walls is no less than 180. As they drove, Yi Shaoyang urged them to recount the history of the building. Old Guo gathered his thoughts and slowly began. That building was constructed during the Japanese occupation of Shaoyang as a military hospital, used to tend to the wounded soldiers. Later, when the Nationalist Party reclaimed Shaoyang, they demanded the Japanese soldiers to surrender. Those soldiers, in a fit of bravado, committed suicide en masse, from the medical staff to the injured soldiers. Allegedly, during the Kuomintang's impending assault on the hospital, many, in their haste, could not locate a military blade to disembowel themselves. Some leaped from the building, others employed scalpels to slit their throats, and still others doused themselves in alcohol and ignited it. A truly harrowing scene. Not long after this event, the building and its surrounding area became haunted. I have no first-hand experience of that era, but I've heard tell that ghostly wails could be heard daily. During that year's Ghost Festival, a total of 49 souls perished within the building. At the time, the building was uninhabited, so who knows how these individuals collectively met their demise there. Yi Shaoyang was aghast. A place where so many had died would be laden with intense energy. If not promptly absolved or suppressed, this energy would accumulate over time, transforming the location into a veritable nest of malevolent spirits. Subsequently, the haunted building was sealed off by the government, yet every so often, several more deaths would occur. The local villagers all relocated, and no one dared to reside within a 5-mile radius. Eventually, a monk, purportedly from either Wuzhou Mountain or Jiuzhou Mountain, possessed of great spiritual power, arrived and immolated himself within the haunted building, thereby sealing away the vengeful spirits dwelling within. How was it sealed? Yi Shaoyang inquired, intrigued. That building witnessed so many deaths. It must have long since become a nest of Een. To seal an entire building of that nature seems an insurmountable task. Lao Guo shook his head. I do not know. What I've recounted thus far was related to me by that Captain Zhang. He, in turn, had perused the case files from that time. Given that it's documented in the official records, it must hold some veracity. Having heard this account, Yi Shaoyang was deeply shaken. He had never imagined that Shaoyang would harbor a legendary nest of malevolent spirits. Reflecting on the actions of Li Duo and his companions, a surge of anger wells up within me. Such a dreadful place, one that even a sorcerer would avoid. Yet they dare to engage in the practice of table turning. Truly, I am at a loss for words to adequately describe their folly. At this moment, Yi Shaoyang can only hope that they can endure a little longer until he arrives. Chapter 27. Bone-scraping Old Guo continued his narration. Since that time, the haunted building had been completely sealed off, and no incidents occurred thereafter. In the 1990s, a foreign language institute was established on that site, led by a principal from out of town who dismissed superstitions. He believed that the structure of the hospital wards was quite similar to that of dormitory buildings. so he purchased it for use as student accommodations. Thus, the fourth dormitory was named accordingly. In the subsequent years, 2 or 3 students tragically leaped from the windows of room 404, prompting the school to succumb to pressure and abandon the building, sealing it off. After which no further fatalities were reported. Shaoyang nodded, acknowledging that this indicated the lingering power of the seal. The vengeful spirits could not escape the dormitory. Xiaoma interjected, noting that Chun Lin was an exception. After her death, the school experienced a period of heightened anxiety, yet thereafter, the dormitory remained undisturbed. It was widely believed that Chun Lin had fallen victim to a malevolent spirit, but the truth remained elusive. This conversation led Shaoyang to ponder the figure within the painting. Given its close connection to Chun Lin, could her demise be linked to it? What was its relationship with Dormitory 4? Shaoyang shook his head in exasperation. When did exorcism become such a laborious endeavor, akin to an investigative probe? By the way, regarding the haunting incidents at the dormitory, since they have a history spanning decades, surely my senior Dao Feng must have been aware of them when he came to Shaoyang. Could it be that he was unable to resolve the situation? To be honest, he indeed found it challenging to manage alone, lacking certainty. Initially, he planned to wait for a companion to assist him in addressing the matter, but unexpectedly, he was called away to Sichuan and never returned. Old Guo chuckled, remarking that a sorcerer of their caliber would instinctively steer clear of Dormitory Building 4, a place where no one dared to venture. Shaoyang unfastened his belt and placed it on his seat, examining it closely. His belt was specially crafted, impressively large, reminiscent of a champion's golden belt, featuring a graceful curve for ease of wear. The exterior was adorned with numerous slots of varying sizes, each housing different magical implements. Having performed numerous spells over the past few days, many of his supplies were nearly depleted. Shaoyang opened both his and Old Guo's backpacks, replenishing his belt with essential tools. This belt certainly exudes an air of sophistication, praised Xiaoma. Shaoyang responded with pride. I have worn this belt for over a decade. Each magical item is meticulously placed in a designated slot, allowing me to retrieve what I need without error. Xiaoma's eyes widened in understanding. No wonder I saw you conjure items effortlessly while capturing ghosts. It was like magic. At 11 o'clock at night, the gates of the Foreign Language Institute had already closed. Xiaoma, aware of a shortcut into the campus that was conveniently close to Dormitory Building 4, directed Old Guo to drive there and park beside a breach in the wall. They slipped through the gap and crossed a grassy expanse, arriving beneath a building with whitewashed walls. This is Dormitory Building 4, Xiaoma announced. This area belongs to the old campus of the Foreign Language Institute, which has been abandoned. It is seldom visited, as dormitories and classrooms now reside in the new campus. Shaoyang gazed upward at the 5-story building, its architecture bearing a semblance to European styles, with each floor featuring a downward arch in its porch and a pronounced, curvilinear corridor leading to spacious terraces. The building is quite lengthy, spanning at least 30 meters, with its grayish-white exterior walls showing signs of wear and peeling, giving it an antiquated appearance. Yet, it does not evoke the sense of imminent collapse that some dilapidated structures do. Rather, it appears quite sturdy, posing no immediate threat to its inhabitants. Above and around the dormitory, a thick shroud of ominous black mist lingers, an aura of malevolence visible only to those adept in the arcane arts. Indeed, it is a den of malevolent spirits, Shaoyang murmured, casting his gaze towards the ground floor, where 2 large doors were secured with a heavy iron chain, adorned with a yellow talisman, presumably left by some charlatan. This yellow symbol bears no efficacy against such a formidable haunt. Little Leaf, their essay ladder. They must have entered through there. Following Xiaoma's, Shaoyang spotted a wooden ladder propped against an open window on the 2nd floor corridor. Just then, distant screams echoed from within the building. The situation was dire. Shaoyang rushed over, ascending the ladder, exclaiming, "It's too dangerous inside. You must not go in." Xiaoma and Old Gu raised no objections. They were well aware of the notorious reputation of Dormitory Number 4 and understood that it was not a place for them. Xiaoma cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Little Leaf, be careful. Don't get yourself killed." Without turning back, Shaoyang raised his middle finger in response. As he leaped through the window, he was engulfed in darkness. Alone, carrying the everlasting lamp proved cumbersome, so he retrieved 2 fluorescent wristbands, activated them, and donned them on his wrists. Although their brightness was modest, they provided diffuse illumination, leaving no visual blind spots. This is a desolate dormitory, where several old bunk beds lean against the wall, their surfaces coated with a thick layer of dust, suggesting that no one has resided here for at least several years. Amidst the silence, piercing screams echo in the air, prompting Yi Shaoyang to act swiftly. He unsheathes his peachwood sword and rushes out of the room, finding himself in a corridor that, though heavy with a sinister atmosphere, reveals nothing amiss. Following the sound of the screams, he ascends to the 4th floor in a single breath, where a shadow dashes towards him. Upon seeing Yi Shaoyang, glowing in an eerie green light, the figure nearly cries out in fear. "Li Duo, it's me." Yi Shaoyang recognizes him instantly. "Yi Shaoyang, you finally come," Li Duo exclaims, gripping his hand as if it were a lifeline. Yi Shaoyang wipes the sweat from his brow, but before he can correct Li Duo's mistake, the latter anxiously states, "It's a relief you're here. They're trapped in room 404. You must hurry to save them." The two race to the door of room 404, which is firmly locked. Inside, the cacophony of screams and cries intertwines with a chillingly eerie laughter. Hee. Beneath the door, a pool of fresh blood has already begun to seep out. Yi Shaoyang pushes against the door, but it remains immovable. "I've tried. It won't budge even with all my strength. We need to think of another way," Li Duo urges. Yi Shaoyang senses a trace of malevolent energy clinging to the D with a creaking sound. The wooden door swung open, revealing a scene of utter horror before Yi Shaoyang and Li Duo. 3 young women huddled in the far corner of the room, one weeping, another screaming, while the third had already lost consciousness. Opposite them sat a girl with long, cascading hair, firmly positioned on the floor, clutching a set of keys in her hand. Methodically, she scraped the keys against her own face. The blunt edges failed to break the skin, yet she continued her grim endeavor, leaving her visage a grotesque tableau of blood and flesh, with bone visible beneath the shredded tissue. Blood dripped from her chin, pooling into a substantial puddle on the ground. The keys scraped against her bones, producing a chilling sound that sent shivers down the spine. The agony of scraping one's own flesh was beyond human endurance. Yet this girl appeared utterly impervious to the pain, laughing eerily as she continued her macabre ritual. Hee. Chapter 28. The talisman's Li Duo collapsed on the spot, her back against the wall, slowly sliding down. Yi Shaoyang also felt his body weaken. Although he was a sorcerer, impervious to the frightful specters that could not intimidate him, he remained human, instinctively affected by the horrific scenes unfolding before him. In a swift motion, he leaped forward, seizing the girl's hand that clutched the key. With a deft grip on her middle finger, he twisted it forcefully and pulled backward, extracting a hazy figure, glowing ominously with a crimson light. Yi Shaoyang let out a grunt. It was a malevolent spirit. Under normal circumstances, a common soul would take 300 years to transform into a ghost, requiring a certain level of cultivation, rendering an ordinary sorcerer ineffectual against it. The female ghost let out a fierce howl, attempting to resist, but Yi Shaoyang struck her forehead with a palm, invoking the Taiji yin-yang symbol that enveloped the specter in golden light, rendering her immobile. He produced a blank talisman and captured the spirit within it. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his back, as if multiple objects had pierced his flesh, followed by a scream as something withdrew. Turning to glance behind him, he saw a shadowy figure standing there, clutching its hand and groaning. An ambush? Yi Shaoyang chuckled softly, forgetting to mention that my celestial blood is not to be trifled with unless one possesses a millennium of cultivation. With a flick of his hand, 8 ancient coins soared forth, striking the malevolent spirit and sending it flying, while he captured it with another talisman. He touched his back, feeling the warmth of blood. The frustration welled within him. Being a celestial master, and yet ambushed by a ghost, was indeed a source of shame. Conversely, it is fortunate that it was merely a malevolent spirit of shallow cultivation, were it a vengeful ghost with 8 centuries or a millennium of practice. The situation would be dire. Looking down, The girl who had disfigured her face with a key had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Yi Shaoyang examined her pulse, finding it faint but not life-threatening. He turned to Li Duo, who was petrified with fear, and commanded, "Come in and convey her to the hospital without delay." Upon entering the room, Li Duo beheld the girl's bloodied and indistinct face and shuddered. "Shall we summon an ambulance?" he inquired. "That would necessitate moving her outside. This edifice is saturated with yin energy and is not conducive to prolonged habitation." Yi Shaoyang turned his gaze toward the three young women. Hilly Li, Li Duo's girlfriend, who had been weeping incessantly, and the girl beside her were both gazing upward, their eyes vacant, still unable to fully comprehend the series of events that had just transpired. "Are you capable of ambulation?" Yi Shaoyang queried. Eager to depart from this spectral locale, the two women assisted each other in rising to their feet. "What about Shaolin?" Li Duo, bearing the injured girl on his back, gestured toward the unconscious girl on the floor. Yi Shaoyang cast his eyes downward, observing that the girl possessed a sweet countenance and a petite, endearing figure. Considering that she might be of lighter stature and thus easier to carry, Yi Shaoyang proposed, "I shall undertake the burden of carrying her." To preempt any errant thoughts, Yi Shaoyang recited the mantra of tranquility. He then proceeded out of the room, beckoning the others to follow, supporting her with one hand while wielding the peach-wood sword in the other, maintaining vigilance as they descended the stairs. Fortunately, there were no further mishaps along the way. The group descended the wooden stairs, and the ambulance arrived. Together, they assisted in transferring the two unconscious individuals into the vehicle. Subsequently, Yi Shaoyang and Xiao Ma boarded Old Guo's car, following the ambulance to the hospital. The young girl, Yi Shaoyang, had regained consciousness upon arrival at the hospital, screaming loudly. After administering a dose of sedatives, she fell asleep. The other individual, possessed by a spirit, was stabilized in time to avert a life-threatening situation. However, her visage. Yi Shaoyang sighed inwardly, fully aware of the implications of disfigurement for a blossoming young woman. "Wild Goat, I truly owe you one today," Li Duo expressed gratefully as they exited the ward. Yi Shaoyang, Yi, as in leaf, Xiao, as in young master, Yang, as in son. Yi Shaoyang shot him a fierce glare, insisting, "Do not mispronounce my name again." Yes, brother Shaoyang. I sincerely apologize for my behavior yesterday. I never anticipated your remarkable abilities." Li Duo mimicked the gestures of a character he had seen in a television drama, clasping his hands together in respect. He then urged Yi Shaoyang to sit on a nearby bench and inquired, "Brother Shaoyang, what do you think we should do now? Should we report this to the police?" Yi Shaoyang replied, "That is not my concern, but how do you intend to explain to the authorities that you were harmed by a possession?" "Well," Li Duo scratched his head, "perhaps it's best to let it go. How Liao Qingqing chooses to handle it is her business. In any case, I won't be reporting it. And neither will Lily. It would be futile." "Who is Liao Qingqing?" Yi Shaoyang asked. "She is the one with the scratched face." The two exchanged glances, falling into a contemplative silence. Yi Shaoyang shot him a reproachful glance and said, "Are you all courting death by playing with the spirit board there? Whose idea was this?" Li Duo sighed, "This is truly not my fault. Did you not see that I was standing outside? It was Liao Qingqing's suggestion. They are all from the same dormitory and share a close bond. Today happens to be Liao Qingqing's birthday, and they gathered for a meal together. A few of the girls had a bit to drink, and then Xiao Lin proposed to seek some excitement by playing with the spirit board. They had no choice but to join in. I remained outside and did not enter. While they were playing, the door suddenly shut, and then everything happened as it did." Yi Shaoyang responded, "That doesn't add up. When I saw your girlfriend yesterday, she was enveloped in an aura of yin energy. Perhaps she had already visited the 4th dormitory building?" Li Duo looked at him with admiration. Indeed, their game with the spirit board was premeditated. However, it was indeed Liao Qingqing who proposed it. They had previously scouted the place to figure out how to enter. Liao Qingqing even brought a bottle of corpse oil, which she burned before the game. It smelled dreadful, claiming it could attract spirits. "Is that true?" Yi Shaoyang shook his head in resignation. To engage in a summoning game, and even resort to using corpse oil, is to invite misfortune. Given the situation, let's not dwell on the details any longer. He retrieved a handful of mugwort from his backpack and handed it to Li Duo, you are all tainted by Yin energy. Use this to fumigate yourselves later. And for the next few days, avoid secluded places. I must take my leave. We shall meet at school later. Wait a moment. Shaoyang, Li Duo pulled out his wallet. How much was that item you mentioned the other day? I would like to purchase a few for self-defense. This remark indeed reminded Yi Shaoyang, who pondered that the fourth dormitory building was a den for malevolent spirits, concealing an unknown number of vengeful ghosts beneath. Although they had summoned only 2 with the spirit-evoking game, it was entirely possible that other entities lurked within, however slim that chance might be. Given the grave nature of life and death, it was prudent to exercise caution. Yi Shaoyang retrieved a blank talisman paper from his belt, took out a crimson ink brush, and inscribed several runes upon it. After pricking his middle finger, he pressed a drop of his blood onto the talisman, which he then handed to Li Duo. Affix it to the window. If there are multiple windows, place it on the one directly facing the door. This talisman contains my vital essence, rendering it impervious to malevolent spirits. Ensure that they do not venture out alone at night. Li Duo cautiously accepted the talisman, expressing his gratitude. He scratched his head and added, "Could you provide me with 2 more? If any of them are discharged and return home, we cannot compel them to stay together." Shaoyang, you truly go above and beyond in your efforts to save lives. Reluctantly, Yi Shaoyang obliged and inscribed 2 additional talismans for him. Brother Shaoyang, how much do these talismans cost? Li Duo inquired, glancing at his wallet, which held merely 2 or 3 red bills. Yi Shaoyang, disappointed, shook his head and replied, "Forget it. You cannot afford them. Consider it a gift, but remember that you owe me a favor." Li Duo chuckled. "All right, once this matter is resolved, I'll have Lily introduce you to a lovely girl." Yi Shaoyang rolled his eyes. Was 3 blood talismans worth a mere matchmaking? Yet if it were successful, it might not be a bad trade. He suddenly recalled the girl he had previously encountered. Indeed, she appeared quite charming as well. Chapter 29. The interrogation. Yi Shaoyang and his companions departed from the hospital and returned to their hotel, where they convened in Yi Shaoyang's room. Yi Shaoyang produced 2 soul-binding talismans, unleashing 2 spirits, a male and a female, both adorned in attire reminiscent of the Republic of China era. The spirits, having been stripped of their ethereal forms, manifested in their deceased states. The male spirit was drenched in blood, one arm grotesquely severed, muscles still intertwined, and his skull was shattered, leaving only half of his head, with a chaotic blend of red and white matter within. Upon catching sight of this, Shaoman nearly retched his dinner. In contrast, the female spirit, though bearing a gaping wound in her abdomen, possessed a certain allure. The 2 spirits stood before Yi Shaoyang, utterly still and reverent. Yi Shaoyang began his interrogation with the female spirit, inquiring, "Were you 2 companions?" The female spirit nodded. "Have you been cultivating in room 4 of the dormitory, or were you summoned by the spirit-releasing game?" She timidly replied, "Respected Grand Mage, we have always cultivated in that dormitory." Yi Shaoyang asked, "Where is the Yin nest located in the 4th dormitory building?" She responded, "It is underground. There is a seal on the 1st floor, preventing our entry. We can only cultivate in room 404, where many have perished, resulting in a heavier accumulation of Yin energy." Yi Shaoyang nodded slowly, noting that her statements aligned with his suspicions. The seal isolated the outside world from the Yin nest, rendering it inaccessible to the spirits. "Where's the seal located?" Yi Shaoyang pressed further. The female spirit shook her head, replying, "Respected Grand Mage, we truly do not know. We can only sense it on the 1st floor. Its power is too strong for us to approach." Yi Shaoyang's expression turned grave. "I ask you again, why did you harm that female student?" The female ghost displayed a tense expression, confessing her desire to slay the other, intending to cultivate her spirit. Indeed, she was a practitioner of dark arts. With this revelation, there was little left to inquire. "One final question. Apart from you, are there other spirits in this building?" The female ghost shook her head, stating, "No, we have claimed this place and driven away the remaining spirits." Yi Shaoyang let out a cold laugh. Retrieving 2 talismans and inscribing a summoning decree, he brandished the papers before the 2 specters, remarking, "You have harmed more than 1 soul. You understand the rules, do you not?" The 2 ghosts recoiled in fear. As malevolent spirits, They had inflicted suffering upon many, and should they be summoned to the underworld, they could only imagine the years of torment that awaited them. In desperation, they knelt and bowed their heads, pleading with the great master to spare them, claiming they too were wretched souls in their previous lives. Enough, Yi Shaoyang interrupted. Take your pleas to the judge of the underworld. Will you depart on your own, or shall I assist you? His gaze burned with intensity. The two ghosts exchanged looks, realizing there was no escape. The female ghost hesitated, but the male ghost suddenly sprang forth, extending his fingers towards Yi Shaoyang in a frantic assault. In a bid to evade the torments of hell, he was willing to risk everything. How foolish! Yi Shaoyang shook his head, forming a hand seal and striking with a palm that met the male ghost squarely in the chest. This time, instead of being thrown back, the ghost's essence was obliterated, dispersing into ethereal fragments throughout the room. The female ghost fell to the ground, wailing in despair. As a malevolent spirit, you have caused so much suffering. I grant you the opportunity to settle your debts in the underworld, which is a mercy. Yi Shaoyang turned his gaze upon the female ghost, inquiring, Do you require my assistance? To suffer in the underworld is certainly preferable to the dissolution of one's soul. Even if transformed into a spirit, one would inevitably find their way to the realm of the dead. The cycle of reincarnation, fraught with torment, demands 200 years for the soul to reunite. The female specter weighed her options, sighed softly, and transformed into wisps of smoke, entering the talisman paper. In that moment, silence enveloped the room where the three remained. Xiao Yezi, do you not think this is rather cruel? Xiao Ma expressed his reluctance. Yi Shaoyang shot him a glare. Cruel? Was it not cruel when they inflicted harm? That young woman was disfigured on her birthday. Whose account shall we charge for that? I'm already showing mercy by sending them to the underworld. Had it been my master, he would have simply struck them down, scattering their souls without a second thought. Xiao Ma nodded slowly, reflecting on Liao Qingqing's tragic fate. Yet, I do not comprehend why that female ghost, having already possessed her, would resort to such vile acts, ruining her appearance. It was a deliberate attempt to terrify the others. Came the response. When a person is subjected to extreme fright, their yang energy dissipates, extinguishing the three lights. This renders them more susceptible to possession. Possession requires strength. A person with all three lights aglow, brimming with yang energy, is difficult to possess. Forcing the possession would result in a significant loss of cultivation. Xiao Ma understood, murmuring. No wonder ghosts often present themselves in such terrifying forms before harming others. It all makes sense now. Olgua interjected, Junior brother, do you intend to address the matter in dormitory building 4? Since we have encountered it, we must act, Yi Shaoyang replied after a moment's thought. However, a direct approach is not advisable. I will conduct an investigation first, at least to ascertain the precise location of the underworld nest. Tomorrow night, I shall devise a plan to enter the dormitory and take a closer look. Yi Shaoyang let out a long yawn and collapsed onto the bed, exclaiming, Today has truly exhausted me. I can hardly bear it any longer. I shall take my leave to slumber now. You may do as you wish. Indeed, he was utterly fatigued, having not rested for several hours. I too shall retire, Olgua remarked before exiting the room. Little Ma secured the door, climbed onto the bed, and burrowed into Yi Shaoyang's quilt. Sensing movement behind him, Yi Shaoyang turned to find Little Ma gazing at him with a pitiful expression, startling him into sitting up. What are you doing? He demanded. Little Leaf, I think I shall sleep with you after all. I fear that malevolent spirit might return. Little Ma pointed to the painting hanging at the head of the bed, his tone laced with sorrow. I just noticed that every room we occupy features an image of Jesus. The innkeeper must be a devout believer. If I were to dream, I might directly encounter the Almighty. And then where would my life be? Yi Shaoyang, at a loss for words, retrieved a measuring tool, cut a length of red thread, and strung a 5 emperor's coin onto it. He then tied 3 knots around his right middle finger, declaring, With this, even if it possesses a millennium of cultivation, it cannot claim your soul unless it were to kill you. Kill me? Do not worry. It shall not harm you. Just leave me be. Do not delay my sleep. With that, Yi Shaoyang nestled back under the covers. Yet, Little Ma pressed against him once more. I shall still sleep with you. It feels safer that way. Frustrated, Yi Shaoyang kicked him off the bed and brandished a thunder talisman as a threat, finally managing to evict him. He locked the door and returned to his bed, his heart still simmering with indignation. Damn it. Has he become addicted to sleeping with me? Must he do so every day? Yi Shaoyang was utterly exhausted, having slept until noon. Upon rising, he sought out Lao Guo and Xiaoma next door, and the trio returned to Lao Guo's shop together. Yi Shaoyang generously purchased the finest incense and joss paper, which he proceeded to burn in the courtyard for Mr. Zhang. The figure of Mr. Zhang materialized amidst the smoke, resembling a seasoned smoker, blissfully inhaling the fragrant fumes of the incense. Indeed, it was a splendid offering. You have done well, my lad. Take your time to savor it. Upon returning to the shop, Xiaoma approached Yi Shaoyang and inquired softly, I don't understand. Joss paper and incense are such inexpensive items that anyone can afford them for burning. Why does this ghostly figure place such importance on them? Yi Shaoyang cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, Would you burn joss paper for a stranger without reason? Xiaoma shook his head. Then that settles it. This ghost has been around for centuries. Why would descendants burn joss paper for him? As a ghostly emissary, he cannot simply take joss paper from others. So he must earn it himself. Xiaoma pondered for a moment and recognized the reasoning, then asked, Since they are ghostly emissaries, their powers must be formidable. Do they capture ghosts regularly? Not typically. There are specialized individuals for that task. We sorcerers are merely one type of ghost catcher. Yi Shaoyang waved his hand dismissively. As an ordinary person, you need not pry into such matters. Senior brother, please show me the map. Lao Guo went to the inner chamber and returned with a folded sheet of rice paper, which he unfolded and laid on the table, saying, This is a sketch I made from the Zongzi leaves, organized by sequence. Study it, little junior brother. Brother, you have worked hard, Yi Shaoyang praised. As he gazed at the paper, his expression gradually transforming into one of profound peculiarity. Is this truly a map? Chapter 30. A dreadful comparison to call a map would be an overstatement. Its lines meandered like a labyrinth, devoid of any annotations, rendering it more inscrutable than an ancient script. Yi Shaoyang tucked it away in his backpack, intending to study it at a leisurely pace, as he currently harbored no plans to seek out his senior brother in Sichuan. Brother Guo, select the commonly used talismans and provide me with a few of each. Let us keep a ledger, and once that sum of tens of thousands arrives, deduct it from my account, he proposed. Old Guo shot him a disapproving glance. What do you take me for? Feel free to take anything from my collection. Money is not a concern here. Xiaoma raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Brother, you are truly generous. If you have anything valuable that I could use, do share. Old Guo pointed to a coffin displayed in the shop. Take that if you wish. It's on the house. Ugh, no thanks. Xiaoma rolled his eyes. You keep that for yourself. After organizing and packing the items gifted by Old Guo, they bid farewell. Yi Shaoyang and Xiaoma took a taxi back to school. During the ride, Yi Shaoyang requested Li Duo's phone number from Xiaoma. Upon calling, he inquired about the condition of several girls, learning that Liao Qingqing had sustained serious injuries and had been transferred to another hospital, while the others were unharmed and had returned to their dormitories. Brother Shaoyang, the talisman you provided, I had them stick it on the dormitory wall. I also sent one to Qingqing's family, explaining the situation. Although they are somewhat skeptical about the haunting, they will undoubtedly follow my advice for safety and affix the talisman to their window. Yi Shaoyang felt a sense of relief. Upon returning to the dormitory at 4 in the afternoon, he found Chunyu absent. He lay on his bed, retrieving his antique mobile phone to play a game of Snake. As the night enveloped the surroundings, Xiao Yezi inquired, Are you truly heading to the 4th dormitory? Xiaoma leaned closer, casting a glance at Yi Shaoyang's phone, exclaiming in astonishment, Is it possible that you are indulging in such an antiquated game? What else would I play? It's quite entertaining, Yi Shaoyang replied. Huh, do you also engage in Tetris? Xiaoma asked. Indeed, though I could survive 3 hours without perishing. I seldom play it now. Very well, you have triumphed, Xiaoma conceded, utterly impressed, and retreated to his bed for slumber. Yi Shaoyang continued his game for another half hour, skillfully maneuvering the snake until it nearly consumed the entire screen, leaving only 2 or 3 vacant spaces. As he strategized for a successful completion, A sudden text message interrupted him. The phone, already sluggish, froze momentarily. By the time it resumed, the snake had met its untimely demise. Darn it, so close to breaking the record. Shaoyang lamented, his frustration mounting. He opened the message, curious about the source of this unwelcome distraction. Upon seeing Zhou Jingru's name, all his discontent vanished, and he hastily opened the message. Would you like to join me for dinner tonight? Are you free? Shaoyang promptly replied, confirming his availability. Zhou Jingru followed up with, do you have any good places to recommend? Shaoyang found himself in a predicament, having just arrived in Shurching a few days prior, and was at a loss for dining suggestions. He contemplated waking Xiao Ma to inquire, yet feared the prospect of him tagging along as an unwelcome third wheel. After some deliberation, he decided to respond with a universally known suggestion, the cafeteria. Half an hour later, Shaoyang awaited Zhou Jingru outside the cafeteria of their university. Today, Zhou Jingru presented herself as a refined lady, her long hair elegantly styled into an intricate updo, clad in a delicate light red floral qipao, and adorned with pale, high-heeled shoes. She exuded an air of nobility and sophistication, reminiscent of a distinguished young lady from an esteemed family. What prompted her to dine at the cafeteria? As Zhou Jingru gracefully approached and stood before Shaoyang, she offered a gentle smile. Shaoyang inhaled deeply, momentarily shaken from the enchanting ambience she created, and replied, I've never dined at the cafeteria before. It's my first day here, and I wanted to experience it. If you find it unappealing, we can choose another venue. Not at all. I've never been here either. Let us embark on this experience together. Upon entering the cafeteria, Zhou Jingru's stunning beauty immediately captivated the attention of numerous onlookers. Isn't that Zhou Jingru, the heiress of the Zhou group? What brings her to our university cafeteria? In the university town, she was renowned as a wealthy scion, and upon recognition, a ripple of astonishment ensued, shifting all gazes towards Shaoyang, who stood beside her. Shaoyang maintained his usual attire, a long robe, plain cloth trousers, and worn shoes, contrasting starkly with Zhou Jingru's elegant and resplendent appearance, creating an unsettling dissonance. Who is this individual, dressed so plainly and oddly? Miss Zhou is actually dining with such a person? In the cafeteria, no less? Goodness. I have heard that numerous affluent young men queue up to invite her to dine, yet she dismisses them, only to share a meal with someone who hardly qualifies as a country bumpkin. Am I witnessing this correctly? Upon overhearing the discussions, Zhou Jingru discreetly glanced at Shaoyang, who appeared remarkably unperturbed, a confident smile gracing his lips. Her admiration for him grew exponentially. Indeed, he seemed like an extraordinary individual, entirely indifferent to the mundane opinions of others. Little did she know that Shaoyang was filled with regret, his mind spinning since returning from the hotel. He had completely forgotten about their date. Otherwise, he would have surely procured a more suitable outfit. However, with the situation as it stood, he could only maintain a facade of lofty elegance, which was, in reality, a mere pretense. Shaoyang spent 20 yuan on 2 servings of food, and surprisingly, both individuals who had never experienced communal dining found the fare quite palatable. As they dined and conversed, Zhou Jingru inquired, Where have you been these past few days? That's quite a long story, Shaoyang replied, succinctly recounting his recent experiences. Zhou Jingru listened, her expression one of astonishment. Yet, having witnessed Shaoyang's capabilities, she recognized that his seemingly harrowing tale was indeed authentic. Did Shaolin really encounter a ghost? Zhou Jingru exclaimed. Do you know Shaolin? Don't forget, I'm also from the Foreign Language Institute. Shaolin is one of the campus beauties, hailing from a wealthy family with connections to mine, so we are somewhat acquainted. Zhou Jingru remarked. I'm relieved she's all right. I will call to check on her shortly. After finishing their meal, Zhou Jingru glanced at her watch, feeling somewhat at a loss. Initially, she had hoped to find a more pleasant environment for their conversation, estimating they would take around an hour. Instead, they had concluded their meal in merely 20 minutes. Noticing that time was still on their side, she suggested a leisurely stroll nearby. 2 individuals arrived by the artificial lake at their school, taking a leisurely stroll before settling into a small pavilion by the water. Zhou Jingru opened her backpack and retrieved an iPhone 6, playfully waving it before Yi Shaoyang. Shaoyang, I bought you a phone. Your current one is rather. She giggled, covering her mouth. Use this new model. It has more features. Yi Shaoyang accepted the phone, grinning. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. What kind of phone is this? It's an iPhone 6, don't you know? Zhou Jingru replied, slightly bewildered. Could it be that you've come from another era? Oh, so this is the iPhone. I've heard of it. Wait, why are there no buttons on it? How does one use it? Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, I remember seeing it on television. Do you operate it with a stylus, like a palm treasure? How sophisticated. Thank you, dear sister. Zhou Jingru gazed at him intently, unmoving for a while. Yi Shaoyang, feeling a bit uncomfortable, touched his face. Is there something on my face? She shook her head. No, I'm just contemplating which historical figure you resemble. Haha, do you think I look like Luo Cheng? Luo Cheng? Indeed. Aunt Zhang from the snack bar beneath Xianqing Mountain always says I resemble the charming Luo Cheng. Yi Shaoyang felt a tinge of embarrassment, and the thought of Aunt Zhang reminded him of her daughter, Li Xiaohua, a budding beauty, albeit still quite young. Well, perhaps we shall revisit that in a couple of years. Meanwhile, Zhou Jingru was left with a dark expression, realizing he mistakenly believed she was complimenting him. Chapter 31. The dancer. After a lengthy tutorial, Yi Shaoyang finally grasped some basic operations. Zhou Jingru wiped her brow, realizing how arduous the task had been. Had she known, she would have left the phone's manual for him to peruse independently. What began as a delightful date had ultimately devolved into a lesson on smartphone usage, leaving Zhou Jingru somewhat exasperated. As night fell and a chill set in, Zhou Jingru decided it was time to return, and Yi Shaoyang escorted her to the school gate. Her Lamborghini had already arrived, parked at the roadside. The female driver peered through the window, casting a puzzled glance at Yi Shaoyang, wondering why Miss Jingru was consistently seen in the company of this seemingly unsophisticated individual. What could he possibly do? After watching the car depart, Yi Shaoyang made his way back to the dormitory. Just as he reached the entrance, the sudden roar of a motorcycle pierced the air. Instinctively, he turned to see a bike barreling towards him with its high beams ablaze. Are motorcycles permitted on campus? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the motorcycle approached rapidly, piloted by a young man sporting a rooster haircut, whose lips curled into a mocking smile directed at Yi Shaoyang. It became instantly clear that this individual had come with intentions aimed squarely at him. The motorcycle honked twice, seemingly a warning for Yi Shaoyang to clear the way, yet it continued its approach unabated. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yi Shaoyang met the confrontation with unwavering composure. The motorcycle skidded to a halt before him, the rooster-haired youth visibly irked. He had initially intended to intimidate this rustic fellow into submission, but was taken aback by Yi Shaoyang's audacity to stand his ground. While he typically thrived on dominance, he had yet to reach a point where he could recklessly endanger others within the confines of the campus. The rooster-headed individual honked the horn twice, inquiring if it was indeed you who had just dined with Zhou Jingru in the cafeteria. It became evident to Yi Shaoyang that his presence was intended for Zhou Jingru. The rooster-headed one stroked his chin with one hand and honked the horn again, prompting a group of young men, dressed as students and appearing to be around 20 years old, to rush over from behind. They formed a line behind a motorcycle, presumably his subordinates. With a confident gesture, the rooster-headed one raised his thumb and pointed to himself, declaring with bravado, I hear you are the new arrival. Do you recognize me, Roosterhead? Yi Shaoyang clasped his hands together, showing respect. Laughter erupted from above, and upon glancing upward, he noticed individuals on the second, third, and fourth floors peering over the railings, likely startled by the sound of the motorcycle. The expression of the rooster-headed one shifted dramatically as he remarked, I had planned to take Jingru out for crab today, but she informed me of an important engagement and canceled. Yet here she is, dining with you? Or am I to save face? Yi Shaoyang chuckled and pulled out his antique mobile phone, suggesting, shall I assist you in arranging another appointment with her? Laughter echoed from above once more, and the rooster-headed one shouted, What are you laughing at? As more spectators gathered on the upper floors, they seemed unperturbed by him, hidden from sight in the brightness of day. The rooster-headed one extended a finger towards Yi Shaoyang, scrutinizing his attire and remarking, "Look at your outfit." To call you a migrant worker would be an overstatement. From which remote corner of the mountains did you emerge? This time, the laughter emanated from his group of followers. The rooster-headed man regained a semblance of confidence, his finger continuing to point at Yi Shaoyang, threateningly declaring, "Let me tell you, kid, Jingru is the woman chosen by me. Chen Jianba, do not harbor any thoughts about her. Hurry back to your mundane life of bricklaying or return home to till the fields. Otherwise, I shall obliterate you in the blink of an eye." Yi Shaoyang frowned. He despised being pointed at. Women could do so, but men absolutely could not. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, silently reciting a ghost-binding incantation. He reached out and yanked, grasping an unseen figure by the hair, pulling her into view. This was a spirit, invisible to all but him. She appeared to be a woman in her 30s, clad in a black dress, her figure well-proportioned and her features not unpleasing. Though her makeup was excessively heavy, rendering her true appearance nearly indistinguishable. Of course, spirits could not wear makeup. She merely manifested in the guise she cherished most in life. Captured by Yi Shaoyang's grip, she hunched forward, exuding an air of pitiful vulnerability. "Great master, please spare me. I merely came to witness the commotion." Yi Shaoyang ignored her and inquired, "How long have you been dead?" 7 days. Today is the night of returning souls, but I have no family, so I wander aimlessly. Once I'm done exploring, I shall descend to the underworld," the female ghost replied, her gaze tinged with melancholy. "What did you do in life?" he asked. "I was a dancer. After my divorce, I had no source of income, so I became a dancer," she replied candidly, feeling no need to conceal her past. For the records of the underworld were meticulously maintained. "I loved to dance and adored handsome men." "Hee, great master, you are quite handsome." Yi Shaoyang cast a fierce glance at her, striking a pose of righteous indignation. Yet inwardly he relished the moment. "Do me a favor, and I shall record your contribution on the Chun Qing talisman. What do you say?" The female ghost's expression brightened with delight, of course. Meanwhile, those present, including the rooster-headed Chun Jianba, stared in astonishment as Yi Shaoyang extended one hand into the air, speaking to the void. They were utterly dumbfounded, wondering what was transpiring. Had he lost his sanity? "Hey, country bumpkin, stop pretending. I'm talking to you." Chun Jianba honked his horn repeatedly in frustration. Yi Shaoyang addressed the female ghost. "Attach yourself to that rooster-headed fellow, find a handsome man nearby, and just dance. The more splendid your performance, the better. What do you think? That sounds delightful." "I yearn to dance for many," the female ghost readily agreed, "but my spiritual power is too weak. That lad possesses too much yang energy." "Not a problem." Yi Shaoyang recited a soul-binding incantation for the female ghost and declared, "Go forth." The ghost floated gracefully and attached herself to Chun Jianba. Initially berating Yi Shaoyang, Chun Jianba suddenly shivered, smiled at him, dismounted his motorcycle, and surveyed his companions, muttering to himself, "Which one is the most handsome?" Ultimately, he selected a young man, swaying his hips as he approached, placing a hand on the young man's shoulder, and said charmingly, "Come, dance with me." The young man quivered. "Brother Chun, what did you say?" "Dance?" Chun Jianba lifted one of the young man's hands to his waist, grasping the other, and insisted, "Hurry, dance with me, or else you're finished." After finishing the conversation, he embraced the young man and began to sway on the spot, initiating a slow dance. The young man, unfamiliar with such movements, could only follow suit, his expression a perplexing blend of confusion and amusement. Internally, he was engulfed in frustration, wondering what had prompted this sudden outburst of dance. The unexpected scene left everyone, including the spectators above, utterly astonished, nearly causing them to topple over in disbelief as they gaped at the bizarre spectacle below, the atmosphere thick with silence. "Shingo, are you done?" the young man timidly inquired, on the verge of tears. He simply could not comprehend why this was happening. Had the boss taken a liking to him? Regardless, he felt utterly humiliated and believed he could never show his face at school again. The ghost, lost in the rhythm of the moment, paid no heed to him, reminiscent of times spent dancing in nightclubs, as she embraced the young man's shoulders, burying her head in his neck. The students, having never witnessed such a blood-pumping scene, erupted with a collective gasp, igniting a frenzy. Many rushed from their dormitories with wash basins, pounding them in unison as cheers, whistles, and applause cascaded through the air. Some, unwilling to be left out, turned on their phones, searching for slow dance music, cranking the volume to its maximum, and letting it play. Shun Jianba, cradling the young man, twirled gracefully in time with the music's rhythm. Chapter 32. The dancer too, as the final note of the music faded, a voice from above cried out, "Encore!" The DJ, undeterred, played another waltz, igniting the spirit of the female ghost. Encouraged by the applause of the audience, she became fully immersed in the dance. Having only ever danced in ballrooms during her lifetime, she had never experienced such admiration from a crowd. Disregarding the resistance of the young man, she embraced him and began to dance fervently. The atmosphere erupted in astonishment, and the sound of hands clapping against wash basins grew louder. An increasing number of onlookers gathered, with a group of enthusiastic fans chanting, "Together, together, together." As the waltz concluded, Chun Jianba sensed the young man's reluctance and pushed him away, opting to dance solo. Someone promptly played music to accompany his performance, and Chun Jianba glided across the floor with delicate steps akin to a butterfly in flight. He occasionally extended his arms gracefully and swayed his waist, a sweet and intoxicating smile adorning his face, earning rounds of applause from the crowd. Shaoyang stood nearby, arms crossed, wearing a sly grin, while Xiao Ma, bewildered by the spectacle, rested a hand on his shoulder, utterly astonished. What a sight! I never imagined Chun Jianba, the privileged heir, could dance so exquisitely. The ruckus eventually attracted the attention of the campus security. Upon witnessing the spectacle of dancing beneath the boys' dormitory, they were rendered speechless. Initially intending to intervene, their jaws dropped upon recognizing the dancer as the affluent Chun Jianba, and they hesitated to confront him, opting instead to watch as mere spectators. As Chun Jianba danced with fervor, he playfully covered his face with his delicate hand and coyly asked a nearby observer, "Do I dance beautifully?" "Indeed, you are exquisite." Amidst the cacophony of voices, there were those who, unable to endure the grotesque spectacle, retched on the spot. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Shaoyang sensed the moment had arrived. He recited an incantation and summoned the female ghost back. The spirit, reluctant to depart, gracefully exited Chun Jianba's body, still dancing elegantly. Quite exquisite, was it not? I have never experienced such exhilaration in my lifetime of dancing. My gratitude to Master Xie for this opportunity, the ghost expressed with a deep bow. Thank you for your assistance. Now, go report to the underworld. Shaoyang inscribed a soul-retrieving talisman, which he blew into the air. The ghost transformed into a wisp of smoke, adhering to the talisman before vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, the crowd, having witnessed Chun Jianba's performance, erupted into spontaneous applause. Standing in the center, Chun Jianba was left stupefied, overwhelmed by the thunderous clapping. Suddenly, he seized a subordinate and bellowed, "Tell me, what just transpired?" The man, suppressing his laughter, praised, "Brother Chun, your dance was truly impressive." Dance? Chun Jianba was momentarily petrified. At that moment, a timid young girl approached, saying, "Senior Chun, your dancing was magnificent. May I invite you to join our dance club?" As for what unfolded next, Shaoyang chose not to linger any longer, following the throng upstairs. Upon entering the dormitory, Xiao Ma burst in behind him, collapsing onto the bed in laughter, tears streaming down his face. "Truly, these foolish youths find so much joy. Ha ha, you've killed me with laughter." This was infinitely more entertaining than the spring festival gala. After a prolonged bout of laughter, Xiao Ma sat up, pointing at Shaoyang. "I saw you writing talismans down there. This was your doing. Moreover, I am aware of the reason behind it. The incident of you taking Zhou Jingru to the cafeteria has spread throughout the entire school, and Chun Jianba is causing you trouble because of it. Am I correct? Do you find this excessive? For a person like him, nothing could be deemed excessive." The very thought of Chun Jianba's dancing brings forth a fit of laughter from Xiao Ma, who once again strikes the bed in mirth. However, Zaiwai easy, if I may be candid, inviting a young lady from a prominent family to dine should not have led you to the cafeteria. At the very least, a distinctive restaurant would have sufficed. You are indeed audacious to have brought her to such a place. Truly, it is a waste of a precious opportunity. Yi Shaoyang, already in a state of vexation, finds himself further troubled by these words. At that moment, Zhou Jingru's call comes through, and upon answering, she immediately inquires, Shaoyang, I've heard about Chun Jianba causing you trouble. What transpired afterward? Yi Shaoyang candidly admits that he had allowed a female ghost to possess him. Zhou Jingru chuckles. I knew it was your doing. Allow me to clarify. I have no affiliation with that scoundrel. He has been pursuing me, but I have never entertained his advances. Yi Shaoyang is taken aback, pondering why she feels the need to clarify this to him. Is his family particularly affluent? He asks. Just a nouveau riche. Zhou Jingru responds dismissively. There are some business dealings between our families, so I must tread lightly. He engages in all sorts of nefarious activities. It is high time someone put him in his place. However, given his temperament, he will undoubtedly seek revenge on you. Shaoyang, do exercise caution. Let him come. Yi Shaoyang retorts. Next time, I shall summon a ghost of a fallen woman to confront him. Ah. Zhou Jingru chuckled knowingly, envisioning the scene of a fallen woman possessing Chun Jianba, a thought so exquisite that it was almost too beautiful to contemplate. Around 9 o'clock, Yi Shaoyang was pulled by Xiao Ma to the cafeteria for a late-night snack. The cafeteria was bustling with people, some watching videos of Chun Jianba dancing on their phones, laughter erupting intermittently among the crowd. Xiao Ma inquired about Chun Jianba's recent circumstances and learned that upon discovering his actions, he was overtaken by a mix of shame and anger, fainting on the spot and being rushed to the hospital. Given his talent in dance, particularly in feminine styles, a new nickname had begun circulating around campus, the Dancing Girl. Such a moniker was indeed remarkably fitting. After finishing their late-night meal, Yi Shaoyang checked the time and, alongside Xiao Ma, returned to their dormitory. He prepared himself and said to Xiao Ma, that place is too perilous. You should not go. I will venture there alone. Xiao Ma waved his hand dismissively. I had no intention of going anyway. A place so haunted has claimed the lives of many sorcerers. I certainly will not step foot there. Noticing the stern look in Yi Shaoyang's eyes, he realized he had misspoken and chuckled awkwardly. I meant those sorcerers. Your powers are formidable, so you should be fine. Just exercise caution. At least that was a sensible remark. Yi Shaoyang fastened his belt and departed the dormitory. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the base of Building 4. The old campus of the Foreign Language Institute was deserted at this late hour, even the amorous students shunning this vicinity. Above Building 4, the sky remained shrouded in dense clouds, heavy with an oppressive gloom. Last night, the window on the second floor remained ajar. Although the wooden ladder had been removed, this posed no challenge for Yi Shaoyang. After a brief run-up, he leaped with vigor, alternating his feet against the concrete wall, extending his hand to grasp the windowsill of the second floor, effortlessly ascending. Yesterday, in his haste to rescue someone, he had overlooked the details within the building. This evening, Yi Shaoyang meticulously inspected each dormitory. Some were steeped in a heavy aura of negativity, undoubtedly having housed malevolent spirits not long ago, though they were now absent. As he traversed the desolate corridor, flanked by dark, cavernous rooms, he noted that some doors were swaying ominously due to the wind outside, emitting eerie creaks reminiscent of a horror film atmosphere. Yi Shaoyang possessed a robust immunity to such scenes. However, the pervasive oppressive energy throughout the building weighed heavily upon him. He recalled the female ghost's words, stating that the seal of the Een nest lay on the first floor, prompting him to descend the staircase. The layout of the first floor mirrored that of the second, save for the addition of a grand hall directly facing the entrance. Once, it might have housed some significant object, but now only a globe-shaped sculpture remained, perched upon a square, concrete pedestal. Yi Shaoyang immediately sensed something amiss with the sculpture. Approaching it for a closer examination, he could not discern what was wrong, but his instincts as a celestial master assured him that the sculpture harbored some hidden issue. Just as he bent down to inspect its base, an unsettling sensation of being watched crept upon him from behind. Chapter 33. A night exploration. Yi Shaoyang suddenly turned around, yet found nothing behind him. Nonetheless, he was certain that something had entered, lurking approximately 5 meters away. This unsettling situation sent a chill down his spine. With his formidable powers, ordinary spirits and demons had no chance of evading him, unless they were certain malevolent entities. From where could it have emerged? After a moment of contemplation, Shaoyang concluded. The den of malevolent spirits was saturated with dark energy, creating a fertile ground for the emergence of evil spirits. The seals typically employed against ghosts and demons held no sway over them. Thus, he surmised that this particular evil spirit had emerged from the dark lair, and there were likely more than one lurking below. Reaching for his belt, Shaoyang grasped a copper talisman. After a moment's thought, he decided against casting it. Since the entity had dared to approach, its powers were certainly formidable. Whether or not he could defeat it was one matter. But if it proved too weak and attempted to flee underground, how could he pursue it? He intended to capture it alive to glean information about the dark lair. After some deliberation, Shaoyang devised a plan and deliberately turned to ascend stairs. As anticipated, the entity promptly followed him. Upon reaching a staircase landing, he discreetly retrieved the Bagua mirror and directed it towards the rear, only to find a swirling mass of black mist within which something seemed to be concealed, rendering it indistinguishable. What on earth is this? Shaoyang pondered, his mind in turmoil, as he continued to the 4th floor. He strode directly into dormitory 404, casually placing the Bagua mirror above the doorframe as he entered, then proceeded deeper inside, sensing the malevolent spirit trailing him. He swiftly recited an incantation, sending forth a talisman to activate the Bagua mirror. The gossiping mirror, acting as a barrier against the wall, conjured a diminutive seal, rendering any malevolent spirit or wicked entity incapable of breaching it, provided their cultivation was less than a millennium. Shaoyang exhaled in relief, turning to lean against the windowsill, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at the position of the evil spirit, contemplating that this time, escape was not an option for it. The malevolent entity remained motionless, seemingly indifferent to its predicament. However, Shaoyang resolved to take action. At that moment, a series of crisp footsteps echoed down the corridor, halting just outside the door. Before Shaoyang could gather his thoughts, a blinding beam of light from a flashlight illuminated his face, accompanied by a clear, ringing female voice. Who is inside? Shaoyang was taken aback, shielding his eyes from the glaring light, and inquired, Who are you? The agent. You know what they do? So we shall refer to her as the agent. Did not wait for Shaoyang to protest and stepped into the room. Shaoyang evaded the direct glare of the flashlight, focusing his gaze on the newcomer, a woman in her 20s, with high cheekbones, large eyes, and an appealing appearance. Her hair was styled to shoulder length, and she donned a striking red dress, showcasing a commendable figure. Hey, what are you staring at? She chided, flashing the flashlight at him. Now, answer honestly. What are you doing here at this late hour? This place is off limits? She continued. First, show me your credentials. I haven't brought any credentials. Quickly tell me your purpose here. I am a Taoist, here to exorcise spirits, Shaoyang declared plainly, wishing to clarify his identity to avoid further entanglement, especially since the room housed not only the two of them, but also a lurking evil spirit. As Shaoyang spoke, he continuously sensed the position of the evil spirit behind him with his mind, where it remained motionless. Exorcism? The female investigator scoffed coldly. A mere deception. I shall prove you wrong. With a swift motion, Shaoyang raised his hand and hurled a copper coin towards the direction of the malevolent entity. With a hissing sound, a cloud of black smoke erupted, revealing a shadowy figure that began to drift towards the doorway. Just as it reached the threshold, a flash of silver light from the Bagua mirror struck it, and the shadow appeared to collide with an invisible barrier, rebounding forcefully. What an idiot, Shaoyang thought, astonished by the spirit's apparent lack of intelligence, reminiscent of a zombie. Ghost! The female investigator shrieked at the sight of the shadow, dropping her flashlight to the ground. The evil spirit charged once more towards the ceiling barrier at the doorframe. Shaoyang leaped into action, forming a spell with his left hand and preparing to strike. Just as he was about to hit the spirit, it suddenly curled back, extending its arms unnaturally long, reaching towards the startled investigator. "Watch out!" Shaoyang shouted, grabbing the investigator by the back and yanking her away with force. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as her clothing was ripped apart. Yet she fell backward onto the ground, narrowly avoiding the attack. Shaoyang extended his hand, casting 8 ancient coins into the air, arranging them in the positions of the bagua, directing them towards the evil spirit. "Boundless as heaven and earth, I invoke the law break." In the instant the 5 emperor's coins struck the malevolent spirit, a burst of violet light erupted, and the shadow let out a mournful wail before collapsing to the ground, its form contorting and twitching. It shrank smaller and smaller until it vanished completely, leaving only a dark puddle in its wake. Shaoyang, feeling a profound sense of frustration, reflected on the considerable effort he had expended to lure the evil spirit here and set up a seal, intending to capture it alive for interrogation. However, the unwelcome presence of a certain well-endowed female agent forced his hand. To ensure her safety, he had to resort to lethal measures, unleashing his life-bound copper coin to vanquish the creature. "Sister Tuanhua, you are safe now. Let us depart," Shaoyang declared, gazing at the dark stain on the ground without looking back. Yet, he received no response. Turning around, he was nearly overwhelmed by a surge of blood to his nose. The female agent's attire was in tatters, and she sat forlornly on the ground, hugging her knees. Shaoyang stood there, dumbfounded, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Is this truly happening? How did you end up in such a state?" "It was your excessive force when you pushed me," she retorted, her voice tinged with frustration. Though her clothing had not completely ripped apart and the dim light obscured much, the discomfort was palpable, igniting a rush of indignation within her. Hastily, she grasped the torn remnants of her dress and held them before her. The gown had been shredded from top to bottom, rendering it utterly unwearable. All of this was the fault of the insufferable man before her. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and she shouted at Shaoyang, "I swear I will kill you." The intensity of her resentment sent a shiver down Shaoyang's spine. Scratching his head, he replied, "Well, it was not my intention. Had I not saved you just now, you would be dead. Though I have perished, I shall return as a vengeful spirit, intent on your demise." The female investigator continued to vent her fury. Shaoyang shook his head, asserting, "You witnessed it yourself. There are indeed ghosts, and I am merely a ghost hunter. I cannot discern clearly. Who knows if it was your doing, you charlatan?" Shaoyang, feeling helpless, replied, "Very well, you may say whatever you wish. Now that the matter is settled, allow me to escort you out. How could I possibly leave in this state?" The female investigator, having exhausted her rage, spoke with a hint of grievance. Shaoyang glanced at her. Her dress was torn in several places, and though she sat on the ground in the dim light, it was manageable. However, should she rise, it would lead to an unfortunate exposure. Rubbing the back of his neck, he remarked, "It seems your attire is truly unwearable. Did you bring your phone? Perhaps you could call someone to bring you a change of clothes. It's not a significant issue. You speak so lightly. If someone were to see me in this state alone with a man, how could I explain? Should I say that you transformed me into this condition to vanquish a ghost? Who would believe such a tale?" Shaoyang scratched his head, acknowledging the awkwardness of the situation. A solitary man and woman confined together could easily provoke speculation, especially with the disheveled appearance of the woman and her tattered clothing. Even the most innocent observer might be led to contemplate unseemly notions. Chapter 34. The encounter. Think of a way quickly. If not, I shall accuse you of indecency. The female officer was on the verge of tears. Indecency is no trivial matter, especially when the accuser is a female officer, Shaoyang thought, his anxiety causing him to scratch his head. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. With a mischievous grin, he began to undress. "What are you doing?" The female officer recoiled, her expression one of alarm. "I was just joking. You can't be serious." "What do you mean?" "I'm undressing so you can wear my clothes. You'll put on my shirt and leave while I head back bare-chested. Surely this will work?" "No way. There are cameras around here. If someone sees me in your shirt while you're bare-chested, it will lead to misunderstandings." "Well, if that won't work, then what do you suggest?" Yi Shaoyang was becoming increasingly anxious, regretting his impulsiveness that had led to such a predicament. After a moment's contemplation, the female officer suggested, "Call someone to bring me a change of clothes." Yi Shaoyang was taken aback. "I just arrived at the school. I don't know a single female classmate." He thought of Zhou Jingru, but he would rather face the embarrassment of being undressed in public than summon her, fearing it would ruin any chance of her speaking to him again. "Men's clothing it is then," the female officer conceded, preferring that they both be clothed when they exited. Even if the cameras captured them, the darkness of the night would obscure the details of their attire, which was far better than one of them venturing out exposed. Yi Shaoyang promptly dialed a call to Xiaoma, instructing him to return to the dormitory and fetch some clothes from his backpack. Just as he ended the call, he felt a sudden grip on his arm. Turning around, he discovered a female investigator holding onto him, trembling as she spoke. Just now a woman floated by from outside. A woman? Is there a female ghost here? He had not sensed anything. Yi Shaoyang rushed outside, glancing around, yet saw nothing. Could it be that a ghost truly passed by? Initially, he contemplated searching for the apparition, but his concern for the female investigator lingered. He reassured her, "You must have misseen. There is nothing here." The investigator accepted the long shirt he offered and urged him out, proceeding to change her attire within. Yi Shaoyang, standing by the door, inquired, "Fair investigator, what brings you here at such a late hour?" She did not conceal the truth, revealing that she was a friend of Shaolin. Earlier, Shaolin had called her, mentioning an incident where she had encountered a spirit while playing with a Ouija board, resulting in a classmate sustaining facial injuries. Skeptical of the supernatural, she suspected foul play and decided to investigate the scene after work, only to unexpectedly encounter these occurrences. Yi Shaoyang chuckled. "You are quite brave. Do you now believe in ghosts?" He then asked, "By the way, what is your name, fair investigator? What does it matter to you?" She retorted, "Oh, come now. Given our current predicament, it must be fate. Surely asking for your name is no offense." "I am Yi Shaoyang." "What predicament? What do you mean by that?" The investigator protested, feeling aggrieved. Not receiving a response from Yi Shaoyang, she eventually replied, "My name is Xieyuqing." "Xieyuqing, a lovely name," he remarked. Yi Shaoyang smirked. "I remember this. I will settle the score with you once I am out." As Xieyuqing opened the door, Yi Shaoyang glanced back to see his long robe adorning her figure, resembling a rather peculiar dress, albeit a tad too short. He chuckled, stroking his chin. What a striking look. At that moment, a call from Xiaoma interrupted him, informing that he had acquired the clothes and was now waiting below dormitory number 4. Yi Shaoyang beckoned Xieyuqing to follow him down. Upon reaching the ground floor, he paused before a puddle of liquid, dipped his finger into it, and inhaled deeply, detecting a sinister aura. He promptly retrieved a blank talisman paper, applying a small amount of the substance, intending to study it further at his leisure. "What are you doing?" the female agent inquired, puzzled. "Just taking a sample for examination," he replied. Descending to the second floor, Yi Shaoyang instructed Xieyuqing to wait by the staircase while he ventured down to the corridor, casually opening a window to summon Xiaoma. Receiving the backpack, he handed over. "What is going on? Why do you need the clothes? And why are you shirtless?" Xiaoma was bewildered, questioning how they had ended up without clothing while hunting ghosts, wondering if the spirits had pilfered their attire. "Just stay put and stop asking questions," Yi Shaoyang retorted, taking the bundle and returning to the staircase, donning a blue cloth long robe. Now both were suitably dressed and ready to leave. "By the way, did you also climb in through the window?" Yi Shaoyang inquired as they ascended to the second floor. The female agent remained silent, her tone icy as she declared, "If you dare utter a single word about today's events, I assure you, the consequences will be dire. Rest assured, the events of this evening shall remain a clandestine secret between us, known only to the heavens and the earth." The female agent delivered a swift kick, but suddenly recalled the possibility of an unintended exposure, promptly retracting her long leg, infuriated and stamping her foot in frustration. Approaching the open window on the second floor, Yi Shaoyang smirked suggestively. "Allow me to leap down first, and then I shall catch you." "No need, I shall go first." The hem of her long gown was somewhat ample, and Xieyuqing was reluctant to risk an embarrassing revelation before him, although she harbored serious doubts that it had not already occurred. Steadying herself against the window sill, she effortlessly jumped down. It turned out she possessed considerable agility. Yi Shaoyang smiled faintly, following her descent. Upon seeing someone leap down clad in a long gown, Xiaoma initially mistook the figure for Yi Shaoyang. But as he approached for a closer look, he was astounded to discover a strikingly beautiful woman, rendered speechless. You, why are you wearing Xiao Ye's clothes? Yi Shaoyang, having landed, shot him a glare. No unnecessary questions. Xiao Ma was momentarily taken aback, but a sly grin slowly spread across his face. I see now, no questions. No questions. Aha! Fat fool, what do you understand? Xie Yuqing retorted, her cheeks flushed, aware that he was likely thinking something inappropriate. I comprehend nothing at all. Xiao Ma waved his hands dismissively. Rest assured, sister, I have seen nothing, nor do I know what transpired between you. You. Xie Yuqing turned to glare at Yi Shaoyang, stamping her foot angrily. You charlatan, just you wait. With that, she sprinted away into the distance. Xiao Yi, you truly are remarkable. As soon as Xie Yuqing walked away, Xiao Ma exclaimed excitedly, grasping Yi Shaoyang's arm with fervor, I admire you immensely. You managed to flirt with the ladies even while exorcising spirits. Your ability to juggle work and romance is truly remarkable. And in a haunted building like this, little leaf, from this moment forth, you shall be my leader. Stop talking nonsense. How is that nonsense? You've already taken off your clothes, so there's no need for explanations. Xiao Ma grinned mischievously. You are simply incredible. You've been at school for only a few days and already charmed two beauties. Just the other day, you helped one lady with her pants, and today you've... Haha, what do you do it? Surely you aren't resorting to coercion. Otherwise, how could her clothes have vanished? Coerce? No way. She is an agent, and I'm in deep trouble. An agent? Goodness, you dare to flirt with an agent. Yi Shaoyang kicked him away. Chapter 35. Deception in an effort to demonstrate his innocence regarding the charming female police officer. Yi Shaoyang recounted his experiences in the dormitory building to Xiao Ma upon returning to their quarters. Upon hearing that he had encountered a malevolent spirit, Xiao Ma exclaimed, Didn't you claim there were no ghosts within? How then did an evil entity emerge? I had previously overlooked this detail, Yi Shaoyang pondered. When the old monk sealed the dormitory building years ago, the shadow nest had only just begun to form, and there were no malevolent spirits at that time. Hence, his sealing array was likely only effective against ghostly apparitions and ineffective against these sinister beings. However, such shadow-born spirits can only linger in proximity to the shadow nest and cannot stray far, which significantly reduces their potential for harm. The entity I encountered today was indeed one of these shadow-born spirits, and I suspect many others remain within the nest. Contemplating this, Yi Shaoyang felt a sense of dismay. Although these spirits cannot leave the shadow nest, if outsiders were to invade, these creatures would undoubtedly swarm, presenting a considerable nuisance. Furthermore, the police officer mentioned witnessing a female ghost drifting past the entrance, if she was not mistaken. This posed a significant issue. What level of power must that female ghost possess to elude my perception of ghostly energies? Immediately contact Li Duo, he instructed. Inform those young women to exercise caution and ensure they affix blood essence talismans to their bedroom windows. If the appearance of that female ghost is linked to their attempts at spirit communication, it could lead to serious trouble. After Xiao Ma made the call, he remarked, I've relayed the message. By the way, what are your plans now, Xiaoyi? We need to return tomorrow. There is an issue with that sculpture in the lobby. Today, the troublesome spirit interrupted my examination, and I didn't get a good look. Yi Shaoyang took out his phone, intending to play a game of Snake before sleep. Suddenly, he recalled the new phone gifted to him by Zhou Jingru and began to fiddle with it. Upon opening the contact list, he discovered a saved number under the name Ru, undoubtedly referring to Zhou Jingru herself, which elicited a chuckle from him. This girl truly pays attention to detail. Xiao Ma glanced over and exclaimed, Wow, look at you. You've got it good, indulging yourself with that flashy gold phone right after earning a mere 10,000. You're going places. Yi Shaoyang smiled and replied, Who said I bought it myself? It was a gift from Zhou Jingru. Oh wow, a token of affection. Yi Shaoyang dismissed him and, after toying with the new device for a while and finding many features perplexing, set it aside and retrieved his old phone to continue playing Snake. The following morning, at around 5, Yi Shaoyang was roused from his slumber by Xiao Ma's frantic shouting. "Little Leaf, wake up! Something's wrong. Liao Qingqing has gone to the 4th dormitory building." Yi Shaoyang sprang up, startled. "What? Just now? Li Duo called me to say that Liao Qingqing went missing last night. Her family is searching everywhere and has reported it to the police. They just reviewed the surveillance footage and saw her entering the school around 3, but she's not in her dorm. She must have entered the dormitory building." Yi Shaoyang was taken aback, never anticipating the situation would escalate to this extent. He hurriedly inquired, "Did they enter the dormitory building?" "No, the police have just arrived, and no one dares to go inside. That's why I'm asking you for help, Little Leaf. You must go and take a look." Yi Shaoyang said nothing, quickly donned his clothes, and dashed out of the dormitory. Just as he stepped outside, he turned back, opened his cabinet, and stuffed a long, rectangular cloth package into his backpack. "What is this?" asked Xiao Ma. "My secret weapon," Yi Shaoyang replied. "If Liao Qingqing is in the dormitory building, she must be ensnared by a malevolent spirit. It's prudent to bring this along, just in case." Xiao Ma knew of a shortcut to the foreign language college, and the two hurried to the base of dormitory building 4 in a mere 10 minutes, only to find that it was too late. On the grass beneath the rear window of building 4 lay a girl sprawled in a grotesque manner, while several police officers examined the scene, cordoning off the area with tape. A group of individuals, presumably family members, wept inconsolably around the body. Li Duo, Lily, and others were held back behind the police line, their faces etched with sorrow and disbelief. Xiao Ma rushed forward, seizing Li Duo by the arm, and inquired, "Is it Liao Qingqing?" Li Duo nodded slowly, his expression grave. Yi Shaoyang pressed further. "How could this happen?" "Last night, her mother fell asleep while keeping vigil at the hospital. When she awoke, Qingqing was gone. They checked the surveillance footage and discovered she had left." Yi Shaoyang interrupted him. "What is done is done. I do not wish to hear about the events leading up to this. When did the incident occur?" "Just moments ago, before you arrived." "How did the police arrive so swiftly?" Xiao Ma interjected. "The police accompanied us, and, upon reviewing the surveillance footage, saw Qingqing enter dormitory building number 4. They intended to search for her, but upon hearing a commotion, rushed over to find her leaping from the upper floors." Li Duo let out a sigh, his expression a mix of complexity as he gazed at Yi Shaoyang, murmuring softly, "Shaoyang, Qingqing's death is quite peculiar. You should see for yourself." As Yi Shaoyang crossed the police cordon, he was immediately halted by an officer. "This is a crime scene. You cannot approach." "Who are you?" "I am her friend," Yi Shaoyang replied. "I just wish to take a glance at her." The officer hesitated momentarily before responding. "The circumstances surrounding the deceased are rather unusual. It would be best if you refrain from looking." "Unusual?" Yi Shaoyang furrowed his brow, pushing past the officer. When he stood a few meters from the body, he suddenly froze, inhaling deeply. Lying on the ground was a desiccated corpse. To be precise, it was a skeletal figure, entirely devoid of flesh, merely covered by a layer of skin, with facial features so condensed that no resemblance could be discerned. "This cannot be. A desiccated corpse. How could this possibly be Liao Qingqing?" Xiao Ma exclaimed in astonishment. Li Duo approached and stated, "It is indeed her. Her family has already confirmed it. The clothing and jewelry she wore leave no room for error, and there is surveillance footage to corroborate this." Xiao Ma turned to him, asking, "You said she jumped from the building. Then tell me, how could someone who has died and turned into a desiccated corpse jump? Did she transform into a corpse at the moment of her leap?" Li Duo shrugged. "Don't ask me. I am just as shocked as you are. As the surveillance footage reveals, she entered the dormitory in seemingly good health, but within mere hours, she had transformed into a lifeless corpse. Heaven knows what transpired within those walls." Liao Qingqing's parents collapsed over their daughter's remains, wept in despair, their tears cascading onto her cracked skin. Suddenly, Yi Shaoyang noticed a flicker of movement in the deceased's fingers. "Everyone evacuate!" Yi Shaoyang exclaimed urgently, fearing the onset of a transformation. He forcefully pulled Liao Qingqing's parents away, turning to summon Xiao Ma and Li Duo for assistance. "You beast, what nonsense are you spouting?" Liao Qingqing's father lunged at Yi Shaoyang, only to be restrained by Xiao Ma and Li Duo. At that moment, a horrifying scream escaped from Liao Qingqing's mother. prompting everyone to turn and behold a scene of unspeakable terror. She had risen from the dead. Chapter 36. The peculiar lower your weapon. Be cautious not to misfire. Shaoyang shot him a glare, asserting that one could only incapacitate a zombie by obliterating its cranium. He then approached Liao Qingqing, exhaling gently towards her face. Startled, Liao Qingqing dropped her mother and, with arms outstretched, lunged menacingly at Yi Shaoyang. He deftly sidestepped her attack, losing his footing momentarily before positioning himself behind her. Bending low, he struck her knees forcefully with his arm. The zombie's body was rigid as iron, impervious to blunt force. However, its joints remained its most vulnerable point. With two sharp cracks, Liao Qingqing collapsed, kneeling on the ground. Yi Shaoyang pressed his knee against her back, grasped her hair, and forcefully tilted her head backward. His fingers, poised like a phoenix eye, pressed firmly just below her throat, eliciting a rush of foul air as she exhaled a breath laden with decay. Her body quickly slackened, and she fell lifelessly to the ground. Standing upright, Yi Shaoyang addressed the stunned agents. "What are you all gawking at? Hurry up and remove the body." One agent approached hesitantly, casting a furtive glance at the corpse before looking back at Yi Shaoyang. "Is it over? What just happened?" "It's nothing to worry about. Just a static discharge. Once it's released, all is well." Under the scrutinizing gaze of the onlookers, Yi Shaoyang was reluctant to elaborate further, offering a casual excuse. Indifferent to their beliefs, as he had no intention of endorsing superstition. Liao Qingqing's body was subsequently taken away by the agents, followed closely by her parents. Li Duo and several girls gathered around. "Brother Shaoyang, does Qingqing's death have anything to do with playing the Ouija board?" Li Duo inquired nervously. Yi Shaoyang nodded slightly. The transformation of Liao Qingqing into a desiccated corpse within mere hours of her demise was undoubtedly the work of a malevolent spirit or a sinister entity. However, to spare them further emotional distress, Yi Shaoyang refrained from elaborating. Instead, he posed a question. "Did I not instruct you to inform everyone to affix the blood essence talismans to their windows?" Why did Liao Qingqing fail to comply? Li Duo was taken aback and replied, "When she was transferred to another hospital, I provided her father with a talisman and explicitly urged him to follow through. He should have adhered to my instructions. Could it be that the malevolent spirit was too powerful, rendering your talisman ineffective?" Realizing he had overstepped, he offered an apologetic smile. "I meant no offense, Shaoyang. I merely speculated." Yi Shaoyang countered, "That is impossible. The blood essence talisman contains my blood. Should a spirit approach, I would perceive it immediately. No matter how formidable the entity, it would be no exception. Yet, I slept soundly last night, unaware of any disturbances to the talisman." Li Duo intended to say more, but Yi Shaoyang waved his hand dismissively. "It is futile to pursue this matter further. A life has been lost. You all must exercise greater caution. It would be prudent to return to the dormitory together, where the collective energy is stronger. And remember to affix the blood essence talismans properly." "Are you the one who saved me that night?" a melodious female voice inquired. Yi Shaoyang turned to see the young woman he had carried the previous evening. The darkness had obscured her features then, but now, seeing her face to face, he noted her beauty had intensified, leaving him momentarily astonished. He smiled and replied, "Yes, you're Shaolin, correct? Indeed, I'm immensely grateful to you for that night, although I am at a loss as to how to express my thanks." Shaolin opened her pair of sparkling eyes, gazing at Yi Shaoyang, her expression filled with trepidation. "I shall address you as Brother Shaoyang, then. Brother Shaoyang, is it true that Qingqing was harmed by the spirit of the plate? If so, do we find ourselves in peril as well? I cannot ascertain that at the moment. In any case, adhere to my previous instructions and apply the blood essence talismans correctly. You should be safe. Should an unexpected event arise, do not hesitate to call me." The girls nodded in unison, and Shaolin, with a pitiful demeanor, implored Brother Shaoyang, "We are relying entirely on you." Yi Shaoyang, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and offered them some words of comfort before instructing Li Duo to escort them away. He then approached the spot where Liao Qingqing's lifeless body had lain, looking up towards the rear window of dormitory 404. Xiaoma, noticing the situation, inquired Little Leaf. Was it the work of a ghost? It is no ghost. Liao Qingqing was drained of her blood and flesh in a brief span, rendering her a desiccated corpse. Such a feat is beyond the capabilities of a mere spirit. It must be some malevolent entity. Yi Shaoyang raised his head to glance at the ominous aura enveloping the dormitory above and told Xiao Ma, "You should return for now. I will investigate further." Suddenly, a female voice called out from behind, "Little diviner, what scheme are you concocting now?" Yi Shaoyang swiftly turned around to find a group of agents approaching from the opposite side. 4 individuals were in the lead, among them the one he had encountered in the dormitory the previous night. He recalled her name, Xie Yuqing. Today, she donned the agent's uniform, exuding a certain charisma. Yet her countenance was dark, regarding him with a look reminiscent of a scorned woman. "You look quite fetching in that uniform." Yi Shaoyang surveyed her from head to toe, smiling as he inquired, "By the way, where's my long robe?" Xie Yuqing recalled the events of the previous night, her face flushing with embarrassment as she shot him a fierce glare and retorted, "I threw it away. Do not mention last night again, or I shall have you arrested on the spot." All right, no more mention of it. After all, nothing happened, Yi Shaoyang replied with a mischievous grin. The eyes of several agents behind Xie Yuqing sparkled with curiosity, absorbing the dialogue, and wondered if there was a story behind last night. Noticing Xie Yuqing's flushed face, preparing to erupt, Yi Shaoyang raised his hand and said, "I am not joking with you anymore. Didn't he, your team, just leave? Why are you back again?" Xie Yuqing's expression softened as she explained, "We are here to investigate the scene. The deceased jumped from dormitory 404. That is the primary scene. And we need to go upstairs to take a look. Enter the dormitory building? Are you seeking death?" Yi Shaoyang exclaimed, his eyes widening. At his words, Xie Yuqing recalled what transpired the previous night and felt a twinge of fear, her voice wavering. "It is broad daylight. It should be fine, right?" With so many agents present, Yi Shaoyang refrained from discussing superstitions, instead chuckling, "If you do not believe, then go in and see for yourself. But if something happens, do not blame me for not warning you." Xie Yuqing hesitated. Investigating the scene was part of her duty, and she could not avoid it. However, going in, suddenly, she winked at Yi Shaoyang and proposed, "Little mystic, why don't you accompany us inside?" Yi Shaoyang replied, "Firstly, I am not a mystic. Secondly, with so many of you, I cannot look after everyone, nor am I obligated to do so. In that case, shall we enter together?" Xie Yuqing reluctantly proposed. As soon as these words were spoken, several agents behind immediately chimed in, stepping forward to pat Yi Shaoyang on the shoulder, warmly saying, Yes, this is the best option. Young brother, you should accompany team leader Xie inside. There's no need for so many people above. We'll search below to see if there are any suspicious individuals." Yi Shaoyang was speechless. These agents could concoct such a grandiloquent excuse out of fear, truly befitting those in the public service. He looked up at Xie Yuqing. "Are you really going in?" "Of course, it's part of the mission. Just lend me a hand, will you?" Xie Yuqing shot him a flirtatious glance. "Very well, I can't just watch you walk into danger. Yi Shaoyang, seek it. Now you're being sensible." Xie Yuqing stepped forward, boldly wrapping her arm around his shoulder and giving him a pat. "Afterward, sister will treat you to delicious meat buns." "Meat buns, you say?" Yi Shaoyang's tone was rather peculiar as he scratched his head, his gaze sweeping over her. For some reason, his eyes lingered on her. Xie Yuqing suddenly recalled something and delivered a punch to his stomach, her strength formidable as if it contained the weight of 1,000 pounds. Chapter 37. During the day. The ominous energy within the building tends to dissipate somewhat. However, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, do not panic. Follow my instructions precisely and do as I say. Do you understand? Upon entering the dormitory, Yi Shaoyang cautioned. "Understood," came the reluctant reply from Xie Yuqing, who drew her handgun, holding it aloft with a tense expression. "What are you doing?" Yi Shaoyang paused to regard her. "Do you intend to use it against a ghost? What other choice do I have? I feel utterly insecure without it," Xie Yuqing replied, her tone laced with grievance. Yi Shaoyang contemplated for a moment, then retrieved a consecrated peach wood talisman from his belt and handed it to her. "Should we encounter any danger, simply thrust it. It may prove somewhat useful." "Let us hope it remains untouched," Xie Yuqing murmured. Yi Shaoyang, wielding a jujube sword, led the way, while Xie Yuqing followed closely with a flashlight. Without delay, they ascended to the 4th floor, arriving at the door of room 404. The door to room 404 stood closed, eerily silent. Recalling the terrifying events of the previous night, Xie Yuqing swallowed hard and, with a pleading tone, suggested to Yi Shaoyang, "Perhaps you should enter first?" With a smile, Yi Shaoyang pushed open the door. Inside was vacant, devoid of anything. Just as he had done the previous day, he affixed the bagua mirror to the door frame, ensuring that should any reckless spirit dare to intrude, it would be warded off. Xie Yuqing let out a sigh of relief as she entered, retrieving her camera and taking pictures all around before stepping further inside. With her flashlight illuminating the dust-laden floor, she observed numerous footprints. Lowering her gaze for a closer inspection, she remarked, "I've identified Liao Qingqing's footprints, as well as those of you and me from last night. There are no others." This was rather obvious, she mused, considering the assailant was not human, thus leaving no tracks behind. Xie Yuqing approached the window, casting her flashlight over the iron bars, where she noticed a protruding nail with a small piece of pink fabric hanging from it. After capturing an image with her camera, she carefully removed the fabric and examined it, stating, "This belongs to Liao Qingqing's attire. It must have torn when she jumped." Yi Shaoyang intergested. "Could you refrain from stating the obvious? If she didn't leap from here, what purpose would you have in coming?" Xie Yuqing shot him a glare. "This is procedure." Yi Shaoyang chuckled lightly. "What procedure? Don't assume I'm unaware. According to standard protocol, at least 2 individuals should be present during a scene investigation. And you didn't even wear disposable gloves when collecting evidence." With a resigned sigh, Xie Yuqing confessed, "To speak frankly, the surveillance from last night reveals that Liao Qingqing flew directly into the 2nd floor window from below, and thereafter, no one entered. A few recently, there's been a reputed expert who is said to possess remarkable abilities. I have never believed in ghosts or deities and have had no prior interactions with him." Yi Shaoyang paused momentarily and asked, "You aren't referring to Old Gua, are you?" Xie Yuqing pondered for a moment before replying, "I don't know his surname, but I heard he runs a funeral business. Do you know him?" "He is my senior brother," Yi Shaoyang reflected, realizing that Old Gua seemed to be doing quite well. "Oh, he's your senior brother?" Xie Yuqing chuckled. "Had I known earlier, I would have sought him out instead of bothering you, a mere child." Yi Shaoyang shrugged. "Well, you may as well go to him next time and see if he dares to enter the dormitory." Xie Yuqing scoffed. "Don't flatter yourself. Is your senior brother really more formidable than you? How could he possibly be your senior brother then? There are distinctions between the outer and inner sects of Su Ing Q Ing Mountain. He is of the outer sect, while I belong to the inner sect. There can be many disciples in the outer sect, but I am the sole disciple of the inner sect. Do you understand?" Yi Shaoyang looked at her with pride, conveniently overlooking the principles of Taoism. While she busied herself taking photographs, Yi Shaoyang also took a moment to sense his surroundings. The room contained not a trace of residual ghostly or malevolent energy, which left him perplexed. To borrow a phrase from criminal investigation, could this not be the site of the initial homicide? Liao Qingqing had previously been killed by a malevolent spirit and then had walked here to leap from the building? This was utterly impossible. The only remaining possibility was that the malevolent spirit possessed such profound cultivation that it could conceal its sinister energy, leaving no trace behind. If that were the case, it would pose a significant problem. "All set, little diviner, let us depart," Xie Yuqing said, patting his shoulder. "Sister will take you to enjoy some delicious meat buns. Don't call me a charlatan unless you truly intend to let me devour your meat bun. You are courting death." With a swift kick, Xie Yuqing lunged forward, prompting Yi Shaoyang to dodge just in time. At that moment, a face peeked in from outside the door, startling Xie Yuqing into a sharp scream as she instinctively hid behind Yi Shaoyang. Upon closer inspection, it was a chubby little boy around 4 or 5 years old, with large eyes and a small mouth, clad only in a red belly band, exuding an undeniable charm. Xie Yuqing was rendered speechless, bewildered by the presence of a child in this desolate haunted building. Gripping Yi Shaoyang's arm, she whispered anxiously, "Where did this child come from? Is he human or ghost?" "That's obvious." Yi Shaoyang was even more agitated than she was. The child emitted no trace of human essence. He could not possibly be alive. Yet, If he were a ghost or an evil spirit, how could he brazenly enter the room without eliciting any reaction from the Bhagwan mirror? Could it truly possess a cultivation level of over 1,000 years? Yi Shaoyang dismissed that notion. Encountering a millennia-old ghost was no simple feat. The little boy appeared harmless, tilting his head to observe the female investigator for a moment before approaching her and taking her hand. "Sister, let me take you to play," he said sweetly, his voice innocent and endearing. The female investigator, nearly in tears from fright, looked at Yi Shaoyang for help, stammering, "What should I do?" "Sister, come play with me. I will show you something fun," the boy urged, tugging at her with surprising strength, causing her to stumble slightly. Yi Shaoyang swiftly intervened, blocking the child's path, and proposed, "Or perhaps I could accompany you to play." The young boy slowly turned his head to gaze at him, his eyes suddenly transforming into a vivid crimson. In a voice that was unnervingly eerie, he snarled, "Step aside." Yet the boy continued, "But I wish to play with you." In a swift motion, Yi Shaoyang struck, his palm landing firmly on the boy's right arm. Since the moment the boy had entered the room, he had surreptitiously etched a Tai Chi symbol into his palm with his middle finger. For an ordinary ghost or demon, such a blow would likely result in their very soul being shattered. However, the boy merely emitted a strange cry, releasing the female agent's hand and clutching the impacted area, moaning softly. But soon, the moans morphed into a chilling fit of laughter. The two watched in horror as the skin at the site of his injury began to decay at a visible rate, revealing a grotesque expanse of raw, crimson flesh. Good heavens! The female agent collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Before their very eyes, the boy underwent a horrifying metamorphosis. His skin sloughed away, leaving a bloody, indistinct mass. As if this were not enough, he vigorously shook his head. Crack! Crack! The sound of his skull fracturing echoed as his head split into several pieces, exposing a stark white interior. Yi Shaoyang leaned in for a closer look, only to discover that it was cotton. Chapter 38. The suspected acquaintance Yi Shaoyang discerned the essence of the situation and promptly drew his jujube wood sword, performing a flourish before bringing it down upon the small boy's head. The boy, however, did not flinch, allowing the sword to strike the fissure in his skull. He shuddered momentarily, yet a peculiar laughter escaped his lips. Not bad at all. Yi Shaoyang intended to swing the sword again, but to his dismay, the jujube wood sword became ensnared, refusing to budge. A wave of dread washed over him. Could this truly be a formidable adversary? Was this, perchance, the true master of the nest? Infuriated by the mockery of this ghostly child, Yi Shaoyang pressed forward rather than retreat. He seized the boy's throat with his left hand while his right delved in his belt, retrieving a dagger-like object. A flash of crimson light danced across its blade, revealing two inscribed characters: Extinguished Spirit. Spirit extinguishing nail. The ghostly child shrieked, struggling with all his might. Yet Yi Shaoyang was resolute, tightening his grip on the boy's throat and forcefully pinning him against the wall. The female agent, frightened, retreated to a corner, crouching low and covering her ears. "Were you not so capable just a moment ago?" Yi Shaoyang thought, finally releasing the pent-up frustration provoked by the ghostly child's taunts. He chanted incantations incessantly, hastening the spirit extinguishing nail's ability to dispel the lingering resentment. In approximately 1 minute, this ghostly child would face total annihilation of his essence, his accumulated grievances transforming into spiritual energy that could be absorbed by the nail. The spirit-extinguishing nail, having been passed down for centuries, thrived on the extermination of spirits, continuously enhancing its power, thus becoming one of the most renowned artifacts of the Suqing mountain sect. The resentment within the ghostly child gradually diminished, and its struggles grew feeble. At that moment, a woman's cold voice unexpectedly pierced the air. "Release it." Yi Shaoyang turned abruptly to find a young woman, appearing to be in her 20s, standing at the dormitory entrance. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and she was attired in a blue button-up blouse and a blue pleated skirt, reminiscent of a Republic-era female student. Her features were delicate, and she stood tall and graceful, devoid of any trace of ghostly aura. Nevertheless, Yi Shaoyang's instincts warned him that this female specter was far from ordinary. Another one? Do not rush. Wait until I dispatch it before attending to you. If you are impatient, you may enter. The room was sealed with a bagua mirror, which might prove ineffective against the ghostly doll before him. Yet it possessed a formidable deterrent effect against malevolent spirits. Unless this female ghost had a cultivation of over 1,000 years, Yi Shaoyang felt confident in disregarding her warning. However, the subsequent events left him astounded. The female ghost stepped boldly into the dormitory, and the bagua mirror emitted a radiant golden light that enveloped her without yielding any reaction. As she took another step, a resounding crack echoed, and the bagua mirror shattered. Yi Shaoyang was momentarily stunned, his heart gripped by sheer terror. What level of cultivation did this female ghost possess to shatter the bagua mirror? Despite her attire resembling that of a student, albeit somewhat antiquated, dating back only to the Republic era, could it be that the malevolent energy within Dormitory No for had grown potent enough to allow a spirit to ascend to the rank of a ghost leader within mere decades? Such a notion was utterly implausible. Yi Shaoyang's mind was racing, yet his lips continued to chant incantations, striving to subdue the ghostly child before confronting the female specter. Otherwise, facing these formidable adversaries simultaneously while ensuring the safety of the female investigator was simply unfeasible. The female ghost raised her right hand and pointed at Yi Shaoyang, unleashing a surge of black mist that rose from the ground by his feet, transforming into a shadowy figure that lunged at the back of his head with outstretched arms. An evil spirit. In the face of this sudden assault, Yi Shaoyang had no choice but to release the spirit-extinguishing nail, striking the malevolent entity with a swift palm. The spirit was not particularly strong, shattering under his blow. However, this provided the ghostly child a fleeting moment to catch his breath. Clutching the spirit-extinguishing nail as if it were a fiery poker, the child endured the searing pain, his hands sizzling and smoking. With great effort, he yanked the nail from his own eye, inadvertently extracting the eyeball, which he hastily discarded to the ground, wailing as he fled behind the female ghost. I warned you. This is no ordinary matter, the female ghost admonished, urging him to retreat promptly. The ghostly child shot Yi Shaoyang a resentful glare before reluctantly exiting the dormitory. Yi Shaoyang scrutinized the female ghost from head to toe. Her appearance was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary student, long hair cascading over her shoulders. Clad in a blue school uniform consisting of a short-sleeved t-shirt and a knee-length pleated skirt, adorned with white socks and flat leather shoes. She possessed an innocent visage and a notably appealing figure. However, Yi Shaoyang had no inclination to appreciate such qualities. Judging by the two formidable displays of power she had previously exhibited, he harbored serious doubts that she was the most powerful female ghost he had ever encountered. No, perhaps the most formidable ghost of all. The female ghost stood motionless, seemingly devoid of intentions to strike. Yi Shaoyang, hesitant to make the first move, coldly inquired, "The aura of resentment surrounding you has intensified to the point where it could effortlessly give birth to malevolent spirits. Are you the 1,000-year-old ghost leader?" The specter offered no reply, merely stating, "Where is Dao Feng?" "Dao Feng? Does she know my master brother?" Yi Shaoyang pondered, his mind racing. "What connection do you have with my master brother? Surely you are not old acquaintances. You should have mentioned it earlier. Why engage in this back and forth? TSK, TSK. What a charming child you are. Is he your brother?" Although it felt shameful to associate with a ghost, a wise man does not let immediate concerns dictate his actions. Attempting to flee alone would likely prove futile, especially with an extra burden to protect. Thus, he resolved to sacrifice a portion of his dignity, no, his image. The ghost paid no heed to his familial overtures, her voice remaining serene and elegant. Yet, her words sent a chill down Yi Shaoyang's spine. "Have Dao Feng come to the Yin Nest to find me. If he does not arrive within a month, I—" "Are you jesting?" Yet, Yi Shaoyang sensed the gravity of her statement. The ghost lifted her head, finally casting a glance at him, and smiled widely. A thick stream of fresh blood began to pour from her mouth, followed by crimson flowing from her 7 orifices, pooling on the ground and seeping into the earth. Then, a horrifying scene unfolded. Blood surged from the cracks in the floorboards, rapidly rising until it enveloped their ankles. Xiaoyang screamed in terror, attempting to flee, but something unseen yanked at her feet, causing her to tumble into the crimson deluge. Shaoyang rushed forward, plunging his hand into the crimson water, grasping a dismembered arm, and swiftly pulling it up. However, the other party seized his neck with a vice-like grip and opened its maw wide, aiming to sink its teeth into him. Shaoyang deftly evaded, only to realize that it was not Xiaoyang, but rather a monstrous creature with pointed horns and a mouth grotesquely stretched to its ears, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, an utterly terrifying sight. "You dare to frighten me!" Shaoyang intoned a spell and struck its forehead, sending the creature plummeting back into the bloodied waters. He then reached in once more and managed to retrieve the barely alive Xiaoyang, hastily placing her atop the upper bunk to ensure her temporary safety. At that moment, however, his own legs were ensnared by a pair of hands, which forcefully lifted him, dragging forth a set of bloodied hands from the depths. It was that same malevolent spirit once again. Chapter 39. The 7-star dragon spring sword. Shaoyang formed a blade with his right hand, reciting the incantation with fervor before forcefully severing both of his hands. Yet, another leg was seized, and as he glanced down into the crimson tide, countless bodies swam like fish within the sanguine depths, surging towards him. A multitude of hands ensnared his legs, rendering him immobile. The blood continued to rise, now reaching his waist. The female specter ascended in tandem with the rising blood, her feet perpetually resting upon the water's surface, her serene and delicate visage marred by streams of crimson flowing from her 7 orifices, a sight imbued with an unsettling dissonance. Both eerie and horrifying, Xiaoyang sat on the upper bunk, sketching the writhing figures in the blood, alongside a female student more terrifying than the ghosts of Japanese and Korean horror films. Her heart shattered. Engulfed in despair, she cried out to Shaoyang, "Go. Do not concern yourself with me any longer. You can surely escape. Hurry and leave. You hold me in such disdain, yet I am not dead yet." At that moment, Shaoyang unexpectedly cast a glance back at her, before turning his attention to the specter hovering in the air. Taking a deep breath, he recognized the formidable nature of this ghost. He needed to exert his full strength. With that, he clasped his hands together, forming the mystical seal of the golden god incantation from the inner sect of Shaoyang Mountain. He proclaimed with clarity, "I summon Zhao Tianjun to descend and vanquish the malevolent spirits, safeguarding my disciple from all evils." Swiftly, as commanded, he sliced his middle finger, touching the seal on his forehead, and in an instant, a violet radiance enveloped him, spreading outward. All the malevolent spirits relinquished their grip on his legs, retreating in haste, while the blood parted automatically, revealing the ground beneath. With an expression of unwavering determination, Shaoyang approached the female ghost, one hand reaching in his backpack to retrieve a long, cloth-wrapped bundle, an item he had wisely returned home to collect that very morning. Reflecting on it now, this decision seemed remarkably astute. Without this object in hand, it was unlikely he would be able to rescue Xiaoyang today. As he unwrapped the cloth, a sheathed sword was revealed. Grasping the hilt, Shaoyang fixed his gaze upon the ghost, who remained suspended in the air, and spoke in a deep, resolute voice. "Have you posed long enough? Today, I shall demonstrate the true techniques of Shaoyang Mountain." With a resounding clang, the sword was drawn, emanating a radiant violet glow that even the ordinary Xiaoyang could sense as a formidable aura. This was the foremost magical artifact of Shaoyang Mountain, the 7 stars dragon spring sword. As the blade emerged, it commanded reverence from spirits and demons alike. For the first time, a flicker of emotion appeared in the ghost's eyes, astonishment. The 7 stars dragon spring sword, she articulated, each word deliberate and measured. "Quite discerning," Shaoyang remarked as he held the sword in his right hand and, with his left, drew a cut upon his middle finger, allowing his blood to bead upon the hilt. He intoned, "Radiant sun and moon, protect my golden body. May all malevolent spirits and demons be reduced to mere dust." 7 stars returned to their rightful place. The dragon spring slays the enemy. Exterminate evil. The sword descended, aimed directly at the ghost crown. The ghost did not flinch. In truth, there was no escape. Lowering her head slightly, her short hair began to grow uncontrollably, twisting upwards in an attempt to catch the sword's edge. The blade hesitated for a moment before surging forward, slicing through her hair as if it were mere clay, pressing down relentlessly until it reached the top of her head, where it halted once more, the tip of the sword trembling violently. Shaoyang bit his tongue, allowing a drop of blood to spray onto the enchanted blade, and shouted with vigor, "Exterminate evil." The sword's edge descended in an instant, cleaving down from the top of the female specter as head. She let out a piercing wail as her form transformed into a fleeting shadow, twisting in the air. 1 month, merely 1 month. Her figure grew increasingly faint, ultimately vanishing into the ether, while the blood on the ground spiraled away rapidly, disappearing entirely in less than half a minute. At last it was over. Shaoyang collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. That single strike had consumed an immense amount of his spiritual energy, leaving him feeling as though he had just run a grueling 20 kilometers, drenched in perspiration and gasping for breath. Xie Yuqing sat on the edge of the bed, her expression vacant as she gazed at Shaoyang. The harrowing experiences of the previous night had merely solidified her belief in the existence of ghosts. But what had just transpired far exceeded her understanding, leaving her worldview in disarray. It took her a considerable time to regain her composure as she attempted to rise. She discovered her limbs were weak and unresponsive, forcing her to sit back down. She looked at Shaoyang and said, "Hey, are you all right? I didn't get to eat your meat bun, so I can't be dead." Xie Yuqing glanced around, examining herself. She appeared entirely unscathed, and upon sniffing, detected no trace of blood. In a daze, she murmured, "What happened? There isn't a drop of blood," as if nothing occurred at all. Was that just an illusion? You can interpret it that way. It was a ghostly illusion. However, had you perished at that moment, it would have been a true demise. Please refrain from disturbing me for now. I need to recuperate. Shaoyang settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, employing the Xinqing Mountain's secret technique to gather his energy for a full cycle, restoring much of his vitality before rising to his feet once more. Xie Yuqing also rose from the bed and inquired, "Did you slay that ghost?" recalling the formidable power of the female specter. Shaoyang felt a shiver of trepidation and shook his head. "No, it was merely a fragment of her soul that I vanquished." After being obliterated, she reformed and fled. Xie Yuqing widened her eyes in confusion. What does that mean? Once a ghost reaches the level of a ghost leader, its 7 souls can separate, possessing a certain degree of power akin to its original form. If vanquished, it can still gather its soul and be reborn. In other words, to truly eradicate a ghost leader, one must annihilate the 3 souls of its essence. Xie Yuqing, grasping the concept with some difficulty, murmured, "So, her original form is even more formidable than before?" "Indeed," he affirmed. They both departed the dormitory building, their faces smeared with dust. There was no time to indulge in sumptuous meat buns. Xie Yuqing led him to the school's security office, where, under the pretext of an official investigation, they requisitioned an office. The two sat in silence, cradling warm tea, for quite some time. I never anticipated that I would experience such a terrifying and bizarre event. Reflecting on it now feels like a dream, Xie Yuqing murmured, and after a prolonged moment, she finally regained her composure, accepting the reality of their previous ordeal. Turning to glance at Shaoyang, who was deep in thought, she asked, "What are you pondering?" "I'm contemplating that female ghost." Shaoyang replied pensively. Considering her attire, she appears to be a student from the Republic of China era, which means she should possess less than a century of cultivation. Yet, she has ascended to the rank of ghost leader. It's simply unfathomable. She even recognized my senior apprentice brother, and from her words, it seems there was some agreement between them. What could that agreement entail? Could it be that an unresolved bond persists between the two? Would I then have to refer to that female specter as my sister-in-law? Shaoyang was startled by his own conjecture, breaking into a cold sweat, and quickly dismissed the notion. Xie Yuqing timidly remarked, "I heard her say that she plans to unleash a bloodbath in the university town in a month. Can she truly accomplish that? Her 3 souls and original spirit must be sealed within the Yin nest. Otherwise, She would not resort to confronting me with merely a wisp of her spectral essence. Even if she were to summon all 7 souls, she would be incapable of causing widespread carnage unless the seal were broken, allowing her 3 souls and 7 spirits to unite. The fact that she has set a month's deadline implies that she possesses a means to break the seal by then. Growing anxious, Xie Yuqing stated, "Then when that time comes, we still have a month," Yi Shaoyang interjected. "During this time, we must devise a plan to eradicate the Yin nest. Otherwise, we all await our doom." Chapter 40. Collaboration. Xie Yuqing took a deep breath and said, "Let us collaborate earnestly. Just tell us what needs to be done." "Wait. What did I ever agree to collaborate with you?" Yi Shaoyang's eyes darted as he recalled how old Gua had assisted the authorities in eliminating a white-haired zombie and received a reward of 70,000. He decided to seize this opportunity for profit and inquired, "What benefits do we gain from this collaboration?" "Benefits?" Xie Yuqing pondered for a moment. "We could award you a good citizen certificate. If you were to sacrifice yourself, you would be honored as a martyr for your bravery." "Bah, who wants to be a martyr?" Yi Shaoyang shot her an annoyed glance. "Is that all?" "That's all." Xie Yuqing shrugged her shoulders. "We've already provided you a certificate. Isn't that sufficient? Only a spiritual reward? Then forget it." Yi Shaoyang felt utterly disheartened. He had hoped that this collaboration would yield some financial gain to enhance his living conditions. A mere certificate was of no use to him. "You can refuse if you wish," Xie Yuqing chuckled, removing the handcuffs and placing them on the table. She cleared her throat and continued, "Last night, around 10, you were seen at the 4th dormitory building. Consequently, a murder occurred there that very night. Now, shall we head to the investigation office for a clear explanation?" Yi Shaoyang was taken aback. "This is a classic frame-up. You saw me leave with you. How could I have been involved? Who knows if you returned afterward? You were at the dormitory building beforehand. Were you not scouting the place? What? You want to catch a ghost? Well, then, you dare to use superstition as an excuse? You've landed yourself in serious trouble." After finishing her words, Xie Yuqing raised her eyebrows at him with a sense of triumph. Yi Shaoyang shook his head with a sigh, realizing that In Su was indeed correct. One should never place trust in women, particularly those of striking beauty. "Who is In Su, you ask?" "She is Zhang Wuji's mother. Have you never read The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber? You are truly out of touch. I've even encountered it atop Xianqing Mountain." Xie Yuqing couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. Here was a man still wielding an antiquated mobile phone, yet he claimed to be ahead of the times. "Enough of this idle chatter. Will you choose to be a good citizen or a suspect in a crime? Make your selection," she urged. "Yi Shaoyang shuruk. Do I truly have a choice?" A victorious smile appeared on Xie Yuqing's face. "By the way, you seem utterly unconcerned about this situation, instead pondering rewards. Do you truly believe you can handle the female ghost?" Xie Yuqing inquired. "I have no confidence," Yi Shaoyang replied, resting his hands behind his head and leaning back in his chair. "With a formidable ghost leader, another powerful yet enigmatic ghost child, and countless malevolent spirits lurking in the shadowy lair, what assurance could he possibly have? Yet, given the current state of affairs, worrying would yield no benefit. He had never been one to impose undue pressure upon himself." Xie Yuqing regarded him with approval. This seemingly carefree individual was indeed capable. Suddenly, Yi Shaoyang furrowed his brow. "By the way, what is your position that allows you to represent the Investigation Bureau in collaboration with me?" Xie Yuqing raised an eyebrow. "I am the vice captain of the Municipal Investigation Bureau's Special Operations Team, and the leader of the task force for this case." "Such a young age to hold such a significant role?" Yi Shaoyang exclaimed, astonished as he appraised her exquisite beauty and figure, finally realizing, "Ah, I believe I understand the reason now. What do you know?" Xie Yuqing shot him a glance. "Don't let your imagination run wild. I apprehended a notorious drug lord just before the new year and was promoted accordingly. Now let's discuss serious matters. What are your plans moving forward? Is there anything you need us to assist with? I will visit the dormitory building later to locate the ceiling position. In the meantime, you should gather all information regarding the dormitory, particularly the origins of that female ghost. Each vengeful spirit possesses unique weaknesses due to the circumstances of their demise. I must understand her before we can confront her." Xie Yuqing nodded. "Some information will need to be requested from the school authorities. I will reach out. You should note down my number and Contact me if you need anything. Yi Shaoyang retrieved his antique phone and saved her number, assuring her, rest assured, I will not hesitate to reach out. Just as he was putting the phone away, it rang again. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Zhou Jingru. After answering, Zhou Jingru inquired about the truth behind Liao Qingqing's untimely death. Yi Shaoyang chose not to elaborate, simply stating that he was still investigating and would provide updates when available. Zhou Jingru replied, I am aware of your capabilities, yet please exercise caution. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. Yi Shaoyang expressed his gratitude before ending the call. Xie Yuqing, with a hint of discontent, remarked, the fewer people who know about the haunting in the dormitory, the better. Do not spread rumors. She is a friend, Yi Shaoyang clarified. She is aware of my identity. It's nothing to worry about. A woman? Xie Yuqing blinked. Indeed, and quite a beauty, he confirmed. Oh, a girlfriend? Xie Yuqing cast a sidelong glance at him, incredulous. Could it be that this uncouth little fortune-teller actually has a girlfriend? Pray tell, from which remote corner did you manage to deceive her? Yi Shaoyang smiled gently. If I were to tell you she is the daughter of the chairman of Xingqing Company, would you believe me? Xingqing Company, situated in Shicheng, was renowned, and its reputation was known to all. Xie Yuqing burst into laughter. I should take you for a blood test. Surely, you must be hallucinating due to substance use. Having exited the security room, Xie Yuqing drove away, and Yi Shaoyang, without delay, took a shortcut back to his dormitory. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Li Duo and an unfamiliar man seated on his bed. Brother Shaoyang, you're back, Li Duo exclaimed, standing up politely. Let me introduce you. This is Hu Shuai, Liao Qingqing's boyfriend, a classmate of hers. Yi Shaoyang scrutinized the man before him. Hu Shuai was tall and robust, with dark skin and well-developed muscles. However, his attire suggested a refined taste, indicating a comfortable upbringing. Hello, you are the so-called magician? Hu Shuai greeted him with a nod, though his eyes betrayed a hint of skepticism. Yi Shaoyang inquired, as Liao Qingqing's boyfriend, shouldn't you be attending to her funeral? What brings you here? I wanted to see Qingqing, Hu Shuai replied, sadness flickering across his face, though he managed to suppress it. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Yi Shaoyang and continued. Since the dead possess spirits, I wish to meet her ghost. Yi Shaoyang was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, how could he have overlooked the matter of summoning souls? Given that Liao Qingqing had only passed away a few hours prior, her spirit must still linger in the earthly realm. If he could bring her soul forth, inquiring with the very person involved would surely reveal the identity of the murderer. He nodded thoughtfully at Hu Shuai. Let me be clear. I do not wish to engage in any deceptions involving possession. I demand to witness her spirit with my own eyes. State your price. Yi Shaoyang offered a faint smile. Are you quite affluent? Surely, invoking your spirit would require a fee. If that is your stance, then present 10,000. A flicker of disappointment crossed Hu Shuai's features. Yi Shaoyang smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate further. With a resolute bite of his lip, Hu Shuai replied, Very well. As long as you can deliver, I shall compensate you upon success. Yi Shaoyang inquired, Do you possess any of her belongings from her lifetime? Hu Shuai paused, then pulled out a mobile phone from his pocket. This was her phone during her life. I intended to keep it as a memento. Would this suffice? Indeed, Yi Shaoyang affirmed. As long as it is an item that belonged to the deceased, retaining even a trace of her vitality, it will serve well. Chapter 41. Hu Shuai handed his phone to Yi Shaoyang, hesitatingly asking, Can we begin now? I have heard that summoning spirits typically requires waiting until nightfall. Daytime presents its challenges, yet it poses no insurmountable obstacles, Yi Shaoyang reassured him. He instructed Xiao Ma and Li Duo to assist in covering the front and rear windows with blankets. This action was not directly related to the summoning itself. With his formidable powers, he could indeed summon spirits even beneath the glaring sun. However, the newly deceased specter possessed a feeble essence, unable to withstand direct sunlight. Thus, creating a relatively darkened environment was essential to provide the spirit with a more comforting atmosphere. Yi Shaoyang took a vermilion brush and inscribed a circle upon the ground. Setting down an incense burner, he ignited a bundle of tricolored incense, first wafting its fragrant smoke over the phone before placing it within the burner. He then utilized the vermilion brush to inscribe a large character for summoning on the ground, drawing 3 paths to guide the spirit into a circle of binding, thus establishing a rudimentary spiritual altar. He retrieved a blank talisman paper and inquired Hu Shuai for Liao Qingqing's birthdate and name, which he inscribed upon the paper before incinerating it over the tricolored incense. With his gaze fixed ahead, he recited in a clear voice, "As the sun sets and the sands shimmer, the heavens and earth shall part," invoking the divine law of Xianqing Mountain. In the harmonious balance of yin and yang, I command the spirits of the 4 corners. Hearken to my decree. Release the wronged souls I summon at once. Taishang, Sanqing, urgent as the laws of nature. Liao Qingqing, may your 3 souls and 7 spirits return to my altar. Hasten to present yourselves. Within the dormitory, a chill breeze suddenly swept through, causing Hu Shuai and the others to widen their eyes, particularly Hu Shuai, whose emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity and tension as they awaited the outcome of the summoning. After a couple of minutes, the chilling wind ceased, and within the soul-binding circle drawn by Yi Shaoyang with vermilion ink, a faint white light materialized. "Qingqing," Hu Shuai exclaimed with immense excitement. However, as the white light dissipated, nothing occurred. "What sort of demon dares to obstruct my summons?" Yi Shaoyang, filled with both astonishment and fury, sliced the nail of his right thumb against his middle finger, allowing a stream of blood to emerge, which fell into the vermilion circle and vanished instantaneously. Yi Shaoyang formed a hand seal and once more recited in a resonant voice, "Liao Qingqing, return to my altar with your 3 souls and 7 spirits. Hasten to report." Half a minute later, the white light blazed forth again, increasingly radiant, until suddenly a silhouette with flowing hair appeared within the circle drawn in vermilion, somewhat ethereal, resembling a translucent reflection in a mirror. "Qingqing," Hu Shuai shouted, attempting to rush forward, but Yi Shaoyang quickly commanded Xiao Ma and Li Duo to restrain him, admonishing Hu Shuai, "Her 3 souls and 7 spirits are incomplete. Do not approach her, lest your yang energy disrupt her. If her soul scatters, it will be too late for regrets." Hu Shuai froze, deterred from any rash actions, gazing at Liao Qingqing's ghostly form, his eyes reddening as tears streamed down his cheeks. Yi Shaoyang scrutinized the female specter and inquired, "Is that you, Liao Qingqing?" Liao Qingqing nodded, tears cascading down her cheeks as she sorrowfully regarded Hu Shuai. "Qingqing, how are you down there? Who was it that caused your demise? Tell me, and I shall avenge you." Hu Shuai gritted his teeth. Yet Liao Qingqing merely gazed at him with profound sadness, remaining silent. "Xiao Yezi, why isn't she speaking?" Xiao Ma interjected, perplexed. Yi Shaoyang sighed. "Her 3 souls and 7 spirits have been captured. If I forcibly perform the summoning, I can only invoke 2 of her souls and 4 spirits. Her life soul and the remaining 3 spirits remain imprisoned. How could this happen?" Hu Shuai's body weakened, nearly causing him to collapse, but fortunately, Xiao Ma and Li Duo supported him. Xiao Ma, filled with rage, exclaimed, "Little Yi, who could be so malicious as to imprison Xiao Li's soul? It certainly cannot be a mere human." Yi Shaoyang shook his head. "When I summoned her earlier, that entity did not wish to release her. I struck it with my blood control technique, injuring it significantly, yet the distance was too great to eliminate it completely. Liao Qingqing's remaining souls are still held captive by it." Yi Shaoyang gestured to Xiao Ma to remain silent for the moment, then turned to Liao Qingqing, offering reassurance. "Do not be afraid. I am a celestial master of Xianqing Mountain. I promise to rescue your life, soul, and 3 spirits, reuniting your essence." Unable to speak, Liao Qingqing bowed deeply in gratitude. "Now, I shall employ the secret arts of Xianqing Mountain to unlock the restrictions on your celestial gate, allowing you to speak temporarily. Please do not disturb me." After uttering these words, Yi Shaoyang swiftly opened his backpack, retrieving a purple gold inkstone, and placed it alongside gold powder, cinnabar, and 3 colored incense ashes, mixing them with rice wine to form a paste. He then inscribed the characters for Celestial Gate on a blank talisman sheet. Yi Shaoyang delicately held the talisman paper and approached Liao Qingqing from behind, placing the talisman 2 inches beneath the nape of her neck. A location known as the Human Gate or the Celestial Gate. In ancient times, executioners severed heads from this very spot, when the Celestial Gate is wide open. The vitality of the deceased dissipates, alleviating their grievances, allowing their souls to avoid troubling the executioner. Open the Celestial Gate, let the spirits retreat, Tai life water, gather the souls, swift as the law commands. Yi Shaoyang recited the incantation, slicing the tip of his right middle finger and applying a drop of blood to the talisman. The essence of the tincture's blood nourished the Celestial Gate, and combined with the talisman's power, it could temporarily lift the restrictions of the Celestial Gate, akin to administering a potent stimulant to a faltering individual. Even a half-soul spirit could, for a brief period, gather their essence, enabling them to speak and act like an ordinary ghost. Liao Qingqing trembled, breaking into uncontrollable sobs as she moved towards Ushuai. However, as her foot stepped onto the soul-guiding line drawn with vermilion, a flash of golden light manifested an invisible barrier, obstructing her path. Qingqing, Hu Shuai attempted to rush forward, but was firmly restrained by Xiao Ma and Li Duo. Yi Shaoyang shot an admonishing glance at Hu Shuai, warning, if you approach now, the yang energy will enter the soul-guiding path, and she will instantly disintegrate, unable to even remain a half-soul spirit. If you doubt my words, feel free to test it. Hu Shuai froze in place, paralyzed by trepidation. Yi Shaoyang then turned to Liao Qingqing and said, I am utilizing the secret method of Zuanqingshan to open your Celestial Gate, not to invoke your tears. If you have grievances, speak swiftly, so I may vanquish the malevolent spirit and aid in gathering your soul. This is of utmost importance. I will grant you time to bid farewell to Hu Shuai afterwards. Wiping her tears, Liao Qingqing nodded, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Yi Shaoyang, silently pleading for the great master's salvation. Upon death, the soul departs from the body and immediately comprehends certain universal truths. Recognizing the existence of the 3 realms and the 6 paths, it instinctively proceeds to the underworld, simultaneously acknowledging the presence and authority of the master as a judge among mortals, thus addressing Yi Shaoyang as the great master in a gesture of reverence. Yi Shaoyang nodded and inquired, How did you meet your demise? Liao Qingqing replied, The blood essence talisman given by the great master was affixed to our window by my father, but that afternoon, a worker cleaning the exterior walls, unaware of its significance, tore it down. Yi Shaoyang let out a quiet sigh. This was indeed an accident, or one could say it was her fate. Liao Qingqing sobbed softly, continuing her tale. I was ensnared by a malevolent entity that dragged me to dormitory 404. It feasted upon my flesh and blood, then pushed my lifeless body from the window. My soul was held captive by it. Only moments ago, the great master cast a spell, and in its moment of negligence, I managed to escape with 2 souls and 4 spirits, while the remainder of my essence remains firmly grasped by it. Oh, Hu Shuai gritted his teeth, the sound echoing ominously, and cursed, Damn creature, I shall slay it. Chapter 42. Yi Shaoyang cast a glance at him, refraining from discouragement, and then inquired of Liao Qingqing, Is your soul currently beneath the dormitory? Liao Qingqing nodded. How many spirits and malevolent entities are present? I cannot ascertain. My soul is confined, shrouded in darkness, rendering me unable to see anything. However, I can sense a potent aura surrounding me, suggesting that there are indeed numerous vengeful spirits and malevolent entities. Yi Shaoyang nodded thoughtfully and asked, Did you perish at the hands of a malevolent spirit? Unexpectedly, Liao Qingqing shook her head. It was a ghostly child. A ghostly child? Yi Shaoyang was taken aback, realizing the true identity of the assailant. It is formidable and terrifying. Liao Qingqing raised her tear-filled eyes, fear evident within them. Great master, it is not easy to confront. You must exercise caution, utmost caution. Furthermore, it is accompanied by a spirit resembling a female student. Liao Qingqing trembled all over, her voice diminishing, and a pained expression crossed her face. It dawned on Yi Shaoyang that she was a half-ghost and could not maintain her form for long, lest she risk disintegration. Is the spirit of that female ghost residing in the nest? Yi Shaoyang pressed for information. Yes, she is exceedingly powerful, even more so than the ghostly child. Woe is me, great master, you cannot contend with them. No one can prevail against them. Liao Qingqing covered her face with her hands, weeping in despair. As Liao Qingqing's body trembled more violently, on the verge of collapse, Yi Shaoyang extended his hand to remove the talisman from her neck. He produced a blank talisman paper and said, "For now, reside within this talisman. Once I rescue your soul and 3 spirits, I shall gather them and guide you to the afterlife." Liao Qingqing's figure flickered and transformed into a wisp of smoke, entering the talisman paper. Yi Shaoyang handed the paper to Hu Shuai, who was standing by in a daze, instructing, "Keep it close. Once she recovers, you may meet her again in dreams." Hu Shuai held the talisman paper, gazing at it for a long moment before carefully placing it in his pocket. He then looked up at Yi Shaoyang, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you. I apologize for how I treated you earlier. I will gather the 100,000 yuan for you as soon as I return." "That's enough." Yi Shaoyang waved his hand dismissively. "Let's first focus on rescuing her other soul and spirits." Although he was indeed tempted by money, he adhered to principles. It was improper to accept payment before resolving the matter. Besides, it would be scandalous to take such a sum from someone whose partner had just passed away. Li Duo hesitated and inquired, "Brother Shaoyang, earlier Qingqing mentioned that the one who killed her. The ghost child, what exactly is it? Is it a vengeful spirit?" "It is an evil spirit," Yi Shaoyang replied. "I encountered it in the dormitory building and inflicted serious wounds upon it." He briefly recounted his previous encounter in the dormitory, causing cold sweat to break out on the brows of the 3 listeners. Hu Shuai expressed his concern. "Brother Shaoyang, Qingqing said those vengeful spirits seem quite formidable. Do you have a way to deal with them?" "Solutions will emerge in time. There is no need to rush," Yi Shaoyang reassured him. "Brother Yao, if you truly rescue Xiaoli, I shall dedicate my entire life to serving you," Hu Shuai declared emphatically. "Enough of that. I have no need for cattle or horses, and it bears no relation to assisting you," Yi Shaoyang replied nonchalantly, wishing to downplay Hu Shuai's excessive gratitude. "If it were a beautiful woman, perhaps that would be different. What use is a man?" Hu Shuai was on his way to handle Liao Qingqing's funeral and requested Yi Shaoyang's phone number, expressing his gratitude once more before hurriedly departing. Li Duo also left to attend to his girlfriend. Yi Shaoyang lay on his bed for a while, reflecting on Liao Qingqing's words and his previous observations in the dormitory building. He can now ascertain that his primary adversaries were the female ghost student and the ghost child. Both of these entities would prove to be formidable challenges. At noon, the 2 did not venture out for lunch. Xiaoma called for takeout, and just as Yi Shaoyang began to eat, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Xie Yuqing. "What's the matter, beautiful? Are you inviting me to dinner?" he asked. "Having feasted on your beauty, what more could I desire?" She retorted, "Then why are you calling me? Have you uncovered any clues?" "No, I need to tell you something. After we parted this morning, I called Principal Sun of the Foreign Languages College to request information about Dormitory 4, and I learned something. What do you think?" Yi Shaoyang Sukofut. "What is there to think? It's a scam. You Haven T even met him, and you've already deemed him fraud? Of course. Why would it be his turn? Even if my master were to come, it would still be a tough battle. I am at a loss, but I have heard that the reward is quite generous. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you can go to the scene and assess the situation. If the person proves to be capable, you may collaborate with them, but if they turn out to be a fraud, you can find a way to drive them away and claim the reward for yourself." Xie Yuqing chuckled over the phone, saying, "Sister, I treat you well, don't I? I informed you of such a wonderful opportunity at the earliest. Thank you. I will check it out this afternoon. If successful, I shall treat you to sumptuous meat buns," he replied with a grin. After hanging up, Yi Shaoyang recounted the matter to Xiaoma. "This afternoon, accompany me to drive that charlatan away. What should we do? Beat him up?" Xiaoma rubbed his fists together, eager for a fight. "I may not know how to exorcise spirits, but I am quite skilled in brawling. When I get fierce, even I fear myself." Yi Shaoyang rolled his eyes, choosing not to engage with his enthusiasm. After finishing his meal, he took a brief nap. As 2 o'clock approached, he called Xiaoma, and they set off taking a shortcut to the Foreign Language Institute. The expansive campus was devoid of any students, prompting Yi Shaoyang to ponder aloud. Where have all the students gone? I saw in the group chat that the Foreign Language Institute announced afternoon classes, and even the seniors are not exempt. Each counselor called to inform them that failure to attend would result in disqualification from the final exams. Xiao Ma explained. Yi Shaoyang nodded, acknowledging that such measures were indeed necessary. Hey, Shaoyang, look! A beautiful woman, Xiao Ma exclaimed, tapping Yi Shaoyang on the shoulder and gesturing behind him. Yi Shaoyang turned to see a tall and strikingly beautiful woman approaching from a distance. Is she a student? Her figure is remarkable. As the enchanting beauty approached, Yi Shaoyang's gaze shifted upwards to her face. With her oval visage, pointed chin, and large eyes, he thought to himself, how does she seem somewhat familiar? Rubbing his eyes for clarity, he suddenly exclaimed, Oh my, it's Xie Yuqing. To his astonishment, the captivating woman was indeed Xie Yuqing. As she drew nearer, she noticed the two men staring at her and shot them a fierce glare, prompting them to quickly avert their gaze. Yi Shaoyang remarked, What brings you here? Dressed in casual attire? In such a setting, it's quite inconvenient to reveal one's identity. Xie Yuqing playfully winked at him, saying, I came to see who truly possesses the abilities of a diviner. Just as Yi Shaoyang was about to tease her further, a loud and gruff voice interrupted from behind. Hey, which class are you from? Why aren't you attending your lessons? Chapter 43. The charlatan looking back. A group of security personnel approached from the opposite direction, with a portly man leading the way. Upon catching sight of Xie Yuqing, a spark of interest ignited in their eyes, and their gazes inevitably drifted towards her. Xie Yuqing felt a slight flush on her cheeks and coldly declared, Agent, step aside. Agent? Haha, is there such a stunning agent as you? The rotund man chuckled. Show me your credentials. With a charming smile, Xie Yuqing replied, Then come closer. The prospect of being in close proximity to a beauty was irresistible to the man, who beamed with delight and waddled over eagerly. Yi Shaoyang shook his head from behind. This fellow was in for a rude awakening. Xie Yuqing produced her credentials and extended them towards him. As he reached out, fantasizing about touching the delicate hand of the beautiful woman, his chubby hand was suddenly seized. A thrill ran through him. How forward this beauty was! Yet, before he could savor the moment, Xie Yuqing swiftly delivered a kick to his rotund belly. In front of so many people, you dare to act lewdly and touch my hand? Seeking death. The man crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach and howling in pain. After a while, he managed to lift his head and glared at Xie Yuqing. You've wronged me, and you hit me. Xie Yuqing approached him, holding her credentials in front of him while lightly patting his shoulder. You were the one who acted lewdly. If not you, then whom should I strike? Do you have any objections? Would you like to accompany me back to the station for clarification? The portly man glanced at the agent's badge, comprehending the implications of returning to the bureau with her. He shook his head vigorously, resembling a bobblehead. Agent, please spare me this time. I was wrong, and I won't dare to do it again. Xie Yuqing smiled and inquired, What is your mission? Report to the inspector. The school has assigned us to guard the vicinity of the 4th dormitory building to prevent students who skip classes or outsiders from approaching and witnessing the sorcerer's ritual. Oh, Xie Yuqing nodded, her expression suddenly shifting. Then why are you still here? Go do what you are supposed to. Yes, the rotund man promptly stood up, leading his subordinates to jog away, taking their place at a distance by the 4th dormitory, no longer daring to glance at Xie Yuqing. Satisfied, she smiled and turned back, only to find Yi Shaoyang and Xiao Ma staring at her in astonishment. What are you looking at? Well done, Yi Shaoyang gave a thumbs up, thinking to himself, although this female officer is quite beautiful, she possesses a tendency for violence. Henceforth, one must tread carefully in dealings with her. After a brief wait, the sorcerer appeared, flanked by individuals who resembled leaders, striding purposefully from the direction of the teaching building. Let's step back a bit to avoid drawing attention, Xie Yuqing advised, and the group retreated to stand among the security personnel. Yi Shaoyang covertly glanced back, noticing the security guards behind Xie Yuqing shifting uneasily, their expressions tense, which struck him as amusing. The kick that the rotund man had received earlier had instilled fear in everyone. However, several individuals were casting furtive, Lu glances at the contours of Xie Yuqing's back, particularly at her two well-defined curves, albeit discreetly. The sorcerer who arrived was around 50 years old, also a Taoist, adorned with a silk cap, clad in a Taoist robe, with a flowing beard and wielding a goose feather fan, which he gently waved as he walked. A young man dressed as a Taoist acolyte followed closely behind, carrying a hefty burden on his back, his expression exuding an air of arrogance. Indeed, a master of the mystical arts. A chorus of admiration arose from the crowd of security personnel behind him. It was utterly absurd. If one wishes to play the role of Taoist, so be it, but to mimic Zhuge Liang as well. Shaoyang helplessly shook his head. What connection could there possibly be between Zhuge Liang and a Taoist priest? The group arrived at the open space beneath the 4th dormitory building, where a school official introduced. Master Lu, this is the haunted building. We kindly ask you to intervene and dispel the malevolent spirits. Master Lu flicked his sleeves and stepped forward, gazing towards the main entrance. The double iron doors were secured with a robust chain, adorned with a talisman left by an unknown sorcerer. Unlock the chain. Master Lu commanded assertively, pointing at the iron door. The school official hesitated for a moment before retrieving the key and handing it to Master Lu, who then passed it to the acolyte. Stepping forward, the acolyte unlocked the door with a creak, and, as the iron gates swung open, a chilling gust of wind surged forth, causing everyone to involuntarily shudder and take a few steps back. Master Lu instructed the acolyte to unfasten the burden. Positioning himself before the main entrance of the ghostly building, he set up an incense altar, placing an ancient bronze censer upon it, filled with glutinous rice, and lit 3 sticks of incense. Grasping a peachwood sword, he pointed its blade towards the heavens, striking a rather ostentatious pose, and proclaimed in a resonant voice, I, Lu Daemon of Longhu Mountain, act upon the decree of my ancestors to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. You vile spirits, come forth to meet your demise. Shaoyang scoffed, shaking his head in derision. This charlatan certainly knew how to flaunt his theatrics. Lu, the Taoist priest, brandished a wooden sword, swinging it up and down, his feet moving in a lively dance, leaping about with postures that appeared both peculiar and amusing. Yet, his countenance remained exceedingly serious and tense, giving the impression that he was genuinely performing a ritual. Shaoyang, arms crossed, observed him flounder for a full 10 minutes before concluding this tedious ceremony. He retrieved a piece of yellow talisman paper from his sleeve and, taking the vermilion brush handed to him by the young acolyte, swiftly inscribed several characters upon it, chanting, O Thunder God and Electric Mother, heed my command, eradicate the demons and restore clarity. Urgently, as the law commands, with a flick of his wrist, the talisman soared into the entrance of the ghostly building, hovering in midair. A thunderous roar erupted, and beneath the talisman, a vague silhouette materialized. The security guards gasped in alarm, retreating in haste. Fear not, for this apparition cannot withstand my thunder talisman. As the sound of cracking echoed, ominous thunder rolled, and though the true lightning was unseen, the indistinct figure contorted violently, emitting a harrowing wail. Xiaoma grasped Shaoyang's arm, nervously exclaiming, Brother Shaoyang, didn't you say he was a false Taoist? This looks quite impressive. Even a broken ship has 3 nails. This old man is likely a disciple from some outer sect, possessing a modicum of magical knowledge. The spirit before them did not belong to the dormitory building. It had likely been summoned from some unknown place and confined within the talisman, now unleashed to perform this charade. To capture a ghost without offering it salvation and employing such clumsy tricks is indeed a transgression against the natural order. Shaoyang pondered how best to reprimand him. With a resounding crash, the tormented spirit collapsed to the ground. Behold, proclaimed the Taoist Lu, brimming with pride as he silently recited incantations to ensnare the spirit within a talisman. Once I perform the rite to liberate it, all will be well. A chorus of applause and cheers erupted from the crowd of onlookers, who regarded the old priest's abilities as nothing short of celestial. Lu stroked his beard, reveling in his self-satisfaction. At that moment, Shaoyang stealthily approached from behind, tapping him on the shoulder with a mischievous grin. Master, there's something amiss. You have a spirit right beside you. Startled, Lu Daoist swiftly scanned his surroundings, finding nothing, and retorted angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting? Where's this ghost?" "I speak the truth," Yi replied, pointing. "The lightning talisman has emerged again. Does that not clearly indicate the presence of spirit?" Indeed, the talisman drifted forth from the ghostly building, hovering ominously above Lu's head. Before he could grasp the situation, a crack resounded, and an invisible bolt of dark lightning detonated above him. With a yelp, Lu leapt in shock. The spectators were left dumbfounded, bewildered by how the very lightning he had summoned had turned against him. Chapter 44. Expelling the Miscreant Crack. Crack! The thunder roared incessantly as Lu Daozhong danced erratically, exclaiming in sheer panic, his antics eliciting peals of laughter from the crowd, completely squandering the prestige he had previously earned through his incantations. What on earth is happening? The spell cast by that esteemed figure. Spare me. Lu Daozhong clutched his head and fled in disarray, resembling a lost dog. Yi Shaoyang let out a cold chuckle, retrieving the thunder-summoning talisman, and pursued him, patting Lu Daozhong on the shoulder. "Master, did you not intend to capture ghosts? Yet you flee before even encountering one? The ghost is far too formidable. My powers are insufficient to subdue it," Lu Daozhong stammered. Yi Shaoyang could no longer contain his laughter. "You continue to play the part, yet I am unaware of your sect's affiliation. Engaging in such trickery is one thing, but tampering with souls without due authority contravenes the heavenly principles. Henceforth, you shall abandon this profession." Lu Daozhong quickly understood that the young man before him was mocking him. He stared in disbelief and asked, "May I inquire, from which sect does your esteemed self hail?" "Your sister. I am a direct disciple of the inner sect of Suqing Mountain," Yi Shaoyang replied. Lu Daozhong was taken aback. "Goodness, a lifetime spent masquerading as a sorcerer, and I now encounter a true master. I beseech your forgiveness. In my ignorance, I have offended the immortal. I vow never to engage in such deceptions again." Words alone are insufficient. Yi Shaoyang produced a purple spiritual talisman, waving it before Lu Daozhong. The latter was astounded. Those who wielded purple talismans were undoubtedly of the highest rank among celestial masters. He could hardly believe that this young man was indeed a true master, truly worthy of being a disciple of Suqing Mountain. Yi Shaoyang swiftly retrieved a cinnabar brush and inscribed upon the talisman, "Today, the inept disciple Lu Damao of the Taoist sect has ensnared souls for malevolent purposes. I, Yi Shaoyang, hereby expel him from the Taoist order, with due respect to the three pure ones." Before Lu Daoist could comprehend the unfolding events, Yi Shaoyang seized his right hand, piercing his thumb with a nail, and with a firm squeeze, a drop of blood fell upon the purple talisman. "Immortal you!" Yi Shaoyang released his grip, and the talisman ignited, soaring into the sky. "Your powers have been rendered null, and from this day forth, you shall no longer deceive. Go forth and attend to your own affairs." Lu Daoist, somewhat incredulous at the turn of events, stammered in silence, leaving in a daze. "Let's take our leave as well." Yi Shaoyang cast a glance at the darkened space revealed by the open door, a flicker of solemnity passing through his eyes. Under the gaze of the awestruck crowd, he departed hastily. Did you truly render that false Taoist powerless? In the bustling outdoor eatery, Xiao Ma asked while ravenously devouring ribs. This meal was on Yi Shaoyang, and he seized the opportunity to order several sumptuous dishes, his mouth glistening with grease. Xie Yuqing had not joined them for the meal, opting instead to remain at the school for discussions with the administration. Of course, the Xining Mountain sect is the foremost among the three great Taoist sections. Since time immemorial, it has held the authority to purge the order of inept disciples. This is a divine mandate. "Hey, are you a swine? Save me a rib." Yi Shaoyang exclaimed, wielding his chopsticks with determination, finally snatching the last rib, savoring it with delight. Xiao Ma, puzzled, inquired, "You casually write a talisman, yet there is no evidence. Does the Jade Emperor truly believe it?" Firstly, the supreme deities of Taoism are the three pure ones, not the Jade Emperor. Secondly, evidence is unnecessary. The Xinqing Mountain sect serves as the earthly representatives of the three pure ones, and the inner disciples are meticulously chosen, leaving no room for error in such matters. So willful? Xiao Ma smirked, but what if the name reported by the other party were false? How would the three pure ones know? Are you foolish? Did you not see me pierce his hand, leaving behind blood on the talisman? The Taoist powers are bestowed by the three pure ones. Whether he is called Lu Damao or Lu Ermao, as long as the blood is his, it equates to being blacklisted by the three pure ones. In the future, when he attempts to wield any spells, the three pure ones will turn a blind eye to him. Oh, it is akin to fingerprint registration. Once a crime is committed, one will surely be apprehended. Xiao Ma nodded, suddenly feeling a bit bashful. Xiao Yezi, let us discuss a matter. That Lu fellow has a child disciple. How about I become your disciple instead, helping you with labor, and, when profits arise, you can share a portion with me. 3 parts to 7 or 4 parts to 6. Whatever suits you. Yi Shaoyang nearly spat out his food. A disciple? You a disciple? This. Xiao Ma suddenly felt quite embarrassed. I have encountered countless women yet. I truly am a novice. Puffed. Yi Shaoyang could no longer contain himself, spraying Xiao Ma with bits of rice. Who asked you that? I meant, you look older than I do. How can you serve as my disciple? If others knew, they might think I am the Rabbit Lord. Do not entertain such thoughts about me. As the meal drew to a close, a call from Xie Yuqing interrupted, inquiring about Yi Shaoyang's whereabouts. 10 minutes later, she arrived accompanied by a middle-aged gentleman, impeccably dressed in a suit and sporting a pair of glasses, exuding an air of sophistication. This is Lu Ming, the executive vice president of the Foreign Language Institute, Xie Yuqing introduced. It was then that Yi Shaoyang recalled having encountered him previously in the company of Taoist Lu. Mr. Yi, I have just witnessed your remarkable abilities and have heard from Agent Xie about your distinguished identity. Truly impressive. Lu Ming said courteously as he shook hands with Yi Shaoyang. After some pleasantries, Yi Shaoyang inquired, what has become of that fraudulent Taoist? He fled, absconding with a few thousand yuan in service fees, Lu Ming replied, pouring himself a glass of beer and offering a toast to Yi Shaoyang before transitioning to the matter at hand. Mr. Yi, prior to my arrival, I discussed with the board and would like to enlist your assistance in addressing the supernatural occurrences at dormitory building number 4. Our requirement is for a complete resolution, ensuring no further incidents occur. In return, we are prepared to offer you a remuneration of 200,000 yuan. 200,000. Xiao Ma exclaimed, startling everyone at the table. Yi Shaoyang shot him a disapproving glance, admonishing him for his excitement. Lu Ming turned to Xiao Ma and inquired, and who might you be? I am his assistant, a capable aide. Xiao Ma hastily introduced himself. I always lend my support during his dealings with supernatural matters. Were it not for the presence of others, Yi Shaoyang would have been tempted to kick him. Mr. Yi, of the 200,000, 150,000 will be the reward upon successful completion of the task. We shall first provide you with 50,000 as compensation for your efforts and procurement expenses. Is that acceptable? Yi Shaoyang did not rush to respond and remarked, I recall that after your school was established, there was a similar incident of suicide. Did you consult any monks at that time? Lu Ming chuckled helplessly. Since we are collaborating, I shall not conceal the truth from you. Approximately 10 years ago, a more terrifying series of suicides occurred at the 4th Young Masteress dormitory. However, it coincided with a holiday, and we managed the situation well. Thus, it did not create a significant impact. Many outside were aware that something had happened, but they were oblivious to the specifics. In fact, a total of 7 individuals perished that time, including 3 monks. Yi Shaoyang and the others exchanged glances, stunned by the revelation of 3 monks having died. Xiao Ma gazed at Yi Shaoyang, displaying a look of concern. Lu Ming smiled and opened his briefcase, retrieving a document and placing it on the table. This is an insurance agreement. I harbor no ulterior motives. To be frank, after the unfortunate incidents involving those 3 monks, we encountered considerable disputes with their families while settling their affairs, resulting in substantial compensation. Therefore, this time we propose to sign an accidental insurance agreement first. Yi Shaoyang placed his hand over the contract and shook his head. Chapter 45. Mysterious Shade. Lu Ming shrugged and said, Mr. Yi, I hope you understand that this is the board's requirement. We are genuinely fearful. You have misunderstood, Yi Shaoyang replied. First, All the funds will be provided afterward. I merely need 20,000 yuan initially to procure necessary items. Secondly, he added, touching his nose, I will handle this on my own. There is no need for a formal agreement. Lu Ming paused, sensing an undeniable confidence in Yi Shaoyang's eyes. He smiled and complimented. Mr. Yi comes from an esteemed lineage. This matter must be trivial for you. Yi Shaoyang shook his head. You are mistaken. I have assisted my master with no fewer than dozens of supernatural incidents. To be frank, this is the most perilous one. If it were any ordinary practitioner, even 2 million would be insufficient, for a single misstep could cost them their life. Lu Ming furrowed his brow, perplexed. Then why do you, Taoist Yi, exude such confidence? Yi Shaoyang replied with a slight smile. It is not mere confidence. I am the sole inheritor of Xianqing Mountain. If I cannot resolve this matter, you will not find anyone capable of doing so. The authenticity of Xianqing Mountain and its status as the supreme southern sect is not mere rhetoric. Once the business was concluded, Principal Sun requested Yi Shaoyang's bank account number to transfer the 20,000 yuan for activity expenses. As Yi Shaoyang did not possess a bank card, he instructed Xiao Ma to provide the account number. This thrilled Xiao Ma, who was now overwhelmed with excitement, fidgeting and unable to contain his joy. Mr. Yi, what will you do next? I will first inspect the dormitory building and then contact you, he replied. At these words, the three individuals were taken aback. Xie Yuqing exclaimed in astonishment. You still intend to go inside? The sculpture on the first floor of the dormitory building presents a problem, and I must investigate it thoroughly. That female ghost. It's nothing. Both the female ghost and the doll-like spirit are injured. Yi Shaoyang turned to Xiao Ma and said, accompany me. I can offer you some work in exchange for your strength. Me? Xiao Ma posed, recalling Yi Shaoyang's earlier experiences in the dormitory building. Just as he was about to decline, Yi Shaoyang rolled his eyes and mentioned 5,000. Xiao Ma's eyes brightened, a grin spreading across his face. Isn't that a bit low? You could earn 200,000 from this deal. Does 200,000 concern you? It's 5,000. Whether you want to do it or not is up to you. I can always finally duo. Yi Shaoyang pretended to take out his phone to call. All right. That Li duo is quite small. He isn't as capable as I am. Xiao Ma intercepted him, wearing a sycophantic smile. Lu Ming drove them to the foot of the fourth dormitory building. Yi Shaoyang instructed him to wait in the car with Xie Yuqing while he and Xiao Ma exited and approached the dormitory. Xiao Yi, leaving them alone in the car. What if Lu Ming has ulterior motives? Xiao Ma whispered. Yi Shaoyang looked at him in astonishment. What kind of thoughts are you having? Just because a man and a woman are together doesn't mean they must engage in such acts. That's not it. I just don't trust Lu Ming. Yi Shaoyang shook his head helplessly. You really are observant, but rest assured, if he dares to entertain any ill intentions, given Xie Yuqing's character, he will certainly face dire consequences. With the key provided by Lu Ming, there was no need to climb through a window this time. Yi Shaoyang directly unlocked the main door on the first floor and stepped inside first. The young horse subsequently followed, timidly stating, Little Leaf, you must ensure my safety. I am still a virgin and cannot afford to perish so soon. Upon entering the room, the young horse remained filled with trepidation. If you were to die, you would undoubtedly become a lecherous spirit. The young horse pondered that if death meant transforming into a ghost, it might offer the opportunity to secretly observe and tease beautiful women, which seemed quite delightful. However, recalling Yi Shaoyang's words that lingering in the mortal realm for an extra day would result in 10 years of torment in the underworld, he decided against such thoughts. Yi Shaoyang lit a perpetual candle and meticulously inspected the first floor, confirming the absence of any spirits or malevolent entities before returning to the hall. He circled the statue and inquired of the young horse, Do you notice anything amiss with this sculpture? The young horse contemplated for a moment, scratching his head, and replied, As an ordinary person, what could I discern? I only see that its position seems slightly askew. Indeed, it is not placed correctly, Yi Shaoyang remarked, approaching the statue. Typically, a sculpture in a hall, whether for feng shui considerations or aesthetic appeal, should be positioned centrally within the room to maintain balance and harmony. Yet, this statue is slightly to the left. While the deviation is minimal, there is no justification for such an arrangement. You mean it was originally intended to be in the center and was later moved to its current position? The young horse, not lacking in intelligence, quickly deduced the truth. Yi Shaoyang nodded, having contemplated this issue since that day. The statue's relocation could only serve one purpose: to conceal something. Yi Shaoyang attempted to shake the sculpture, but it remained utterly immobile. He then instructed Xiao Ma to hold the lantern and bent down to illuminate the base of the sculpture, discovering traces of cement pouring. This revelation rendered the truth more apparent. If the sculpture were merely for aesthetic purposes, there would be no need for such a concrete foundation. It would be superfluous. Beneath the sculpture, there must be something concealed. Yi Shaoyang retrieved his yin-yang compass and began to calculate the orientation, only to be astonished to find that the position of the sculpture corresponded precisely with the Xianyin point of the entire building. Taoist philosophy posits that every locale constitutes a miniature universe, encompassing both pure yang and Xianyin points. The interplay of yin and yang fosters perpetual vitality. In a state of equilibrium, these energy centers serve no extraordinary purpose. However, if the yin energy becomes overwhelmingly dominant, eclipsing the yang, then the Xianyin point transforms into a source of yin energy. Should malevolent spirits intrude, they would inevitably take refuge in such a place, eventually establishing an abode of darkness. It is now evident that the layer of yin energy within dormitory number 4 lies directly beneath this sculpture. Yi Shaoyang gazed at the base of the sculpture and remarked that he could sense no leakage of yin energy, indicating that it had been sealed. Can a globe also seal spirits? Xiao Ma inquired, gazing curiously at the globe. It has nothing to do with the sculpture. The sculpture merely serves to mislead observers, preventing access to the seal and thereby averting any accidental release. Oh, what should we do now? Move the sculpture? Yi Shaoyang nodded in agreement. We cannot manage this alone. Let us go and summon assistance. The two exited the dormitory and approached Lu Ming's car. As they walked past the rear of the vehicle, the occupants inside remained oblivious to their presence, engrossed in conversation. The little horse tugged at Yi Shaoyang's sleeve and pointed towards the car, lowering his voice. Hey, did you see that? I wasn't mistaken, was I? To facilitate ventilation, the windows on both rows of the car were open. Yi Shaoyang glanced through the window, and indeed, Lu Ming was leaning sideways, conversing with Xie Yuqing, his eyes frequently darting towards her. Xie Yuqing, blissfully unaware, was smiling foolishly. Yi Shaoyang shook his head, approached the car door, and climbed in. I'm back. How did it go? Lu Ming immediately turned to inquire. Just as I predicted. We can proceed, Yi Shaoyang replied, resting his hands behind his head and reclining comfortably against the seat. Help me find 2 individuals. No, forget that. Just get me 2 pneumatic picks, a construction-grade cutting machine, a box of masks, and then Yi Shaoyang calculated briefly, a 3-meter by 3-meter glass mirror. Upon hearing this, not only Lu Ming, but everyone else appeared astonished. What do you need those things for? You'll find out in due time. Yi Shaoyang turned to Lu Ming, asking, when can you have it ready? Lu Ming pondered for a moment and replied, give me an hour. Good, and bring me another piece of tofu. Tofu? Lu Ming was taken aback. What tofu? The kind you just ate. Yi Shaoyang replied with a mischievous grin. Lu Ming froze for a moment before comprehending, a flush creeping to his cheeks as he cleared his throat awkwardly. Xie Yuqing, not one to be oblivious, understood the implication and glanced at her clothes, tugging them up while shooting Lu Ming a fierce glare. Chapter 46. The reluctance to intervene. Lu Ming made a phone call, instructing someone to take care of a matter, and then suggested that everyone accompany him to his office for a cup of tea. No one objected. Yi Shaoyang called Li Duo, asking him to come over and assist. Lu Ming drove to the office building and invited the 3 individuals upstairs. In his office, he brewed a pot of golden chrysanthemum tea. As they sipped their tea, Lu Ming persistently inquired into Yi Shaoyang's background, which became increasingly tiresome for Yi Shaoyang, who ultimately reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to conserve energy. A significant confrontation loomed ahead, necessitating his preparation. 40 minutes later, the person tasked with the job called, stating that the required items had been procured and inquiring where they should be delivered. Yi Shaoyang instructed for the items to be sent directly to the base of dormitory building 4. The group then proceeded there, where the goods were already delivered and loaded onto a medium-sized truck. Yi Shaoyang inspected the cargo, confirming its integrity. At that moment, Li Duo arrived. Yi Shaoyang asked them to wait and re-entered the lobby of the dormitory building. He utilized the yin-yang compass to locate the Qian position, seated himself on a sandalwood chair, and retrieved a golden silk handkerchief from his bag, folding it diagonally to lay it upon the surface. He lit 2 yellow candles on either side, creating a simple altar. From his backpack, he produced a scroll, unfurling it and hanging it behind the altar. In front of the image, he placed an incense burner, igniting 3 bundles of Tianmu Zong incense, known for its ghost-repelling properties. He also lit 4 everlasting lamps made from shark oil at the corners of the hall. Using a chalk line, he marked a red line, encircling the area with the lamps as a pivotal point, while reciting, "I possess a room," half of which is rented to the Wheel King. At times, it releases a sliver of light, causing all evil spirits to refrain from intervening. The red line continuously sprang back against the mirror. Setting up this arrangement took half an hour, yet it was indispensable. Yi Shaoyang instructed the unrelated individuals to depart, allowing Xiao Ma and Li Duo to assist in bringing the items inside. Observing the extensive setup in the hall, Xiao Ma inquired, "Little Yi, why have you gone to such lengths? What is this for?" Yi Shaoyang elucidated, "Once the sculpture is moved, should the seal be broken, the consequences could be dire. We must be prepared." Xie Yuqing also entered, her gaze fixated on the portrait hanging behind the altar. She asked, "Who is this?" "Zhang Tianshi. Do not speak carelessly. This is Yu Qian." "Yu Qian?" Xiao Ma chimed in with amusement. "The partner of Guodi Gang, the one who performs crosstalk?" Yi Shaoyang kicked him lightly, stating, "Yu Qian was a high-ranking official of the Ming dynasty, a national hero." Xie Yuqing blinked. "Was he a Taoist?" "No, Yu Qian was a virtuous official who met an untimely death. He was posthumously honored at the Fengshan Terrace as loyal and solemn heavenly lord, revered by all ghosts and deities. His portrait possesses a certain power to ward off evil." Xie Yuqing, seemingly enlightened, responded with a soft "oh" and fell silent. 8 glass mirrors, paired in 2s with their reflective sides facing inward, were arranged into a square and supported by stands. Yi Shaoyang then used a chalk line to draw a red line encircling them. "What is this for?" Xie Yuqing inquired, her curiosity piqued. "In the event that malevolent spirits breach the seal, the mirrors will reflect the Yin energy, preventing their escape. Ideally, copper mirrors would serve better, but for the moment, we must make do with glass." 2 pneumatic hammers were also brought into the hall, where a few individuals struggled for half a day without success. Ultimately, Xie Yuqing utilized her mobile phone to search for operational instructions. Subsequently, Lu Ming made a call to request the delivery of 2 large bundles of electrical wires to connect power from outside. Li Duo and Xiao Ma took charge of the operation, initially experimenting outside for a while. The pneumatic hammers proved to be quite user-friendly, and after some tinkering, they soon grasped their usage. It was then that Yi Shaoyang directed them to carry the pneumatic hammers to the globe sculpture, instructing them to delicately chip away at the concrete that connected the sculpture to the ground. "Be cautious. Just enough force will suffice. Do not overexert," Yi Shaoyang reiterated. The pneumatic hammers roared to life, emitting a rhythmic thumping sound, while shards of shattered concrete filled the air, creating a cloud of dust throughout the hall. Yi Shaoyang produced masks and urged everyone to wear them, revealing the purpose of masks, which impressed the group with his meticulousness. Once they had successfully broken down the substantial concrete connecting the sculpture's base to the ground, Yi Shaoyang connected a cutting machine and tested it. This device was surprisingly easy to handle, requiring minimal skill, so he personally took charge, completely severing some of the internal concrete of the base. He then gave the sculpture a gentle shake, and indeed, it swayed. Yi Shaoyang felt relieved. The sculpture had evidently been relocated later, as it was only surrounded by a thin layer of concrete. Had it been firmly built in place, it would not have separated so effortlessly. Yi Shaoyang beckoned everyone to approach and cautiously move the sculpture aside. Upon examining the original ground, they discovered a square meter of red tile, which starkly contrasted with the adjacent gray ceramic floor. "How peculiar! Why was such a distinct piece of flooring used here?" Lu Ming inquired, puzzled. "Everyone, please step outside and ensure the mirror is sealed. Do not enter for the time being instructed Yi Shaoyang. Once the others had exited, he approached the floor, crouching down to lift it. As anticipated, the floor was movable. The secrets beneath were about to be unveiled. Taking a deep breath, Yi Shaoyang exerted himself to pry open the floor, revealing a swastika illuminated by the flickering candlelight. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the swastika was formed by a gleaming liquid that flowed slowly, reflecting a myriad of silvery glimmers under the candle's glow, exuding an aura of enchantment. Yi Shaoyang closed his eyes to attune himself, sensing no immediate danger before dipping his finger into the liquid. To his surprise, nothing adhered to his fingertip. Ah, Mercury, he mused. The swastika was evidently a seal, specifically the Vajra pestle seal from Buddhist tradition. Yi Shaoyang, possessing some knowledge of Buddhist spells, understood that casting this seal required immense spiritual power, indicating that the old monk must have been a highly enlightened master. Within the mercury, dozens of beads sparkled like stars, capturing Yi Shaoyang's attention. Initially mistaking them for pearls, he soon realized they varied in size, some as large as luminous night pearls, others as small as grains of rice, radiating a dazzling array of colors. A sudden revelation struck him. These were relics, Buddha's sarira. It appeared the rumors held truth. Indeed, a monk had once attained enlightenment here. Sealing the ghostly lair with the sarira transformed from his own corporeal form, Yi Shaoyang experienced a sudden inspiration, having heard that the relic could preserve the last remnants of a monk's life, and that those with supernatural abilities could delve into it to access the memories of the past. He pondered why he should not attempt it himself. Thus, he settled cross-legged before the seal, closed his eyes, and gradually opened his heavenly eye. Every individual possesses a celestial eye, akin to the acupoints on the human body, imperceptible to the naked eye and undetectable by scientific instruments, yet undeniably existent. Those who cultivate the Tao reach the rank of an adept, awakening their celestial eye, which allows them to perceive the true nature of spirits and specters. Upon attaining the rank of a true person, this vision evolves into the heavenly eye, enabling one to discern the essence of illusory entities. Yi Shaoyang had ascended to a higher rank of heavenly master, and his heavenly eye possessed additional supernatural powers, though its activation required considerable energy and could not be employed frequently. As he activated his heavenly eye, a scene of stagnant black water unfolded before him, where countless shadowy figures struggled and surged, emitting furious howls as they relentlessly swarmed towards an arched bridge in the center of the pond. A towering statue of Buddha stood upon the bridge, radiating a golden light like a majestic mountain. Whenever a shadow managed to crawl to the foot of the statue, the golden light would repel it, causing it to tumble back into the water, only to resurface and attempt to ascend once more, perpetuating this unending cycle. Yi Shaoyang understood that this illusion was conjured by the Buddha's light, symbolizing the relentless assault of innumerable malevolent spirits upon the seal. Suddenly, the great Buddha opened his eyes, and streams of water cascaded from the corners, resembling waterfalls. Chapter 47. The Soldier and the Buddha Weeps. The Buddha, devoid of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, weeps solely out of compassion for the suffering of humanity. A resonant sound emanated from the mouth of the Buddha statue, both distant and near, as if countless echoes reverberated around Yi Shaoyang's ears. Within the haunted tower, malevolent spirits abound, difficult to liberate. The old monk shall incinerate his corporeal form, transforming it into relics, fortified by the Vajra seal to subdue evil. After 70 years, the seal shall inevitably shatter, unleashing 100 demons, leading to a calamity for all living beings. Those who can enter my residual illusion must be extraordinary individuals, destined to fulfill the old monk's dying wish and purge the fiends. The voice grew fainter, and the scene before him became increasingly indistinct. Moments later, Yi Shaoyang withdrew from the illusion of his own accord. He sighed, realizing that the old monk's lingering thoughts at the moment of death had conjured such a peculiar vision, which played automatically when a practitioner entered. Yi Shaoyang earnestly reflected on the essence of the residual sound, uncovering a critical clue. The seal could only endure for 70 years, after which it would collapse and 100 demons would emerge, resulting in widespread devastation. A vague notion began to dawn upon him. Could it be that the date mentioned by Ali, 1 month hence, coincided with the seal's impending rupture? An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him. Taking a deep breath, he reclined on the ground, facing the sky, aligning his 5 hearts toward the heavens, and utilizing Taoist breathing techniques to restore his expended energy. Little con artist, how goes it? Xiaoyang knocked against the mirror from outside. Shaoyang rose to his feet, poised to exit when a sudden sound, reminiscent of splashing water, echoed from behind him. He swiftly turned around to witness a short, stout ghost clad in Japanese military attire squeezing through a narrow crevice, akin to the emergence of a figure from Aladdin's lamp. As it passed through the fissure, its form was slender, but upon emerging, it gradually expanded to the size of an ordinary human. A Japanese specter. Its appearance validated the rumors. Indeed, Japanese soldiers had committed suicide here in the past. Following the formation of this nest, these spirits, as the dominators, had absorbed far more negative energy than foreign apparitions. Thus, in less than a century of cultivation, they had ascended to the level of vengeful spirits, exuding an eerie green glow. This ghost, short and portly with bulging cheeks reminiscent of Toad, sported a small mustache beneath its nose, presenting a rather comical visage, yet wielded a sinister eastern blade, gazing at Shaoyang with a fierce and avaricious glare. Since it had arrived, a confrontation seemed inevitable. "Hey, I'm coming in." Xiaoyang's words trailed off as she burst into the room, followed closely by Xiaoma. Shaoyang's attempt to intervene was too late. The two, initially driven by curiosity to see what he was engaged in, were now confronted with the sight of a malevolent spirit, rendering them momentarily speechless. A Japanese ghost? Xiaoma exclaimed in shock. Shaoyang drew forth his peach-wood sword, standing resolute against the vengeful spirit, and instructed the pair, "Quickly remove the incense candles, one to the south and one to the north, and position yourselves in the corners. No matter what unfolds, do not move." Both were no strangers to encounters with the supernatural and soon regained their composure, hastily following his orders. They swiftly detached the candles from the altar, cradling them before themselves, standing in the angles formed by 2 bronze mirrors. Within the candle resides powdered 7-star grass, a potent substance believed to repel malevolent spirits. The flickering light, refracted through 2 copper mirrors, creates a small magical barrier, perfectly safeguarding the 2 individuals within. "Where did this specter acquire katana?" Little Leaf inquired, as Little Horse, still restless within the confines, curiously probed. "Is its life-bound object?" "Naturally. A Japanese specter would wield a katana, but isn't it typical for Japanese apparitions to favor submachine guns or other such weapons?" "You might as well procure an atomic bomb," came the retort. Little Leaf cast a sidelong glance at him, lacking the time to elucidate the principles behind life-bound objects, which must be close-range weapons with a straightforward design, for complexity renders them difficult to wield, regardless of one's prowess. Having been sealed for nearly a century, this Japanese specter, upon regaining its freedom, harbored a desire for societal retribution and indiscriminate slaughter. Yet, upon emergence, it confronted a mage, and its seething hatred was palpable. Without a moment's hesitation, it bellowed and swung its blade towards Little Leaf. "Come on, Little Spectre, it's time to meet your end." Little Leaf, having encountered myriad spirits, was now faced with a Japanese ghost, igniting within him a fervor to resist and vanquish. Dipping his fingers in cinnabar, he inscribed a heart-piercing incantation upon his peachwood sword and lunged forward to meet the katana. The peachwood sword, a mere 3 inches in length, seemed dwarfed by the nearly 1-meter-long katana. However, upon collision, the inscription on the peachwood sword activated, radiating golden light and piercing the specter with countless holes. The Japanese specter lay prostrate on the ground, emitting mournful groans as its body underwent a rapid transformation. Its military garb disintegrated into tatters, while its skin began to decay, revealing a grotesque mass of pale, reddened flesh, soft and putrid as mud, trembling like sifted chaff. Upon closer inspection, It was evident that the tremors were not merely a quivering of flesh, but rather an infestation of countless insects burrowing within its form, maggots, as well as myriad small black and white creatures, woodlice, and centipedes, all crawling in and out of the rotting tissue. The specter raised its head and crawled toward Yi Shaoyang, with pieces of its flesh cascading down with each movement. Its eyeballs fell away, and a mottled centipede emerged from one eye socket, only to burrow into the other, accompanied by the rustling of a rat within. Ugh! Xie Yuqing had never encountered such a repulsive sight and doubled over to retch. This is absolutely revolting. Is this some sort of twisted joke? Xiao Ma covered his mouth and exclaimed, having recently followed Yi Shaoyang and seen his fair share of water corpses and desiccated remains, which, although not aesthetically pleasing, had at least provided some context. Yet, even he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Taking a deep breath, he remarked, "Little Leaf, isn't this a ghost? Where do all these insects and centipedes come from?" "This is its true form, the visage of death," Yi Shaoyang replied, his brow furrowed and his stomach churning in response. "This is merely an illusion. Do not take it to heart." Xiao Ma raised an eyebrow. "Wait a moment. If that's the case, doesn't everyone decay after death? Why is it that this one is so utterly disgusting?" Yi Shaoyang stepped forward and thrust his sword into the left eye of the Japanese specter. The specter trembled as if electrified, and an army of insects scurried out from within its body, crawling chaotically all over it, a sight that defied description in its repulsiveness. Even a usually composed Xiao Ma could not withstand it and bent over to retch. Fortunately, the nauseating scene did not persist for long. The Japanese specter, along with the myriad of crawling insects, quickly melted into a pool of black water under the onslaught of the peachwood sword. Countless essence spirits soaring forth from the remains. Yi Shaoyang inhaled deeply and responded to Xiao Ma's earlier remark. "Do you not understand? A ghost's true form is that of its death, not of its decay. This specter, in particular, succumbed to a gruesome demise, its body rotting away as it was slowly devoured by these insects. Rotting away, consumed by insects." Xiao Ma murmured, "That defies logic. Due to peculiar circumstances, the physical body may perish while the intellect endures. It is only when the body has undergone extensive decomposition, wholly devoured by creatures, that true death occurs." Yi Shaoyang pondered. It is evident that this entity was manipulated by a corpse keeper or a sorcerer during its lifetime, resulting in such a fate. Yet, that is a matter of the past, not worth delving into. Xiao Ma envisioned the horrific scenario: a person alive, witnessing their own body decay, insects crawling in and out. Utterly powerless, he shivered and murmured, "That is terrifying. It must be one of the most cruel ways to die." Yi Shaoyang similed. "You have yet to witness much." Just as Xiao Ma was about to respond, his pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "Xiao Yi, quickly, another ghost has emerged. The book will soon require a fee. Members can read a chapter for merely 8 cents. However, every little bit counts, equivalent to Chinzi's monthly allowance. I hope you will continue to read together, embarking on a journey to vanquish demons and attain enlightenment alongside Yi Shaoyang. I await you at the front." Chapter 48. The Pishio seal. Yi Shaoyang turned his gaze towards the fissures of the swastika symbol, from which an incessant stream of ghosts emerged, nearly a dozen in number. Their hues ranged from blue to green, the least among them being mere specters, while many were vengeful spirits. Among them, some were Japanese apparitions, alongside a handful of local ghosts, drawn into the shadowy nest by the dense, malevolent energy, seeking to cultivate their powers, having been suppressed by the monk in years past. Just moments before, Yi Shaoyang's methods of ghost slaying had been witnessed by these entities, and they were no fools. They understood the formidable nature of this man. None dared to take the first step forward, instead casting wary glances at one another, waiting for a brave soul to volunteer as the sacrificial pawn. After being sealed for decades, they finally broke free, only to encounter such a harbinger of doom. The spirits were filled with both ire and resignation. "How is it that you local specters have conspired with the Japanese fiends? Traitors? No, ghostraters." Yi Shaoyang pointed at several Chinese ghosts, reprimanding them. The spirits regarded him with disdain, having embraced their ghastly existence and chosen the path of malevolence. They harbored no sense of national integrity. Furthermore, they were remnants from centuries past, a time when Japan had yet to invade China, thus rendering any notion of ethnic animosity moot. "Shall we engage together?" Yi Shaoyang gestured with his peachwood sword, but the multitude of ghosts recoiled further, hesitating to advance. Instead, they collectively turned their gaze towards the fissure, filled with anticipation. Lo and behold, it seems that even ghosts are prone to the dynamics of the strong and the weak, mused Xiaoma with a shake of his head. At that moment, a gargantuan specter, with a fearsome visage and sharp fangs, emerged from the crack, brandishing a glimmering chain of black light. Drenched in crimson, it signifies that it has attained the level of a formidable spirit. For a typical malevolent entity, one would require at least 5 centuries of cultivation and the experience of 2 tribulations to reach such prowess. Finally, a worthy adversary has appeared. Yishayan inhalit deeply, apprehensive that even stronger spirits lurked nearby. Scanning his surroundings, he noted that, aside from this fierce ghost, there were over a dozen vengeful spirits and phantoms. Sensing that it was nearly time, he sheathed his peachwood sword, formed a seal with his hands, and recited, "I summon Lord Zhao to descend and vanquish the malevolent spirits, shielding my disciple from all evils, swift as the decree." He drew his nail across the middle finger of his right hand, marking his brow with a drop of blood, and instantly, golden light radiated from him, resembling an immortal. Yi Shaoyang hastened towards the fissure, decisively severing the head of a vengeful spirit attempting to burrow upwards with a swift chop of his hand. With his right hand, he produced a vermilion brush and began inscribing the chaotic Taiji seal upon the ground on either side of the rift, striving to mend the breach. The surrounding spirits suddenly became aware of his actions and, led by the formidable ghost, launched a frenzied assault on Yi Shaoyang. However, upon mere contact with his form, they were repelled by the golden light, sent flying far away. Even the fierce ghost, engaging directly with chains, only managed to exert a slight pressure on Yi Shaoyang. These fools! Yi Shaoyan Sukolfut Inyardli. The Taoist golden body incantation, at his level as a celestial master, rendered him nearly invincible once activated. Even a millennium-old ghostly leader would be powerless against him. However, this incantation demanded immense spiritual energy and could only be sustained for a minute, compelling Yi Shaoyang to hasten in his inscription of the talisman. As the radiant golden light began to fade, on the brink of vanishing, Yi Shaoyang completed the inscription of the chaotic Taiji seal. He pierced his tongue, letting a drop of blood fall upon it, causing the characters to instantly transform into a rich bronze hue. A divine light swept across, and the fissure gradually merged, disappearing without a trace. Yi Shaoyang let out a sigh of relief and turned to the ghost, which resembled a polar bear, gesturing invitingly. "Come forth, mighty one. It is time for your transcendence." With a swift motion of his left hand, a jade seal materialized in his palm. The upper part of the seal bore the likeness of a fierce Pishio, its countenance menacing. Upon seeing it, Xiaoma exclaimed the Pishio seal. Earlier that day, Yi Shaoyang had used it to subdue a youth in the ancient tomb, leaving a profound impression. Cradling the Pishio seal, Yi Shaoyang raised it aloft, reciting, "In the depths of the netherworld, the Pishio seal commands, subduing the pestilence of the heavens, sealing the gates of earthly afflictions, guiding the paths of mortals, barring the entrance to specters. The celestial net shows no mercy. The Supreme Lord commands with urgency." The Pishio seal ascended into the sky, manifesting a formidable and ethereal illusion, a towering mountain, atop which stood the divine beast, Pishio. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, it began to descend. All spirits, including the fierce ghost, turned pale with terror, shrieking as they attempted to flee in all directions, desperate to escape before the Pishio seal descended upon them. Yi Shaoyang had spent an additional 20 minutes arranging various magical instruments, which soon began to take effect. The red thread entwined around the mirror's surface suddenly quivered, emitting a beam of crimson light. Through the continuous refraction of the glass mirrors, it astonishingly generated countless strands of red light. which wove together above the 8-sided glass mirrors to form a colossal net. As the spirits collided with this barrier, they were immediately repelled, including even the malevolent specters. Not a single soul could breach the confines of the net. Xiao Ma and Xie Yuqing pressed against the mirror, standing upright, their breaths held in fear as they observed the restless spirits flitting to and fro before them. Fortunately, these phantoms were solely focused on their escape and paid no heed to the two of them. The spirits, in a frenzy, hurled themselves against the red net, while the more formidable spirits unleashed their formidable energy, crashing against it thrice and severing 3 strands of the red thread. Just as one spirit managed to poke its head through, the Pixiu seal descended, decisively suppressing all the spirits beneath it, connecting with the ground. With a resounding boom, the earth trembled, and the Pixiu seal regained its original fist-sized form. Countless essences flew out from beneath the Pixiu seal, dispersing in all directions. Yi Shaoyang retracted the Pixiu seal and took a deep breath, pushing open one of the glass mirrors to step outside for fresh air. Wow, so many fireflies! How beautiful! Xie Yuqing exclaimed, emboldened now that all the spirits had been dealt with. She gazed at the myriad of essences swirling around and extended her delicate hand to touch them. Sensing the warmth of yang energy, the essences instinctively evaded her grasp. Suddenly, Xie Yuqing was filled with a playful spirit, finding it delightful and persistently reaching out. Observing her demeanor, Yi Shaoyang couldn't help but shake his head, thinking how carefree she was, seemingly oblivious to the earlier fright she had experienced. Xie Yuqing immediately recalled the nauseating scene. A wave of nausea surged within her, and with an exasperated stomp, she glared at Yi Shaoyang and exclaimed, "Are you looking for trouble? I had finally managed to forget it, and now you bring it up?" Xiao Ma looked down to see the mercury forming a swastika and curiously inquired, "Little Leaf, is this the seal?" The Vajra demon suppression seal had inadvertently created a fissure upon its activation, which had since been mended. Yi Shaoyang observed the dissipating ghostly figures scattered across the ground, contemplating that at least a millennium of virtuous karma had been secured, and more importantly, numerous malevolent spirits had been vanquished, thereby clearing some obstacles for future purges of the nest. However, he was acutely aware that these spirits were mere minor players, with far more formidable adversaries lurking below, including the student ghost and the ghostly doll. Yi Shaoyang stowed away the Pixiu seal, pushed aside a copper mirror, and stepped outside. Lu Ming hurried over, his eyes wide with anxiety. "What just happened?" "I heard the wailing of ghosts." "Does your school have any archives regarding this building?" Yi Shaoyang asked, uninterested in explaining further. "There is some information, but it only dates back to the establishment of the school. Anything earlier is stored in the municipal archives," Lu Ming replied. "I'll go there." Xie Yuqing interjected, "My status will facilitate negotiations with them." Yi Shaoyang nodded, emphasizing the need to investigate the origins of the old monk from back then, the timeline of his sealing of the dormitory building, and the connection of that female student who undoubtedly had ties to the dormitory. "You do remember what she looked like, right?" he asked. Xie Yuqing shuddered slightly and said with a wry smile, "The memory is too vivid. I cannot forget it even if I wish to." "She is not as beautiful as you," Yi Shaoyang replied with a chuckle. "That is precisely what my sister loves to hear." Xie Yuqing cast a flirtatious glance his way. "Little Yi, did you not find the seal? Why not venture in and annihilate them completely?" Xiao Ma inquired. Yi Shaoyang rolled his eyes. "If I were to enter now, I would only meet my own demise." Chapter 49. New clues upon exiting the dormitory building. Yi Shaoyang instructed Lu Ming to secure the main entrance and to remove the previous talisman affixed to the door, replacing it with a new one. Although the malevolent spirits were confined beneath the nest, it was prudent to have these protective measures in place should they ever escape. Curiously, Lu Ming inquired, "Why is your talisman purple? What distinguishes it from the yellow ones?" The distinction is significant. Talismans come in 4 colors: yellow, green, blue, and purple. Yellow talismans are the most rudimentary, utilized by novice practitioners. Affixing one here is nearly as ineffective as having none at all. It is less beneficial than that chain. Novice practitioners. So, I have been deceived. Lu Ming muttered an expletive under his breath, his gaze toward Yi Shaoyang, now filled with admiration. "So, Mr. Yi, You are master. Tianshi, Yi Shaoyang corrected him. Tianshi? What is that? And what about novice practitioners? You, an ordinary person, have no need to concern yourself with such matters. Focus on gathering information and contact me once you have done so. Yi Shaoyang rolled his eyes, feeling quite displeased since discovering Lu Ming's previous indiscretion with Xie Yuqing, prompting his irritable tone. Very well, I shall do so at once. Thank you for your efforts, Lu Ming said as he took his leave. That rope, Lu Ming, Principal Lu. Xiao Ma caught up with him and whispered a few words, to which Lu Ming nodded. Afterward, Xiao Ma returned with a cheerful demeanor. What did you tell him? Yi Shaoyang asked, intrigued. Nothing much, heh. Let us go, Xiao Ma replied, laughing awkwardly. Upon observing the situation, Yi Shaoyang understood immediately and let out a cold chuckle without exposing the pretense. He inquired of Xie Yuqing, do you possess a vehicle? What business do you have at the school gate? Very well, please take me to a certain location. Turning to Xiao Ma, he added, you may head back for now. I have matters to discuss with old Gua and shall return later. Xiao Ma pouted with a beauty around. You no longer require your bro, do you? What kind of friendship is this, a mere chicken? He laughed. Huh, is there anyone who would call themselves that? You are a pig, not a chicken. Yi Shaoyang burst into laughter, relishing the amusement, entirely oblivious to the disapproving expressions shared by Xiao Ma and Xie Yuqing. After boarding Xie Yuqing's police car, they arrived at Old Gua's shop an hour later. Upon seeing the 5 large characters spelling funeral services, Xie Yuqing froze momentarily. What brings you here, little fortune teller? Are you worried about dying without anyone to claim your body, and thus wish to reserve a coffin in advance? Fear not, for I shall ensure you are not left to rot in the wilderness. I purchased the coffin for you, Yi Shaoyang retorted as he exited the vehicle, waving his hand dismissively without looking back. No one will hinder your dining. You may return. The shop doors stood ajar, and Old Gua, holding a piece of red cloth, was covering the eyes of a paper effigy. Upon hearing footsteps, he glanced back and, upon recognizing Yi Shaoyang, nodded and smiled. Little junior brother has arrived. Allow me to finish covering these effigies, and then I shall take you to enjoy a lamb hot pot. Yi Shaoyang, puzzled, asked, Brother, what exactly are you doing? These effigies are on the verge of becoming malevolent spirits. If left uncovered, they may cause mischief at night. Given your skill, dealing with such primitive evil spirits should be a trivial matter. A simple confrontation would suffice. What is there to fear? Old Gua rolled his eyes, remarking that engaging in a scuffle with the paper figures would only lead to their destruction. The painstaking effort he invested in crafting them was intended for the purpose of guarding against spirits, not to serve as sparring partners. Guarding against spirits? Yi Shaoyang furrowed his brows in confusion. What spirits? Old Gua smiled mysteriously, suggesting that they could become malevolent entities, and with a drop of my blood, be transformed into spirit servants to be sold to wealthy individuals mourning their deceased relatives, serving as guardians to prevent wandering souls from entering the bodies. Yi Shaoyang found this notion quite intriguing, questioning the necessity of such precautions given the low probability of corpse transformation. Old Gua revealed his shrewd, merchant demeanor, lowering his voice conspiratorially. The odds can vary significantly, entirely at my discretion. Moreover, these individuals have previously encountered malevolent forces and sought my assistance, so they are understandably cautious. Akin to a snake bite causing a 10-year fear of rope. Besides, I can casually recommend them. You see, this is what one might call a gentleman's pursuit of wealth through righteous means. Yi Shaoyang wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering whether such methods indeed qualified as righteous, or if they bordered on murder and arson. Old Gua closed the shop door and led Yi Shaoyang to a nearby lamb soup restaurant, ordering a large pot of lamb offal soup along with 2 side dishes and a fine bottle of wine, indulging in both food and conversation. Yi Shaoyang recounted his recent experiences, and Old Gua, being a sorcerer himself, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. His expression turned serious as he said, Little junior brother, you cannot handle this alone. Even just the female ghost student and the ghost child will be quite overwhelming. Indeed, Yi Shaoyang concurred. That is precisely why I sought your assistance. You possess some knowledge of the Xinqing mountain arts and have served as an assistant to Dao Feng, even performing significant rites. The school has offered a considerable sum to have me conduct a ritual, and once it is accomplished, I shall share a portion with you. The term opening light refers to the practice of inviting a master to perform rituals, whether for ceremonies or to exorcise malevolent spirits. Money is not an issue. It has been quite some time since I have engaged in such grand endeavors, and my hands are itching for action. I shall accompany you to vanquish a few Japanese ghosts. Old Guo lifted his wine glass and downed it in one gulp, feeling a surge of bravado. However, as he recalled the formidable female ghost described by Yi Shaoyang, his enthusiasm quickly waned. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "In truth, my abilities are modest, merely sufficient to serve as your sidekick. Nonetheless, I know a girl with considerable skills. She has a rather proud nature, though, so I cannot say if she would be willing to assist. What sect does she belong to?" "Neither. She is a spirit medium, employing methods distinct from both Taoism and Buddhism." Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoyang understood immediately. Spirit mediumship originates from Southeast Asia and is a unique system developed from the amalgamation of traditional Chinese folk magic. "Is the girl beautiful?" Yi Shaoyang asked casually, feigning indifference. "Extremely lovely, with an admirable figure. About your age," Old Guo replied candidly. "Indeed, do introduce us when you have the chance." Only then did Old Guo realize, frowning. Why does it sound less like introducing a helper and more like matchmaking? Yi Shaoyang chuckled. They are one and the same. After consuming 3 cups of wine, Old Guo flashed a mysterious smile. "Let me show you something intriguing." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a dark object, slapping it down on the table. "Goodness, a handgun!" Yi Shaoyang exclaimed. "Brother, are you smuggling arms?" "What is this?" "This is a simulation gun." Lao Guo opened the magazine, removed a bullet, and knocked it against the table, detaching the base before handing it to Yi Shaoyang. "Take a closer look." The bullet's exterior was realistic, yet its color was amiss. Upon inspection, Yi Shaoyang recognized it immediately as purple copper, known for its protective properties against malevolent spirits. Within it was a vibrant red powder, a substance with which Yi Shaoyang was quite familiar. He needed no scent to identify it as cinnabar. Intrigued, he inquired, "Is this used to exorcise ghosts?" "Indeed. Observe the fissures on the copper casing. When it strikes the ghost or demon, it will fracture at the front, dispersing the cinnabar. Coupled with the impact from the purple copper bullet, it can subdue ordinary apparitions. However, it would be ineffective against formidable spirits, without magical power. This alone is of little use." Yi Shaoyang asked, "Where did you acquire this?" Lao Guo replied, "A young lady provided it in exchange for 10 packets of realgar. She possesses many peculiar artifacts, no instruments. I shall call her later to see if she is willing to meet you." After a satisfying meal, Lao Guo leaned in with a flushed face, exhaling the scent of alcohol. "Little junior brother, would you care to indulge in a foot bath? I can introduce you to the magical finger foot bath and the Fairyland acupressure, the 2 most popular services in Shaoyang right now." Chapter 50. Feng Xinyu. Yi Shaoyang immediately waved his hand, expressing his disinterest in foot baths. As for singing, he pondered that it could be enjoyable, yet the thought of 2 grown men indulging in such an activity seemed rather pointless. After some contemplation, he decided against it. Having feasted heartily, the most suitable course of action was to retire for the night. Thus, disregarding Old Guo's enthusiastic invitation, he resolutely departed. Upon exiting the restaurant, Yi Shaoyang hailed a taxi and returned to the university town. When he arrived at the dormitory, Xiao Ma was already fast asleep. Having consumed a bit of alcohol, Yi Shaoyang felt slightly dizzy. He forewent washing up and went straight to bed, collapsing into slumber. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yi Shaoyang awoke to find Xiao Ma still in deep sleep. After washing up, he ventured to the cafeteria for breakfast. On his way back, he received a call from Xie Yuqing, who claimed to have found information regarding dormitory building number 4 in the archives. She urged him to find a place to meet so they could sift through the useful clues together. Yi Shaoyang was taken aback by her remarkable efficiency, having procured the materials in such a short span of time. After a moment's thought, he suggested, "Come to my dormitory. Other locations may not be secure." 20 minutes later, Yi Shaoyang met Xie Yuqing downstairs at the dormitory. Today, she was not in uniform, nor was she dressed as casually as before. Instead, she wore a set of sports attire with her long hair tied back. Although Yi Shaoyang enjoyed teasing her, He could not deny that her appearance was truly striking. As soon as they met, Xie Yuqing handed him a bundle of documents, most of which were yellowed with age, clearly indicating that they had been around for quite some time. She winked at him and said, "Why come to your dormitory? Are you trying to show off in front of your classmates, thinking that you have a beautiful girlfriend?" "You overthink it," Yi Shaoyang replied, casting her a sidelong glance. "My dorm is filled with numerous magical artifacts. Any ghost or evil spirit that enters will be detected by me. However, some artifacts are not convenient to move, which is why I asked you to come over. But if you fancy any handsome fellow, I could introduce you for free." Xie Yuqing scoffed. "A bunch of kids. I'm not interested." Upon entering the dormitory, Xie Yuqing immediately spotted Xiao Ma sprawled on the bed, jiggling with his ample girth and sleeping like a pig. She couldn't help but frown and mutter, "What an eyesore." Yi Shaoyang said, "Just ignore him. Let us focus on our own matters." Hearing their voices, Xiao Ma opened his eyes, and upon seeing Xie Yuqing, he was momentarily taken aback before grinning widely. "Oh, Detective Xie, what brings you here? A rare guest. Care for smoke or some tea?" Xie Yuqing rolled her eyes. "Cut the pleasantries. If you have nothing better to do, get up and help." Yi Shaoyang laid out the documents across the bed, gazing at the hundreds of sheets, and remarked, "You certainly have a wide reach. How did you manage to bring all this information? Some are from the city archives, while others are internal documents from our investigation bureau. I haven't gone through them yet, so I don't know which ones are useful. Let us sift through them gradually." Yi Shaoyang then called Xiao Ma over, and the three of them divided the pile, examining each page. They read aloud any clues related to the fourth dormitory building and analyzed them on the spot. It was discovered that the earliest mention of information regarding dormitory number 4 in the archives dates back to 1945, the year Japan surrendered. The government took possession of the Shaoyang military hospital and found the inpatient building, now known as dormitory number 4, replete with corpses, a sight that was profoundly shocking. In a spirit of humanitarianism, the government gathered the bodies of these Japanese soldiers and buried them at Shaoyang Mountain. Shortly thereafter, strange occurrences began to plague the building, and inexplicable deaths began to occur within its confines. Xie Yuqing, upon reading this, furrowed her brows and remarked, "This contradicts the rumors, does it not? Wasn't it said that those soldiers committed suicide under duress?" Yi Shaoyang replied, "Let us defer to this account. The records should be accurate." Xie Yuqing continued, "I understand. But how did these soldiers meet their demise? No one attacked them, and they inexplicably took their own lives? As far as I know, after Japan's surrender, there were no further hostilities, and all Japanese troops in the country retreated safely. Why did these individuals remain behind only to perish? It doesn't add up." Xie Yuqing's observations also left Yi Shaoyang perplexed. There was certainly something amiss about this matter, yet the document alone could not provide clarity. Little Ma raised several sheets of paper and said, "This contains a list of the deceased along with brief descriptions. Would you like to take a look?" Yi Shaoyang took the papers and opened the first page, which bore the title, "Based on hospital records, the information of the deceased has been compiled for future reference." Below were names, some accompanied by positions and places of origin, while others listed only names. Yi Shaoyang cast a glance and saw only Japanese soldiers. He had no intention of erecting a monument for them, rendering any further study futile. Just as he was about to discard the information, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a Chinese name, Feng Xinyu. The subsequent description was quite brief, a student from Shaoyang University who later studied medicine in Japan. Upon her return, she served as a Japanese translator for the government and was subsequently conscripted by the Japanese army to work as a translator and medical staff in a military hospital. What truly captured Yi Shaoyang's attention was a later passage. On the day the government entered the hospital building, they discovered this woman lying on the operating table. While all other corpses in the hospital had decayed to a high degree, only her complexion appeared alive, as if she were still breathing. She was buried alongside the other corpses at Shaoyang Mountain, a region notorious for its unresolved mysteries, prompting the local populace to migrate. Yi Shaoyang took a deep breath and pointed to Feng Xinyu's name, declaring, "This is likely the person we're searching for." Xie Yuqing furrowed her brow and asked, "The student ghost?" Indeed, her age and experiences aligned perfectly, and her death was extraordinarily mysterious. While all the other corpses had decayed, hers remained intact, resembling a living person. This suggests she must have encountered some otherworldly events during her life, Shaoyang pondered. He then turned to Xie Yuqing and said, "Now that we have her name, could you find a way to investigate her background, especially her birth date and time?" Xie Yuqing, perplexed, responded, "What use is that now that she has become a ghost?" "Is indeed useful. With her birth date and time, it will be considerably easier for me to confront her," Shaoyang replied. As he began to devise a plan in his mind, Xie Yuqing nodded and said, "Then I will look into it when I return. What will you do next?" Shaoyang said, "Let us proceed to Qiyun Mountain to search for the corpse of Feng Xinyu." Xie Yuqing was taken aback and replied, "I am aware of a mountain by that name in the hilly area south of the university town, not far from here. I wonder if it is the same one. Should we investigate first?" "It is likely," Shaoyang responded. "Given the numerous corpses in the hospital building back then, their disposal would have been rather cumbersome. So they must have been buried nearby, not too far away. You make a valid point. Shall we head there now? Let us prepare beforehand. If we find the body, we must perform the ritual immediately to avoid unnecessary back and forth," Shaoyang concluded. He then called Old Gua to explain the situation, asking him to bring additional supplies. After a moment's thought, he also called Li Duo, requesting his assistance, as there might be some labor-intensive tasks ahead. It would not be prudent to tackle this alone or to involve strangers, as it could lead to unwanted rumors. Li Duo and Xiao Ma were the most suitable choices. If necessary, he could share a portion of the reward with them. As I completed this chapter, it happened to be midnight. I was startled by a sudden noise behind me. Since the inception of this book, I have been plagued by nightmares almost every night, resulting in tears. I have resolved to find a way to adjust things. Nevertheless, I am grateful for your support. The forthcoming chapters promise to be even more riveting. I invite you to join the reader group for discussions about this book. Please help the first branch QQ group number 31830-781. Charismatic administrators are eagerly awaiting your participation. Chapter 51. Shaoyang tidied himself up, and the three of them set out together, waiting at the school gate for Li Duo and Lao Gua. After a brief allocation of roles, Shaoyang boarded the dilapidated Pu San driven by Lao Gua, while Xiao Ma and Li Duo took to the police car driven by Xie Yuqing. The two vehicles circumvented the campus, heading southward, soon exiting the university town and entering the mountainous region. This area, including the university town, was once entirely mountainous. The influx of universities was primarily due to the affordability of land, which gradually led to the establishment of a substantial community. As Lao Gua drove, he elaborated, "Had it not been for your mention, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that those ghosts were buried at Qiyun Mountain. However, according to the elders, there were indeed rampant ghostly disturbances in that area, resulting in numerous deaths. Eventually, the entire village relocated, and to this day, this region remains undeveloped, thus attracting little attention." Shaoyang shook his head. "Fortunately, it remains undeveloped. Otherwise, with more fatalities, it would likely transform into another haunt." The road narrowed progressively, shifting from asphalt to dirt, and finally evolving into a narrow mountain path, rendering the vehicles immobile. The five companions had no choice but to disembark and proceed on foot. Xie Yuqing and Lao Gua, both locals familiar with the location of Qiyun Mountain, led the way. Upon reaching the summit of a hill, Lao Gua, panting heavily, pointed to a mountain across from them and remarked, "That is Qiyun Mountain, junior brother. Shall we begin our search from the foot of the mountain?" "No need to search," Shaoyang interjected, gesturing towards the valley nestled between the two mountains. At first glance, the valley appeared unremarkable, strewn with chaotic boulders and overgrown with weeds, indistinguishable from other locales. "What makes you believe there are bodies buried here?" Xie Yuqing inquired with perplexity. Shaoyang, eschewing a detailed explanation, instructed Lao Gua to produce a vial of bull's tears, which he then sprayed into the eyes of each of them. Upon gazing into the valley once more, they were immediately astounded. A dense, swirling mist of crimson and sable enshrouded the valley, so thick it seemed almost palpable. Shaoyang declared, "The crimson is demonic energy, and the sable is corpse energy. There are both demons and corpses below. This must be the place." Lao Gua furrowed his brow, musing, "Those Japanese soldiers have been deceased for decades. The corpse energy should have dissipated by now. It's implausible for it to persist until the present day. And whence does the demonic energy originate? Yi Shaoyang responded, the fact that the corpse energy hasn't dissipated in decades suggests there's a deeper issue. Let's cease our conjecture and descend to investigate. Yi Shaoyang took the lead, descending the mountain. He produced a yin-yang compass, intending to employ the geomantic technique of splitting gold and fixing the aperture to locate the source of the corpse energy. However, his attention was captivated by a small structure in the distance. The structure, constructed of cement, was built against the mountainside, its exterior walls entwined with climbing vines. From afar, it appeared almost integrated with the mountain itself. What drew Yi Shaoyang's attention was that the corpse energy and demonic energy within the valley emanated slowly from the building, suggesting that something malevolent resided within. Lao Guo also observed this, surmising this is an dwelling facing north. The exterior walls lack windows. It's certainly not a place for the living. Indeed, it's not a place for the living. We shall pay a visit to the dead. With these words, Yi Shaoyang approached, softly cautioning, be vigilant, act according to the circumstances, and Shi Xiao, prepare to act decisively. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Ma and the others felt a sudden apprehension in their hearts, wondering if some formidable ghost or malevolent spirit was lurking within the small structure. At first glance, the house appeared utterly unremarkable, distinguished only by its absence of windows. Two weathered wooden doors were firmly shut from within. Yi Shaoyang stood before the entrance for a moment, sensing a chilling aura seeping through the cracks. He lifted his hand and rapped gently on the door, which swung open unexpectedly. Shrouded in darkness due to the lack of windows, the interior was obscured from view. Taking a deep breath, Yi Shaoyang detected a pungent odor of decay and a sinister air of malevolence carried by the cold breeze. Instantly alert, he exchanged a knowing glance with his companions, retrieved a simple flashlight from his backpack, illuminated the space, and ventured inside, clearing his throat as he called out, "Is anyone there?" Under the beam of the flashlight, he observed that the furnishings were reminiscent of an ordinary rural home. Tables, chairs, and a few worn pieces of furniture, including a bed against the wall, draped with a mosquito net, obscuring any view of its occupant. To the left of the room, a small door remained closed, from which faint rustling sounds emanated. Through the crack, Yi Shaoyang discerned that the stench of decay and malevolence intensified within. Taking a quiet breath, he beckoned Xiao Ma and the others to enter. The room was furnished with several small stools. Each person picked one up, dusted it off, and formed a circle to sit. Yi Shaoyang approached the closed door and remarked, "It seems to lead to the kitchen. I shall check if there is a stove for us to boil some water." Just as he reached out to push the door, it creaked open on its own, revealing a diminutive figure standing behind it, with the light of the flashlight illuminating the surroundings. Yi Shaoyang discerned the figure before him and involuntarily gasped. It was an elderly woman, gaunt and emaciated, her skin resembling a mass of wrinkles. Yet her eyes were strikingly large, reflecting an eerie green glow in the beam of light. Yi Shaoyang took a step back and chuckled. "I apologize. We thought this place was deserted and merely stopped to rest." Having arrived, they decided to take a moment before continuing their journey. The old woman's voice was remarkably frail, imbued with an unsettling air that sent chills down one's spine. "Then, I thank you," she replied. Yi Shaoyang retreated to the outer room and resumed his seat on the stool, while the old woman hunched over and entered, drawing the gaze of all upon her abdomen, which, despite her emaciated frame, appeared oddly large, resembling that of a pregnant woman, taut against her clothing, quivering with each step. Yi Shaoyang furrowed his brow in suspicion, pondering if there was something within her womb. The old woman halted, her unusually large eyes coldly surveying the group. "Grandma, do you live here alone?" Yi Shaoyang inquired. The old woman merely hummed in response, turning to walk deeper into the room, casually stating, "I shall fetch some water for you." Once her figure vanished, the others exchanged glances, and Xiao Ma, lowering his voice, asked Yi Shaoyang, "Is she human or a ghost?" Yi Shaoyang gestured for silence, signaling him to refrain from further commentary. Xiao Ma, feeling uncomfortable on the small stool due to his corpulence, stood up and moved to the bedside, lifting the mosquito net to peer inside. He was instantly struck dumb and a few seconds later, he covered his mouth with his hand and hurried back to Yi Shaoyang, his face pale with terror, pointing at the bed. Yi Shaoyang approached the bedside, peering intently at the figure lying on the windowsill. It was a straightened body, crowned with wispy white hair, emaciated and gaunt, with a pair of murky eyes protruding from their sockets. "My heavens!" Xie Yuqing gasped, covering her mouth in shock. "Is that not the old woman?" The elderly lady had just entered the small room, leaving no chance for her to be on the bed. As everyone looked down, they were struck by the uncanny resemblance between the two, sending chills down their spines as a wave of terror spread through the room. "What are you all staring at?" The old woman's voice echoed from behind them. They quickly turned to see her standing at the doorway, her expression devoid of emotion, her gaze colder than before. One on the bed, and another in the room? If the one on the bed is indeed her, then what stands before them is what? Xiao Ma and the others felt an icy shiver run down their spines. Were it not for Yi Shaoyang's presence, they would have fled through the door in terror. "The person sleeping on the bed resembles you closely. Is she your sister?" Yi Shaoyang inquired with an air of ease, gazing at the old woman. She offered no response, but continued, "The water is boiling. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" No, we are not hungry," Xiao Ma hastily replied. For who could know what the specter might serve them? It surely would not be anything pleasant. Suddenly, the old woman broke into a grin. Most individuals at her age would have lost all their teeth. Yet this old woman had a full set, each tooth sharp and pointed, with rows of canine-like fangs. It is Monday once again. Let us fervently cast our votes and engage in lively discussions. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all. Chapter 52. Centipede, if you remain sated. The creature's hunger persists. The crone, stooping low, gazed upon her distended abdomen. With desiccated hands, she rent her garments asunder, unveiling a rotund belly. Thereupon, she committed an act that elicited shrieks from those assembled. Her 10 sharpened digits plunged directly into her flesh, causing sable ichor to gush forth, its fetid odor permeating the chamber. With a wet, tearing sound, a lengthy gash was torn into her abdomen, from which a tenebrous entity emerged. It possessed a flattened head, gleaming ebony. With a forceful thrust, a substantial portion of it was revealed, a pair of chelicerae, agape in the air. The head contorted, emitting a sibilant hiss. "A centipede!" Shaoyang cried out, her voice laced with terror. Within the crone's belly resided a centipede. At this juncture, further pretense was rendered superfluous. Yi Shaoyang darted forward, brandishing his jujube wood sword, and aimed a blow at the crone's head. The crone raised her arms aloft, attempting to seize the jujube wood sword. However, Yi Shaoyang's maneuver was but a feint. With a twist of the blade, he intoned a sonorous incantation. A golden radiance flashed upon the jujube wood sword, cleaving through the crone's neck, severing the head completely. A torrent of sable ichor erupted forth. Yi Shaoyang executed a flourish, deflecting the ichor, preventing a single drop from staining him. The crone's severed head arced through the air, landing squarely before Xiao Ma. Instinctively, Xiao Ma caught the dark object. The head, though separated from its body, remained animated, its maw snapping at Xiao Ma's fingers. "Damn it!" Xiao Ma exclaimed, flinging the head away. It landed in the embrace of Lao Gua, its mandibles clamping onto Lao Gua's garments with tenacity. Old Gua, unwilling to be negligent, drew forth his jujube with sword and relentlessly struck at the head, dark blood splattering as he severed it into several pieces, which then fell away, rendering it devoid of consciousness. "You nearly got yourself killed, you little rascal," Old Gua reprimanded Xiao Ma. The onlookers turned to behold the headless form of the old woman, still standing resolutely, her abdomen grotesquely distended by the squirming centipede, dark blood gushing forth like a torrent from a ruptured pipe as the enormous black centipede struggled to escape, its vibrant innards spilling chaotically, creating an utterly gruesome spectacle. Yi Shaoyang brandished his jujube with sword, aiming to behead the centipede just as he had with the old woman. However, the centipede proved to be remarkably clever. It lifted its head, its pincers deftly clamping onto the sword, twisting with force. Yi Shaoyang, caught unawares, found the sword wrenched from his grasp and flung aside. That beast possesses considerable strength, he thought, yet he remained undaunted. With his right hand, He formed a spell and struck down towards the centipede's head. The creature again raised its head, attempting to employ the same tactic to bite Yi Shaoyang's hand. With a cold chuckle, Yi Shaoyang deftly evaded the pincers, striking forcefully upon its flattened head. A strange cry erupted from the centipede, a plume of white vapor escaping its mouth as its body swayed, bending backward before suddenly launching itself free from the old woman's corpse, soaring through the air. It was then that the onlookers beheld its astonishing form. 3 tails. A 3-tailed centipede. Old Gua shouted, retreating hastily. Be careful. He was preoccupied with alerting the crowd. But upon closer inspection, he realized that the centipede was advancing towards him. Immediately, he recited an incantation and swung the jujube wood sword, striking it squarely on the centipede's head. His magical power, however, was limited, and he soon felt a tingling sensation in his right arm as the sword slipped from his grasp. Nevertheless, the 3-tailed centipede was not unscathed by the blow. It was not foolish and recognized that although this old man was not as formidable as the pale-faced one, he was still a considerable adversary. It glanced to the side and spotted another individual who appeared visibly anxious and seemingly easier to tackle, thus abandoning Old Gua and lunging toward that person. The target of the 3-tailed centipede was Xiaoma. Upon seeing the centipede, which had been engaged with Old Gua, abruptly charge at him, Xiaoma was struck with fear and hastily retreated, forgetting that a bed was behind him. He stumbled and fell onto the bed, inadvertently landing atop the corpse of the old woman. In the next moment, the centipede leapt onto him, its massive body twisting and shrinking until it was no larger than an ordinary centipede. With a swift movement, it extended its head and burrowed into his mouth, which had gaped open in a scream, forcing its way inside. This is dire, Yi Shaoyang exclaimed, rushing over and seizing the 3 tails of the centipede. Yet, he was cautious not to exert too much force, fearing that he might sever the appendages. Should the centipede's essence remain intact, and it burrowed into Xiaoma's belly, it could gnaw through his innards, and not even a celestial being could save him from such a fate. Clinging to the centipede's tails, Yi Shaoyang turned to Old Gua and urged, quickly, brother, the realgar water. Regaining his composure, Gua hastily unslung his backpack and retrieved a rustic earthenware bowl. He sprinkled a quantity of realgar into it. Unable to locate water readily, he seized a small spray bottle from his bag, unscrewed the cap, and poured the liquid into the bowl, mixing it thoroughly. At Yi Shaoyang's instruction, he proceeded to administer the concoction into Xiaoma's nostrils. Inhale deeply. Inhale deeply. Xiaoma exerted himself, and the liquid flowed from his nostrils down his throat, precisely onto the head of the 3-tailed centipede. Upon detecting the scent of realgar, the centipede immediately convulsed, recoiling backward. Seizing the opportune moment, Yi Shaoyang swiftly extracted it, grasping the centipede firmly behind its head with one hand. With the other, he produced the 5 emperor's coins, poised to obliterate it. Hold, senior brother. This creature possesses utility. Gua interjected, halting Yi Shaoyang. He procured a length of crimson thread, saturated it with realgar, and meticulously bound it around the centipede's commissary. Subsequently, he inscribed 2 talismans, affixed them together with realgar, hollowed out the center, and inserted the centipede, sealing the opening. With its commissary bound and ensnared by the talismans, the centipede remained docile within, unable to stir. Heh, junior brother, this 3-tailed centipede is a rarity. It would be a pity to slay it. Yi Shaoyang, discerning his intentions, remarked, it was nourished by this living corpse with flesh and blood. Its body is replete with cadaverous energy, making it difficult to purify. No matter, we'll proceed gradually. Once successful, this creature will be a treasure, quite effective against ordinary ghosts and demons. Since he desired it, Yi Shaoyang refrained from interfering, cautioning him to exercise prudence. He then turned his attention to Xiaoma, only to discover him clutching his throat, his face flushed crimson, writhing on the bed, tears streaming down his face. A heaviness settled in my heart as I hurriedly inquired, "Does centipede bite your throat?" Xiaoma shook his head, stumbling to his feet. He opened his backpack and retrieved a bottle of pure water, rinsing his mouth before pouring some into his nose. After a considerable struggle, He finally managed to catch his breath and yelled at Lao Gua, "You nearly choked me. What on earth did you make me drink?" "Realgar, how could it cause choking?" Lao Gua was equally perplexed. Yi Shaoyang picked up the bottle Lao Gua had just used and sniffed it, detecting a pungent peppery scent. He shook his head at Lao Gua, remarking, "You've truly outdone yourself. Mixing pepper water with realgar and spraying it up your nose. What were you expecting?" Lao Gua slapped his forehead, his face turning crimson. My apologies. My apologies. I was in such a flurry that I grabbed the first bottle of water I could find. I never imagined it was pepper water. "Huh, my brother Xiaoma, I truly apologize." Xie Yuqing stood by, laughing uncontrollably. "What on earth do you carry pepper water for? To ward off evil spirits?" "Not at all," Lao Gua replied, looking embarrassed. "My daughter is going to study out of town, and I bought her pepper spray for protection. I just stashed it in my bag, and hadn't had the chance to give it to her yet." Xiaoma, with tears streaming down his face, lamented, "If I were truly trying to flirt with a girl and got sprayed, at least I'd have gained something from it. But now, I've suffered for nothing." Chapter 53. The green-haired woman, Li Duo, approached the bed and glanced at the corpse of the old woman, murmuring, "Xiaoma, have you gained weight recently? Look at how you've squashed this old hag. She resembles a flat noodle." Xiaoma turned around and was momentarily taken aback. Li Duo's observation held a grain of truth. The old woman's abdomen was indeed compressed to an alarming degree, akin to a sheet of dough. "Goodness, it can't be that exaggerated. I weigh barely 100 pounds, and I'm a male." "That has nothing to do with you," Yi Shaoyang interjected. "This is merely a shell. Her true essence lies beneath." The group lowered their gazes to the floor, where the old woman's body lay in a state of disarray, having been ravaged by Yi Shaoyang and the three-tailed centipede, prompting frowns of disapproval from the onlookers. Li Duo expressed his confusion. "I don't understand, Shaoyang. How can a person possess two bodies, both of which are genuinely existent?" Yi Shaoyang chuckled softly, providing clarity. "She is neither a zombie nor a ghost, but rather a living corpse. When such a being cultivates to a certain level, it undergoes a process similar to an insect shedding its exoskeleton. The old shell must be discarded to continue its cultivation and enhance its abilities. The figure lying on the bed is merely her outer casing, devoid of internal organs, hence its flattened state upon compression." Casting a glance at the corpse on the ground, Yi Shaoyang continued, "We are fortunate. She has recently shed her skin and possesses barely half her usual power. Otherwise, it would have taken considerably more effort to defeat her." The group grasped the explanation, though they still found it hard to believe. "I never imagined such phenomena existed. This truly expands my knowledge," said Xie Yuqing, shaking her head in resignation. "But why is there a centipede inside her? Did she place it there herself?" "Certainly not," Yi Shaoyang replied. "Someone has placed a three-tailed centipede within its belly, intending to use its blood and flesh to nourish the centipede, safeguarding this place. A living corpse, coupled with a three-tailed centipede, constitutes a dual safeguard. Anyone who ventures in here will inevitably become their meal." Xie Yuqing furrowed her brow, questioning what there was to protect. "There seemed to be nothing here. The answer lies within that room." Yi Shaoyang stepped forward and pushed open the door to the inner chamber. Illuminating the space with his flashlight, he discovered a small, vacant room containing only a well. As Yi Shaoyang approached the edge of the well, he immediately felt a chilling breeze caress his face. Shining the flashlight downward, he discerned that it was approximately 3 meters deep, with a cement floor visible at the bottom and a horizontal cave opening. "What lies beneath?" Xiaoma inquired, his voice tinged with anxiety. "Our quarry is likely down there," Yi Shaoyang stated. "I require your assistance, but there will undoubtedly be dangers below. I cannot guarantee your safety. If you prefer to avoid risks, you may wait here above." "That is acceptable." He turned to Xie Yuqing first. "I will go. This is my case, and I must take the risk," she responded decisively. Yi Shaoyang then glanced at Old Gua, who rubbed his hands together and remarked, "Junior apprentice, you are not the master, engaging in such perilous endeavors without some benefit. Upon completion, I will secure you a reward of 30,000, Yi Shaoyang interjected. "Ah, as long as there's money involved, I'm in," Old Gua replied. Xiaoma, his eyes gleaming with excitement, declared, "I will also go. I want 30,000 as well." "You cannot go. You have no money." If you wish to go, you must be prepared to forfeit, Yi Shaoyang retorted. Yi Shaoyang rolled his eyes and turned to Li Duo, saying, "This matter does not concern you. There is no need for you to take risks. Just stay up there and guard. If you encounter any ghosts, use this," he said, handing him a peachwood sword and a string of protective talismans. Li Duo accepted the items, feeling a surge of confidence, nodded, and replied, "Rest assured, if any ghost appears, I will vanquish it." Yi Shaoyang, knowing his stubbornness, chuckled, "You need not exert yourself to the point of desperation. If you cannot fight, just run. Remember to shout loudly at the well's mouth. They will come after me, not cling to you." The three of them grasped the well's edge and jumped down one after another. As they illuminated their surroundings, they found themselves in a winding cave, reminiscent of an air raid shelter, wide enough for two people to walk side by side. After taking a few steps, footsteps echoed behind them. Yi Shaoyang turned to see Xiao Ma and said irritably, "Did you not say you wouldn't come down? I do not have 30,000 for you." Xiao Ma chuckled, "Surely. I wouldn't truly demand 30,000. A little something will suffice." After navigating a couple of turns within the cave, a sudden light appeared ahead. The four hastened their pace and soon reached the cave's end, emerging into a valley. Yi Shaoyang looked up and surveyed the scene. In the middle of the valley lay a slope that obscured what lay beyond. On this side, it stretched across 2 football fields overgrown with weeds, interspersed with several small streams that fanned out across the grass and converged on the earthen slope. Climbing the slope, Yi Shaoyang gazed upwards and gasped in horror. On the grassy ground below the slope lay hundreds of corpses, covered in green hair, their feet both inside and outside, forming a large circle. In the midst of the scene stood a mound, surrounded by 9 meandering streams that converged into a pool not far from a coffin. Above, a dense black mist lingered, resembling a dark cloud that enveloped the surface of the water. Xie Yuqing exclaimed in disbelief, "My heavens, are all these the dead?" The green-haired zombies, also known as corpse spirits, were a tier below the corpse demons. Yi Shaoyang gazed vacantly at the cluster of green-haired zombies, letting out a sigh. "This is the first time I've encountered such a multitude of green-haired zombies. It seems we are in for quite an undertaking today." Xie Yuqing inquired, "Are they awake now? Why are they not moving?" "They will not awaken. Their souls have been bound. You could approach them without eliciting a response, but that will change shortly," Yi Shaoyang replied, striding forward and weaving through the ranks of green-haired zombies. He paused to observe. All the zombies lay on their backs, their expressions grotesque, revealing 2 dark, greenish fangs. Through their sparse green hair, it became evident that each zombie was clad in various styles of Japanese military uniforms, symbolizing their different ranks in life. These zombies were all soldiers of the Japanese army. Little Ma and the others trailed behind Yi Shaoyang, their hearts pounding as they navigated the horde of zombies. Upon reaching the edge of the pool, Yi Shaoyang crouched down to examine it. The pool was circular, spanning several square meters, formed by the convergence of the 9 streams. The water was clear, yet the pool itself held a murky, greenish-black liquid, exuding an unpleasant, fishy odor. "Little Leaf, there won't be water corpses lurking beneath, will there?" Little Ma stammered, recalling the image of water corpses, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. If it were indeed water corpses, we would be in for trouble. Yi Shaoyang rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings with keen insight. Turning to his senior, Lao Gua, he inquired, "As you are also versed in the art of feng shui, can you discern the nature of this situation?" Since entering the valley, Lao Gua had been diligently observing the feng shui. Upon hearing Yi Shaoyang's question, he produced a compass and, employing the method of pinpointing the burial site, carried out a calculation. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "This is the 9-linked formation." Yi Shaoyang nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping the area as he spoke slowly. The 9 streams converge into a pool, symbolizing the 9-linked formation. This has transformed into a necropolis, the spiritual energy cultivated by these zombies. Once their souls are anchored, will be channeled through the waters to the coffin of the one who lies within. Crossing the pool, Yi Shaoyang approached the coffin and was immediately met by a chilling breeze. Leaning closer, he scrutinized the coffin intently, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he exclaimed, "It is indeed made of dark wood. Chapter 54. The Darkwood. What has happened to the Darkwood? Isn't it quite rare? Little Ma inquired, puzzled. What do you know? The Darkwood used by mortals is actually lightwood. They belong to the same species. But true Darkwood grows in the realm of the shadowy dead, possessing the ability to gather energy. Crafting a coffin from Darkwood significantly enhances the absorption of corpse energy within, Old Gua stammered. Who possesses such extraordinary power to procure dark wood for a coffin and set up a nining trap? Could it be a certain ghostly bandit? We stand no chance against them, he continued. Yi Shaoyang responded, consider it from another perspective. This individual has orchestrated everything to assist the entity within the coffin in its cultivation, undoubtedly seeking its aid for ulterior motives. If it were truly so formidable, it could accomplish its own tasks without such elaborate effort. This indicates that its strength has yet to surpass the level it hopes the occupant of the coffin will achieve. The complexity of his statement left everyone momentarily perplexed, but after some contemplation, they felt a slight relief. Xie Yuqing then asked, with all you've said, who exactly resides within the coffin? Is there any doubt? Those green-haired zombies are the souls of the soldiers who perished in the dormitory building. They were originally buried in the nearby valley, but were relocated here to be transformed into zombies. The occupant of the coffin must undoubtedly be that female student, Feng Xinyu. Upon hearing her name, both Little Ma and Xie Yuqing shuddered. Xie Yuqing furrowed her brows, unable to believe the situation. Had she not already become a ghost? How could this be? She was merely a soul trapped within the confines of her resting place. Once the seal was broken, her spirit would return to her corpse. Transforming into a ghastly being, both a corpse king and a ghostly leader, the extent of her power was left to one's imagination. Fortunately, they had discovered the predicament early enough to take action. Yi Shaoyang unzipped his backpack, retrieving 5 small purple flags, which he meticulously planted around the coffin. He then produced a porcelain bowl, filled it with water and vermilion, and bit his tongue, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the mixture. Old Gu furrowed his brow at the sight. The blood from his tongue was a safeguard for a sorcerer in peril, and Yi Shaoyang's use of it during the formation of the array indicated the gravity of the situation. Old Gu couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Was it worth risking his life for a mere 30,000? It seemed far too costly. Yi Shaoyang soaked a bundle of red thread in the blood-filled bowl, inscribing a talisman that he then burned into ashes and added to the liquid, transforming it into talismanic water. He looked up at Old Gu and inquired, did you bring the 7-inch copper nails? Plenty, Old Gu replied, opening his backpack to reveal a large bag of 7-inch copper nails. I anticipated your needs for today and brought extra. Yi Shaoyang turned to Xiao Ma, stating, if you wish to serve as my apprentice, you must possess the resolve for it. Xiao Ma scratched his head, replying, where am I supposed to find such strange items? Xie Yuqing shot Yi Shaoyang a glare. Even in this dire moment, he still had the presence of mind to jest. Surrounding them lay numerous white-haired corpses, though still and silent. They presented a substantial visual and psychological impact. Yi Shaoyang and Old Guo collaborated to affix talisman paper to each copper nail, driving them into the ground at intervals of 8 feet. In total, 38 nails were driven, paired oppositely, forming a narrow path approximately 10 meters long, with the far end secured to 5 small flags. The 5 elements yin-yang path. Old Gua inhaled sharply. This was a secret formation transmitted from Suqing Mountain, only capable of being executed by the powers of a celestial master's talisman. It seemed Yi Shaoyang was indeed resolute. After all, employing a mere ordinary formation against the hundreds of white-haired corpses would be tantamount to suicide. Brother, pour all the items for dispelling corpses from your bag into the yin-yang path. Yi Shaoyang commanded. At such a moment, Old Gu set aside his concerns for his belongings and emptied his bag of everything that could drive away the corpses: cinnabar, realgar, glutinous rice, mugwort leaves, and other similar items, casting them all into the yin-yang path. Yi Shaoyang nodded in satisfaction and remarked, when the green-haired corpses awaken, they will rush into the yin-yang path. The formation will diminish their cultivation, and you just need to stand within the path and strike. Under no circumstances should you allow them to breach the 5 elements flags. Upon hearing that the corpses would awaken, Xiao Ma and Xie Yuqing turned pale with fright. Xiao Ma stammered, Xiao Yi, don't jest. How can we fight the corpses with bare hands? Yi Shaoyang unfastened a gleaming dagger from his belt and handed it to Xie Yuqing, instructing her to use it against the corpses, thrusting it into their foreheads and eyes with vigor. This as Xie Yuqing scrutinized it closely, a flicker of recognition in her gaze. Isn't this the dagger you used against the ghost girl that day? Indeed, it is the Suqing Mountains extermination nail, designed to eliminate green-haired corpses with unerring precision. Glancing at Olgua, Yi Shaoyang was about to speak when Olgua produced a handgun, stating, "I'll use this." "Where did you get a handgun?" Xie Yuqing questioned, driven by her professional instincts. Olgua explained that it was a replica gun loaded with cinnabar bullets, specifically for dealing with ghosts, demons, and zombies. "Little Yi, what do I use?" Xiao Ma asked, dumbfounded, noticing that the others had weapons while he had nothing. Yi Shaoyang handed him his trusty Juju wood sword, saying, "Use this. It's quite effective." Xiao Ma, comparing the handgun and spirit-extinguishing nails of Old Gua and Xie Yuqing to his Juju wood sword, pleaded, "Little Yi, give me something more formidable. You wouldn't be able to handle anything more formidable. Just use this." Yi Shaoyang stepped into the Five Elements flag formation, approached the coffin, and announced, "I'm opening the coffin now to purge the corpse energy from her body. It will take about 20 minutes, during which I can't move." "That means you have to hold out for 20 minutes. Xiao Ma exclaimed in shock, "What if we can't?" "If you can't, I'll die, and you'll die with me." Yi Shaoyang shrugged, beckoning Old Gua to help. Together, they used tools to remove the 7-inch coffin nails. Taking a deep breath, he lifted the coffin lid and tossed it aside. The four of them peered into the coffin. Xie Yuqing immediately cried out, "Ah, it really is her." Lying in the coffin was the female ghost they had encountered in Dorm 404, Feng Xinyu. She was dressed in a traditional Chinese shirt and pleated skirt, with white socks and black leather shoes. Her eyes were closed, and her expression was serene and peaceful. Her facial skin was flawless and lifelike. However, from her neck downwards, her skin and muscles were entirely translucent, resembling the development scene in an X-ray, with every bone distinctly visible. Xiao Ma inhaled deeply, exclaiming in astonishment, "How can this be?" She was undergoing the transformation of her physical form. If even her head became transparent, it would signify the successful transcendence of her tribulation, elevating her to the status of a corpse king. At that point, should a spirit possess her, she would become an invincible specter. Yi Shaoyang glanced around and remarked, "Stop staring. I'm about to perform the ritual. You all prepare accordingly." With that, he turned and entered the coffin, supporting Feng Xinyu's corpse as he sat upright. Leaning against the coffin, facing himself, he sliced his right thumb, using his blood to draw 3 vertical lines over the corpse's ghostly gate, then formed a hand seal while gripping the neck of the corpse at a position 1 foot and 3 inches down, smiling as he said, "Sister, it begins now." Chapter 55. The Battle of Plants. Yi Shaoyang closed his eyes, activating his celestial vision, as a wave of purple energy emanated from his body, enveloping Feng Xinyu's lifeless form. Gradually, it traversed the ghostly threshold, initiating the transformation of the corpse energy within her. In that fleeting moment, the equilibrium of the 9-yin interlocking formation was shattered. Suddenly, guttural roars akin to wild beasts reverberated through the air, and the most astonishing scene unfolded before Xiao Ma and his companions. Hundreds of dormant zombies gradually awakened, rising as if from a deep slumber. They blinked in confusion, their gazes fixating on Yi Shaoyang, before charging towards him with fierce roars. Once they breached the boundaries of the Five Elements flag, they ignited as if scorched by flames, oozing black oil from their bodies, and after a brief struggle, they melted away into charred remains. The green-haired zombies had developed a modicum of intelligence, eschewing reckless acts of self-destruction. After a brief survey, they discerned the location of the yin-yang path and surged toward it en masse. Faced with the overwhelming sight of so many zombies converging from all directions, a wave of terror washed over Xiao Ma and Xie Yuqing. Xiao Ma wiped the cold sweat from his brow, murmuring in disbelief, "Is this a bioweapon crisis?" Old Gua swallowed hard, his spirit unyielding as he declared, "Steady yourselves. While they may be numerous, the width of the yin-yang path permits only 2 to advance in tandem. With 3 of us, we can hold our ground. Let us fight with all our might and share the spoils when it is over. Xiaoma, invigorated by Guo's words, stepped forward, rolling up his sleeves in a display of determination. Old Guo promptly retreated behind him, encouraging, "All right, let them come. Charge forward." Little Horse was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "Good heavens, Brother Guo, you spoke so grandly, yet it seems I am to bear the brunt alone?" With a chuckle, he remarked, "My ammunition is scarce. I shall conserve it and provide you with support." As he spoke, the first 2 zombies had already traversed the path of yin and yang, stepping barefoot onto substances akin to glutinous rice and yellow arsenic, which immediately emitted a screeching sound and released dark smoke, leaving their feet charred. Ah! The 2 zombies trembled in agony, attempting to retreat, yet those behind, oblivious to the situation, pressed forward. The unfortunate few at the front were thrust out, their limbs touching the crimson line, causing them to be singed. With no path to turn back, they could only endure the pain and hasten their steps to traverse the path of yin and yang swiftly. Countless beams of red light shot forth from the vermilion lines on either side, striking the zombies and tearing away large chunks of flesh, eliciting wails of torment from the afflicted creatures. With a resounding bang, Old Guo fired his gun, the vermilion bullet piercing the forehead of one zombie, releasing a plume of black mist. The zombie convulsed, its body collapsing into a puddle of black water. "What are you waiting for? Charge!" Little Horse snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth as he plunged his jujube wood sword into the zombie, only for the blade to penetrate merely a fraction before becoming stuck. Old Guo, infuriated, bellowed, "What are you stabbing it for? The zombie's skin is tough and its flesh thick. You won't penetrate it that way. Aim for the eye sockets, thrust into its mouth. If it turns around, aim for its rear." Good heavens, how brutal! Little Horse wiped the sweat from his brow, drew forth his jujube wood sword, and with precision thrust it into the left eye of the zombie. With a squelching sound, the eyeball burst, and with a vigorous push, he drove the sword deep into its skull. A torrent of black blood gushed forth, bubbling as though it were boiling water. The zombie trembled and collapsed, soon dissolving into a pool of blood. Astonished by the thrill of slaying zombies, he exclaimed, "Come on, you little devils, bring it on. They're dropping like flies." Encouraged by this exhilarating experience, Little Horse plunged his jujube wood sword into the eye of another nearby zombie, which quivered and then fell as well. Even with the spirit exorcising nails, must you be so brutal? Old Guo stared in disbelief. Every zombie that entered the realm of yin and yang had lost a significant portion of its power due to the vermilion thread and the corpse-repelling talismans. The trio wielded their artifacts, delivering the final blow. Little Horse and Xie Yuqing led the charge, while Old Guo provided support from the rear. Their coordination grew increasingly harmonious, and within a short span, dozens of zombies had succumbed to their efforts. "Miss Xie," Little Horse suddenly called out. Xie Yuqing, thinking something was amiss, turned to him, furrowing her brow and asking, "What is it?" "Hee, don't we resemble the game Plants vs. Zombies? Old Guo is the pea shooter, you're the cattail, and I am." "You are the cattail." Xie Yuqing shot him a glare, feeling exasperated that he still had the leisure to joke at such time. Though Little Horse and Xie Yuqing fought with increasing ferocity, they were overwhelmed by the sheer number of zombies. They were not made of iron, and within 10 minutes, they found themselves panting heavily, their arms numb and struggling to lift their weapons. Seeing the situation, Old Guo entrusted the cinnabar pistol, along with its accompanying magazines, to Little Ma. He then relieved Little Ma of the jujube wood sword, saying, "Go and take a respite. I shall hold the line for the knots. It would behoove me to ascertain the state of affairs with Little Yi." Little Ma promptly dashed to the vicinity of the coffin, peering down to observe Shaoyang and the female cadaver, still locked in their initial embrace. To his astonishment, he noted that the integument of the corpse was gradually losing its translucence, commencing from the superior regions. Above the knees, the flesh had assumed the appearance of an ordinary mortal, with only the lower extremities retaining their crystalline quality. "What manner of phenomenon is this?" Little Ma exclaimed, bewildered. "Once her entire epidermis has reverted to normality, signifying the dissipation of the cadaveric miasma, the matter shall be concluded," Yi Shaoyang retorted, casting a sidelong glance at him. Pray, desist from importuning me and attend to your own endeavors. Reluctantly, Little Ma returned to provide covering fire for Old Gua and Xie Yuqing. Observing that Xie Yuqing was nearing her limit, Old Gua, struck by a sudden realization, promptly inquired, Inspector Xie, do you possess a firearm, a veritable pistol? Indeed, I do. Why do you ask? Employ it to discharge projectiles at them. Xie Yuqing paused, taken aback. Can firearms harm the undead? The sentience of the undead resides within the cerebrum. A genuine firearm possesses considerable force. Aim directly at their craniums and unleash a volley. Should their skulls be shattered, they shall assuredly perish. With alacrity, Xie Yuqing unholstered her sidearm, retreated a few paces, and aimed at the cranium of one of the undead, discharging a round. A resounding report echoed as the cranial vault was ruptured, expelling a mlang of white, red, and black matter. The undead creature promptly collapsed, inert. However, unlike those vanquished by mystical implements, it did not dissolve into ichor. Verily, it is efficacious, Xie Yuqing declared, casting a reproachful glance at Old Gua. Why did you not impart this information sooner? It only just occurred to me that you were an inspector of detectives. At this moment, both individuals wielded firearms, and with Lao Gua being a formidable force, the situation was momentarily under control. It was anticipated that if they could hold on a little longer, Yi Shaoyang would also conclude his task. As a celestial master, dealing with these green-haired zombies was well within his capabilities. Just then, a spectral figure appeared, traversing atop the heads of numerous zombies, entering the realm of yin and yang. Upon its arrival, it immediately drew the attention of the Vermilion Thread's assault. Countless crimson beams struck its form, barely hindering its advance. With a swift motion, it leapt onto the head of a zombie, parting its lips to flash a grin at Xie Yuqing. Chapter 56. The Reappearance Heavens. It is that cursed doll? Xie Yuqing exclaimed, instinctively firing a shot that struck the doll squarely on its forehead. The doll fell to the ground but immediately rose again, seemingly unscathed, and flashed an ominous grin at Xie Yuqing. Suddenly, it leaped over the heads of the three and dashed towards the coffin. This is bad. The junior apprentice must not act recklessly. Do not let it reach the coffin. Old Gua unsheathed his jujube sword and sprinted forward, thrusting it at the doll. The doll turned, unleashing a furious roar, and with its chubby little hand, struck Old Gua's chest, sending him flying several meters and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The doll continued its relentless charge towards the coffin. Gua, are you all right? Xiaoma rushed forward to assist Old Gua, but he was pushed away. I'm fine. Hurry and save the junior apprentice. Xiaoma turned to see the doll already at the coffin's side. Realizing he could not catch up, he despairingly fired a shot at it. With a resounding bang, the doll was sent tumbling to the ground, rolling several times before regaining its feet, its blood-red eyes filled with malice as they fixed on Xiaoma. Goodness, this is incredible. My aim is so precise. Xiaoma marveled at his own unexpected skill. Just then, a hand clapped on his shoulder from behind, and a woman's ethereal voice rang out, "Stand aside." Xiaoma turned to behold a strikingly attractive woman, with a ponytail, clad in form-fitting leather attire and high-top boots. Her alluring figure was accentuated perfectly, exuding an air of competence and a kind of fierce beauty reminiscent of a formidable heroine. Please, thank you. Suddenly, the young mare was taken aback as she noticed the silver handgun in the woman's hand. Was that shot fired by you? She inquired. What do you think? The beautiful woman pushed him aside, commanding him to deal with the zombies instead. She reached to her waist and retrieved an object resembling a flashlight. Upon pressing a button, the flashlight extended dramatically, becoming as long as an adult's arm, its surface entirely black and shimmering with a faint, eerie glow. With the dark staff in hand, the woman charged towards the ghostly doll. The doll, resembling a frog, crouched on the ground before suddenly leaping up. As the woman swung her staff, it struck the doll's arm with a resounding crack, sending it flying, while she staggered back several steps, a flush rising to her cheeks. After landing, the doll crouched once more, and before the astonished onlookers, its body began to undergo a horrifying transformation. The skin on its face split open, revealing several seams sewn together with thread, inside which were white, fuzzy fibers. Its once black hair morphed into a reddish-brown, sparse, and wig-like, while its forehead bulged outward and its eye sockets sank deeply. One eye was completely white, protruding from its socket, while the other was green with a blood-red pupil, complemented by a mouth with upturned corners filled with sharp teeth, presenting an appearance both terrifying and savage, surpassing any malevolent spirit or zombie the young mare and her companions had previously encountered, infused with an added sense of the uncanny. "Is this your true form? A mere rag doll?" the woman remarked coolly. "You possess neither good nor evil. You have merely become an evil spirit due to the accumulation of dark energy. Today, I shall liberate you." After brandishing the black cane, the combat resumed with fervor, and the ghostly doll showed no signs of retreating, charging forward as the two engaged in a fierce melee. "Stop staring. The zombies are approaching," Shaoyang shouted, aiming her pistol at the head of an advancing zombie, while urging Xiaoma to retreat and assist her. At that moment, a figure rushed from behind, wielding a jujube wood sword, and with a swift strike, dispatched the zombie looming over Xiaoma. She turned to see who had come to her aid and sighed in relief. "Xiaoyezi, you've finally arrived. I adore you." Together, Xiaoma and Shaoyang withdrew, leaving the battlefield to Yi Shaoyang. Yi Shaoyang, setting down his jujube wood sword, drew forth a stack of spiritual talismans, nimbly weaving through the throng of undead, affixing the purple talismans to the foreheads of the zombies, which immediately rendered them motionless. Within minutes, every zombie was adorned with talismans, standing still in astonishment, leaving Xiaoma and Shaoyang utterly speechless. Suddenly, Xiaoma's expression shifted as he recalled something, frowning. "Shaoyezi, why didn't you seal these zombies before performing the rite for that female student? We've toiled for so long and nearly faced death by zombie bites." Yi Shaoyang rolled his eyes in response. "These zombies are connected to the corpse energy of the female corpse. I could only suppress one side. If I had sealed them, the female corpse would have awakened." Xiaoma gasped in disbelief. "Are you saying that the female corpse is more formidable than these 100 green-haired zombies?" "Of course," Yi Shaoyang replied. "What does quantity matter when their strength is not even on the same level?" He then turned his gaze, observing the black-clad woman still locked in a fierce struggle with the ghostly doll, his brow furrowing in curiosity. "Who is this woman? Her magical prowess is astonishing." "She is the medium I spoke of." Rui Lingyu, Old Gu seated on the ground, spoke in a feeble voice. "Brother, you won't perish just yet, will you?" Old Gu replied, somewhat exasperated. "I haven't yet earned your money, so I shall not die." "That's good then, I'll go lend a hand." Yi Shaoyang swiftly approached the enigmatic woman in black, drawing the 7 Stars Dragon spring sword with a swift motion, a gleam of cold light instantly illuminating the surroundings. The ghostly child was momentarily taken aback, quickly assessing that he was no match for the combined might of these two, especially with the formidable 7 Stars Dragon spring sword in hand. With a sudden burst of energy, he leaped into the air, and just as he ascended less than 5 meters, the 5 elements flag trembled, unleashing a multitude of purple lights that intertwined above, forming an expansive net. The ghostly child collided with the net and fell back down. The woman in black, quick as a flash, swung her staff horizontally, striking the ghostly child, who let out a piercing scream as his body was hurled towards Yi Shaoyang. "Just in time. Your end is nigh." Yi Shaoyang intonit an enchantation, brandishing the 7 Stars Dragon spring sword, and with a decisive stroke, cleaved the ghostly child in half at the waist, sending him crashing to the ground. A dense cloud of black mist emanated from its body, gradually dissipating into the air. Xiaoma and Shaoyang quickly gathered around, inspecting the split, open abdomen of the ghostly child, which revealed no organs, but was instead stuffed to the brim with cotton. "It truly is a mere doll." Shaoyang recalled the earlier words of the woman in black, incredulously exclaiming, "Can a doll really come to life?" Entities resembling humans are prone to becoming malevolent spirits. It is possible that this entity was buried alongside Feng's sinew, nourished by the miasma of the deceased, and has thus transformed into a formidable evil spirit. Countless ethereal souls emanated from the orifices and abdomen of the ghostly child, dispersing into the surrounding atmosphere. A translucent silhouette gradually materialized beside the ghostly child. It was Liao Qingqing, who bowed deeply to Yi Shaoyang, expressing her gratitude for his rescue. Yi Shaoyang exhaled a sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, he had successfully saved Liao Qingqing and had provided an explanation to Hu Shuai. The ethereal souls that had scattered earlier belonged to those slain by the ghostly child, their souls bound and cultivated into these ethereal forms. Fortunately, Liao Qingqing had not been confined for long, otherwise she would have inevitably faced the fate of being scattered into oblivion. First, attach yourself to this talisman and accompany me back. I shall assist you in gathering your soul. Yi Shaoyang retrieved a piece of talisman paper, inviting Liao Qingqing to affix herself to it before placing it into his pocket. Turning his attention, he appraised the dark-clad beauty. Her figure was strikingly perfect, rivaling that of Xie Yuqing. Yet, the two women were of different types. Xie Yuqing possessed a somewhat tomboyish demeanor, boisterous and spirited, while this beauty exuded an air of aloofness, reminiscent of an ice queen. Chapter 57. Old Guo limped over, clutching his chest, and said, "Allow me to formally introduce Miss Rui Lingyu, a spirit medium. This is my junior disciple, Yi Shaoyang, the sole disciple of the inner sect of Shuqing Mountain, a genuine celestial master." Yi Shaoyang, somewhat pleased with himself, ran a hand through his hair and extended his hand to Rui Lingyu, wearing a self-assured smile as he remarked, "Thank you for your assistance." To his surprise, Rui Lingyu offered no courtesy in return. Instead, she turned to the 5 elements flag array and inquired, "Is your purpose in setting up the 5 elements flags to lure that female ghost?" Yi Shaoyang, feeling slightly embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Indeed. I intended to draw her here after purifying her remains. She must have sensed it. I planned to sever her 7 souls, yet for some reason, she did not appear." He glanced down at the ghost child, severed in 2, reflecting that even her beloved doll had been destroyed, yet she still did not come. The reason eluded him. Rui Lingyu remained silent as she approached the coffin, scrutinizing the female corpse for a moment before speaking. "How do you intend to handle her remains?" "If we can obtain her birth date and time, with the body present, I have a way to summon her soul." Rui Lingyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed a viable plan. Once her soul enters her body, although a fierce battle is inevitable, it would be preferable to confront her in the Yin nest. The oppressive Yin energy there could significantly enhance her cultivation. You may not be her match. Yi Shaoyang was momentarily distracted by the enticing curves beneath her leather jacket. Suddenly, he noticed her gaze had shifted to him, prompting him to hastily avert his eyes and clear his throat twice. With a disdainful glance, she remarked that to facilitate the ingress of her spirit, the seal must first be broken, an act that would herald a grand confrontation with a multitude of specters. He responded with a chuckle, inquiring about a potential collaboration to procure compensation, suggesting a sum of at least 50,000. A snicker escaped him, and with a desire to ingratiate himself with her. He winked at him, chiding him for his parsimony in offering a mere fraction of his earnings to her. Visibly embarrassed, he retorted with a glare, proposing that the sum be deducted from his remuneration instead. Taken aback, he swiftly adopted a sycophantic demeanor, chuckling obsequiously and assuring her that he was merely jesting, promising to solicit a more generous reward for the goddess, far exceeding the paltry sum initially offered. Ignoring their banter, she stated, "The 4th day of the 4th month in the year of Wuchen, at the 1st quarter of Chou." He was taken aback, questioning the significance of her words. "Her birth date," she clarified. He gasped, his brow furrowing as he regarded her, questioning how she possessed such precise knowledge, even down to the hour. "I shall not divulge much now," she replied. "Tonight, someone will arrive to reveal the truth to you, and I shall seek you out again tomorrow." With that, she turned to depart. He scurried after her, his voice lowered but still audible to him, as he fawned, "O goddess, with your formidable powers, might you consider taking me as a disciple?" She did not deign to acknowledge him. From behind, her figure was even more enchanting, that slender waist. Xie Yuqing shook her head and remarked, "TSK, TSK. What a captivating beauty. She possesses a physique superior to yours." Yi Shaoyang deliberately provoked her. Xie Yuqing retaliated with a kick, which Yi Shaoyang deftly evaded. then changed his expression and turned to old Gua, saying, "This girl seems to know quite a bit about the happenings in Dormitory Building 4. What is her true background?" Old Gua shrugged. "She is so indifferent to you, this handsome young man. Do you really think she would share anything with an old man like me?" Yi Shaoyang chuckled. "That is music to my ears." Xiao Ma returned with a dejected expression, and Yi Shaoyang shot him a sidelong glance. "Xiao Ma, have you found a new master?" Xiao Ma smiled awkwardly. "Not at all. I was merely trying to get close to her to uncover her origins for you." "Hee hee. Xiao Ma will always be your loyal aide." Yi Shaoyang rolled his eyes. "All right then, go carry the female corpse." "The female corpse?" Xiao Ma tensed up. She won't do anything to me, will she? Her corpse energy has dissipated. She is now just an ordinary body. I'm more worried about you mishandling her." "What kind of thoughts are you having? That is a corpse. Do you think I have such peculiar tastes?" Xie Yuqing, growing impatient, waved her hand. "Stop your nonsense. What are we going to do with these zombies on the ground? Burn them, and that will be the end of it." Yi Shaoyang instructed Xiao Ma and Xie Yuqing to gather the zombies together, sprinkle a packet of sulfur and rice wine over them, and set them ablaze. As the flames engulfed the corpse, the oils within were rendered, serving as fuel. Once the oils were consumed, the body was reduced to a heap of charred remains. Yi Shaoyang stood before the pile, feeling a sense of relief. Despite the perilous nature of today's battle, the outcome was favorable. They had successfully dismantled this site of corpse cultivation and acquired Feng Sinu's body, alleviating some pressure for future encounters with her. Xiao Ma bore Feng Sinu's remains on his back as the group retraced their steps. Upon re-entering the cave, old Gua glanced back at the site, expressing with nostalgia, "Today's duel was truly exhilarating. It brought back memories of my time with Dao Feng. Little junior brother, thank you. However, the payment is still due." Yi Shaoyang patted him on the shoulder, assuring him that the amount would remain intact, as it was not his own money. "Xiao Duo, Xiao Duo." Upon reaching the dry well, Xiao Ma called out exuberantly. Soon, Li Duo's head appeared at the well's opening, joyfully exclaiming, "You're back. Are you all right?" You're alive. Quickly lend a hand and pull her up." They worked together to hoist Feng Sinu's body and the injured old Gua to safety. With Yi Shaoyang and the others climbing up in succession, Li Duo tilted her head, inspecting Feng Sinu, who now appeared lifelike, her skin restored to normal, resembling a sleeping beauty with a hint of saliva at the corner of her mouth. "Who is this stunning girl?" Li Duo inquirat perplexa. "She is my girlfriend. What do you think?" Xiao Ma replied, his pride evident as he raised an eyebrow. Li Duo scoffed dismissively. "You must be joking. I do believe it if you said she is Shaoyang's girlfriend." Yi Shaoyang felt a swell of pride as he patted the young man's shoulder, exclaiming, "Well said. I shall reward you for your efforts upon our return." Little Ma, with a hint of concern, replied, "Why do you bestow rewards so liberally? Do you truly consider yourself a tycoon? After all, it's not your money." Yi Shaoyang maintained his stance, pondering that if Lu Ming were to overhear, he would surely be infuriated. As they departed from the small chamber and began their journey homeward, Yi Shaoyang suddenly recalled the ghostly child and inquired of Li Duo, "Have you remained by the well's edge without encountering anyone?" "Anyone?" Li Duo furrowed his brow. "Ghosts, or perhaps demons," Yi Shaoyang retorted, rolling his eyes, finding it tiresome to converse with someone whose mind seemed stagnant. "Oh, nothing at all. Absolutely nothing," Li Duo responded. Yi Shaoyang nodded, deducing that the ghostly child must have taken a shortcut, scaling the cliff to reach the burial ground. The mere thought of the ghostly child reignited previous questions. If even the ghostly child was aware of the peculiar events transpiring here, the female specter would surely be cognizant as well. Logically, she should have sufficiently recuperated by now. Why then did she permit the ghostly child to venture alone? The ghostly child had already been vanquished. Why had she yet to show herself? A singular possibility emerged in Yi Shaoyang's mind. The only plausible explanation: she was ensnared by some matter or individual, unable to extricate herself. Chapter 58. Unfinished affection. As we drove back to the university town, we found ourselves grappling with how to accommodate Feng Sinu. Personally, I wouldn't mind holding her throughout the journey. Xiao Ma suggested, "Pretending she's my girlfriend wouldn't be too bad. It would certainly enhance my image. However, the challenge lies in entering the campus, let alone the dormitory. Those unaware might assume I had ulterior motives after getting her intoxicated. Yi Xiaoyang pondered for a moment and then inquired of Old Gua, "What do you think about taking her to your home?" Old Gua quickly shook his head. "Absolutely not. My wife is a fierce and jealous woman. I couldn't possibly explain this situation to her. Furthermore, if that ghost intends to claim her body, I wouldn't stand a chance. Junior brother, you must guard this body. But how can I protect her when I don't even have a place to stay?" I protested. "How about you come stay in my house?" Xie Yuqing suggested reluctantly. "Your house." Yi Xiaoyang's eyes lit up momentarily, only to be dashed by Xie Yuqing's next words, which confirmed his overexpectation. "I have an old house that I used to rent out. The tenant recently vacated, and I haven't had the chance to find a new one. You could stay there for a while." Yi Xiaoyang shrugged. "Fine, I thought I might have the privilege of staying at your home." "Dream on. With your character, others might think I brought a thief home," Xie Yuqing retorted. Yi Xiaoyang exclaimed indignantly. "Have you ever seen such a handsome thief?" Old Gua drove off in his own car, and Li Duo prepared to leave as well, but Yi Xiaoyang urged him to stay, as there were still matters to attend to. Xie Yuqing drove them to an old residential complex, where they parked beneath one of the buildings. Xie Yuqing's residence is located on the second floor, comprising 3 rooms and a living area. Although it appears somewhat antiquated, it is well equipped with appliances and furniture, and the bathroom is furnished with a water heater, far superior to the conditions of a dormitory. Yi Xiaoyang surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "Did you live here as a child?" "No, this is my grandfather's old house. After he passed away, it was bequeathed to my father," Xie Yuqing replied, rummaging through the cupboard for bedding. She then turned to ask, "How many of you are residing here?" "I am also living here," Xiao Ma exclaimed, rubbing his hands together with a grin. "I've always wanted to rent a place, but I lack the funds. Staying here for free is quite splendid." Xie Yuqing snorted. "It's not easy to find a place where you can stay for free. In the detention center, lodging and meals are complimentary. Would you like to go there? I can arrange for you to enter at any time." Xiao Ma, alarmed, quickly waved his hands. No, I'm a law-abiding citizen." Together, they set about preparing the bed, with Xiao Ma placing Feng Sinyu's lifeless body atop it. Xie Yuqing sat down on the bed and asked Yi Xiaoyang what were we to do next. Yi Xiaoyang pondered for a moment before responding. "Rui Lingyu mentioned that someone would come tonight to reveal the truth to me. I shall wait for that, and we can consider the rest later." Xie Yuqing asked, "Who is coming to disclose the truth, and what truth is that?" "How would I know?" Yi Xiaoyang shrugged. He suddenly recalled that Rui Lingyu might come on her own accord. The long night stretched ahead, and he regretted allowing Xiao Ma to stay. "Very well. I shall await your call tomorrow. Remember, do not damage the furniture in the house." Xie Yuqing tossed the keys down and exited. Yi Xiaoyang took out his phone and dialed the number given by Lao Gua for Rui Lingyu. After a prolonged wait, the call connected, and a cold voice on the other end inquired, "Who is this?" "It's me, your brother Shaoyang." Yi Xiaoyang unabashedly tried to establish a rapport. "You mentioned someone would come to see me tonight. Is it you?" "No." Instantly disheartened, Yi Xiaoyang replied, "Then let me tell you my current address." "No need. He will find you." Without even saying goodbye, Rui Lingyu abruptly ended the call. Yi Xiaoyang shook his head in resignation and looked up at Li Duo. "Call Hu Shuai and have him come as quickly as possible." Li Duo responded, "I just sent him a message. He is on his way." "Brother Shaoyang, are you planning to gather Qingqing's soul?" Yi Xiaoyang nodded and made his way to Feng Sinyu's lifeless body. At that moment, Feng Sinyu lay on the bed, her skin pale and smooth, her expression serene, exuding an enchanting innocence. "What a wonderful girl," Yi Xiaoyang sighed, shaking his head in lament as he approached her. Suddenly, Xiao Ma jumped up, exclaiming, "Xiao Yezi, you beast! You even prey on corpses." Yi Xiaoyang shot him a fierce glare and retorted, "Be quiet. I'm searching for her wound." Xiao Ma was taken aback, "But that is not how it's done. What other way is there? Should I strip her to look? That would make me even more of a beast." With his hands gently gliding over her soft abdomen through her clothing, he suddenly halted, lifting her shirt to reveal a large expanse of pristine skin marked by a long scar extending from below the ribs to just above the navel, faint and barely noticeable. "This is her fatal flaw." Yi Xiaoyang's fingers glided over the scar as he remarked, "The scar is quite fine, likely left by a surgical knife or a similar sharp instrument, which healed after death." "What do you mean?" Li Duo exclaimed, "Is she not dead? How can a scar still heal?" "She is a ghostly corpse. The body absorbs energy and can naturally grow and mend itself. Otherwise, how would a zombie's fangs and long nails develop? 10 minutes later, Hu Shuai arrived. Yi Shaoyang requested the talisman paper that contained Liao Qingqing's 2 souls and 4 spirits. He shook it, and the half-soul of Liao Qingqing materialized before him. Yi Shaoyang then produced another talisman bearing the rest of her souls and affixed it to her forehead, reciting the soul-returning incantation. A flash of purple light illuminated the space, and Liao Qingqing's translucent form gradually solidified, ultimately becoming indistinguishable from a normal person, save for a faint white glow surrounding her, a sign that she was the lowest rank among spirits, not even qualifying as a true ghost. "Thank you, Master Xia. Save me." Sobi. Liao Qingqing wept, her face concealed by her hands in overwhelming emotion. "Stop crying. You two can talk in the bedroom," Yi Shaoyang urged, ushering the person and the ghost into a room and shutting the door. Their sobs were still audible, evoking a sense of sympathy from Xiao Ma and Li Duo. "At least, even though one is a person and the other a ghost, they are finally together," Li Duo said with a smile. Yi Shaoyang wore a peculiar expression, prompting Xiao Ma to go downstairs and prepare some food. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Xiao Ma complied without protest, reluctantly making his way down. 10 minutes later, he returned carrying a large bag of food and a case of beer. The 3 of them gathered around the dining table and began their meal. Yi Shaoyang held a bottle of beer, sipping it slowly, having not touched a single morsel of food, his expression gravely somber. Xiao Ma, perplexed, remarked, "You asked me to buy dinner, yet you've not eaten a bite, merely drowning your sorrows in drink. What is the meaning of this?" Yi Shaoyang paid him no mind, finishing the bottle before glancing at the time. Half an hour had passed since Li Duo and Liao Qingqing entered the room. With a sigh, he stood up, knocked on the bedroom door, and stepped inside. Hu Shuai and Liao Qingqing sat side by side on the edge of the bed, their faces streaked with tears. Upon seeing Yi Shaoyang enter, Liao Qingqing's eyes instantly dimmed, while Hu Shuai rose with a smile, expressing his gratitude. "Brother Shaoyang, your kindness is beyond words. In the future, should you need anything, just command me." Yi Shaoyang did not even glance at him. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Liao Qingqing for a moment before stating, "It is time to set forth." Liao Qingqing's tears flowed freely. "Set forth?" Hu Shuai chuckled. "Are you suggesting I take her home? Later, I shall treat everyone to a grand feast at a fine restaurant to show my appreciation." Yi Shaoyang replied with a faint smile, "I meant for her to set forth, not for you both to depart together." Hu Shuai's smile faltered, his expression gradually turning grave. Yi Shaoyang sighed. "Hu Shuai, you are human, she is a spirit. You cannot be together." Chapter 59. Unfinished emotions. Too, Hu Shuai was taken aback, shaking his head repeatedly. No. As long as the 2 of us are willing, isn't that enough? I do not care, and neither does she. This, however, was not merely a matter of indifference. As Yi Shaoyang patiently elucidated, after death, the soul must report to the underworld, traverse the river of forgetfulness, and cross the bridge of helplessness. Rebirth and the cycle of reincarnation are the immutable laws of the universe. No one can escape this fate. To defy such cosmic order brings grave consequences. Hu Shuai fell back on the bed, cradling Liao Qingqing, lost in thought for a moment. Yet he shook his head and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, No, I do not want her to be reborn. Shaoyang, aren't there countless spirits wandering the earth? One more or less makes no difference. Why can't she remain here? I could accompany her throughout my life until I, too, pass away, and then we could be reborn together. Yi Shaoyang's anger flared as he retorted, when a person dies, they can only linger on earth for 7 days. If they stay longer, upon entering the underworld, they will endure an additional year of torment in hell. You may live to an old age, but what of her? If she goes to the underworld later, have you considered the repercussions for her? Hu Shuai was momentarily stunned and blurted out. Then we simply one T report. We will wander the earth as a pair of restless spirits. Yishayan Sakofut. You speak so lightly of it. First, every spirit lingering on earth must face heavenly tribulation every 100 years. If they fail to withstand it, they will be utterly scattered. Second, you are human, and she is a ghost. You cannot share a bed, nor can you bestow her any title. I do not believe you can withstand the pressure of a lifetime without marrying, thus severing your ancestral line. Hu Shuai resolutely stated, firstly, in 100 years, I too shall pass away. I will endure the tribulation alongside her, and if we cannot withstand it, we shall both perish. Secondly, Hu Shuai chuckled softly. There is no issue. As long as Qingqing is present, I vow never to marry. I can uphold that promise. Yi Shaoyang shook his head and extended 3 fingers. Thirdly, I am a mage, a judge of the mortal realm. Any wandering soul I encounter must be escorted to the underworld. A criminal, regardless of their grievances, remains a criminal. If the investigator fails to apprehend them, it is a dereliction of duty. To me, a ghost is merely a ghost that must be liberated. There is no room for sentimentality. Do you understand? Yi Shaoyang raised his right hand, with a coin of the 5 emperors pinched between 2 fingers, and coldly remarked, We are friends, and I do not wish to emulate Fa Hai, yet my duty compels me. Do not force my hand. Hu Shuai gritted his teeth and grasped a fruit knife from the bedside, aiming it at Yi Shaoyang, his voice trembling. Brother Shaoyang, do not force me. Enough. Xiao Ma swiftly picked up a 3-legged stool and positioned it in front of Yi Shaoyang. Xiao Yi took such a great risk to rescue Qingqing. Is this not for her benefit? And you respond by threatening him? Dare you lay a finger on him? Li Duo also urged. Xiao Shuai, put down the knife. Let's discuss this calmly. It has not yet reached that point. With a deep sigh, Hu Shuai shook his head, placing the fruit knife against his own neck, and bitterly smiled. If it must be this way, then I shall have no choice but to accompany Qingqing into reincarnation. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Duo rushed forward and snatched the fruit knife from his grasp. Hu Shuai offered no resistance, casting a grim smile at Yi Shaoyang as he said, It matters not. I can die again upon my return. When one is determined to perish, opportunities will invariably present themselves. Brother Shaoyang, please ensure we are sent off together, so that we may not lose one another in the afterlife. Xiao Ma set down his stool and grasped Yi Shaoyang's arm, lamenting, Xiao Yi, look at them. Sai, could you not spare them? Surely, you cannot bear to watch Hu Shuai meet his end. Yi Shaoyang's heart softened. He understood the futility of separating these 2 souls. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he lifted his gaze to rest upon Liao Qingqing's face and inquired, What is your own desire? I wish to be with Xiao Shuai. Liao Qingqing replied, her eyes filled with desperation, pleading not just for guidance, but for Brother Shaoyang's approval. Yi Shaoyang cautioned, Have you truly considered this? Should you choose to be with him, you will remain without a title, and he cannot take you as his wife. If he were to regret this union in the future, he could cast you aside. In such a case, when you re-enter the underworld, you will face unending torments. Reflect deeply upon this. Do not let regret find you when it is too late. Liao Qingqing's eyes brightened as she sensed a glimmer of hope in his words. Without hesitation, she nodded, I will not regret it. Even if he were to forsake me one day, I would still not regret my choice. Hu Shuai interjected hastily. That will not happen. I shall accompany you for a lifetime. When my time comes, we shall wander together as lost souls, drifting through this world. Yi Shaoyang scoffed coldly. Such sweet words. If, after a decade or 2, you can still utter them with sincerity, then perhaps it would not be in vain for her to have chosen you. After some contemplation, I resolutely said to Liao Qingqing, How about this? You shall accompany him for the time being. Should he later regret his decision and seek a wife, you must withdraw and not impede his happiness. When the time comes, I will escort you to the underworld and find a way to ensure the spirits do not trouble you. What do you think? Liao Qingqing smiled sweetly. That would be ideal. If he wishes to marry, I shall not interfere. Hu Shuai sighed with relief and assured Yi Shaoyang, Rest assured, I guarantee that such a thing will never happen. Who cares? Yi Shaoyang replied as he unfastened his backpack and retrieved a small celadone bottle, tossing it to Hu Shuai. There are many practitioners outside, but not all are as principled as I am. This bottle bears my magical seal. You should refrain from venturing out often and spend more time within this space for cultivation. Unless you encounter a sorcerer more formidable than myself, they will not be able to take you away. Hu Shuai carefully tucked the bottle away, stood up, and bowed deeply to Yi Shaoyang, saying, "Brother Shaoyang, you are not lacking in principles. You have performed a great deed. We shall forever remember this act of kindness." Yi Shaoyang sighed, "Well, I am unsure whether my actions will aid you or bring you harm." That evening, Hu Shui wished to treat everyone to a meal, but Yi Shaoyang, lacking enthusiasm, encouraged them to go without him. He retreated to his bedroom and lay on the bed, lost in thought. Shortly after, Xiao Ma entered, bringing him a meal. "You should eat, Xiao Yi. You haven't had dinner yet." Yi Shaoyang inquired, "Aren't you joining them for dinner?" Little Horse shook his head and said, "Little Leaf, do not dwell on it. The ending is quite favorable, is it not? They seem deeply in love and surely will grow old together. However, they are one human and one ghost, so a shared old age is impossible. Regardless, well, I cannot articulate it well." Yi Shaoyang sighed and replied, "While they are well, I find myself in trouble." "What trouble?" "You see, do you know why Fahai sought to capture Bai Suzhen?" Little Horse's eyes darted as he pondered. "Fahai is enamored with Bai Suzhen. He is envious." Yi Shaoyang shot him a glance and clarified, "Because Fahai is a sorcerer, and sorcerers are meant to capture demons and exorcise spirits. If he encounters a ghost and does not apprehend it, but instead allows it to remain among the living and entwine with humanity, it contradicts the natural order. Once I depart this life and enter the underworld, the judge will hold me accountable for this." Little Horse paused momentarily and then chuckled, "Brother Shaoyang, you are a sorcerer. How could you ever die? That's nonsense. Everyone meets their end. Of course, whether one enters the underworld after death is another matter." He hesitated, then suddenly grasped the concept, smacking his forehead. "Ah, indeed. At worst, if I do die, I shan't go to the underworld. I could become a wandering spirit. Who would care for me?" Little Horse lamented, "That is true. A spirit like you would likely intimidate even the ghostly messengers." Having resolved this thought, Yi Shaoyang felt less troubled. He proceeded to the bedroom where Feng Xinyu was resting, retrieved 3 shark oil candles from his bag, lit them, and positioned them above her head and on either shoulder. Then, he inscribed a blood talisman and affixed it to the door frame, placing an incense burner beneath the door and igniting 3 bundles of heavenly wood incense. Chapter 60. Inception. Despite some unforeseen circumstances, the necessary tasks must proceed. Yi Shaoyang entered the bedroom where Feng Xinyu resided, retrieving 3 shark oil candles from his bag. After igniting them, he positioned one above her head and the others over her shoulders. He then inscribed a blood essence talisman and affixed it to the door frame, placing an incense burner beneath the door and lighting 3 bundles of tiamu. With this elaborate arrangement, even if the female ghost were to appear, she would be unable to approach the corpse for some time. Yi Shaoyang, wielding the 7-star dragon spring sword, returned to the master bedroom and said to Xiao Ma, "I anticipate she won't come, but just in case, you should sleep with me tonight. However, let us be clear, if Rui Lingyu shows up, find an excuse to leave, understood? Come on, it's the middle of the night. Where am I supposed to go?" Xiao Ma protested with a look of grievance. "I don't care where you go. Just don't stay here," Yi Shaoyang warned. Xiao Ma chuckled. "Seriously? You just met her, and you're already smitten? Don't be ridiculous. I intend to discuss serious matters with her. Your presence is a distraction," Yi Shaoyang replied with a feigned air of propriety. "Right?" As if that's the case, Xiao Ma scoffed, climbing onto the bed and burrowing under the covers. After a moment, he asked, "Xiao Yezi, let us get serious. Xie Yuqing, Zhou Jingru, and this Rui Lingyu. They're all stunning and well-proportioned. They're hard to choose between. Which one do you truly prefer?" "I." Yi Shaoyang nearly let slip his thoughts, rolling his eyes before responding. "Why do you want to know?" "Huh. Let me first determine which one you prefer and keep that for you. As for the remaining 2, I shall choose one at random." Yi Shaoyang stared at him incredulously. "Do you have any shame? You speak as if you could pursue any of them effortlessly. Whether one can pursue or not is one matter. I just hope that after I expend considerable effort, I want to find out that the one you have your eye on is the one I've been vying for. We are brothers. I cannot undermine our camaraderie. Can I?" "You're overthinking it. Just sleep and ponder it in your dreams." Before long, a snoring sound reminiscent of a pig emanated from beside him. Yi Shaoyang, however, remained preoccupied with the matter that Rui Lingyu had mentioned, waiting for the sound of a knock at the door or the ring of his phone, rendering sleep elusive. Suddenly, he recalled the birth date and time that Rue Lingyu had shared regarding Feng Xinyu, the fourth day of the fourth month in the Wuchan year. At the first hour of the ox, the Wuchan year corresponds to 1928. Yi Shaoyang calculated that a significant number of Japanese officers had perished in a military hospital in 1946. That year, Feng Xinyu would have been 18 years old, or 19 in terms of traditional age. Reflecting on her appearance, she would likely have been of a similar age, which suggests that the birth date and time provided by Rue Lingyu were indeed accurate. Since sleep eluded him, Yi Shaoyang began to analyze Feng Xinyu's fate based on her birth date and time, the fourth day of the fourth month. At the first hour of the ox, the 5 elements indicate a metal attribute, not the common gold found in sand, nor the gilded gold, but the exceedingly rare gold known as hairpin gold. For a man, this fate wouldn't be particularly troublesome, but for a woman, hairpin gold is an ancient entity, inherently susceptible to the influence of negative energy. Gold generates water. With an excessively vigorous gold element, it necessitates the replenishment of water. Thus, she was aptly named Xinu. It is evident that she consulted a fortune teller for this, as her fate can be mitigated. For individuals of her destiny, ordinarily, they might merely attract malevolent spirits more easily, posing no significant threat. However, the nature of her wounds suggests she met her demise due to metallic instruments akin to surgical knives, and having died an untimely death. The disruption of the 5 elements renders her susceptible to becoming a vengeful spirit. This leads us back to the pressing question: why did she die such a tragic death? What sinister occurrences transpired in the military hospital during her final days that resulted in mysterious deaths of all involved, ultimately allowing Feng Xinu to absorb the deathly energy and transform into a ghostly cadaver? As the clock approached 2 in the morning, and with no one knocking at the door or calling, Yi Shaoyang felt thoroughly deceived and utterly fatigued. He recited a calming incantation and succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the silence. Yi Shaoyang rolled out of bed and opened the door, revealing Rue Lingyu, clad in the striking black leather ensemble from earlier that day, leaning against the doorframe with a gentle smile directed at him. Yi Shaoyang was taken aback by her beauty and scratched his head. "Why have you come so late? Is it not fine to come at this hour?" Rue Lingyu whispered sweetly in his ear. Upon stepping inside, she made a beeline for Yi Shaoyang's bedroom, plopping onto the bed and casting him a flirtatious glance, urging him to join her. Yi Shaoyang nearly lost his composure, contemplating how to send Xiao Ma away, only to glance up and find the bed empty. As he pondered Xiao Ma's sudden absence, Rue Lingyu unexpectedly drew close, wrapping her arms around his neck, resting her head against him. My goodness, could she be this forward? Yi Shaoyang's heart raced wildly, yet a vague thought surfaced in his mind. This defies logic. Although he was undeniably handsome and had an undeniable charm that attracted women, this was pushing it. Was even the aloof beauty taking the initiative to flirt with him? He pinched his thigh with force. It didn't hurt. It turned out to be a dream. No wonder Xiao Ma was nowhere to be found. With a sense of helplessness, Yi Shaoyang pondered that perhaps he had been preoccupied with thoughts of Rue Lingyu before bedtime, leading to such dreams. But why on earth would he dream of Rue Lingyu flirting with him? Could it be that his subconscious was so lewd? In any case, it was merely a dream. If it was lewd, so be it. Apologies, Lingyu, he thought as he turned to embrace her, only to find himself clutching at air. Rue Lingyu had vanished. Subsequently, the room rapidly collapsed, plunging the entire space into a void. Moments later, white walls rose from the ground, followed by the floor, the room, the doors and windows, and the decorations adorning the walls, all constructed in mere seconds, reminiscent of a scene from a science fiction film. Yi Shaoyang found himself standing in an elongated corridor flanked by various rooms. Some doors were ajar, while others remained closed. He spotted doctors and nurses in white coats, as well as patients bandaged and leaning on crutches, bustling back and forth in the passage. Yi Shaoyang furrowed his brow, convinced that the scene before him was not a product of his imagination. In other words, this was not his dream. A dream within a dream? Yi Shaoyang scratched the back of his head, recalling that he had watched that famous film while at an internet CAF. "Hey, Xiao Yezi, what are you doing here?" Xiao Ma's voice rang out from behind him. Yi Shaoyang turned his head and noticed Xiao Ma gazing wide-eyed at their surroundings. A sudden pang of alarm struck him. He had entered the dream once more, and the figure from the painting, long vanished, had returned. "Xiao Yezi, let us wander a bit and find something to quench our thirst. I feel parched. Why not just drink your own urine?" Yi Shaoyang shot him a glance of exasperation. "Must you always require my reminders? This is a dream." Xiao Ma was momentarily taken aback, staring at him blankly before a realization dawned upon him. He slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Right, I had forgotten that I was sleeping next to you. But where exactly are we?" Yi Shaoyang slowly articulated a place name, Dormitory Building Number 4. Xiao Ma furrowed his brow and then chuckled. "Do not jest. How could this bustling place be Dormitory Building Number 4? It should be noted that this is the Dormitory Building Number 4 from 70 years ago, when it was still a military hospital." Xiao Ma's mouth fell agape in astonishment. "Wait, have we traveled through time? Time travel? No, this is merely a dream." At that moment, a nurse approached them, prompting Xiao Ma to quickly step aside, while Yi Shaoyang remained still, allowing the nurse to pass through him and continue onward. "Do you see? These individuals are mere phantoms. They cannot perceive us." "Then, who brought us here?" Xiao Ma inhaled deeply. "It was I," came a voice from behind them. Yi Shaoyang hastily turned around to find a man clad in flowing white robes standing behind him, adorned in a long white garment. His long hair was elegantly tied up, and his striking features were sharply defined, reminiscent of an exquisite brush painting. This alone confirmed his identity as the figure from the artwork. However, aside from his slightly fairer complexion, he was undeniably handsome, to the extent that it instilled a profound sense of pressure within Yi Shaoyang. Chapter 61. A thought becomes reality. Yi Shaoyang attempted to sense the malevolent energy surrounding him, but to no avail. "Do not exert yourself. Within dreams, you possess no powers." The figure in white remarked calmly. "I can awaken at any moment, and this time, you cannot escape." Yi Shaoyang smirked defiantly, preparing himself to bite his tongue. The 7 stars dragon's spring sword lay beneath his pillow, and regardless of the depth of the intruder-esque cultivation, he was confident in his ability to contain him. The figure in white continued. "Let us first witness the tragic events that transpired here, lest my visit be in vain and I fail the commission of Miss Rue. If you wish to contend with me, that can await until we venture outside." Yi Shaoyang was taken aback. "Rue Lingyu? What is your connection?" "None at all." "Do not be alarmed," the figure replied with a smile. "For now, refrain from asking questions. I have expended considerable cultivation to construct this dreamscape. I did not come merely for idle chatter. What you are about to witness is a true reenactment of events from years past, to reveal how Feng Xinyu succumbed to darkness." The figure gestured aside, and a couple strolled down the corridor. The man donned a white suit, his hair styled in a fashionable side parting, exuding an air of elegance and charm. The woman, Yi Shaoyang, was suddenly taken aback. Was that not Feng Xinyu? The pair conversed as they walked, and Feng Xinyu appeared somewhat anxious. Yi Shaoyang scrutinized her face, shaking his head in disbelief. At this moment, Feng Xinyu radiated innocence and charm, embodying the demeanor of a young girl. It was hard to fathom that she would soon transform into a fearsome specter that instilled dread in all who beheld her. As the two approached, their conversation reached Yi Shaoyang and Xiao Ma's ears. "Dong Yakun, I truly do not wish to work in this place. Although I have spent time in Japan, you are aware that they are now invaders. The very thought of serving them fills me with dread." "I understand," replied the man known as Dong Ya, gently patting her shoulder. "In truth, they do not wish to be invaders either. They are soldiers bound by military orders. To us doctors, they are only patients, not enemies. There is a dire shortage of doctors who understand Japanese, making communication with the wounded exceedingly difficult. Consider it a favor to assist me, all right? I have made a solemn promise to the colonel to bring him an excellent doctor today." Dongye wrapped his arm around Feng Xinyu's shoulder and led her down the corridor. "This insufferable pretty boy. I truly wish I could slap him." Xiao Ma muttered in indignation as he glared at Dongye's retreating figure. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Dong gently knocked on the door in office. and a masculine voice with a strong mid-range responded, "Come in." Dongya pushed the door open and ushered Feng Xinyu inside. Yi Shaoyang and the others quickly followed, entering the room to find a plaster flag hanging on the opposite wall, beneath which was a map of China. A short, stout Japanese officer was bent over the desk, engrossed in writing. "Colonel, this is my friend, Feng Xinyu," Dongya introduced with utmost respect. "She is Chinese, has studied in Japan, and is an excellent doctor with commendable proficiency in Japanese." The colonel looked up, his gaze instantly captivated by Feng Xinyu, and he engaged her in conversation with great enthusiasm. Feng Xinyu lowered her head, her hands clasped tightly together, appearing exceedingly anxious as she responded to the colonel's inquiries with the briefest of phrases. Little Ma exclaimed in surprise, puzzled by the old man's fluent command of Chinese. The man in white remarked, "This is a dream of my creation. I can dictate the language spoken, yet the meaning remains unchanged. Consider it a translation." With a wave of his hand, the scene transformed instantaneously into a hospital room, where Feng Xinyu was administering medication to a patient's abdomen. Little Ma cursed. How outrageous! Even in such a dire state, he dares to flirt with the girl. That wretched little devil. As he watched, tears welled up, mourning for the ancients. The man in white chuckled softly. The trio arrived at the staircase, witnessing Feng Xinyu and East Ye's embrace, weeping inconsolably. "I cannot stay here, East Ye. Let me go, and you come with me. Let us abandon this and live our own lives, shall we?" East Ye gently stroked her hair and replied, "Be patient, just one more month. I have applied for a transfer from the hospital. If you leave now, everything will fall apart." Just one last month, Yi Shaoyang sighed, realizing that the Feng Xinyu of yesteryear was also a lovesick maiden. Subsequently, Feng Xinyu faced several more instances of harassment, yet East Yi persistently implored her to remain. Time was of the essence, so let us skip ahead. One can only imagine the tribulations a young woman endured in such circumstances. Nevertheless, for the sake of her beloved, she resolutely chose to stay, and the outcome, Yi Shaoyang waved his hand dismissively, urging, "Enough of the trivialities. Let us proceed to the pivotal plot." The man in white smiled helplessly and waved his hand, transforming the scene into a desolate hospital room. Feng Xinyu appeared at the door, retreating in tears and cries, facing the short and unsightly Japanese colonel. "Colonel, please spare me. I am Dongya Cohen's girlfriend. You cannot treat me this way. I beg you," she implored through her tears. "Is that so? I don't recall Dongya mentioning you. Come, sit down and tell me." The colonel pressed her into a corner. Feng Xinyu screamed as she crawled over the bed, rushing to the door. She flung it open only to collide with a man. Looking up, she saw Dongya and quickly grasped him, crying out, "Dongya Cohen, save me, please." Dongya glanced at her, puzzled, then at the colonel in the room, and suddenly grasped the situation, hesitatingly saying, "Colonel, she is my friend." The colonel sneered, "Dongya Cohen, is she truly your girlfriend? Is it her or my niece? Without Rico, would you be where you are today? You fool, do you understand the consequences of deceiving my niece?" Dongya stammered as the colonel lowered his head slightly, regarding him with authority, commanding, "Close the door and leave. I shall pretend nothing has happened." "Dongya Cohen, there's only one chance," he added, and Dongya's face immediately reflected a struggle. Feng Xinyu, forgetting her dire predicament, lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Dongya as she murmured, "Is what he said true? Do you have another girlfriend in Japan?" Dongya averted his gaze from her, drawing a deep breath as a flicker of resoluteness crossed his eyes. With a sudden force, he pushed her down to the ground and subsequently closed the door. Bowing his head, he leaned against the door, his fists clenched tightly, a solitary tear cascading to the floor. "Xinyu, I am powerless in this situation. Do not hold it against me. If there is a next life, I shall repay you well." Having uttered these words, he seemed to find solace within himself, inhaling deeply before turning to depart. Chapter 62. Hey, thought becomes reality, damn it. Xiaomar rushed toward the room, only to be abruptly seized by Yi Shaoyang. "What are you doing? Have you forgotten that this is an illusion, merely a recollection of the past? What purpose does your intrusion serve? Are you attempting to return 70 years to save her? Beast! Monster!" Xiaoma's eyes reddened as he shouted vehemently, unsure whether his ire was directed at Dazwa or the treacherous Dongya. In that moment, the innocent and kind-hearted Feng Xinyu perished. The figure in white murmured softly, waving a hand once more before pushing open the door. At that instant, Dazwa had vanished, leaving Feng Xinyu disheveled upon the bed, her neck marred by numerous wounds, a trace of blood lingering at the corner of her mouth, weeping sorrowfully, engulfed in despair. Shaoyang sikit inyardli. Comprehending the tumultuous emotions that plagued Feng Xinyu, her despair stemmed not solely from the violation she endured but, more poignantly, from the betrayal of her beloved, which had thrust her into the inferno of anguish. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before she ceased her weeping, crawling to the head of the bed. There, her fingers grazed a surgical knife on the nightstand. With a flick of her disheveled hair, she erupted into laughter, her eyes devoid of pain and sorrow, replaced instead by resoluteness and hatred, burning like a fierce fire. Doña Saburo, I shall not spare you even in death. With a swift at that moment, the door swung open, and a shadowy figure entered, resembling a silhouette cast by sunlight. It possessed human form and features, yet was entirely cloaked in darkness. Towering at least 2 meters in height, it was exceedingly slender, with long, thin arms and legs, and 2 horn-like protrusions extending from either side of its head. Approaching Feng Xinyu, it crouched before her while she still clung to life, opening its mouth to exhale a breath towards her. This is... Shaoyang turned to gaze at the figure in white, a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths from the shadowy lair. Shaoyang was momentarily taken aback and inquired, where did this lair come from back then? It already existed. At that time, at least dozens had perished beneath this building. I will explain further once we are outside. For now, let's observe. After exhaling its breath, the malevolent spirit stepped aside, causing the ground beneath to fissure, releasing tendrils of black mist that spiraled upwards from Feng Xinyu's feet, encasing her entirely as it constricted, drawing her into the crevice. Thus, a ghostly entity was born. Within its heart, there remained no trace of benevolence, only an overwhelming sense of hatred. Shaoyang sighed quietly, feeling a tumult of emotions swirling within him, enveloped by an indescribable sensation that rendered him uneasy. The figure in white waved its hand once more, and the scene shifted again. The sky darkened. Yet the room remained unchanged, albeit with a different arrangement. A nurse sat upon the bed, a brass mirror resting on the bedside table, beside which flickered an oil lamp. The young nurse was brushing her hair in front of the mirror, when suddenly she felt a slight itch on her neck, as if someone had breathed upon her. Startled, she turned around but found nothing there. Frowning, she resumed her grooming, humming a cheerful tune. In the mirror, however, she noticed her hand holding the comb was being grasped by a delicate, pale hand. The nurse froze in terror as she gazed into the reflection, where a cascade of raven hair began to rise from behind her, followed by a ghastly visage, a face as pale as death, with blood-red eyes glinting ominously in the candlelight. Xinyu, the nurse gasped, leaping to her feet. Turning to face the source of her fright, she saw Feng Xinyu, clad in a flowing white dress, crouched on her bed in a grotesque manner, holding the nurse's comb. A sinister smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she spoke in a chilling tone. Let me help you with your hair. The nurse, trembling and now seated on the floor, cried out, Sister Xinyu, we were close when you were alive. I never meant you any harm. Even after your death, I secretly burned paper for you. Please do not frighten me. Feng Xinyu's laughter was malevolent, her eyes devoid of compassion as she murmured, Then come with me. Distorting her body like a grotesque creature, she crawled towards the nurse, opening her mouth wide. Her tongue, splitting like a serpent's fork, slithered across the nurse's face, tearing away a layer of flesh. A scream erupted from with a giggle. Feng Xinyu caressed her own face with a pale hand, then abruptly thrust 2 fingers into the other's eyes. Blood spurted forth as Feng Xinyu's lips twitched, her fingers plunging deep into the skull. When she withdrew her hand, she cradled a mass of steaming, creamy brain matter, which she greedily licked. Unable to bear the sight, Xiaoma lowered his head and sighed deeply. Do you still wish to continue? The man in white inquired. Yes, Shaoyang gritted out. I want to see how those 2 devils die. It will be gruesome. The man in white warned, gesturing once more. The scene shifted to the colonel's office. As dusk fell, the office was illuminated by electric lights, which suddenly flickered and buzzed with a short circuit before plunging the room into darkness. The colonel fumbled for a kerosene lamp on his desk, lit it, and began to organize his documents. Reaching for a drawer, he frowned, noticing several strands of hair atop a file. After a moment of bewilderment, he fully extended the drawer. Feng Sinyu's face lay there, upturned, offering the colonel a saccharine smile. The colonel shrieked, slamming the drawer shut. He kicked away his stool and dashed to the door, but found it impossible to open. Turning back in terror, he saw a pale hand emerge from the drawer, pulling it open. Then, Feng Sinyu's head appeared, her eye sockets empty, the void teeming with writhing black worms. The colonel's face contorted into a grotesque grin as he fought back the urge to vomit. Like a serpent, Feng Sinyu writhed and contorted, emerging from the drawer. Halting midway, a frown furrowed her brow. She reached back into the drawer, and with a rending tear, cast a bloody piece of flesh onto the floor. Again, she reached in, tearing away more, until the ground was littered with fragments. With a final surge of effort, she slid free, the flesh of her hips and thighs rent, revealing the stark white of her femurs as she crawled toward the colonel. The skin of her lower legs was peeled back, a macabre tapestry of blood and gore. Xiaoma stifled a gag, his stomach churning, witnessing Feng Sinyu's slow advance. The colonel cried out in despair, drawing his katana and cleaving it down upon her. A torrent of blood erupted as Feng Sinyu's head was split asunder, revealing not a brain, but a writhing mass of black insects mingled with blood, crawling within the cranial cavity. Xiaoma finally succumbed, bending over to vomit. Yet nothing came forth. He surmised that the man in white had cast a spell, sparing him such indignity in the dream. He lifted his gaze once more. Feng Sinyu raised her hands, rejoining the halves of her skull, and embraced the colonel's neck. Her forked tongue darted out, caressing his face before tearing away a strip of flesh, which she savored with relish. Yi Shaoyang shook his head. There's an old saying in China, I hate you so much that I want to eat your flesh. I never imagined she would actually do it. Feng Sinyu erupted into hearty laughter, licking once, and her ears vanished. Licking again, her nose disappeared. With yet another lick, a patch of her scalp was torn away. Du's anguished cries echoed repeatedly, seemingly synchronizing with Feng Sinyu's rhythm. Chapter 63. A thought becomes reality. Time passed, though its measure was lost. The colonel's skull was mercilessly gnawed into a mere framework. Feng Sinyu extended his fingers and forcefully pried open the colonel's cranium, allowing his tongue to delve into the sweet essence of his brain matter. It was only at this moment that the colonel breathed his last. The figure clad in white turned to Yi Shaoyang and inquired, Do you wish to witness how Donya Samlang met his demise? Let us forego the details, Yi Shaoyang replied, rubbing his numb scalp. I am certain it was far more tragic than this old wretch's end. Just show me the outcome. With a wave of his hand, the scene transformed into a spacious room cluttered with bundled goods, resembling a warehouse. A man and a woman leaned against a pile of merchandise, their bodies drenched in blood. From their necks downward, they appeared as mere skeletons, their innards encased within, with remnants of flesh still clinging to some bones. Astonishingly, they were not yet deceased, their gazes vacant and their mouths emitting feeble groans. 1,008 times, the figure in white spoke. This woman is the colonel's niece, Donya Samlang's girlfriend in Japan. Feng Sinyu, having possessed Donya Samlang, deceived her into coming here through a letter. He employed the most horrific methods to instill terror in both, driving them to the brink of madness, then feasting upon their flesh and blood without granting them the release of death. Over 2 days, he savored 1,008 bites from their forms, leaving only 2 skeletal remains, ultimately leading them to a state of excruciating agony before they perished. Little Ma shuddered, murmuring, That cannot be true. Surely, excessive blood loss would result in death. The figure in white chuckled softly. In ancient times, there were torturous executions, where skilled executioners could inflict over 3,000 cuts, prolonging life for 3 days. Furthermore, she is a ghostly corpse, capable of binding the souls within the body, making death an unattainable escape. Witnessing Feng Sinyu's slaying of those two men was indeed gratifying. However, the young woman seemed to have committed no offense. Xiao Ma hesitated, questioning why she too was murdered. Yi Shaoyang offered a cold smile, lamenting, from the moment she was shoved aside by Doña Saburo, all benevolence vanished from her heart. Her sole purpose became to avenge herself upon everyone, upon society itself. The figure in white nodded, stating, within 10 days, Feng Sinyu eradicated everyone in the hospital ward, confining their souls to serve as her spectral thralls within the Yin nest. This is the chronicle of her transformation. Now that you have observed it, return. With a wave of his sleeve, the white-clad figure instigated a cataclysm akin to an earthquake, causing the entire building to collapse. Yi Shaoyang, feeling the ground vanish beneath him, started awake, realizing he was still in bed. He swiftly reached under his pillow, relieved to find a 7-star dragon's spring sword still there. Yi Shaoyang sat up, fixing his gaze upon the white-clad figure standing by the window. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out, the wind causing his long hair and the hem of his robe to flutter gracefully, presenting a rather striking image, reminiscent of a solitary hero from classical dramas. Reflecting on the experience, or rather, Feng Sinyu's experience, his heart was filled with a myriad of conflicting emotions. If you harbor any inquiries, you may pose them now, the white-clad figure remarked, turning to face Yi Shaoyang. There are countless questions, Yi Shaoyang began, gathering his thoughts. But first, I must ask the question that weighs most heavily on my mind. Why did you bring us back to witness Feng Sinyu's story? Allow me to enlighten you on the history of the formation of the Yin nest and the process by which she succumbed to darkness. The figure in white remarked, although she harbors deep-seated animosity towards me, I have always believed that the true architect of her current state is not herself. If circumstances permit, I hope that after you vanquish her, you may grant peace to her restless spirit. Yi Shaoyang regarded him with confusion. You are an evil spirit, yet you exhibit such kindness? The figure in white replied, who says that malevolent entities cannot embody compassion? I have never taken a life, otherwise I would not have survived until this day. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? After a moment's contemplation, Yi Shaoyang asked, what of the ghostly shadow? The malevolent spirit? What is its origin? I do not know, the figure responded. It has been here ever since the ancient tomb was unearthed. An ancient tomb? Yi Shaoyang was taken aback. Where did this tomb come from? This tale must be told from the beginning. The figure in white inhaled deeply. Please, do not find me tedious. Some matters necessitate a thorough recounting for clarity. Years ago, the Japanese constructed this military hospital to conceal the operations of 2 facilities beneath, an arsenal and a refuge, providing them with a clandestine entrance and exit. During the underground construction, the engineering corps inadvertently unearthed a millennia-old tomb. The Japanese, seeking treasure, opened the coffin, only to discover a corpse king within. Yi Shaoyang was taken aback. To unearth a corpse king while digging was indeed a stroke of misfortune for those misguided souls. The man in white spoke. The corpse king has annihilated all the engineers, and in the underground, heavy weaponry is rendered useless. Otherwise, the entire structure would be obliterated in an instant. We can only rely on human effort to confront it. However, regardless of how many soldiers are dispatched, they are all slain by the corpse king. The Japanese, left with no recourse, resorted to scouring for sorcerers to send underground to contend with the corpse king. 7 sorcerers entered in succession, all met their demise at the hands of the corpse king, until Rui Lingyu's great-grandfather ventured in. Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoyang was taken aback, realizing that Rui Lingyu's spiritual summoning technique was, in fact, a family heirloom. At that time, although the corpse king had slaughtered the preceding sorcerers, it had sustained grievous injuries itself. Mr. Rui, by a stroke of luck, managed to seal the corpse king. Driven by a sense of national pride, he claimed to exorcise the souls of the deceased and, according to the terrain below, arrange a formation called 100 Ghosts facing the Yin, which ensnared the souls of all the fallen within its confines. Above the armory lay the military hospital. You are a sorcerer. You should be able to discern his intentions. Yi Shaoyang took a deep breath. The 100 ghosts facing the Yin formation is designed to consolidate the Yin energy in one place, using the positions of the greedy wolf and breaking army as the focal points, creating a cycle of 9 Yin energies, where Yin reaches its extreme and transforms into Yang. This can facilitate the exorcism of wandering souls. Such a formation, grounded in the principles of feng shui for the afterlife, if applied to the realm of the living, would be nothing short of catastrophic. The upward cycle of 9 Yin energies would infiltrate the living quarters, leaving the spirits unable to escape. Those residing within the house would perish in droves. Mr. Rue's initial intention was to harness the spirits of those who perished in the armory, transporting them via the formation to the military hospital, with the aim of vanquishing all the enemy forces. The malevolent specter emerged only after the formation of the array, its origins shrouded in mystery, yet its formidable power was evident as it subdued all restless souls, providing a temporary sanctuary for the inhabitants of the hospital until Feng Xinyu arrived. In her final moments, she unleashed the ghostly energy that had long been suppressed by this entity, allowing it to surge into her being and transforming her instantaneously into the ghost sovereign. Why wait until the brink of her demise? A voice interrupted from behind. It was Xiao Ma, who had also awakened and could not resist interjecting after listening to the tale narrated by the figure in white. Yi Shaoyang responded on his behalf. She met an untimely death, bearing an intense grudge, which enabled her to withstand the overwhelming onslaught of Yin energy that would otherwise obliterate a typical ghost. After a moment's reflection, he turned to the figure in white. So, does this imply that the malevolent specter had a premeditated scheme? The figure in white replied, "No, such matters cannot be orchestrated. I surmise that it was merely biding its time, awaiting the arrival of someone who met a tragic end to assist in the realization of its plan." Once Feng Xinyu ascended to the status of ghost sovereign, under its guidance, she engaged in the dual cultivation of ghost and corpse, her physical form resting within the inpatient building to absorb the essence of the deceased, while her soul continued to cultivate in the Yin layer. Subsequently, the inpatient building was seized, and all corpses were buried in Qiyun Mountain. The specter unearthed the bodies and relocated them to a valley, configuring them into the 9 Yin-linked formation, continuing the cultivation of Feng Xinyu's corporeal form, with the gloomy wooden coffin being a relic from the ghostly realm. Its original design was to wait until both Feng Xinyu's soul and body reached their zenith, merging to become the ghost mother Rakshasa. Chapter 64. A Millennium of Love. May I interject? What is the ghost mother Rakshasa? Xiao Ma inquired. The evolution of the ghost corpse, as explained by Yi Shaoyang, is more formidable than the ghost corpse itself. Only women of the wood element have the chance to cultivate it, and it appears only once every few centuries. Feng Xinyu perfectly fits the criteria and possesses great fortune. Should she truly succeed in becoming the ghost mother Rakshasa, it would spell considerable trouble. Even my master would find it difficult to contend with. He then turned to the figure in white. Please continue. The figure replied. Rue Lungyu's grandfather summoned Master Qingyan from Wuzhou Mountain to engage in a fierce battle with them, sealing the Yin nest and also imprisoning Feng Xinyu's 3 souls beneath, where they remain to this day. Yi Shayan listened, astonished, and inquired, what is the purpose of the ghost shadow's actions? The figure responded, to strengthen Feng Xinyu for its own use. What exactly it intends to do, I cannot say, as the ghost shadow is already deceased. Deceased? Yi Shaoyang and Xiao Ma exclaimed in unison. Was it vanquished by Master Chengyan? Yi Shaoyang asked. The figure in white shook his head and elaborated. Master Qingyun is indeed remarkable. He faced 2 opponents alone, incinerated his physical form, and with the aid of the Saraira, he forcefully drove Feng Xinyu into the Yin nest, severely wounding the ghost shadow in the process. The ghost shadow took decades to recuperate before releasing Feng Xinyu, only to find misfortune upon encountering Dao Feng, leading to yet another fierce battle, resulting in the ghost shadow's demise. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ma erupted in laughter, pounding the bed in merriment. This malevolent spirit has such a miserable fate, constantly being beaten. After decades of recuperation, it re-emerges only to be vanquished again. Serves it right. The higher the magic, the higher the Tao, Yi Shaoyang remarked. Little Horse furrowed his brow and remarked, isn't it said that when the Tao is elevated by 1 foot, the demon rises by 10? The one who speaks the words ascends. Turning to the man in white, Yi Shaoyang inquired, why didn't Dao Feng eliminate Feng Sinew as well? The man in white chuckled softly, replying, to slay the phantom is no small feat. Do you think Dao Feng is exceedingly powerful? I never assumed he was particularly formidable, Yi Shaoyang responded. He is merely a few years my senior and slightly stronger. Precisely. The man in white continued, I was involved in that battle years ago. It was 2 against 2. Ultimately, the phantom was vanquished. Yet all 3 of us sustained grave injuries. Dao Feng. He resealed Feng Sinew within the Yin nest and then departed for Sichuan, never to return. Yi Shaoyang realized that there had been a significant confrontation between Dao Feng and Feng Sinew. It made sense that the last time he encountered Feng Sinew, her first question was regarding Dao Feng's whereabouts. She must have thought that, after decades of cultivation, she had grown stronger and wished to engage him in a proper duel to avenge the grudge of her prior sealing. A vague sense of unease washed over Yi Shaoyang, as he sensed something amiss, but there was no time for contemplation. He asked the man in white, do you know what Dao Feng went to Sichuan for? The man in white shook his head, I do not know. I have sought him in Sichuan numerous times, but to no avail. He has vanished entirely. Yi Shaoyang shuruk. What about that old Rue? What became of him? Old Rue? The man in white frowned. Are you referring to Mr. Rue? After being utilized by the Japanese, he was killed. As for his affairs, you may inquire with Miss Rue tomorrow. Yi Shaoyang inquired, now, tell me about yourself. How is it that you possess such intimate knowledge of events from the past? The figure in white replied, you may call me Qin Feng. I am a man of the Song dynasty, or rather, I was born in that era. I emerged from a painting created by Master Zhu Rue. As you may know, I am a being of the canvas. Yi Shaoyang and Xiao Ma exchanged wide-eyed glances. Goodness, a man from the Song dynasty. Even if it were the late Southern Song period, that would mean nearly 1,000 years ago. Suddenly enlightened, Yi Shaoyang understood why this individual could enter his dreams without disturbing the soul alarm bell. You just mentioned. Zhu Rue, which one? Yi Shaoyang scratched his head, recalling that the only literati he could think of from the Song dynasty known for his artistry was Su Dongpa. Qin Feng did not elaborate, continuing. I was painted with the master's own blood mixed with ink, which renders the figures more lifelike and imbued with spirit. This painting was gifted by the master to a monk friend and hung in a meditation room, where I listened to the sound of the wooden fish chanting for 20 years until I attained awareness. Afterward, I wandered for centuries and cultivated my abilities for several hundred more years until I encountered a woman who captured my heart. She was the daughter of an official, striking in beauty and unparalleled in talent. But let us not digress. Such tales of star-crossed lovers are all too common, and I have little interest in hearing them. Qin Feng shot him an irritated glance and said, she vowed never to marry for my sake, and upon her death, she did not report to the underworld. We spent 200 years together until we encountered a monk from Jinshan Temple. We were no match for him. She was captured and taken to the underworld, while I barely managed to escape. She endured the torment of the 6 realms of reincarnation in the underworld for 2 centuries before finally being reborn as a human. Guided by the mark from those bygone days, I found her. She is Chun Lin. Xiao Ma instinctively pulled out his wallet and murmured, it's her. Suddenly, an insidious thought arose in Yi Shaoyang's mind. Fortunately, Chun Lin had been reborn as a woman, or else we could have rekindled our past connection. But little did we expect that she was harmed by Feng Sinew. What? Chun Lin was killed by her. Xiao Ma exclaimed in shock. Yi Shaoyang shot him a glare, signaling him to refrain from interrupting and to listen to Qin Feng continue. What I had made you dream of previously were all events I witnessed firsthand. As an evil spirit, I still possessed a sense of justice. I attempted to thwart the ghostly shadows, but I was no match for them. There was nothing I could do. It was only later, upon meeting Dao Feng and joining forces with him, that I managed to take a breath of relief. I waited until Xiao Yun, who is Chun Lin, was reincarnated, watched her grow, and enrolled in a foreign language academy. I went to great lengths to help her recall her past life, but ultimately, Feng Sinew, harboring resentment against me for having assisted Dao Feng in dealing with her, seized an opportunity while I was distracted, using a fragment of her soul to kill her. At this point, his expression turned profoundly sorrowful. Chunlin's soul was ensnared in the underworld, and for reasons unknown, it had not been extinguished. I could sense her presence and attempted to rescue her multiple times, all of which ended in failure. Yi Shaoyang was taken aback and said, "With your cultivation, you were unable to save her?" Qin Feng remarked, "She is teeming with malevolent spirits and sinister beings, compounded by the oppressive below. The enhancement of Feng Sinyu's power renders me inadequate to confront her. The only person I could rely on for assistance is Dao Feng. I have sought him in Sichuan for many years, but to no avail, so I have been waiting in Shecheng. Recently, I encountered Miss Rue, and, upon learning of her lineage, I resolved to collaborate with her." He glanced at Xiaoma, aware that he possessed a photograph of Chunlin. That day, I intended to enter the photograph to meet her apparition and alleviate my longing, yet I encountered you instead. Yi Shaoyang remained silent, awaiting further elaboration. Qin Feng continued, "You exude an aura identical to that of Dao Feng. It was at that moment I deduced you hailed from Xianqing Mountain, prompting me to draw both you and him into a dream to assess whether you possess the means to unravel this predicament." Chapter 65. Always fond of you upon hearing this. Yi Shaoyang comprehended. "You desire my assistance in rescuing the soul of your beloved? She is my lover, not my wife. We are not wed. A lover." Yi Shaoyang replied with an ambiguous smile. Though this lad spoke in colloquial terms, he was somewhat out of touch, particularly regarding the contemporary connotation of the term lover. Qin Feng stated, "I tested you twice. Subsequently, when you began investigating the 4th dormitory building, I refrained from revealing myself, allowing you to pursue your inquiries independently as a measure of your capabilities. It was only at an opportune moment that I chose to offer my aid." "Aid me?" Yi Shaoyang blinked. "What assistance have you rendered?" "Yesterday afternoon, you were in the valley, transforming Feng Sinyu's corpse." "Why did she not proceed?" Yi Shaoyang was taken aback, realizing the situation, and exclaimed in anger, "So it was you who orchestrated this?" Qin Feng cast a sidelong glance at him and replied nonchalantly, "I am a millennium your senior. It suffices that you refrain from calling me your ancestor, yet do not belittle my age. Your manner of speaking is rather down-to-earth." "I apologize for misjudging you," Yi Shaoyang chuckled. "However, my intention was to lure her 7 souls here to eliminate her on the spot. And it seems you have unwittingly hindered that effort." Qin Feng scoffed. "With Feng Sinyu and the ghost doll combined, you stand no chance." The ghost doll, found by Gu Ying in the hospital building, had absorbed negative energy over time, transforming into an evil spirit and interred alongside Feng Sinyu's corpse for a century of cultivation, making it quite formidable. Thus, I will hold Feng Sinyu's 7 souls at bay, allowing you to eliminate them one by one. Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoyang suddenly comprehended the situation, clasped his hands in gratitude towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng continued, "I shall be straightforward. Let us collaborate to eradicate the Yin nest. You will gain virtuous merit, and I shall rescue my beloved. It is mutually beneficial. What say you?" Yi Shaoyang pondered deeply. He was allied with Rue Lingyu, and if he refused to cooperate with Qin Feng, Rue Lingyu would undoubtedly not support him either. However, relying on the assistance of an evil spirit to vanquish other malevolent entities, it sounded quite unsettling. After much contemplation, Yi Shaoyang resolutely declared, "I refuse to collaborate with you. I am not like Rue Lingyu. We adhere to Taoist traditions, confronting ghosts with ghosts, subduing demons with demons. It is good enough that I do not pursue you. To work with you is out of the question." Qin Feng asked, "Why could Dao Feng cooperate with me?" He had already been expelled from the sect. Yi Shaoyang cleared his throat, adopting a posture of righteous indignation, and declared emphatically, "As the sole inner disciple of Xianqing Mountain, I cannot ally myself with an evil spirit." Qin Feng suddenly smiled and inquired, "Do you wish to befriend Miss Rue?" Yi Shaoyang was taken aback, stammering, To speak frankly, cough. What does it matter to you?" Qin Feng extended a finger and said, "If I were to tell her one thing, I assure you she would never pay you any heed for the rest of her life. Before I came to find you, what dreams did you have?" Yi Shaoyang felt as if struck by lightning. If Rue Lingyu were to discover that he had fancied her as the object of his dreams and had shamelessly sought her favor, he would undoubtedly be labeled a scoundrel, with no hope of redemption. Well, Yi Shaoyang rubbed his temples. What I mentioned earlier was merely a matter of rules, but rules do not exclude human sentiment. I am not a fool. Why would I forgo a capable ally only to engage in a futile struggle? Wouldn't you agree? As for the dreams you mentioned, I can't recall them clearly, nor can you, right? Qin Feng shook his head in disbelief. Your audacity surpasses even that of your senior brother. A promising student indeed, but I truly cannot remember that matter. Yi Shaoyang responded, Splendid, it's a deal. Xiao Ma, who had been listening in confusion, asked, What is going on? What about your dreams? How does that relate to the goddess Rui? Little Leaf, why has your attitude changed so swiftly? Yi Shaoyang felt his face burn with embarrassment and pretended not to hear. Qin Feng chuckled softly as he walked towards the door, leaving behind a remark. The mission is accomplished. I shall inform Miss Rui. She will contact you tomorrow. Wait a moment. Yi Shaoyang and Xiao Ma called out simultaneously, exchanging glances. What is it? Yi Shaoyang inquired. Xiao Ma scratched his head. You go first. Yi Shaoyang looked up at Qin Feng and said, Is it appropriate to seek someone out at this late hour? Rest assured, I have my methods. I won't intrude upon her dreams. Qin Feng replied with a double entendre. Shifting his gaze to Xiao Ma, what is on your mind? Xiao Ma approached him, took out a photograph of Chun Lin from his wallet, glanced at it, and handed it to Qin Feng. This is for you. It belongs with you. Qin Feng remarked, You may keep it. You have the right to cherish her, after all. She does not harbor feelings for you. Must you be so disparaging? Xiao Ma shot him an irritated glance, managing a bitter smile. Fine. I have liked her for a year, while you have admired her for a millennium. Having heard your tale, I find nothing further to say. I will assist you in rescuing her soul. Thank you. Qin Feng accepted the photograph with a sigh. You are indeed a romantic. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Actually, there's something. Xiao Ma suddenly changed his expression, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as he said, Well, since you can enter dreams, could you help me create a dream where it is just me and Teacher Tsang? If that proves too difficult, I can't settle for another beauty. I will provide the photographs. Qin Feng nearly lost his footing, lamenting in exasperation that he had just praised him as a romantic soul, only to witness such a swift transformation. A twinge of pain flickered across his face as he stormed off in indignation. Xiao Ma, feeling a tinge of melancholy, returned to his bed, burrowing beneath the covers, and sighed, Alas, since they refuse to acknowledge me, I shall have to conjure dreams of my own. Yi Shaoyang chuckled. Stop pretending. You deliberately said that to prevent him from realizing your lingering affection for Chun Lin, didn't you? Yet, you persist in keeping her photograph in your wallet. What gives? Damn it, I've longed to replace it, but simply could not find the right moment. Xiao Ma retorted stubbornly. Yi Shaoyang chose not to tease him further, switching off the light and crawling into bed. The room was soon filled with Xiao Ma's murmured thoughts. I have always suspected that Chun Lin met her demise at the hands of a vengeful spirit, and now it appears to be true. Little Leaf, you must rescue her soul. Yi Shaoyang merely responded with a non-committal hum, burying his head beneath the pillow in preparation for sleep. Suddenly, he sensed a gentle rhythm in the bed, causing him to ponder, could it be that Xiao Ma was engaging in some unsavory activity? What on earth are you doing? Yi Shaoyang exclaimed as he flung back the covers, only to be taken aback. Xiao Ma was not indulging in any inappropriate behavior. Rather, he was weeping, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Ma quickly rubbed his eyes with his hands, mumbling in a hoarse voice, Just got some sand in my eyes. It's uncomfortable. Sand on the bed? How could it possibly get into your eyes while you sleep with your eyes closed? What a peculiar excuse, Yi Shaoyang remarked, though he refrained from calling him out. He settled back down, saying, Let us sleep. In the early hours of a Monday, as the clock struck 3, Yi Shaoyang awakened, having slept soundly until the sun had ascended high in the sky. As he recollected his dreams, he realized he had not indulged in any amorous fantasies. Upon glancing at his phone, he noticed an unread message from Rui Lungyu. I will be waiting for you at Yalan Bar in University Town at 9:30. Yi Shaoyang was taken aback, sensing an impending urgency. He quickly checked the time. It was already 10:23. Startled, he leapt from his bed and hurriedly donned his clothes. Xiao Ma, rubbing his swollen, walnut-like eyes, inquired with confusion, What's going on? Date, I'm running late. Yi Shaoyang exclaimed, hastily putting on his attire. The more he contemplated the situation, the more vexed he became. If she had arranged a meeting, why did she not call instead of merely sending a text? Had she been unable to wait? Could she not have called or sent another message? Such behavior was perplexing, yet he decided to forgive her, recognizing her beauty. Xiaoma yawned and returned to bed, saying, "It's already late. There's no need to rush. You can go on your own. I'll sleep a bit longer." Yi Xiaoyang scoffed, thinking to himself that he had never intended to bring Xiaoma along. "Hey, are you all right?" He called out to him before stepping outside. Xiaoma, with his head buried in the covers, mumbled, fully rejuvenated, "Just don't bring up that matter again." Yi Xiaoyang stepped out to hail a taxi and provided the driver with the destination, only to discover that the driver was utterly unfamiliar with it. Uncertain of the location of Yalambar himself, he attempted to call Rue Lingyu, but her phone was switched off. Reluctantly, he instructed the driver to take him to the university town, where he could search for the bar on foot. To his surprise, he eventually found it. The Yalambar was modest in size, but boasted a uniquely charming exterior, with its entrance crafted from raw wood and beer bottles. The roll-up door was partially closed when Yi Xiaoyang bent down to enter. Upon stepping inside, he was instantly struck by a sense of vitality. Rue Lingyu was seated in a corner booth by the window, dressed in a casual ensemble of beige leisure shirt, light blue jeans, and sneakers. Her appearance was a stark contrast to the dazzlingly glamorous look she had sported the previous day, yet she still exuded an air of unattainable elegance. The bar was devoid of patrons, with not even a cashier or bartender in sight. "My sincerest apologies for my tardiness. I didn't anticipate you would still be here," Yi Xiaoyang said as he settled onto the sofa opposite her, offering repeated apologies. However, Rue Lingyu did not spare him a glance, lifting a glass filled with a crimson liquid to her lips for a small sip. "You're not drinking blood, are you?" he queried, prompting her nearly to spit out her drink as she shot him a glare. Yi Xiaoyang chuckled. "What brings you to a bar so early in the morning?" "It seems to be closed, given the absence of staff." "It's precisely because there's no one here that I come," Rue Lingyu finally responded. "This bar belongs to a friend of mine, and I like to stop by when I have some free time." "Is it a man?" Yi Xiaoyang asked, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Rue Lingyu cast a glance at him, remaining silent before stating directly, "Last night, Qin Feng sought you out, and you must be aware of everything." Yi Xiaoyang nodded, acknowledging, "Only your family's tale is less frequently recounted. There is no need for you to know more at this moment." Rue Lingyu, with a frigid demeanor, replied, "I shall only disclose one matter to you. The seal on the dormitory building comprises not one, but two. One is located within the main dormitory structure, while the other passage lies beneath the water tower opposite the dormitory. This is, in fact, a hidden stronghold, with a passage leading to the armory. In the past, Master Cheng Yun sealed this location with the Damo Zen staff before securing the exit of the dormitory." Yi Xiaoyang chuckled. "The little devils are quite clever, having established two passages to avoid being ensnared. Alas, they miscalculated by involving your great-grandfather. Not only did the armory remain unused, but numerous lives were also lost. Your great-grandfather was indeed remarkable. I share this with you not for flattery," Rue Lingyu interrupted bluntly. "Your suggestion yesterday was commendable, using the Xianin Mountain's soul-binding technique to forcibly summon Feng Sinu's spirit and engage in a battle of magic on the surface. However, there is a significant concern. None can ascertain the number of malevolent spirits lurking within the Yin nest. If there are many, once the seal is broken, we may be overwhelmed and allow them to escape the dormitory, which would lead to great trouble." Yi Xiaoyang slowly nodded, suddenly grasping the implication. "You mean we should enter through the passage below?" "Indeed," she affirmed. "The passage below should be quite narrow, facilitating the arrangement of formations. As a disciple of Xianin Mountain, this is your forte. At that time, you can set up a formation in the corridor. After breaking the seal, lure all the malevolent spirits into the array, making them easier to deal with." Yi Xiaoyang scratched his head and remarked, "The idea is sound, but I must survey the terrain before deciding on the appropriate formation." "The location has been disclosed to you. You ought to examine it yourself," was the response. "Aren't you going?" Yi Xiaoyang felt a pang of disappointment. "I intend to seek out your senior brother, to forge a batch of magical tools for our impending use. Besides, this matter was passed down from my great-grandfather, and I have yet to visit the site. Rui Lingyu tilted her head and observed him. However, do not blame me for not warning you. My father visited once and mentioned a blood pool below, harboring some malevolent entity he dared not confront. Shaoyang chuckled dismissively. What could it possibly be? A corpse king or a vengeful spirit? I fear not even Feng Xinyu. What have I to fear from it? Hui Lingzhu snorted. My father possessed formidable powers in his time, and he too refrained from descending. It must be something extraordinary. Just ensure you do not perish down there, for no one will recover your remains. With that, she set down her cup and stood, declaring, "Let us depart. This place does not operate in the morning." Shaoyang followed closely behind her, reaching the doorway and tentatively inquiring, "Aren't you going to bid your boyfriend farewell before leaving?" Rui Lingyu shot him a glance. "Who informed you that this establishment belongs to my boyfriend? It doesn't? Then where is your boyfriend?" Rui Lingyu, ensnared by his verbal trap, glared at him and declared, "I have no boyfriend." Shaoyang broke into a wide, silent grin. Rui Lingyu opened the door of a crimson Audi A4 and sped away in a flash. Shaoyang watched the car disappear into the distance, then took out his phone, intending to call Lao Guo to accompany him to the water tower. Suddenly, he recalled Rui Lingyu had just mentioned seeking him out to craft a batch of magical artifacts, which stirred a twinge of jealousy within him. With no other choice, he resigned himself to being a lone wolf for the time being. Shaoyang dialed Xiaoma, requesting him to bring his backpack over, then hailed a taxi to the Foreign Language Institute, where he waited briefly until Xiaoma arrived and they entered together. On their way, Shaoyang briefly explained the purpose of their visit. Upon hearing this, Xiaoma furrowed his brow, inquiring about the contents of the blood pool. "I don't know. Judging by Rui Lingyu's tone, it could be something serious." Xiaoma patted his shoulder and said with a grin, "Face it like a man and fight." Upon reaching the old campus, they spotted the water tower Rui Lingyu had mentioned from a distance. Shaoyang estimated the distance. The water tower stood approximately 50 meters from Building 4 of the dormitory, with the passage below being of similar length. 50 meters was ample space for setting up a formation. Looking up, he noted the water tower rose 5 or 6 stories high, towering beside an artificial lake. Its exterior walls, constructed from red bricks, were adorned with a ring of small windows. Shaoyang speculated that these were likely observation points for monitoring the ground below. The two circled the water tower and discovered only a small arched door, sealed with red bricks, leaving no other entry points. Chapter 67. The offering little horse pointed to the small window at the top and inquired, "Can you climb up there?" "Enough with the nonsense. I'm not Spider-Man," came the retort. "Wow, you, a mountain dweller, actually know about Spider-Man?" Shaoyang had no time for idle chatter. He took out his phone and called Lu Ming, succinctly explaining the situation and his request. Lu Ming, hesitating, replied, "That water tower is a pre-liberation structure, managed by the Cultural Heritage Bureau. If you break in without permission, it could spell trouble. If you're not in a hurry, I can help you communicate with them." "Forget it. I'm in a rush." After hanging up, Shaoyang pondered for a moment and then called Xie Yuqing, reiterating the circumstances. Xie Yuqing's response was straightforward. "Just break it down. Wait for me. I'll bring people over to smash it right away." In less than 20 minutes, Xie Yuqing arrived with 2 subordinates, each wielding a sledgehammer. "This is the door." After confirming with Shaoyang, Xie Yuqing turned to her subordinates and commanded, "Smash it. Hit it hard." Shaoyang felt a twinge of concern and interrupted, "Are we really going to break it? What if they accuse us of damaging cultural relics?" Xie Yuqing rolled her eyes, saying, "We're on a case. Who cares about cultural relics? If they really come after us, I'll take the heat. If they provoke me, I'll smash them too." Shaoyang gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. 10 minutes later, a passage large enough for a person to pass through was created in the brick wall. Shaoyang checked his backpack and instructed, "There may be danger inside. You all wait outside." With that, he stepped inside. In the water tower, there was no source of light, rendering it pitch black. Shaoyang halted, on the verge of igniting the perpetual lamp, when suddenly a beam of light pierced through the darkness from behind. Turning around, he discovered it was Xie Yuqing. "I'll descend with you," Xie Yuqing declared. "Aren't you afraid?" "With you, a little mystic, what do I have to fear?" "Huh. Are you not concerned about a repeat of last time? Xie Yuqing delivered a swift kick to his rear. Behave yourself. Dare to be mischievous, and I shall eliminate you. Turn off the flashlight. It only illuminates a small area, leaving the surroundings even darker. With the flashlight extinguished, Yi Shaoyang lit a long-lasting candle and requested Xie Yuqing to hold it for him. He drew his peachwood sword and cautiously descended. In this unfamiliar environment, he was unwilling to act recklessly, especially since Rui Lengyu had warned him of the presence of malevolent entities below, urging caution. Beneath his feet spiraled a cement staircase, encircling a cylindrical concrete pillar, which presumably housed the primary functions of the water tower. The incline of the stairs was gentle, and after traversing several meters, an ethereal white figure suddenly lunged from around the corner. Yi Shaoyang reacted swiftly, thrusting his sword, and the creature emitted a ghastly shriek, dissipating into ethereal wisps that sped toward the exit. Was that a ghost? Xie Yuqing inquired, trembling with fear. Of course, in a place devoid of sunlight. The presence of ghosts is to be expected. It has nothing to do with the nest. As they proceeded further, Yi Shaoyang felt Xie Yuqing's arm entwined with his. Abruptly, he came to a standstill. What's wrong? Xie Yuqing tightly grasped his arm, her voice laced with anxiety. It is perfectly fine. This sensation is delightful. I wish to engage in closer intimacy with you for a while. Would you grant me this favor? Xie Yuqing pinched his arm with considerable force, exclaiming, "What an inappropriate occasion for such thoughts." Yi Shaoyang rubbed his arm and replied, "Are you suggesting that in a different setting, it would be acceptable?" Xie Yuqing pinched him again, this time with even greater intensity. Yi Shaoyang winced in pain and jumped up, grumbling in dissatisfaction as they continued down the stairs. The staircase stretched for merely a few dozen meters, leading to a small door set within a concrete pillar. Xie Yuqing illuminated the area with a perpetual candle, revealing a space of several dozen square meters filled with rusted metal pipes, intricately intertwined, their lower ends extending into a rectangular pool. The candlelight flickered, reflecting off the water's surface, revealing that the pool was brimming with water. Yi Shaoyang felt a twinge of anxiety. Is this the blood pool that Rui Lengyu spoke of? My goodness, after all these years, the water has not dried up. Xie Yuqing found this astonishing and was about to approach when Yi Shaoyang swiftly grabbed her, retrieving a handful of copper beans and casting them into a corner. A piercing scream echoed as a figure materialized, only to dissolve into ethereal wisps, drifting automatically towards the exit. With a peachwood sword in hand, Yi Shaoyang proclaimed loudly, "Xianqi Mountain's Yi Shaoyang is here. All of you, reveal yourselves." Moments later, for shadowy figures gradually took shape a few meters away, appearing exceedingly vague. It was discernible that there was one man and 3 women, all clad in contemporary attire, respectfully kneeling on the ground. Yi Shaoyang gazed at them with a stern voice, inquiring, "What are you doing here? Why have you not reported to the netherworld?" One of them knelt and bowed, replying, "Master, we are new spirits who have recently departed this life. We have certain unresolved grievances in the realm of the living, which emboldened us to linger here. In this place devoid of sunlight, we have taken temporary refuge. We beseech you for mercy." Preposterous. The realm of the living is no abode for you. Depart at once and settle your accounts in the netherworld. With that, he drew a soul-drawing talisman and cast it forth. The 4 spirits, too intimidated to resist, attached themselves to the talisman and floated in the air for a moment before vanishing without a trace. "You appeared quite formidable just now." Xie Yuqing offered a rare compliment, but then queried, "Why did you not inquire about their circumstances here? They are newly deceased spirits, bereft of knowledge. Moreover, there is a lack of Yin energy here, and we are still far from the Yin nest." Yi Shaoyang stepped inside, circling the pool of water, and surveyed the surroundings. Aside from the small door through which they had entered, there seemed to be no other means of egress. Xie Yuqing, holding a long lantern, inspected each corner thoroughly, only to express her disappointment. It seems there is no secret passage after all. Yi Shaoyang fixed his gaze upon the dark waters of the pool and stated, "The secret passage lies just beneath." "How do you know?" Xie Yuqing asked, astonished. "Is this a blood pool? Yet there is no blood within." Yi Shaoyang dabbed the water's surface rubbing his fingers together, noting its slick texture. With a newfound understanding, he sheathed his peachwood sword, replacing it with a jujube-wood one. As he plunged the latter into the water, a sudden hiss erupted, the water frothing as if brought to a boil where the sword pierced. Shaoyang, startled, approached and gasped, "Heavens, why is the water so crimson? It is blood." "Human blood," Shaoyang stated, his tone unwavering. "The entire pool is filled with it." Shaoyang's legs faltered, nearly causing her to fall. She retreated hastily, her voice trembling. "Little charlatan, don't frighten me so." "Why would I frighten you?" Shaoyang retorted, withdrawing the jujube-wood sword. The blood clinging to the blade continued to seethe until it had completely evaporated. The pool's surface was coated in a layer of corpse oil, all traces of cadaverous stench having been absorbed by the sanguine liquid. The film of corpse oil acted as a barrier, preventing air from entering and thus preserving the blood from drying for decades. Shaoyang frowned, gazing at the blood pool. The blood's immediate evaporation upon contact with the jujube-wood sword indicated a malevolent presence below. What perplexes me is the nature of the entity that deterred Rui Lungyu's father in the past. Chapter 68. Peril in the water hose. Upon hearing this, Shaoyang's face turned pale with fright. "What should I do now? I will remain here to set things up. You go find your soldiers, and at the fastest speed, procure a pump and a sufficiently long hose to drain the pool water." Shaoyang paused. "Isn't the hose susceptible to corrosion?" "The hose is not a magical artifact. There should be no issue." Suddenly, she recalled that blood must not be indiscriminately discharged, as the malevolent energy is too intense and could attract spirits. Should it accumulate in any location, it could form a small-scale nest of darkness. After contemplating this, she decided to call Old Gua. Perhaps Rui Lungyu would also come along. She took out her phone and dialed Old Gua's number, but after 2 beeps, the call was automatically disconnected. "No signal. What a predicament." Shaoyang handed his phone to Shaoyang. "You go outside and call my senior brother, inform him of the situation, and ensure he comes. He knows how to handle the blood, and also ask him to bring more magical artifacts." Shaoyang took the phone hesitantly, saying, "Aren't you coming with me? It's too dark up there and—" "I am scared." Shaoyang shot her a glance. Since descending here, she had shed her previously tough demeanor, becoming rather fragile, which left him somewhat bewildered. "You've accompanied me before, encountered numerous spirits, and even fought against zombies. How can you still be so timid?" Shaoyang replied, "You eat every day. Do you not feel hungry?" Once more, the act of vanquishing the undead unfolds within the valley, a place teeming with people, where the zombies lack the chilling terror one might expect. The atmosphere is shrouded in darkness. "Enough, enough. You should ascend quickly," Shaoyang urged, his hand resting on the edge of the pool, his expression grave. Moments ago, the Zemu sword had stirred the waters, rousing whatever lay beneath, and he sensed its awakening. It was imperative to make preparations swiftly. "Hurry!" Shaoyang, her face drained of color from fear, turned on her heel and fled. Shaoyang remained at the blood pool's edge, pondering whether this might be a necropolis, where the pool housed either zombies or water corpses. He unfastened his backpack, retrieving a chalk line and pulling out a sufficiently long red thread. He then produced a piece of dragon's saliva incense, applying it along the thread. Though not a magical artifact, the incense serves as a medicinal substance capable of absorbing the miasma of corpses, exerting a natural suppressive effect on the undead. Much like glutinous rice, methodically, he marked the perimeter of the blood pool, spacing each imprint 10 centimeters apart, leaving a trail of crimson marks. By the time he completed the circuit, 20 minutes had elapsed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he gazed at the gently undulating waters, sensing movement beneath. What lurked below? A zombie, a demon, or perhaps some other malevolent entity? A twinge of anxiety gripped him. This pool, steeped in blood and corpse oil for 70 years, promised a formidable adversary, whatever the nature of the malevolence within. Contemplating the possibility of a corpse fiend, he considered that merely the chalk line might not suffice to contain it. From his backpack, he retrieved a packet of glutinous rice, evenly scattering it along the pool's edge. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind him. Turning, Shaoyang beheld Shaoyang descending with a group, and to his surprise, Lu Ming was among them. "Mr. Yi, you called me." And I rushed over. The Cultural Relics Bureau advised against damaging the internal structure. Yi Shaoyang waved his hand dismissively, asserting that such concerns could be addressed once they managed to escape alive. His words drained the color from the faces of those present. Yi Shaoyang then turned to the elder Gua, who was shouldering a large mountaineering backpack, and inquired, "Brother, has Rui Lingyu not arrived? She is at my place, busy crafting a magical artifact. She expressed her confidence in your ability to handle things solo and deemed her assistance unnecessary," Gua replied. Yi Shaoyang felt a twinge of irony. Even he did not possess such faith in himself. Elder Gua approached the pool, dipped his hand into the water, and his expression grew grave. There is something beneath. Most likely a corpse demon, sustained by this blood pool. Yi Shaoyang placed one foot at the water's edge, his gaze fixed on the backpack behind Gua. "Did you bring the Realgar rice wine?" "Indeed. I brought a bit extra, anticipating it might be of use," Gua said as he unloaded the backpack, suddenly asking, "You didn't cover the expenses, did you?" "Of course not," Yi Shaoyang replied, glancing at Lu Ming. "By the way, Principal Lu, we exterminated 100 green-haired zombies at Qian Mountain yesterday, barely escaping with our lives. Inspector Xie can vouch for this. I informed my brother here that you would compensate him with 50,000. Is that agreeable?" "Am I 30,000? Xiao Ma interjected loudly. Lu Ming hesitated, his mouth agape. "Those zombies, are they connected to our school?" "Absolutely." The young horse approached him, speaking with grave seriousness. "You must understand. All the zombies are under the command of Feng Xinyu, who is preparing to unleash them upon the school. We barely managed to fend them off. Otherwise, the school would have been lost. Surely a scene of carnage would have ensued." Lu Ming shivered. "All right, no problem. I will cover the expenses and settle everything afterward." Yi Shaoyang retrieved Realgar and rice wine from old Gua's bag, and together they sprinkled a generous layer around the edge of the blood pool. Once Yi Shaoyang deemed it sufficient, he turned to Xie Yuqing and inquired, "Have the water pump and hose arrived?" "They have," she replied. Under Xie Yuqing's direction, several agents carried the water pump and hose to the blood pool, each one palpably tense. For these agents, no matter how gruesome the crime scene, it did not intimidate them. Yet, when it came to the supernatural, they shared the instinctual fear found in ordinary people. "I will head upstairs to prepare the cinnabar net and filter the blood, allowing it to drain directly into the sewer," Old Gua stated as he walked outside, glancing back at Lu Ming and extending 5 fingers. "This requires additional payment. 5,000, but I can give you a discount of 20% since we are acquaintances." Lu Ming wiped the sweat from his brow. At this point, he could only continue as the plump target he was. Yi Shaoyang directed everyone to carefully set up the water pump at the edge of the blood pool, with the power cord connected from the ground. The pump was cranked to its maximum setting, vigorously extracting the blood. Yi Shaoyang, wielding a jujube sword, stood before the pool, commanding everyone to stand back. As the water receded, Old Gua returned, assuring him that everything was in order. Yi Shaoyang retained only him, sending the others outside the doorway. He slashed his finger, inscribing a blood talisman and affixing it above the entrance, ensuring that whatever lay within the blood pool could not escape to harm those outside. Old Gua, gripping his cinnabar gun, felt both anxious and exhilarated, positioning himself behind Yi Shaoyang, ready to assist should the need arise, while relying on Yi Shaoyang to shield him from danger. Suddenly, a strange sound emanated from the blood pool, accompanied by the violent shaking of the water pump, which abruptly shut down. "This is bad. That thing has clogged the pump," Yi Shaoyang muttered, furrowing his brow as he beckoned Old Gua to join him in examining the water hose. Together, they grasped the hose and pulled, but it felt exceedingly heavy and resistant. They called for Shao Ma to lend a hand, and with their combined strength, they finally managed to extract the hose, laying it on the edge of the pool. Yi Shaoyang crouched beside it, peering inside. The hose was thicker than an adult's body, shrouded in darkness, obscuring any visibility. He instructed Shao Ma to attempt restarting the pump. Concerned about being sucked in, he stepped aside, underestimating the power of the high-capacity pump. When he flipped the switch, a sudden whoosh sound echoed, and he was abruptly drawn in headfirst. Chapter 69. The yellow-haired one little horse was momentarily taken aback, hastily shutting off the engine. He rushed to the water hose and discovered that Yi Shaoyang had been pulled in, submerged nearly 2 meters deep, with only his feet visible. Anxiously, he called out, "Xiao Yezi, are you all right?" Though he was unharmed, Yi Shaoyang was thoroughly startled. After catching his breath, he urged, "Quick, pull me out." Little Horse and Old Gua each grasped one of his legs, straining to pull him free. Old Gua turned to Little Horse and chuckled. "Thank goodness you reacted quickly. Otherwise, we would have had to search for him in the cesspool, as I had connected that end of the water hose to the cesspool." Yi Shaoyang also began to claw his way out. Suddenly, a foul odor wafted to his nostrils. Peering intently, he spotted 2 green orbs half a meter away, flickering ominously. A chill ran down his spine as he realized these were the malevolent eyes of a creature lurking in the blood pool. It dawned on him that the malfunctioning pump had inadvertently drawn this entity in. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, obscuring its form, while only the 2 eyes glimmered in the gloom, accompanied by its heavy, labored breathing. Yi Shaoyang's anxiety escalated. Out in the open, he would dare confront even a corpse king, but in this confined space, where he could barely extend his arms, facing such a creature would be daunting indeed. Oblivious to the impending danger, Little Horse and Old Gua chatted casually, leisurely pulling him outward. Yi Shaoyang wished to urge them to hasten their efforts, yet feared that speaking might alert the lurking beast. Sweat poured down his forehead as he grew increasingly frantic. Suddenly, the creature began to stir, slowly crawling closer. "Damn it!" Yi Shaoyang inwardly cursed, pondering the absurdity of dying in such a place. What a tragic irony it would be to live grandly, yet perish pathetically. He discreetly sliced the middle finger of his right hand, using his blood to inscribe a palm thunder on his left palm. Just as he completed the drawing, a shadow lunged at him. With great difficulty, Yi Shaoyang extended his arm and slapped forward, only to feel a sharp prick in his palm. Though the palm thunder had indeed taken effect, sending the assailant flying far away. "Quick, pull me out. There's something in here," Yi Shaoyang shouted urgently. Xiao Ma and Old Gua, startled, hastily tugged Yi Shaoyang out. Immediately, a dark figure sprang forth and plunged into the blood pool with a resounding splash. "What was that?" Old Gua exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Shaoyang gasped for breath, approached the edge of the pool, and dipped his hand into the viscous liquid, rubbing it between his fingers and inhaling deeply. His expression grew grave. It was neither a zombie nor a water corpse. Could it be a demon? Old Gua suggested. "I don't know. This aura. I have never encountered it before." Yi Shaoyang gazed at the pool of blood, contemplating. No wonder Rui Lingyu's father dared not descend. This entity was something even he had never seen, likely formidable to confront. Old Gua's eyes widened in shock. If even you have never seen it, what on earth could it be? Having learned from previous experiences, Yi Shaoyang realized that draining the water would be futile. After a moment of thought, he turned to Old Gua and asked, "Do you have any quicklime?" Old Gua paused, realizing he did not. "No, I don't. It's generally not needed and is rather heavy. Do you want me to fetch it now?" At that moment, Lu Ming interjected from outside, inquiring whether the quicklime required was the ordinary type. Upon seeing Yi Shaoyang nod in affirmation, he quickly added, "Our teaching building is currently applying putty. We have plenty of lime. If needed, I can procure it right away." "All right, about 50 kilograms, Yi Shaoyang replied. Lu Ming agreed and took 2 agents with him to fetch the lime. Curious, Xiao Ma asked, "Little Leaf, I've never seen you use lime before. Why the sudden need for it this time?" "Lime is ineffective against ghosts and has limited impact on zombies, but it is the most feared by demons." "Demons?" Xiao Ma scratched his head, pondering. "Are we talking about pig demons or tree demons? It seems we haven't encountered any demons yet. Are they more formidable than ghosts and zombies?" "Indeed, they are more formidable. At the very least, they possess greater intelligence than zombies, employing a variety of attack methods and exhibiting remarkable speed, making them quite challenging to contend with," Yi Shaoyang replied gravely. 10 minutes later, Lu Ming and his 2 companions returned, carrying a woven bag filled with lime. Yi Shaoyang did not allow them to enter, instead sending Xiao Ma outside. Together with Old Gua, he transported the lime to the edge of the blood pool and poured it entirely into the water. Upon contact with the water, the quicklime immediately began to boil, releasing clouds of white smoke. Yi Shaoyang drew his Zelkova sword, standing quietly by the blood pool in anticipation. Behind him, Xiaoma's incredulous voice broke the silence. Little Leaf, why not use the 7-star dragon spring sword? Isn't that more formidable? Yi Shaoyang shot him a glance. A treasured sword should not be drawn lightly. It must be nurtured to unleash its true power when it matters most. Just stay put and refrain from unnecessary chatter. After waiting for less than 5 minutes, bubbles began to rise persistently from a corner of the blood pool. Yi Shaoyang took a deep breath and told old Guo to prepare, as something was about to emerge. No sooner had he spoken than a dark figure leapt from the water's surface and landed on the edge of the blood pool, startling everyone. They focused their gaze and beheld a creature resembling a monkey, covered in yellow fur, diminutive in stature, yet emaciated, akin to a normal boy of around 10 years. Its arms were long and slender, with one hand possessing only 4 fingers, reminiscent of a duck's webbed foot. Its face was flushed and hairless, with bulging, lifeless eyes that glimmered with a greenish hue. Most terrifying was its mouth, akin to that of a crocodile, featuring interlaced rows of canine teeth that protruded menacingly. With a viscous, dark gray slime hanging between its fangs, occasionally dripping down. As soon as this creature reached the shore, it began to bounce in place, shaking off the water as if eager to rid itself of the caustic liquid. What kind of monster is this? Xie Yuqing whispered in alarm. The onlookers, having regained their senses, instinctively retreated several steps, their faces etched with fear. Yi Shaoyang's mind mirrored Xie Yuqing's thoughts. This being appeared to be a type of demon. But which kind? He had never encountered such a creature before. Rapidly, he rifled through his recollections of the text from Xinqing Mountain, but it seemed none mentioned a demon of this particular form. Damn it, regardless. It is a demon, let us fight. Yi Shaoyang silently recited the incantation, activating the vermilion bloodlines. In an instant, countless beams of red light erupted, weaving into a net in the sky, descending upon the yellow-haired creature. The creature responded swiftly, sensing the imminent danger. It leaped fiercely towards the vermilion net, managing to sever several bloodlines, yet was violently rebounded, its foot landing on the edge of a blood pool thickly coated in glutinous rice. Instantly, a plume of black smoke billowed forth, accompanied by a persistent hissing sound, as the confined space became saturated with the acrid stench of burnt flesh. The ink-lined blood net descended from above, ensnaring the yellow-haired beast. Yi Shaoyang clasped his hands together, forming a series of intricate seals, continuously altering them to tighten the blood net, constricting it until it pierced the creature's skin, causing dark blood to flow forth, releasing a pungent metallic odor. With a commanding invocation, the earth's fire descended. Urgent as the decree, Yi Shaoyang waved his hand, casting a talisman of earth fire that landed at the creature's feet, igniting the realgar and rice wine. Flames erupted around the yellow-haired beast, which struggled desperately, yet could not escape the binding grasp of the ink-lined blood net. It opened its crocodilian jaws, emitting chilling roars that resonated through the air. Chapter 70. Yi Shaoyang felt a slight sense of relief. At this rate, it would not take long for the yellow-haired monster to be reduced to a pile of smokeless coal. Just then, a swarm of insects began to emerge from the gaping wounds of the yellow-haired creature. They were the size of beetles, their exoskeletons a muted greenish-gray, crawling through the gaps of the cinnabar net. Some were instantly incinerated by the raging flames, but many more leaped out of the fire circle, rapidly scuttling towards Yi Shaoyang. Recognizing them immediately, Yi Shaoyang realized they were corpse beetles, an evolved form of corpse insects capable of actively attacking humans. Their internal corpse venom possessed a potent corrosive quality. He called out to Old Guo, "I am forming seals and cannot pause. It is up to you now." Old Guo retrieved his cinnabar gun, firing several shots and eliminating a few of the creatures, but exclaimed, "There are too many. How can I handle this? Where is Xiaoma?" He tossed his backpack to Old Guo and sought out the cinnabar wrapped in yellow paper, scattering it around his junior disciple before igniting it. Quickly, quickly! Xiaoma picked up the backpack and hastily dumped its contents onto the ground, frantically searching through the chaos. He stumbled upon a string of small packaged items and exclaimed, "What the hell, Drex? I didn't know you were into this, Old Guo." Old Gua's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted, "That was stuff in my bag by someone else. Why are you even looking at that? Hurry and find the cinnabar." Xiaoma glanced around, noting numerous paper packages tied with red thread in a cross knot, resembling little bundles. Yellow ones, yellow ones. He picked one up and asked Old Gua, "Is this it?" Old Gua was preoccupied with shooting the corpse toad, leaving him no time to spare. He exclaimed, "The yellow one, hurry. I only have one gun. I can't hold on. Watch me." Little Ma untied the paper package and scattered a pouch of powder around Yi Shaoyang's feet, then ignited it. In an instant, flames surged over 2 meters high, and the heat wave forcefully propelled Yi Shaoyang to the ground. He lay there, feeling an intense burn on his back. Turning his head, he saw his clothes ablaze. With no time to cast spells, he rolled on the ground several times to extinguish the flames. Wiping his face, now covered in soot, he shouted at Little Ma, "What in the world are you doing? Is the power of vermilion this strong?" Little Ma was stunned, realizing it was akin to gunpowder. The fire had claimed many of the corpse toads, and Old Gui used his pistol to shoot the remaining ones. Approaching the fire, he picked up some untouched powder, sniffed it, and cursed vehemently, "This is gunpowder, sulfur. Are you trying to burn people alive by confusing sulfur with vermilion?" Little Ma wiped away his sweat and stammered, "How was I to distinguish between vermilion and sulfur? You said the yellow package, and isn't this yellow?" Old Gua was about to scold him further when a peculiar noise emanated from the direction of the yellow-haired monster. Turning around, he saw the creature tearing at the vermilion net atop its head, quickly creating a gash. A crimson entity emerged from its barren forehead, resembling a peculiar amalgamation of a spider and a crab, armed with at least 5 pairs of claws. It forcefully pried open the head of the yellow-haired creature and, with a vigorous leap, soared through the vermilion net towards Yi Shaoyang. In response, Yi Shaoyang formed a spell with his hands and struck forward, sending the creature careening away. Though he himself felt a numbing pain in his palm, he urgently called out, "Everyone be cautious. This creature harbors demonic venom." The creature seemed to recognize Yi Shaoyang as a formidable opponent. After being repelled, it deftly redirected its momentum towards Old Gua, moving with astonishing speed. "Damn it, even a monster knows to prey on the weak." Old Gua cursed, aiming and firing a shot at the creature. It evaded midair, and Old Gua, momentarily stunned, found himself too late to counterattack. The creature lunged at his chest and began to siphon his energy. Old Gua felt a prickling numbness spread across his torso, and it was evident that the monster had embedded its legs into his flesh. Without hesitation, he bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood at it. Although his blood lacked the potency of Yi Shaoyang's, it was still the essence of a mage. The creature trembled violently, releasing its grip on Old Gua and retreating back to the top of the yellow-haired creature's head, burrowing into the hollow of its forehead. Yi Shaoyang watched in horror. What manner of creature was this, and how did it come to inhabit the yellow-haired being? What was the nature of their relationship? At that moment, the yellow-haired creature had completely torn apart the vermilion net, its golden fur incinerated by the ground fire, revealing grayish-white skin that seemed impervious to flames. As it leapt from the inferno, not a single ember clung to its form. With a monstrous roar, it charged towards Yi Shaoyang. Yi Shaoyang wielded his jujube sword, engaged in combat with the creature, feeling as though this yellow-haired beast possessed the strength of a bull, its tough skin and thick flesh rendering the jujube sword nearly ineffective. He shifted from offense to defense, evading when possible, while contemplating the notion that every demon possesses a flaw. Where, he pondered, lay the vulnerability of this yellow-haired creature. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. "Little divine stick, I've figured it out. This is a kappa. It must be a kappa." Yi Shaoyang was taken aback. "What? A kappa? I once saw a film about kappas, and it looked quite similar. Sharp beak, webbed feet, dwelling in water." A revelation struck him. Indeed, it was unmistakably a kappa, one of Japan's most renowned demons. In his preoccupation with traditional Chinese monsters, he had overlooked the fact that this locale was constructed by the Japanese, making it entirely plausible for a Japanese demon to be summoned as a guardian. Recalling the descriptions of kappas from ancient texts, he noted that aside from the features mentioned by Xie Yuqing, The most distinctive characteristic was a deep depression atop their heads filled with heavy water. They were known for their immense strength and ferocity, with legend asserting that if the water in their head was released, their demonic power would be significantly diminished. Observing the current situation, he recognized discrepancies with the lore. This kappa bore a parasitic creature, yet emerged from the small water pit atop its head. Shaoyang was convinced that this was the kappa's Achilles heel. He called out to Old Gua, "Master, aim for the legs with the jujube sword. Xiaoma, join in, but be cautious." Understood. Old Gua drew forth his jujube sword and entered the fray, pondering that he could not match the yellow-haired creature in a one-on-one battle. However, with his junior disciple leading the charge, he could lend his support without fear. Witness the mystical swordplay of Su Qing Mountain. In his hands, the jujube sword danced like a blooming flower, targeting the kappa's vulnerable lower limbs. He struck, inflicting grievous wounds upon the creature's two hairless legs, causing it to wail in agony. Yet, Shaoyang's relentless assault left the kappa no opportunity to attend to Old Gua. Seeing the two engaged in such fervent combat, Xiaoma's fighting spirit ignited. Seizing the moment, he rushed forward and grasped the kappa's legs, exclaiming, "Old Gua, strike with all your might." Old Gua, slicing his fingertip, smeared the blood upon the jujube sword and proclaimed, "With the boundless heavens and the laws of the universe break." He swung the sword toward the kappa's feet. Under the guidance of Old Gua's magical prowess, the unsharpened jujube sword penetrated the kappa's legs, resulting in a resounding crack as its bones shattered. The kappa let out a mournful cry, raising its arms like sharp blades aimed at Xiaoma's large head. "Be careful." In a moment of desperation, Old Gua delivered a kick to Xiaoma's face, causing him to sway. Just as Xiaoma opened his mouth to curse, the kappa's hands plunged into the cement ground, embedding themselves at least 3 inches deep. Xiaoma was instantly paralyzed with fear. Such terrifying power, if directed at his head, would surely render him a mere pulp. Although he had been kicked, it was a far better fate than having his skull crushed. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he was unprepared for the kappa to withdraw its hands only to thrust them back down toward his head once more. Chapter 71. The Secret Passage. Goodness, you're back. Xiaoma swiftly dodged, yet those hands pursued him relentlessly, gripping his neck with an iron hold. There was no gradual tightening. He felt as though his neck might snap, his vision blurring as he struggled to cry out, but no sound emerged. Desperately, he began to pound the ground with his hands, hoping to catch Shaoyang's attention. Shaoyang was not idle. This was the opportunity he had been awaiting. As the kappa bent down to attack Xiaoma, Shaoyang swiftly drew the spirit-breaking nail, taking a step forward and leaping onto the kappa's back. He drove the nail into the water-filled depression atop its head. A thin membrane covered the pool, shattering instantly, and a foul, putrid liquid splashed onto Shaoyang's face, more repugnant than anything he had ever encountered. The kappa let out a piercing scream, releasing Xiaoma and raising its arms, its fingers digging into Shaoyang's back with brutal force. 8 fingers plunged deeply into his flesh, sending a wave of excruciating pain coursing through him. Yet, Shaoyang gritted his teeth, enduring the agony as he recited the soul-breaking incantation, summoning every ounce of strength to drive the spirit-breaking nail deeper. Simultaneously, 2 screams pierced the air, one from the kappa, the other from the multi-clawed creature lurking within the water above. All its claws surged forth, attempting to halt the nail's descent, but they could not escape their grim fate. A torrent of black blood erupted from the pool, obscuring whether it belonged to the kappa or the multi-clawed beast. "Ah!" Shaoyang shouted, thrusting the spirit-breaking nail all the way down. The kappa convulsed violently, as if electrified, and moments later, it expelled a foul aura from its elongated mouth, its body rapidly losing strength as it collapsed backward. As Xiaoma finally regained his composure, lying on the ground and gasping for breath, he was suddenly pinned down by the combined weight of both the kappa and Shaoyang. Letting out a yelp, he became motionless. Shaoyang pried the kappa's hands off his back, took a deep breath, and called for everyone to come in, moving the kappa's corpse aside. He gently patted Xiaoma's cheek, asking, "Did it strangle you?" It was your weight that did it. Xiaoma rolled his eyes and replied weakly. Yishayan Chakdet. You had your share in this too. We're even now. Is this the legendary Kappa? Xie Yuqing and the others gathered around the Kappa, gazing at it in awe. Lu Ming attempted to take a photo, but was swiftly stopped by Xie Yuqing, who admonished, no one is allowed to take pictures or spread word of this incident. To avoid any repercussions, Lu Ming sheepishly put away his phone and asked, why would there be a Kappa in this place? Perhaps it was left behind when the Japanese retreated, Yi Shaoyang speculated. There must have been numerous weapons and ammunition in the armory. They likely hoped to return one day, thus employing a Kappa to guard the entrance to the secret passage, nourished by human blood. As the Kappa's powers grew stronger, even an ordinary sorcerer would find it a formidable opponent, far more effective than any mechanical traps. Xie Yuqing nodded in understanding, stating, that must be the case. Over the years, China has discovered several armories constructed by the Japanese, complete with various mechanisms at their entrances and exits. However, it's the first time I've heard of a monster serving as a guard. Yi Shaoyang heard a tearing sound and turned to see Old Gua sitting on the ground. His collar ripped open, revealing a patch of skin marred by scratches, seeping dark red blood. How are you? Yi Shaoyan inuited. The wound is fine, but the demon poison has entered my body. It needs to be dealt with swiftly. The demon poison is akin to corpse poison, differing only in that it does not turn one into a zombie, but rather seeps into the skin, and once it infiltrates the heart's meridians, it may transform a person into a corpse demon. Old Gua rummaged through a pile of debris and found some realgar wine, pouring a bit onto the wound. Wincing in pain, though realgar wine can dispel malevolent energies, its efficacy is limited. Yi Shaoyang contemplated for a moment, pushed through the crowd, and approached the Kappa. He bent down and struck off two of its largest fangs with his spirit-destroying nails, returning to Old Gua's side. He pressed the fangs against the wound, rolling them up and down, as the black demon poison visibly receded into the fangs. Within 10 paces, there must be an antidote. The teeth of a demon are the finest remedy against demon poison. Minutes later, the two fangs were completely stained black, and the demon poison was nearly eradicated. Old Gua then found a packet of glutinous rice among the clutter, applying it to the wound to draw out the remaining poison, gasping in pain. Damn it! After more than a decade of encountering demon poison, it still hurts this much. Little diviner, you've been injured on your back as well. Is it serious? Xie Yuqing asked with concern, noticing the wound on Yi Shaoyang's back. Yi Shaoyang initially thought to mention his Tian-Sure blood, which grants him resistance against demon poison, yet decided that treating the wound would aid in recovery. He turned to Xiaoma and said, go break off a few fangs for me. I need to absorb their essence. My bones are shattered, and I lack the strength. The little horse still lay on the ground, exclaiming with irritation, let me help you. After saying this, Xie Yuqing approached the Kappa, striking down a few of its tusks with the butt of her gun. She then settled beside Yi Shaoyang, who was seated on the ground, removed her long robe, and mimicked Yi Shaoyang's earlier actions, rolling the tusks over his wound. Yi Shaoyang closed his eyes, perceiving this as a massage from Xie Yuqing, relishing the sensation. A few minutes later, Xie Yuqing, feeling fatigued, shook her hands and inquired, how are you feeling? Not yet healed. Continue, Yi Shaoyang replied. I think that's enough, she declared, discarding the tusks, clapping her hands, and standing up. Glancing at the Kappa's corpse, she pondered, what should we do with this? Let us find a place to burn it. The sooner the better, as it harbors demonic poison that we must prevent from spreading. Yi Shaoyang suggested, pointing to the woven bag that had previously contained quicklime. Use this. It contains lime, which can also help suppress the poison. Xie Yuqing instructed 2 agents to wrap the Kappa's body, then glanced anxiously at the half-filled pool of blood, asking, is there anything left below? There should be nothing. Yishayan asuriter. Continue draining the water. The water pump was reactivated, resuming its task without any further interruptions. 10 minutes later, the remaining water in the blood pool had been significantly reduced, yet a shallow layer persisted, which the pump could not completely eliminate. Lu Ming, accompanied by several agents, ventured out to procure a bag of quicklime, pouring it in to absorb the water, then shoveling it into the woven bag. They wiped the surface with Yi Shaoyang's rag, revealing a layer of red floor tiles beneath. Why are there still floor tiles? Xie Yuqing, perplexed, remarked as she was the first to leap down, scanning her surroundings, only to find a desolate emptiness devoid of any passage. Stunned, she pondered whether all their efforts had been in vain, questioning if the passage might not be located beneath them. Shaoyang followed suit, asserting with conviction, the passage must lie beneath. Yuqing, still in doubt, inquired, "How can you be so sure?" Shaoyang explained, "The purpose of harboring the Kappa here is to guard the secret passage. If it's not here, then where else could it be? Moreover," he continued, stamping his foot on the floor, "even 70 years ago, tiles were a rarity in Japan. Why would they be used in a place that is utterly unnecessary?" A spark of realization ignited in Yuqing's mind. Shaoyang began to traverse the floor slowly, each step a deliberate stomp. Suddenly, one tile emitted a sound distinctly different from the others, illuminating the eyes of all present. Beneath them lay an empty void. Chapter 72. The cane. No wonder the floor was tiled. It was intended to conceal and obstruct the passage beneath. The young horse, with a somewhat limited intellect, only now grasped the purpose of the tiles. Shaoyang crouched down and, with his hands, began to probe the gaps between the tiles, remarking they've been glued down tightly. Quite secure. Drawing the spiritual extermination nail from his belt, he struck down forcefully, shattering the tiles in a matter of blows. Beneath the tiles lay a tightly secured waterproof cloth, which, once torn away, revealed a square cavity, approximately 1 meter on each side, just large enough for a single person to pass through. The cavity descended vertically, flanked by several metal handles. Yuqing switched on her flashlight and directed it downward, discovering a depth of 5 or 6 meters. At the bottom, a horizontal passage extended toward the southeast, toward the dormitory building. Shaoyang affirmed, feeling a weight lift from his heart. As long as they located the passage, the subsequent matters would be much easier to address. "Should we descend now?" Yuqing inquired, glancing at the injury on Shaoyang's back. "Is it safe?" "Quite safe. Let us proceed, lest the night prolong our anxieties," Shaoyang replied, turning his gaze back. "You all stay here. Today we are merely surveying the terrain. I shall go down alone." "No, I must accompany you to ensure I can provide a proper report to our superiors," Yuqing insisted. The two of them then began to descend, entering the cement-constructed horizontal passage, which stood about 2 meters high and was wide enough for 3 or 4 individuals to walk side by side. Yuqing switched on the flashlight, casting a powerful beam that extended several meters ahead. Shaoyang was taken aback and glanced at the uniquely designed flashlight in her hand. Puzzled, what kind of flashlight is this? It's so small, yet the light is so intense. It's a wolf-eye flashlight, standard issue for our missions. A brief illumination from it could render you blind for 3 minutes. With such a strong beam, it could easily illuminate even an ordinary ghost, Shaoyang replied. The passage was straight, and after walking about 10 meters, they began to notice numerous honeycomb-like wall cavities, each several square meters in size, containing uniformly styled iron beds, already rusted. Beneath the beds were several foldable drawers. This must be a shelter, Yuqing speculated as she illuminated each cavity with her flashlight. "I have to admire the ingenuity of the little devil's design," Shaoyang remarked. "The armory is situated outside the shelter. In the event of an attack, everyone could retreat here, equip themselves with weapons, and emerge through another passage to launch a swift counterattack while the enemy is caught off guard." Yuqing agreed. Indeed, from a military perspective, this design is exceptionally clever. Unfortunately, human plans often fall short of the heavens' arrangements. In the end, it was rendered useless, costing so many lives. As Shaoyang walked behind Yuqing, admiring her, he was unprepared for her sudden halt, resulting in him colliding with her back, creating an unexpected close encounter. Expecting a reprimand, he was instead surprised when Yuqing grasped his arm, trembling slightly, and whispered, "What do you see ahead?" Shaoyang was taken aback. Turning his head to gaze beyond her shoulder, he spotted several gray shadows resembling human forms, visible only from the head, their bodies tapering from wide to narrow like trapezoids, seemingly adorned with cloaks that draped down to the ground, floating through the air toward the pair. "Yin Posha," Shaoyang muttered to himself, drawing his jujube wood sword. Yuqing inquired with a tremor in her voice, "What?" "It is a type of malevolent spirit. The talismans here can only seal ghosts, demons, and zombies. Malevolent spirits are born of otherworldly essence, rendering talismans ineffective against them. Xie Yuqing stepped back a few paces and asked, "Are they easy to deal with?" "That depends on who you ask. For me, they are merely cannon fodder. Just wait here." With that, Yi Shaoyang strode forth, prompting the approaching Yin Pa Sha to quicken their pace toward him. Yi Shaoyang sliced his middle finger, inscribing an exorcism rune upon his jujube wood sword, chanting, "Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe lends its power, shatter." As he struck through one of the Yin Pa Sha, it instantly dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. Yi Shaoyang repeated the process, effortlessly dispatching several of the malevolent spirits. From one of the defeated Yin Pa Sha, dozens of essence orbs floated forth, soaring towards the cave entrance. Such diminutive Yin Pa Sha have indeed claimed lives and refined souls, Yi Shaoyang mused, shaking his head. Seeing the danger cleared, Xie Yuqing approached hurriedly and remarked, "I cannot fathom why these Yin Pa Sha, if they are unafraid of being sealed, have not ventured out to harm others. They belong to the realm of malevolent spirits, manifestations of the Fromna, and can only roam in proximity to it, primarily within the confines of the dormitory building. Beyond this threshold, their sinister essence dissipates naturally, without any need for intervention." Xie Yuqing paused for a moment and inquired, "Was that essence within the Yin Pa Sha the spirit of someone who perished in Dormitory 4? It is likely so, but pursuing this matter further is futile." Yi Shaoyang continued onward, with Xie Yuqing following closely, illuminating their path with a flashlight. After traversing less than 20 meters, a golden glow emerged within the beam of light. Yi Shaoyang quickened his pace, approaching the source, and discovered a Zen staff firmly planted into the ground. Upon closer inspection, he noted the staff's peculiarities. At its apex were 9 immense metallic rings, for which hung smaller rings in geometric progression. The entire structure was colossal, extending 1 to 2 meters outward, layered like a magnificent lotus in full bloom. Yi Shaoyang inhaled deeply. This was the Dharma Zen staff, one of the supreme artifacts of the Buddhist tradition. Though the passage lacked any source of illumination, the staff radiated a soft golden light, creating a luminous halo approximately 3 meters in radius, resembling a celestial dome over the ground. Xie Yuqing, eager to examine it closely, was restrained by Yi Shaoyang. "Do not approach, lest you disrupt the seal of spiritual light." Beyond the staff, there was a pair of iron doors, rusted and ajar. This must lead to the armory, the very essence of the... Yi Shaoyang gazed at the iron doors, surveyed the surroundings, and addressed Xie Yuqing. "Our task is complete. Let us depart." As the two turned to depart, a sudden creak pierced the air. Yi Shaoyang swiftly glanced back to witness an iron door ajar, from which emerged a girl with cascading long hair. Upon seeing her face, Xie Yuqing gasped in astonishment. Feng Xinyu, indeed it was Feng Xinyu, clad in her customary student attire, exuding an air of youthful charm. Yet, her eyes glowed with a sinister crimson hue, and an unsettling smile lingered at the corners of her mouth, enveloping her in an eerie aura. Yi Shaoyang sensed Xie Yuqing's rapid breaths and reassured her with a gentle pat on her hand, saying, "Fear not, this is merely her 7 spirits. Her 3 souls remain anchored in the Yin nest, unable to converge." "You killed the child," Feng Xinyu intoned in a voice so deep it resonated, appearing both immediate and distant. "The child? You mean that puppet?" Yi Shaoyang chuckled lightly, making a dismissive gesture as if to say, with a swift strike, "The soul would scatter." Instantly, anger flashed across Feng Xinyu's face, and a wave of dark energy emanated from her, forcing back even the golden light of the Zen staff. "Do you seek vengeance? Come and slay me." Yi Shaoyang continued to provoke her, even pursing his lips to form a mock kiss, while his right hand discreetly rested on the Qixing Longquan sword at his waist. Before him stood Feng Xinyu, possessing only 7 spirits, while he held his treasured sword. Should she dare to approach, he was confident he could vanquish her, despite her 3 souls remaining intact, allowing for potential resurrection, albeit requiring several days for her to regain her essence. In just a few days, Yi Shaoyang found the time ample enough to seize the opportunity to ally with Rui Lengyu and Qin Feng, launching a decisive assault on the shadow nest, thus sparing himself from the peril of adhering to the original plan. However, Feng Sinyu's psychological resilience proved to be far superior to his expectations. Unmoved by Yi Shaoyang's teasing and provocations, she gazed at him coldly and declared, "I shall take your life to avenge the young one, but not at this moment." As she raised her hand, a hazy halo materialized in her palm, within which a distorted face emerged, grinning grotesquely and emitting a series of mournful wails. Chapter 73. The Encounter of Enemies. Yi Shaoyang scrutinized the situation, his brows furrowing instantly. "Dongye Sanlang, your lover?" Feng Sinyu let out a cold laugh. "My enemy is none other than this man. The torment I have devised, though not as severe as the depths of hell, is far from pleasant. For 70 years, he has endured the agony of soul-splitting without respite." Xie Yuqing exhaled shakily. Although she was unfamiliar with the term soul-splitting pain, the tone of Feng Sinyu and the sight of that contorted, groaning visage revealed the depth of suffering. 70 years of relentless torment. What concept could encapsulate such anguish? Yi Shaoyang gazed at Feng Sinyu, sighing softly. "I am aware of your plight. Your life has been fraught with hardship, yet what has transpired cannot be altered. I realize that my words may seem futile, but I wish to convey this. If you relinquish your obsession, I can offer you liberation. I could even personally escort you to meet the Wheel King, facilitating your passage to avoid further suffering, allowing you to reincarnate immediately." Feng Sinyu fixed her gaze upon him, a glimmer of sorrow flickering in her eyes. "A decade ago, Dao Feng uttered similar words, urging me to wait for him. I have waited until this very day, only to discover that he deceived me." Yi Shaoyang was struck with shock, finally comprehending that he had misjudged the situation. Feng Sinyu's mention of Dao Feng was not a challenge to him, but rather an anticipation for him to honor his promise. It dawned upon Yi Shaoyang that there indeed existed a tale woven between Dao Feng and Feng Sinyu. "I have been deceived by two men. I shall not place my trust in anyone again." The melancholy in Feng Sinyu's eyes dissipated, replaced by despair and hatred. She turned to Yi Shaoyang, chuckling softly as she waved the luminous orb of the ghost-killing array before stowing it away. "If you are defeated, this will be your final resting place. I shall confine you here for eternity." Upon finishing her words, her figure grew increasingly faint, gradually vanishing from sight. Yi Shaoyang let out a long sigh and turned to Xie Yuqing. "Let's go." Both were burdened with unspoken thoughts, remaining silent as they made their way back to the shaft. Just as they approached, Xie Yuqing softly inquired, "Shaoyang, what are you thinking about?" Yi Shaoyang smiled at her. "Why don't you call me Little Shaman anymore?" Xie Yuqing shot him a glare. "Are you in the mood for jokes? Did you not hear what Feng Sinyu just said? Aren't you afraid? The vengeful spirits I have vanquished all wish to capture me, to enact the most gruesome tortures upon me daily." Yi Shaoyang shrugged nonchalantly. "But Feng Sinyu is formidable. Do you not have confidence in confronting her?" "I have no assurance," Yi Shaoyang replied candidly. Xie Yuqing furrowed her brow. "Then why do you appear so unconcerned?" "Fear breeds weakness. A wavering heart falters before powerful spirits and demons, leading to defeat even before the battle commences. I never allow myself to worry about battles yet to unfold. Do you understand?" Yi Shaoyang turned to look at her. Xie Yuqing's expression was tense, and she puzzled. "They aim to imprison me, not you. Why are you so anxious?" "Who is anxious?" Xie Yuqing turned her head away, choosing to remain silent for the rest of the journey. Emerging from the underground, Yi Shaoyang signaled for everyone to gather their belongings and depart. Upon reaching the surface, they inhaled the fresh air with greedy breaths, a profound sense of rebirth flooding their hearts. "Little diviner, what shall we do next?" Xie Yuqing inquired. "We shall return to rest, and then I will contact Rui Lingyu to discuss matters. If all goes well, we can prepare for the final confrontation. I will inform you of the specifics in due course," Yi Shaoyang replied, reiterating to Xie Yuqing the importance of properly handling the Kappa's corpse and temporarily sealing the entrance to the water tower to prevent any unwitting intruders from stumbling into the secret passage, which would cost a life. Xie Yuqing assured him that she would oversee the task diligently. Yi Shaoyang intended to return to the dormitory for some belongings, and, accompanied by Xiao Ma, separated from the rest, taking a shortcut back to their school. Little Leaf, you need to take a shower when we reach the dormitory. Xiaoma chuckled. You look like a coal ball. Shaoyang glanced down at himself, noticing the soot covering his entire body and the numerous rips in his clothing. He shot Xiaoma an annoyed glare, grumbling, "This is all your fault." Coincidentally, it was the time when classes were dismissed and the campus was bustling with students. As Shaoyang navigated through the crowd, he felt the weight of their gazes upon him, causing his face to flush with embarrassment as he muttered curses at Xiaoma under his breath. Xiaoma grinned widely, reassuring him, "Don't worry, your face is covered in dirt. No one will recognize you. Just act as if you are not yourself." No sooner had he spoken than a loud, arrogant voice rang out from behind, seemingly in contradiction to his words. Shaoyang. Shaoyang turned to look back as a man rode a motorcycle, slowly weaving through the crowd. Behind him trailed a dozen young men, standing in a row and marching in step, exuding an air of intimidation reminiscent of a gang. As they passed, onlookers scattered, wary of inviting trouble. "Oh no, it's Chun Jianba," Xiaoma whispered anxiously, his gaze fixed on Shaoyang. "He must be here to seek revenge. With so many of them, should we flee? Where to run?" "They have a motorcycle," Shaoyang replied. "Let us observe for now." The motorcycle came to a halt a few meters away from Shaoyang, and Chun Jianba struck a cool pose, scrutinizing Shaoyang from head to toe. He smirked. "I wondered why I hadn't seen you for several days. Turns out you've been busy with manual labor. Look at your attire. Walking around campus like that tarnishes our school's image. Don't you feel embarrassed?" As he finished speaking, his entourage erupted into laughter, joined by others nearby. Shaoyang glanced around, feigning a search for someone. Chun Jianba sneered. "What are you looking for? A helper?" No, I'm looking for your dance partner from that day. Why isn't she here today? Have you hidden her away in your golden house?" His words incited an even more raucous laughter among the gathered crowd, far more intense than before. Chun Jianba's face fluctuated between crimson and pallid. The previous dancing incident had left him utterly humiliated at school, a pain that would forever linger in his heart. Each recollection of that event ignited suicidal impulses within him. Though he remained unclear about the intricacies of the situation, he was resolute in his belief that Shaoyang was the mastermind behind it. For several consecutive days, he had positioned individuals in ambush near the dormitory, patiently awaiting Shaoyang's arrival. This grand display was intended to publicly humiliate him, to regain his lost dignity. "Let me make this clear, Shaoyang," Chun Jianba declared. "Today you shall witness the consequences of crossing me. Chun, it is already too late for you to beg for mercy." Shaoyang cast a discerning glance at the row of individuals behind Chun Jianba and, with grave determination, replied, "You all cannot match my strength." Chun Jianba erupted into laughter, scoffing, "What a farce. These individuals are more than capable of burying you." Shaoyang continued to reason with him. "You merely wish to strike me to reclaim your honor. Yet I have no choice but to retaliate. If I were to defeat you, wouldn't that bring you even greater shame?" His words elicited laughter from Chun Jianba and his lackeys, while the onlookers shook their heads in disbelief, observing the young man standing there, clad in drab gray and resembling a coal miner. Even at this juncture, he remained defiant. Soon, he would likely suffer a severe beating. Shaoyang frowned at Chun Jianba, stating, "I am only looking out for your well-being. You truly cannot overcome me." Chun Jianba chuckled, snapping his fingers with an air of authority, proclaiming, "Strike him. Make it a fierce encounter." In an instant, a dozen individuals advanced toward Shaoyang, each cracking their knuckles and grinning menacingly, regarding him as mere prey. The crowd suddenly dispersed, creating an open space, eagerly awaiting the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 74. The Phoenix Eye Fist. What is happening? Who is causing this commotion? A group of security personnel pushed through the crowd, and their leader, brimming with arrogance, halted abruptly upon spotting Chun Jianba, his demeanor instantly shifting to a cordial smile. Chun Jianba had long been notorious for his tyrannical behavior at school, and the head of security was acutely aware of his background. Antagonizing him would spell disaster for his employment. "This is none of your concern. Step aside," Chun Jianba commanded, pressing the horn twice. The security chief scratched his head. knowing that simply retreating would invite ridicule from the students. With a clever thought, he instructed his subordinates, "There are too many of them. We cannot handle this. Let us go back and bring reinforcements. Move." Before departing, he cast a sympathetic glance at Yi Shaoyang, sighing inwardly. This young man was destined for trouble. He hoped fervently that Yi wouldn't end up severely injured, for as the head of security, he would have a difficult time explaining the situation. "What should we do, little Yi? Shall we fight?" Xiaoma asked through gritted teeth. "I'm not particularly skilled at fighting, but I suppose I'll give it a try," Yi Shaoyang replied. "What do you mean you're not skilled?" Xiaoma exclaimed, growing anxious. "You've been pretending for so long. If you truly get beaten up, it would be utterly humiliating." Yi Shaoyang shook his head. "That's not it. My skills are rather underdeveloped. I lack the finesse. I wouldn't even be able to cover the medical expenses if things go awry." Upon hearing this, Xiaoma's confidence wavered. In matters of exorcism and demon subjugation, he excelled, but when it came to brawling, rapidly, he pondered whether exorcising spirits and fighting were truly comparable endeavors. Was he under the impression that the ease of capturing spirits would translate seamlessly into physical confrontations? The swiftest updates are upon us. The assailants had charged forward, leaving Xiaoma no time for contemplation. He delivered a swift punch to the face of a lanky adversary, who was wholly engrossed in his focus on Yi Shaoyang and thus caught off guard. The blow sent the man sprawling to the ground, momentarily stunned. The others abandoned their pursuit of Yi Shaoyang and turned to rush at Xiaoma. Undeterred, Xiaoma called out to Yi Shaoyang, urging him to flee and to alert the authorities for assistance. Yi Shaoyang felt a surge of admiration. Despite Xiaoma's usual avarice and lechery, he displayed commendable loyalty in this critical moment. With a smile, Yi Shaoyang leaped forward, fists clenched, and delivered 2 sharp strikes to the back of the heads of 2 approaching assailants. This tactic, typically employed by adults against children, was undeniably humiliating yet lacked substantial aggression. And Yi Shaoyang's strikes were not particularly forceful. However, the ensuing spectacle left the onlookers astounded. Both men collapsed, clutching their heads and rolling on the ground in agony. With a resounding clap, Yi Shaoyang rushed to Xiaoma's side, delivering 2 more strikes to the would-be attackers, who promptly fell to the ground, grimacing in pain. This astonishing scene left the remaining individuals in shock, and Shun Jianbo was momentarily taken aback before erupting in fury, commanding his subordinates to converge upon Yi Shaoyang, asserting that their numbers would surely overwhelm him. Responding to his order, the remaining henchmen surged toward Yi Shaoyang. Yet, he displayed no extraordinary prowess. Instead, he navigated the chaos with nimble footwork amidst a flurry of fists and feet, remarkably evading all blows. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed another strike, causing a dozen individuals to fall in succession, writhing on the ground and groaning in unison. Yi Shaoyang clapped his hands, wearing an expression of feigned innocence as he glanced at Shun Jianbo. "I haven't lied, have I? Next time, bring more people," he remarked casually before turning to the astonished Xiaoma. "Let us head back to the dormitory." The 2 walked side by side, the atmosphere enveloped in a profound silence. As everyone silently parted to make way for them, they gazed in disbelief at the young man clad in tattered black and gray attire. Many had previously harbored concerns for him, only to realize now that their apprehensions were misdirected. Had Yi Shaoyang displayed an array of martial arts techniques, such as the iron sand palm or the dog-whipping staff, defeating his opponents with flair, he would have undoubtedly garnered applause and cheers. However, the reality was that he had relied solely on a single technique, the brain burst, which had left a dozen strong men dazed and incapacitated. This absurd spectacle had exceeded the limits of what anyone could comprehend. "Goodness, a martial arts master in our midst," one individual murmured to himself. The most difficult reality to accept was for Shun Jianbo, who had brought so many to confront Yi Shaoyang, brimming with confidence, only to be met with such an absurd conclusion. Moreover, Yi Shaoyang had not even spared him a glance or uttered any grandiose words before departing, which made Shun feel as though he had been dealt a crushing blow to his pride. With gritted teeth, he revved his motorcycle and surged toward Yi Shaoyang at a speed of 60 miles per hour. "Watch out!" A cry erupted from the crowd, regardless of one's martial prowess. One cannot withstand the force of a motorcycle. Even the most skilled fighter would struggle to evade such a rapid approach. At a critical moment, Shaoyang forcefully pushed Xiao Ma aside. His foot slipped, and with a swift kick, his legs propelled upward, achieving a graceful inverted posture that narrowly avoided the motorcycle. Just before landing, he delivered a staggering blow to Chun Jianbo, who cried out in agony as the handlebars twisted, sending him hurtling into a pine tree, where he lay motionless. "Is he dead?" Xiao Ma asked anxiously. Shaoyang, equally uncertain, approached to inspect the situation. Chun Jianbo was upside down, his feet entangled between two branches, utterly immobilized. Upon seeing Shaoyang, he weakly cursed, "Let me down, you bastard! Hurry and let me down." Still able to curse. "Looks like he is fine. Let us go," Shaoyang remarked. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, he and Xiao Ma hastily departed. "Shaoye, where did you acquire such remarkable skills?" Xiao Ma inquired as they distanced themselves from the crowd. "I learned a bit of the physical techniques from the Xianqing mountain arts. I feared hardship, so I practiced only for a few years. It's hardly noteworthy," Shaoyang replied nonchalantly. "Hardly noteworthy? Curious. Doesn't your Xianqing sect specialize in ghost hunting? Why bother with martial arts?" Shaoyang shot him a glance and explained as they walked. "Ghost hunting doesn't require martial prowess, but those zombies and monsters are either incredibly agile or possess immense strength. No matter how high your magical skills, without some physical ability, it is challenging to subdue them. Moreover, many of those malevolent sorcerers are martial artists themselves. When contending with them, martial arts prove to be immensely advantageous." Little Ma suddenly had an epiphany and posed a question. "Xiao Yezi, between you and Goddess Ray, whose magical powers are more formidable?" Shaoyang chuckled softly, about to respond, when suddenly a girl appeared from the side, arms outstretched, blocking his path. Shaoyang was taken aback, and upon closer inspection, he noted that the girl was clad in athletic attire, her physique both fit and well-proportioned, with a ponytail cascading down her back. She possessed a strikingly beautiful face. Yet the troubling fact remained that he did not recognize her at all. "Did you just employ the Phoenix Eye Fist?" Before Shaoyang could utter a word, the beauty posed her inquiry. Shaoyang was momentarily stunned and furrowed his brow. "What?" The girl raised her right hand, forming a gesture that indicated a mental breakdown, and declared, "The Phoenix Eye Fist, do not deny it. I saw it clearly. It was the same technique that the heroic Lady Ying used to defeat Hong Shiguan. Though at that time he was already 90 years old and caught off guard. What a chaotic mess, I know nothing of it." Shaoyang waved his hand dismissively. "If you have something to say, say it. Otherwise, please step aside." Little Ma tugged at his arm, leaning closer to whisper, "Her name is Zhang Xiaowei, the president of our school's martial arts club. I heard she holds a third-degree black belt in karate or something like that. She is quite the martial arts enthusiast." Zhang Xiaowei crossed her arms and, with an air of pride, gestured toward Shaoyang. "Just now, you used the Phoenix Eye Fist to defeat 13 individuals. That shows some skill. Would you be interested in joining our martial arts club? I could make you the master of the Phoenix Eye Fist. Although you may not be particularly striking in appearance and seem like just a brick mover, I admire true talent and never judge by looks." Chapter 75. The Kung Fu heroine Shaoyang was taken aback and explained, "My dear lady, you are mistaken. What I practice is the Xianqing mountain body technique. It hardly qualifies as martial arts, let alone the Fengyan Fist. If you wish to pursue martial arts, you should seek someone else." After saying this, he attempted to bypass her, but Zhang Xiaowei raised her hand, executing a deft grappling maneuver that ensnared Shaoyang's arm. With a smile, she declared, "No, you possess extraordinary potential and are undoubtedly a talent for martial arts. You must join the Martial Arts Society. Under my guidance, you have the opportunity to become an exceptional martial artist. Have you been watching too many martial arts dramas? Is your mind unhinged?" Shaoyang stared at her in bewilderment. "Please let go. This pulling and tugging is quite unbecoming." Zhang Xiaowei retorted, "If you are unwilling to join the Martial Arts Society, then let us engage in a match. If you can defeat me, I shall release you. I've told you before, I do not practice martial arts, and I have no desire to join any associations. What purpose do they serve? It sounds akin to a gang organization." Yi Shaoyang struggled to break free, yet this girl was surprisingly skilled. Her pushes and pulls firmly secured his wrist, rendering him unable to escape. This won't do. I understand you wish to conceal your true identity. It is common for skilled individuals to behave this way. However, you must first defeat me to earn the right to remain incognito. Yi Shaoyang was utterly speechless, feeling a profound sense of grievance. He was already injured and longed to return home to rest. Yet he found himself entangled first with Chun Jianbao, and now with this inexplicably mad woman. In desperation, he pleaded, "My lady, how about this? If you're truly in a foul mood and wish to vent your frustrations, I shall allow you to strike me once to relieve your anger, and then you will let me go. What do you say? Please, thank you." Zhang Xiaorui shook her head, declaring that she was not one to simply endure without retaliation. Let's compare skills at the dojo. Well, if a gentle approach won't suffice, then let us escalate matters. Yi Shaoyang inhaled deeply, raising his left hand, and with a lightning-like speed aimed for her eyes. Zhang Xiaorui, quick to respond, formed her hands into blades to counter his attack, excitedly exclaiming, "Eagle claw technique, splendid. Watch me." Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Shaoyang withdrew mid-attack and dashed away, making his way toward the boys' dormitory while waving his hand dismissively. "Silly girl. Entertain yourself." Fuming with anger, Zhang Xiaorui pursued him relentlessly. Yi Shaoyang, taken aback by her fierce determination, quickened his pace and entered the dormitory building. He spoke to the matron at the entrance. "Auntie, this classmate is intent on pursuing me. Please help me block her." The matron, in her 40s, beamed at the sound of being addressed as auntie and brandished a broom, positioning it as a barrier against the approaching Zhang Xiaorui. Zhang Xiaorui, undeterred by the prospect of intruding into the boys' quarters, shouted at Yi Shaoyang's retreating figure, "You bricklayer, come down here. Accompany me to the dojo." "Huh. If you wish to pursue me, perhaps next time," came Yi Shaoyang's hearty laughter from upstairs. Zhang Xiaorui, infuriated, stomped her feet in frustration, muttering, "You scoundrel. I will catch you next time." The matron calmly regarded her and remarked, "My dear, with such a demeanor, you shall not win the heart of any boy. Even if you were to capture him, his heart would remain elusive." Returning to his dormitory, Yi Shaoyang flopped onto his bed, exhaling deeply, and reflected, "What madness! I have never encountered a woman quite like her." Little Ma laughed heartily, proclaiming it to be a fortunate matter. Zhang Xiaorui was indeed quite beautiful, and one must note that her family background was quite distinguished, comparable to that of Zhou Jingru. Yi Shaoyang was momentarily taken aback. Another heiress from a wealthy family? Little Ma remarked that he was unsure of her financial status, but presumed her circumstances to be favorable. Her father was the deputy secretary of Jiangnan province. So she belongs to the elite class, Yi Shaoyang realized, which explained her domineering demeanor. Her arrogance was not a recent development. Chun Jianbao had once pursued her, only to be met with a swift kick that fractured 3 of his ribs during the first day of martial arts practice. He returned home to recuperate, not daring to utter a word of protest. Yi Shaoyang shook his head in resignation, hoping she would forget about this matter by tomorrow and refrain from bothering him. After taking a shower, Yi Shaoyang retrieved a clean long shirt from his backpack, lay down, and allowed himself to drift into a restful slumber, awakening only in the evening. Upon rising, he called Rui Lingyu, intending to seize the opportunity to converse further. However, Rui Lingyu interrupted him with a single statement. "I have heard all about the encounter with the river sprite from your senior brother. Now share your observations." Yi Shaoyang inwardly cursed Old Gua and replied, "I have examined the situation. The passageway in the shelter is approximately 4 meters wide, suitable for setting up an 8 gates of life and death formation. Utilizing the sealing power of the Demo Zen staff, we can activate the 8 gates of rotating lanterns." Rui Lingyu interrupted him once more. "I'm not familiar with the formations of Suqing Mountain. Such matters cannot be clearly conveyed over the phone. We shall discuss it in person. When shall we proceed?" Yi Shaoyang was interrupted twice. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he remarked, "You may decide at your leisure. Let us meet tomorrow at 8 in the morning at the Yalan Bar with Old Gua." After a brief pause, he added, "Feel free to invite a few more individuals." I shall distribute some vermilion guns among them to assist us in our endeavors. With that, he concluded the conversation without even saying goodbye, abruptly hanging up the phone. Shaoyang shook his head with a bitter smile, rose from his seat, and gathered a few belongings before summoning Xiao Ma to accompany him back to Xie Yuqing's old residence. Although Feng Sinyu's corpse had been sealed with talismans, rendering any incidents unlikely, Shaoyang still harbored a tinge of unease. Furthermore, the conditions at that location were preferable to those of the dormitory, making an overnight stay there unnecessary. The two descended the stairs, with Xiao Ma leading the way, racing down in one breath. Just as Shaoyang reached the final turn, he heard a female voice from below. "Hey, fatty, where's that brick mover?" Shaoyang came to an abrupt halt, alarm coursing through him. Could it be that Zhang Xiaorui had been waiting downstairs all this time? What immense resolve she must possess. Xiao Ma, being astute, promptly responded, "He left this afternoon." "Didn't you see?" Zhang Xiaorui replied. "I just arrived precisely at mealtime to corner him for a bit. I'm not insane enough to linger here indefinitely." Shaoyang wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking to himself that she was not far from insanity. Zhang Xiaorui continued her inquiries. "Where did he go?" "I don't know. I'm not particularly close to him," was the response. Zhang Xiaorui scoffed. "Please convey to him that he need not hide. The person I have my eye on has never eluded my grasp." With a playful grin, Xiao Ma inquired, "Have you taken a liking to him?" This was followed by a dull thud and Xiao Ma's anguished cry. Zhang Xiaorui retorted loudly, "I consider him a promising candidate for martial arts training. Do you think I would actually be interested in his appearance?" Subsequently, footsteps faded into the distance as Shaoyang ascended to the second-floor corridor, observing her stride away with purpose before descending. Upon reaching the ground floor, he discovered Xiao Ma leaning against the wall, clutching his chest and groaning. "Did she hit you?" he exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, Xiao Ma lamented. I merely misspoke, and she delivered a punch." Shaoyang patted his shoulder, expressing sympathy for his plight. "You are the one who should be pitied," Xiao Ma remarked. "With her spoiled demeanor, she will undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly. Little leaf, you must protect your virtue. Do not associate with her, lest you find yourself battered and bruised daily, leading a most unpleasant existence." Shaoyang, perspiring, replied, "Rest assured, I would rather endure your antics than be ensnared by such a fierce tigress." Chapter 76. Shopping after dining at a nearby snack street. The two strolled back and passed through a night market. Shaoyang spotted a vendor selling clothes and insisted on dragging Xiao Ma over, eager to purchase some garments. "Let's go to the mall. The items here are rather." Xiao Ma glanced at the burly vendor, hesitant to articulate his thoughts. Shaoyang quickly grasped the implication and retorted, "Why go to the mall? It's exorbitantly priced. These are no different. Look at the fabric and the brand, Deities or something similar. Can you find such bargains at mall?" Xiao Ma, observing the amused onlookers, felt a strong urge to claim he was unacquainted with Shaoyang. Before long, Shaoyang had selected several outfits and 2 pairs of sneakers. Upon inquiring about the total price, he found it to be less than 500 yuan. He handed the vendor 600, expecting change. When he looked up, he was startled to see the vendor's face covered in blood, thick streams cascading down to his chin and pooling on the banknotes. Blinking in disbelief, he looked again, only to find the vendor blissfully counting money, his face free of blood and the notes unblemished. Was it an illusion of death? Shaoyang furrowed his brow. "Come here, young man. Here's your change," the vendor said, thrusting a handful of coins into Shaoyang's hand. After counting, Shaoyang noticed a green bill among them, which caused him to feel a sudden chill. Maintaining his composure, he calmly addressed the vendor. "There seems to be an issue with this money. May I exchange it for a different one?" "What issue? Take a look for yourself." The boss took the money, and upon inspection, his face turned pale. The denomination was written in the grandiose form of 50 yuan. Yet the leader's visage had been replaced by that of a venerable elder adorned with a tassel crown, beneath which was inscribed a line of text, "Manufactured by the Fengdu Ministry." "This is paper money for the dead," the boss stammered. "Where did this ghost money come from?" Shaoyang replied, "How should I know? You handed me this ghost money. What does it signify?" The boss gradually regained his composure, his eyes darting as he remarked, Young man, how unscrupulous of you. You saw that the change I gave was in renminbi. How could there be ghost money? Are you trying to swindle me? Such underhanded tactics are inauspicious. Noticing the flicker in his gaze, Yi Shaoyang understood everything. After a moment of contemplation, he chose not to expose him, smiled, and restrained the argumentative Shao Ma with a glance, turning to leave. Why are you dragging me along, little leaf? That money clearly belongs to him. Was there to fear? Shao Ma huffed as they moved to a dimly lit corner away from prying eyes. Yi Shaoyang recounted the scene he had witnessed earlier, explaining that it was a deathly illusion, indicating that a ghost was entwined with him, and that death was imminent. Ordinary people could not perceive it, but sorcerers could. Many folk magicians relied on this to discern the fates of others. Shao Ma was taken aback, murmuring, "So, he is undoubtedly doomed?" It is said that those who experience the illusion of death are individuals on the brink of demise. In cases of accidents, there is no salvation. The book of life and death dictates the moment of one's passing, and no matter the attempts to escape it, one cannot elude their fate. However, there exists a form of untimely death that remains unrecorded in the book of life and death. That is, death inflicted by malevolent spirits or supernatural entities. Many individuals, despite having a natural lifespan ahead of them, may fall victim to these malicious forces, resulting in their untimely demise. Hence, it is asserted that malevolent spirits cannot harm humans without consequence. Those who perpetrate such acts are destined to face retribution. There is, however, one exception. Have you heard of the practice known as ghosts purchasing lives? Shao Ma nervously shook his head, expressing his ignorance on the matter. Yi Shaoyang glanced at the vendor, who continued to sell his wares, since they were to wait there with no other tasks at hand. Yi Shaoyang led Shao Ma to a bench by the roadside and began to recount the tale of ghosts purchasing lives. Upon death, the soul enters the realm of the underworld. If one has led a virtuous life, they are assigned to the wheel of reincarnation, awaiting their turn to be reborn. Given the overwhelming number of souls, the process of reincarnation requires patience, often taking a year or two before one's turn arrives. Alternatively, some souls may be conscripted as spectral soldiers or spirits, permitted to return to the mortal realm during significant anniversaries or ghost festivals to visit loved ones, an arrangement that could be considered a form of benefit. Generally, these souls are monitored by ghostly emissaries to prevent disturbances in the human world. Some souls, having met their end at the hands of others, may seize this opportunity to bribe the emissaries of the underworld to exact revenge on their killers. However, they cannot act directly. They must first provide a sum equivalent to the value of a life before they can proceed. This practice is colloquially known as ghosts purchasing lives, signifying that through this monetary exchange, they have effectively acquired permission to take a life. Little Horse felt a chill run down his spine and murmured, "Isn't this something the king of hell oversees? This seems to be an unspoken rule of the underworld. As long as the ghostly emissaries turn a blind eye and the actions are not egregious, the king of hell remains indifferent. The souls of the deceased, upon arriving in the netherworld, may find that this incident mitigates some of the sins they committed in life. Thus they do not lodge complaints. To buy one's life back, two conditions must be met. First, the unjustly slain spirit must not have committed any wrongdoing in life, avoiding punishment after death, with the opportunity to return to the living world to visit family. Second, the perpetrator must have evaded punishment under the laws of the mortal realm, living freely without consequence. Such circumstances are rare, hence the act of purchasing life is infrequent. After listening, Little Horse turned to observe the vendor, a portly man in his 30s, rather unremarkable in appearance. Beside him stood a stout woman, presumably his wife. Little Horse shook his head and remarked, "I never would have guessed that this unscrupulous merchant is connected to a murder case." Yi Shaoyang replied, "The face of a murderer bears no markings. How could mortals discern such a thing?" "True enough," Little Horse conceded, "but, Little Yi, do you intend to intervene in this matter? The act of a ghost buying a life is lawful, and the man is indeed a murderer. There seems to be no need to save him." "Of course, I do not intend to save him, but the transaction of a ghost purchasing a life is not a conventional procedure. If it can be avoided, it is better to let him face justice in the mortal realm." Yi Shaoyang pondered. "What should we do then?" Little Horse inquired. Let's wait for now, and first ascertain the reason behind their desire to buy his life, Yi Shaoyang answered. The two individuals sat silently on the bench, gazing at the vendor, waiting for him to close his stall. Unbeknownst to the vendor, who was blissfully engaged in his sales pitch, his predicament loomed ominously. He continued to exuberantly collect and count his earnings. Xiaoma shook his head and remarked with a sense of irony. It's truly ironic that he is toiling away even as his life hangs in the balance. Yi Shaoyang chuckled softly and responded with a profound observation. Isn't that the nature of humanity? Contemplating the evening ahead, Yi Shaoyang decided he would need Xie Yuqing, so he called her to inform her of his location, emphasizing that he had urgent matters to discuss and requested her presence without delay. Suddenly, Xiaoma recalled something and inquired, by the way, which is the currency used in the underworld, burned paper money or the spirit money? He explained that the paper must be exchanged for spirit money at the Bureau of Silver Currency to be of any use in the afterlife. Xiaoma nodded. Foreign exchange. 20 minutes later, Xie Yuqing arrived. Hey, little fortune teller, why did you summon me at this hour? Yi Shaoyang stole a glance at her and replied, I invited you to dinner. Xie Yuqing looked over at Xiaoma and asked, just the three of us? Is there a problem with three? Do you wish to meet me alone? She kicked him playfully and said, stop joking around. What is the real reason? Yi Shaoyang gestured toward the bustling vendor in the distance and recounted the situation. Xie Yuqing listened, astonished, and gazed at Yi Shaoyang, murmuring, you are the sorcerer. Such matters should be within your purview. Why summon me? Yi Shaoyang deliberately leaned closer to her ear, revealing his plan. Chapter 77. The Purchase Before Long. The crowd began to dwindle, and the vendor, accompanied by his wife, loaded their goods onto a tricycle and rode away. At this moment, Yi Shaoyang and Xiaoma had already entered Xie Yuqing's vehicle, igniting the engine as they discreetly followed, arriving at a residential complex. They observed the vendor couple parking their tricycle in a garage, prompting the trio to hastily exit the car and conceal themselves in the shadows. Before long, the couple emerged, and the vendor spoke in a tense tone. What do you think is happening to me these past few days? I receive a stack of ghost money every day. Is someone playing a prank? Or is there something more sinister at play? His wife replied, don't set up shop tomorrow. Let us go to the city god temple and offer incense instead. As they conversed, they entered a residential building, and shortly after, a light illuminated a room on the left side of the second floor. Xie Yuqing turned to the others and said, what shall we do, little diviner? Ordinarily, the female ghost who purchased his life will undoubtedly appear tonight. After they retire for the night, we shall ascend and await her manifestation to uncover the truth behind her grievances. Yi Shaoyang scanned the vicinity of the complex and remarked, there must be surveillance cameras around. If the security apprehends me, I could be accused of theft and reported to the authorities. Xie Yuqing shot him a disapproving glance. With me here, do you fear the police? She led the two to the surveillance room of the complex, greeting the security personnel with a simple request. Agents on duty, please turn off the cameras. The trio then concealed themselves in the small garden beneath the vendor's residence. Soon, the lights on the second floor extinguished, and after a brief wait, sensing that the couple had likely fallen asleep, Yi Shaoyang suggested, it's about time. Let us ascend. Xiaoma, you remain here to keep watch. The little horse scratched his scalp, questioning whether they still needed to keep watch. It felt akin to being a thief. Xie Yuqing ignored him, swiftly climbing to the second-floor balcony. She reached through the railing, opened the window, and gently slipped inside. Yi Shaoyang was equally nimble, scaling the height with ease. The two crouched on the balcony, listening to the thunderous snores emanating from within, where the stallholder and his wife were asleep in the room opposite. What should we do now? Xie Yuqing whispered in Yi Shaoyang's ear. As he turned his head, the proximity caused their noses to touch, igniting an unexpected impulse within him to kiss her, which he quickly stifled with a deep breath. Xie Yuqing's face flushed, and she instinctively recoiled. Yi Shaoyang produced two pre-prepared talismans, handing one to Xie Yuqing while murmuring, this is an invisibility talisman. Once affixed, ghosts will be unable to see or sense your presence. Where should I place it? Yi Shaoyang did not respond, but lifted his long shirt to affix the talisman to his abdomen. Hesitating for a moment, Xie Yuqing complied, lifting her t-shirt to reveal her snow-white belly. Ahem! It can go anywhere. There's no need for it to be placed there specifically. Shaoyang was on the verge of a tantrum. Whispering, "Are you doing this on purpose?" Suddenly recalling something, she exclaimed, "Wait, didn't you just apply the invisibility talisman? How can I still see you?" Shaoyang shrugged. The invisibility talisman works solely on ghosts. If it were effective on humans, what chaos would ensue? Suddenly, a figure clad in crimson glided through the living room window and drifted into the bedroom. The two individuals focused their gaze to discover a female specter, adorned in a flowing red gown, with a delicate visage that suggested she was in her 20s. Her complexion was pale, and her hair cascaded down her back. Approaching the bedside, she exhaled a breath towards the vendor's wife, causing the woman to tilt her head and fall into a motionless slumber. Shaoyang shivered slightly, leaning close to Shaoyang's ear and whispering in a hushed tone, "Is she dead?" "No. The ghostly aura has rendered her unconscious. Even if chaos ensues in the room, it will not rouse her," Shaoyang replied in the same subdued voice. The specter then leaned towards the vendor's ear and softly called, "Chun Fatty." The vendor, "Chun Fatty," murmured and awoke. In an instant, the ghostly figure vanished. Chun Fatty blinked awake, wondering if someone called him. He anxiously scanned his surroundings, finding nothing amiss, and promptly returned to sleep. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of water gushing from the bathroom. He mused that his wife likely forgot to turn off the faucet before drifting off, imagining the water wastage throughout the night. "That dead thing only knows how to trouble me," Chun Fatty grumbled, rising and slipping into his slippers as he made his way to the bathroom. Upon flicking on the light, he was met with the sight of the bathtub faucet running, water overflowing. He swiftly turned off the tap and approached the vanity to wash his face. Glancing up into the mirror, he was suddenly startled to see a woman in red hanging from the doorframe, her eyes bulging and tongue grotesquely elongated. Overcome by fear, he let out a loud scream, only to turn around and find nothing there. As Chun Pongzi gazed down, the water pipe inexplicably burst forth, releasing a stream of crimson liquid that swiftly tainted the bathtub. A pungent odor of blood infiltrated Chun Pongzi's nostrils. Blood. The pipe was gushing forth blood. He swallowed hard, sensing something amiss. Attempting to flee, he found a bathroom door resolutely barred against him. Turning back, he noticed, amidst the blood, sudden splashes erupting as strands of black hair began to surface from the depths. Leaning against the door, he sank to the floor, witnessing the hair multiply until a head emerged from the water, followed by a face as pale as parchment. Empty sockets devoid of pupils, only whites, veined with blood. Beneath, there was neither nose nor mouth. Chun Pongzi let out a harrowing scream, falling backward as he unexpectedly burst through the door. His body had become so weak that he could barely stand, stumbling toward escape. Little did he anticipate the more horrifying scene awaiting him in the living room. A woman in red, crawling on the floor, her long hair trailing behind her, producing an eerie crackling sound with each movement of her joints. On the balcony, Shaoyang huddled tightly in Shaoyang's embrace, covering her mouth, trembling uncontrollably. This profoundly terrifying spectacle had left her thoroughly shaken. Why was this female ghost behaving thus? Was she intent on prolonging his demise, seeking to frighten him to death? Even if she failed to scare him to the grave, she would surely drain his vitality, making him easy prey. Shaoyang remarked softly, noting that for ghosts like her, lacking in cultivation, taking a life was no simple feat. The female specter swayed her head, inching closer to the corpulent Chun before her. One hand extended towards him, clutching a handful of ghostly banknotes, her voice dripping with terror as she intoned, "Boss Chun, here is your money. Now grant me your life." Paralyzed with fear, Chun collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, too terrified to acknowledge her presence. The specter began to weep, murmuring incessantly, "Boss Chun, Landlord Chun, I offer you money. I beseech you, please accept it, accept it." She continued, "Do you doubt me? Allow me to reveal my true self." With that, she withdrew her hand, brushing aside her long hair to unveil a visage of decay. Chapter 78. The Purchase. Behold, behold, this is the visage I bore in death. My body has decayed. The female ghost exclaimed fervently, her voice escalating into a shrill scream. 23 days it took for someone to discover me. Chun, are you not fond of my face? Look, look. Chun, the corpulent man, rolled his eyes back, frothing at the mouth, and collapsed to the ground, motionless. Suddenly, from the direction of the balcony, a stifled scream pierced the air. It was Xie Yuqing, unable to withstand the harrowing scene. The ghost abruptly turned her head, seeing nothing, yet rose to her feet, furious. Who is it? Who is outside? Yi Shaoyang tore away the invisibility talisman and approached without regard for the ghost, checking Chen's breath. Fortunately, he was not dead, merely unconscious. Who is disrupting my affairs? The ghost seethed, her fingers curling into claws directed at his back. Yi Shaoyang, unfazed, formed a hand seal and retaliated, slapping his palms together. The impact sent the ghost crashing to the ground, where she gazed up at him in confusion. You are a sorcerer? First, change your face. It is rather unsettling, Yi Shaoyang replied, assisting Chen to rise. When he turned back, the ghost had reverted to her original form, a striking young woman, glaring at him with venomous eyes. You were summoned by him to confront me? She spat. Without elaboration, Yi Shaoyang simply stated, I am the celestial master of Suqing Mountain. The female ghost paused, her expression softening. The master of Xianqing Mountain and the judge of the mortal realm would never act against their conscience for monetary gain. This was a truth known to all spirits. Master, I have already purchased his life. You should not hinder me. Yi Shaoyang sighed. I do not wish to obstruct you, but to buy a life for the purpose of murder is not the most prudent outcome. Although you will not face punishment, you will be condemned to toil in the underworld. His soul, upon reaching that realm, will have its sins mitigated. Why endure such suffering? Tears streamed down the female ghost's face as she lamented. You do not understand how he has wronged me. Tell me your tale, he urged. After a moment of silence, the ghost began to recount her story. I was a migrant worker, toiling alone far from home, unable to return even during festivals. I rented a room in his house, and that year during the Mid-Autumn Festival, his wife returned to her family. He deceitfully invited me to celebrate, drugging my drink, and then, she sobbed afterwards, he offered me money to be his mistress. When I refused, he beat me. I seized an opportunity to escape through the window, but he strangled me and discarded my body beneath a bridge. I lay there for 23 days, my body decomposing, until someone finally discovered me. The investigators could not ascertain my identity, which allowed him to evade justice. I cannot accept this fate, so I return at this moment. Xie Yuqing began to regain her composure, and the appearance of the female ghost transformed, no longer exuding such terror. She tore off the invisibility talisman and, with somewhat unsteady legs, approached Yi Shaoyang. This agent possesses the authority to either imprison this murderer or execute him. Regardless of the verdict, it remains bound by the laws of the mortal realm. Upon his demise, he shall continue to face punishment in the underworld, and you need not endure any servitude. Would that not be preferable? The female ghost glanced at Xie Yuqing, about to speak, when suddenly a figure drifted in through the window. It was a man clad in ancient attire, dressed in official robes, with a dark complexion. Upon entering, he offered a respectful bow to Yi Shaoyang, who reciprocated the gesture and stated, Thus it shall be. I entrust this murderer to the agent. You shall take her back, and let the matter of buying a life conclude here. The dark-faced man nodded, extending his hands toward the female ghost, drawing her into his grasp without pause. Before turning and soaring out the window, Xie Yuqing watched in wide-eyed astonishment at Yi Shaoyang, just realizing that it was a ghostly emissary. Ghostly emissaries have even arrived? Xie Yuqing found it hard to believe. He's no general of cattle or horses. What is so strange about an ordinary ghostly emissary? Yi Shaoyang remarked nonchalantly. If I were to die, I'd rather be appointed a general in the underworld. That would be far more impressive. He bent down, pinching Chun Pongzi among the crowd, and with a swift slap to the back of his head, Chun Pongzi awakened, staring blankly at Xie Yuqing. I leave him in your hands, Yi Shaoyang said, pushing him aside. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Yuqing retrieved her phone, activated the recording function, and instructed Chin Pongzi to confess the details of his heinous crime of rape and murder, warning him that refusal would result in being taken away by the female ghost. The recent apparition of the female ghost remains vividly etched in memory. Chin Fatty dared not cast another glance in her direction, let alone speak. He promptly recounted the details of his transgressions. Xie Yuqing placed a call to her colleagues, and within 10 minutes, they arrived to investigate the vehicle. After the handover, she escorted the individual away. Before entering the car, she called Yi Shaoyang aside and said, "I appreciate your assistance in this matter. However, the recording cannot be considered direct evidence. I must personally interrogate him again. I shall take my leave now." Yi Shaoyang nodded. "I will contact you tomorrow morning, and we shall resume our business." Xie Yuqing gazed at him and suddenly inquired, "Little fortune teller, do you truly believe that handing him over to the law is preferable to allowing that female ghost to exact her vengeance upon him?" Yi Shaoyang merely shrugged, remaining silent. Xie Yuqing took a few steps toward the vehicle, but abruptly turned back, saying, "By the way, the ghostly emissary must possess considerable power. Why not enlist its aid against Feng Xinyu?" Yi Shaoyang chuckled with resignation. How formidable could an ordinary ghostly emissary truly be? Furthermore, they have their own duties. Matters beyond their scope are not to be meddled with, lest it interfere with their primary responsibilities. Besides, as a judge of the mortal realm, if every issue could be resolved through a ghostly emissary, what purpose would we serve? Xie Yuqing shot him a disapproving glance before turning towards the vehicle. Yi Shaoyang returned to the small garden, locating Xiao Ma, and the two took a taxi back to their residence. Upon hearing the tale of the female ghost, Xiao Ma expressed his astonishment. For Yi Shaoyang, however, it was merely an everyday occurrence. Prior to his descent, he had encountered countless similar situations. His sole focus now lies on the imminent battle with Feng Xinyu scheduled for tomorrow. This is the paramount concern. As for the trivial matter just resolved, it can only be deemed a mere interlude, perhaps even less than that. Yi Shaoyang set an alarm on his phone, and, after settling into bed, he contemplated the task for the following day, formulating a rough plan. He then recited a calming incantation before drifting into slumber. He experienced a dreamless night, awakening before the alarm at around 7 o'clock. Considering the possibility of unlocking the nest and engaging in a magical duel with Feng Xinyu, he knew he must maintain optimal condition. After freshening up, Yi Shaoyang sat cross-legged on the bed, employing the zwanking mountain breathing technique to circulate his energy for a full cycle. Feeling invigorated and with clarity in his eyes, he was finally satisfied to head downstairs for breakfast, bringing back a portion for Xiao Ma as well. By 8 o'clock, he nudged Xiao Ma awake, and after finishing their meal, they took a taxi to Yalanbar. On the way, he made calls to Xie Yuqing and Li Duo, inviting them to join. "I can understand why you'd call the beautiful Xie over, but what is the purpose of summoning Xiao Duo?" Xiao Ma inquired with curiosity. "We will be setting up the 8 gates of life and death, and assistance will be essential. The more, the merrier. But he is not a mage. What can he possibly contribute?" "You will understand in due time," Yi Shaoyang replied, not wishing to squander words, as he anticipated a lengthy conversation with Rue Linyu later. Chapter 79. The aristocracy as before, the roller shutter of the Yalanbar was half open. Yi Shaoyang and Xiao Ma slipped inside, lifting their gazes to find Rue Linyu occupying her usual spot from the previous day. Today, she adorned herself in a form-fitting leather outfit, exuding a fiery allure that captivated both men's attention. "You're here quite early. Do you reside here?" Yi Shaoyang greeted calmly. "Just arrived," Rue Linyu replied, scanning him with a discerning eye before her gaze settled on the Deities logo on his shirt, leaving her silent. As they settled into their seats, a beautiful woman approached, smiling at them. "What do I get for you two?" "It's on me." Yi Shaoyang surmised she was the bar's owner and a friend of Rue Linyu. Her gender alleviated his concerns, and he responded, "I'll have a cup of green tea. Anything will do." The woman chuckled oddly. "We only serve alcohol here, no tea." "Then a glass of plain water, please," Yi Shaoyang replied, as he preferred not to drink in the morning. "I'll take a whiskey, please." Xiao Ma interjected with a gentlemanly smile. "Whiskey on the rocks, my favorite." Yi Shaoyang observed him with a smirk, thankful that tea had not yet arrived, or he would have been tempted to douse him with it. Just as the drinks were served, Old Guo arrived, followed by Xie Yuqing and Li Duo. Under the guidance of the beautiful owner, The group proceeded to a spacious room, gathering around a dining table. Shaoyang surveyed the assembly and remarked, "Now that everyone is here, if you have thoughts to share, please do so." All eyes turned to Linyu, for apart from Shaoyang, she was the central figure, possessing the most authority to speak. Linyu paused for a moment before speaking. "Today marks the Day of the Three Yang, an auspicious occasion for rituals. All preparations have been completed. Why not break the seal today and engage in a duel to put an end to this matter?" Shaoyang nodded in agreement with her assertion. Linyu glanced at Gua and said, "Gualao, please distribute the vermilion guns to everyone." Gua placed a bulging backpack on the table and retrieved several vermilion guns, smiling at the group, 1,000 each, with bullets at 10 yuan apiece. "Who wishes to purchase?" Xiaoma immediately protested. "You aren't even assisting us. Why charge us for this?" Gua rolled his eyes in response. "Do you think I can acquire these replica guns without cost? I had to modify them myself. 1,000 each is already quite reasonable, merely the cost price." Xie Yuqing snatched one, inspected it, and winked at Gua. "These replicas are not permitted for sale in the market. They will be confiscated. Provide a few more bullets, and I'll take it back for authentication." "You are utterly outrageous," Gua exclaimed, feigning distress. Shaoyang interjected, "Senior brother, you needn't sell them. Just share them with everyone. Once the task is accomplished, I shall have Lu Ming acquire these items at full price, no discounts." Gua reluctantly nodded in agreement. Li Duo and Xiaoma, wielding the replica guns, felt a surge of excitement, believing themselves to be half-sorcerers. Shaoyang observed the two and cautioned, "The situation below is perilous. Think carefully before you decide to enter." "Into the fray," Xiaoma exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm, "to vanquish evil and uphold justice." Shaoyang shot him a disapproving glance. "Remember, once we descend, you must follow my commands. Should anyone disobey, they shall face the consequences. At your command, let's set off." The little horse cried out. Shaoyang waved his hand, his gaze shifting to Linyu. "Sister, we are about to collaborate, and mutual trust is paramount. I'm still rather unfamiliar with your circumstances. Qin Feng has instructed me to inquire, yet you remain reticent. What do you think?" Linyu cast him a sidelong glance and replied languidly, "My spirit communication technique is a family heirloom. My ancestors once accompanied Zheng He, the eunuch, on his voyages to the west, where they learned this art from a foreigner. Upon returning to our homeland amidst the chaos of war, they wandered, subduing the spirits and befriending many sorcerers, acquiring various esoteric spells, including those from your Shenqing mountain. They organized and refined these teachings, establishing their own school. Since then, my family has practiced spirit communication as a profession." Shaoyang paused, taken aback. "Zheng He's voyages to the west seem to belong to the Ming dynasty, don't they?" He then bowed slightly to Linyu, smiling. "So, you come from a lineage of sorcerers. That is truly remarkable." Linyu paid no heed to his flattery and continued, "By the time of my great-grandfather, we prospered by assisting others with their spiritual awakenings, becoming quite renowned in the magical circles of Shurqing. This attracted the attention of the Japanese, who sought his help against the Corpse King. Aware that he would be executed once the task was completed to prevent the secrets of the arsenal from leaking, he set up the 100 ghosts to the Yin Array, intending to use the spirits to eliminate everyone in the hospital building. In a way, he accomplished a commendable deed. However, he was concerned that once all the residents of the building perished, over time, the hospital would become the epicenter of the malevolent presence, resulting in the demise of anyone who entered. He did not wish to harm innocent lives. Before the completion of the project, he made an excuse to return home and inform my grandfather of the situation, urging him to devise a plan to eliminate the malevolent force once the spirits in the hospital had been vanquished. Little did he anticipate that shortly after his demise, the specter would manifest, harnessing Feng Sinyu's resentment to amalgamate the dark energy of all the departed souls within the formation, transmuting it into a ghostly corpse. My grandfather had previously confronted Feng Sinyu, but was defeated, realizing he was no match for her. Consequently, he sought the counsel of esteemed individuals and ultimately enlisted the help of Master Chungyun. Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoyang felt an opportunity to flatter arose, raising his thumb in admiration and declaring, "Your grandfather is truly remarkable. Not only did he vanquish countless malevolent spirits, but he also cared for the lives of the innocent in future generations. Oh, Yi Shaoyang, am filled with righteous spirit and hold the utmost respect for such a great hero." Rue Lengyu cast a glance at Yi Shaoyang and replied, "That was my great-grandfather." "Ah, your grandfather, inheriting the noble legacy, battling Feng Xinyu, is also a hero. Your entire family comprises heroes," interjected Xie Yuqing. "I truly cannot endure this any longer. I feel nauseated. Little mystic, your flattery is lacking finesse. One should be subtle in their praise," she remarked. Exposed at that moment, Yi Shaoyang blushed and shot her a glance, choosing to remain silent. Hui Lingjiu's milid faintly. Yi Shaoyang intended to compliment her smile, finding it delightful. Yet fearing Xie Yuqing's derision, he refrained from voicing it. Rue Lengyu was not naturally inclined to be loquacious. However, as the conversation progressed, she chose not to wait for Yi Shaoyang to inquire further, and she continued in one breath. "My grandfather and Master Cheng Yun originally intended to eradicate the Yin nest. Yet, Feng Xinyu and that ghostly specter proved to be overwhelmingly formidable alongside that ghostly child. Ultimately, Master Cheng Yun sacrificed himself, utilizing his corporeal body as a relic in conjunction with the Vajra exorcism seal, to imprison Feng Xinyu and the malevolent spirits within the Yin nest. My grandfather sustained severe injuries during that battle of sorcery and soon passed away. He informed my father that the seal could only endure for 70 years, and it was imperative to eliminate the Yin nest before the seal was lifted. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire with a horde of ghosts unleashed. My father, in his youthful bravado, ventured into the Yin nest once, resulting in the shattering of his magical form. By a stroke of fortune, he survived, but he could never practice magic again. At that time, with the onset of liberation, our family relocated to Hong Kong. Since the age of 5, I have been honing my spiritual abilities, striving to eliminate the Yin nest before the seal dissipates. I had intended to train for a few more years, but this year marks the final year of the seal's existence, compelling me to make a desperate attempt. During my investigation of the dormitory building, I encountered Qin Feng. Yi Shaoyang suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. "What happened when you met him?" Rue Lingyu looked at him, puzzled. "What do you mean, what happened?" "We decided to collaborate, to lift the seal and cleanse the malevolent spirits from the Yin nest." "Very well." Yi Shaoyang glanced at the cinnabar gun on the table. "Where did you learn these techniques? And what about that thing you used earlier, resembling a staff?" Chapter 80. 3 coins. Rue Lingyu removed the metallic staff and a silver pistol, slightly larger than the vermilion gun, placing them both upon the table. "This is the Soul Destroyer gun, which also fires vermilion bullets, but can only be wielded by a mage. The stronger the magical power, the greater the force," she explained. "This is the soul-shattering staff, crafted from superior Xian iron and deep gold. My personal weapon." Yi Shaoyang was struck by realization. Both Xian iron and deep gold are spiritual metals capable of dispelling evil. Thus, this so-called soul-shattering staff, while appearing advanced, operates on the same principle as the Peachwood sword, utilizing the dispelling capabilities and spiritual essence of objects, infused with magical energy to combat malevolence. "Did you forge these magical tools yourself?" he inquired. "I have a half-master in Hong Kong, a shaman from the Longhua Society. He is also a weapons manufacturer, particularly adept at crafting magical artifacts, incorporating numerous military elements, making them exceedingly convenient to use." After a glance at Yi Shaoyang, she continued, "As disciples of Xianqing Mountain, you possess the celestial talisman and the legacy of Taoist practice. Thus, these tools are unnecessary for you. Mastering the arts of Xianqing Mountain suffices. However, we folk mages must continuously learn and seek improvements to enhance our strength." Yi Shaoyang scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "I'm not as formidable as you claim. I was praising the Xianqing Mountain sect, not you. I fail to see where your prowess lies," Rue Lingyu stated bluntly. Little Ma promptly interjected. "Xiao Yi is quite impressive. He single-handedly defeated that Kappa yesterday." Rue Lingyu remarked lightly. "If you cannot even defeat a mere Kappa, Can you still call yourself a disciple of Xianxing Mountain? Yi Shaoyang, rendered speechless, chose not to argue. After all, today presented ample opportunities to showcase his skills, proving himself to her satisfaction. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? Rue Lingyu gazed at Yi Shaoyang and asked, Where's Qin Feng gone? He has gone to the refuge to await our arrival. Yi Shaoyang nodded. Then let us set forth. With the seal lifted, the 100 demons surged forth, and Feng Xinyu merged with her ghostly form. Yi Shaoyang was acutely aware that today's battle would be exceptionally arduous. As he stepped outside, he took a deep breath, feeling both anxious and exhilarated. It was time to reveal the truth of one's abilities. Yi Shaoyang instructed everyone to proceed ahead while he took Old Guo's vehicle back to his residence. There, he transported Feng Xinyu's body to the car and drove to the entrance of the Foreign Language Institute, where he rejoined the others. He entrusted Feng Xinyu's body to Xiao Ma, justifying that he needed to conserve his strength for the impending encounter with her. This rationale was so grandiose that Xiao Ma had no retort. On the way, Old Guo suggested, Junior brother, why not call Lu Ming and have him witness our consecration? Afterward, we can request payment from him, thus avoiding any disputes later. Yi Shaoyang concurred, dialing Lu Ming, who was at school and arrived within minutes. Upon hearing the general situation from Old Guo, he expressed great enthusiasm and offered his unwavering support. The group arrived at the water tower, dismantled the brick wall, and prepared to enter when Yi Shaoyang's phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was a call from Zhou Jingru. As the call connected, Zhou Jingru inquired, Shaoyang, where are you? I am occupied with some matters, Yi Shaoyang replied, not intending to deceive her, but rather to spare her any unnecessary concern. Oh, are you quite busy? She asked. Indeed, I am, he acknowledged, glancing around at the others, pondering that if he were to announce his departure now, they would likely toss him beneath the water tower. Well, do carry on with your tasks, Zhou Jingru responded with understanding. Once you are done, please call me back. I have something important to discuss. Yi Shaoyang furrowed his brow, swiftly inquiring, what is this important matter? My father might be possessed. He used to dismiss such things, but the situation has grown quite serious. I was hoping you could come and take a look. Yi Shaoyang was taken aback. First, her daughter was afflicted, and now her father? What a coincidence. Then he considered that her father was a billionaire, often entangled in the business world. It was entirely plausible he had offended someone, becoming ensnared in a predicament. Is it very serious? Yi Shaoyang asked. There is no danger to his life, but he is mentally drained and plagued by nightmares, she explained. Oh, I see. I am indeed preoccupied with a pressing matter at the moment. Once I conclude, I shall come to see you. In the meantime, have your father hold on. Zhou Jingru acknowledged and ended the call. Yi Shaoyang gestured to the group, signaling them to descend. He led the way into the water tower, followed closely by the others. As they made their way down to the underground passage where they had encountered Feng Xinyu the day before. Upon their first sighting of the Dharma staff and the radiant light of the seal it emitted, the group was profoundly astonished. There may be malevolent spirits. I will stand guard while you commence. After Rui Lingyu spoke, she opened the soul-shattering staff and walked until she reached the Zen staff, where she halted. Yi Shaoyang turned to Old Guo and inquired if he had brought everything, urging him to first lay out the spiritual path. Old Guo responded affirmatively, opened his backpack, and retrieved a large bundle of reeds, which he handed to Yi Shaoyang. Together, they arranged the reeds on the ground in a hollow, diamond shape, according to the 8 trigrams, filling it with another substantial bundle of mugwort. He then directed Xiao Ma to position Feng Xinyu's corpse face up in the center of the trigrams. Yi Shaoyang produced a small celadone bowl, pricked his middle finger, and allowed a drop of blood to mingle with vermilion powder. After stirring the mixture, he dipped a vermilion brush into it and inscribed 5 soul-binding talismans, affixing them to Feng Xinyu's ears, shoulders, and crown. These 5 locations represent the 5 major ghostly apertures on a corpse, and once sealed, the soul cannot escape or enter. Ultimately, the efficacy of the ritual relies on the mage's prowess and the ghostly body's cultivation. The remaining blood and vermilion were smeared onto a chalk line, encircling the area 1 foot 3 inches below Feng Xinyu's neck, where Yi Shaoyang tied 3 knots, securing a gleaming 5 emperor's coin. Upon seeing this, Old Gua exclaimed in astonishment. The mother coin. There are three types of copper coins: the mother coin, the casting mother, and the minted coin. In simple terms, the mother coin serves as the master template for printing currency, unique across the nation, crafted from gold and exceedingly rare. The casting mother is composed of half gold and half copper, serving as the template distributed to various provinces, each being unique and also quite scarce. The minted coin is the circulating currency made of 3 parts copper and 7 parts lead. As a sacred artifact, the sculpted mother is revered as the sovereign of wealth, possessing unparalleled spiritual potency, followed closely by the cast mother. However, both are exceedingly rare. Throughout the long lineage of the Xianqing sect, only 3 sculpted mothers and 7 cast mothers have been amassed. Old Gua, as a disciple of Xianqing Mountain, immediately recognized that the piece of currency was a sculpted mother and exclaimed, "Junior brother, has the master even bestowed upon you the grand sculpted mother? Is there any need for further affirmation?" Shaoyang responded with an air of certainty, secretly amused. In truth, he had merely pilfered this coin from Qinji Yunzi, who, in his stinginess, had only granted him 3 cast mothers. Subsequently, he bound Feng Sinyu's 10 fingers with red cinnabar thread and secured them with 2 cast mothers. He then burned a small piece of dragon's saliva incense until it transformed into oil, applying it to the ghostly gate of Feng Sinyu. Rising to survey his work, he declared, "That will suffice." Old Gua remarked, 3 coins to determine fate, a noose to bind the soul, and heavenly oil to light the lamp. This will ensnare even the king of corpses. Shaoyang shook his head, gazing intently at Feng Sinyu's delicate countenance, stating, "Once her soul returns to her body, she will become a primordial spirit ghostly corpse, merely a step away from the ghostly mother Rakshasa. She is not to be underestimated. I am uncertain whether these items can truly confine her. We shall see when the time comes." Chapter 81. The 8 Gates. After arranging the remains of Feng Sinyu, Shaoyang commenced the formation. He retrieved 7 incense burners, aligning them in a row at equal distances, dictated by the width of the passage. He filled them with glutinous rice and inserted 7 small purple flags. Apart from the flags, all other items were brought by Old Gua, who handed them to Shaoyang one by one. Once the arrangement was complete, Old Gua presented a small celadon bottle. Shaoyang opened it and took a whiff, inquiring, "Is this satisfactory?" "Rest assured, I handle matters with care. This is the blood from the comb of a 5-year-old angry rooster, acquired at the cost of 3,000. After speaking, Old Gua turned to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, having grasped his role as the benefactor, understood the implication of Old Gua's gaze and replied, "Don't worry. I'll cover it, as long as it's not excessive." Shaoyang utilized the rooster's blood to inscribe a talisman. With a firm tug, he pulled down several strands of hair from his head, binding them to the talisman paper before incinerating it. The remnants transformed into talismanic water. He submerged the ink line entwined with cinnabar in the concoction for a brief moment before retrieving it. One end was tied to the small flag in the incense burner, and he proceeded to walk towards the Damo Zen staff, fastening it to the ring at the top of the staff. He repeated the process, attaching the remaining 6 flags with red threads to the staff. From a distance, the 7 red threads divided the passage into 8 lanes, resembling a swimming pool racecourse, with each lane barely a meter wide, allowing passage for only a single individual at a time. Rui Lungyu returned to observe the 7 incense burners and the small flags, her brow furrowing as she remarked, "Is this the 8 gates of life and death?" Shaoyang nodded slightly and began to explain. The 8 gates of life and death, harnessing the sealing power of the Dharma Zen staff, consist of 3 auspicious gates: open, rest, and life, and 3 ominous gates: death, shock, and injury. The remaining 2 gates, Du and Jing, serve as neutral. Once the seal is lifted, the 8 gates of life and death will immediately activate, becoming the inevitable path for malevolent spirits. These entities lack the ability to discern the gates and will indiscriminately wander within. Only those who traverse the 3 auspicious gates will pass safely. Those who enter the gates of death will be assaulted by the array's power, with most specters meeting an instantaneous demise. Furthermore, the 8 gates rotating lanterns and the cycle of life and death align with the dark energy of the 100 ghosts facing the Yin formation, likely changing every minute, with the life and death gates alternating. This implies that we need only guard the entrances of the 3 auspicious gates. There is no necessity to eradicate all the malevolent spirits. If we can withstand for 1 minute, awaiting the cycle of the 8 gates, the spirits within will be nearly annihilated by the array's power. We can then shift our focus to the life gate, previously the death gate, continuing this cycle until all malevolent spirits are vanquished. Do you comprehend my meaning? Old One nodded and remarked, "This plan is commendable. A single man can guard the pass against 1,000 foes. Regardless of how many malevolent spirits lurk within the Yin nest, we can gradually wear them down." Yi Shaoyang shook his head, stating, "It is not as effortless as you suggest. This Yin nest has existed for 70 years, harboring not only those Japanese specters, but also having absorbed numerous wandering souls prior to its sealing. The array is not invincible against spirits of higher caliber. It can merely weaken their cultivation, not annihilate them. The key to success or failure lies within ourselves." Yi Shaoyang took a deep breath and said, "Let us allocate our roles. Rue Linyu and Qin Feng shall guard 1 gate each, while the rest, led by Brother Gua, will collectively secure another." He then inquired, "By the way, where is Qin Feng?" "Here," came Qin Feng's voice from behind. Yi Shaoyang turned to see him standing among the others, having arrived unnoticed. He shrugged and remarked, "I thought you wouldn't come." Ignoring him, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon Yi Shaoyang's arrangements as he spoke, the 8 gates of life and death. One of the secret arts of Xianxing Mountain can only be wielded with the power of a celestial master as talisman. Yi Shaoyang chuckled, recognizing its significance. "I've seen Dao Feng utilize it once," he replied. "This formation is exceedingly lethal, indiscriminately harming both friend and foe. Once activated, anyone who enters will face death, correct?" Qin Feng queried. "Indeed, I almost forgot to mention," Yi Shaoyang said as he surveyed the group. "Once the formation is engaged, whether human, ghost, or evil spirit, anyone who crosses the 3 fierce gates will face a near-certain demise. Even I cannot withstand it. Therefore, no matter what transpires, you must absolutely refrain from entering. Remember this." The group nodded in unison. None were foolish enough to court death.